Chapter 1. On this island, far removed from the mainland, numerous elongated valleys abound, particularly exemplified by Loch Ness in the northern reaches of Scotland. It presents itself as a somewhat magnified and languid river, with mountains rising directly from its banks, unlike those serene lakes nestled peacefully upon alluvial plains. Oh my goodness, they've let that Loch Ness monster out again. As Pomona descended the staircase from the second floor to the first, a Daily Prophet was hurled through the window by an owl, while Mrs. Sprout perused the headline news. What? It's escaped again? Her grandson Peter, who had been enjoying his bowl of porridge, could not help but interject upon overhearing his grandmother's murmurs, and as he spoke, milk erupted from his mouth. Pomona recalled that creature, though Muggles preferred to refer to it as the Loch Ness Monster. Each year, a multitude of visitors from across the globe flocked to that remote and rather unremarkable locale to catch a glimpse of it. The creature reveled in the attention, delighting in the astonished reactions of Muggles, which often led it to roam the Muggle world. The Ministry of Magic was compelled to set traps near the loch, yet they clearly proved ineffective as the creature reemerged once more. Is there truly no other news to report? Pomona lamented as she hurried past Mrs. Sprout, her flowing platinum blonde hair shimmering like strands of gold. Oh dear, Mrs. Sprout exclaimed upon catching sight of Pomona's attire. Are you truly going out dressed like that? What's the issue? Pomona inquired, inspecting herself. With the dwindling wizarding lineage, many witches and wizards of Muggle descent had begun to enter the magical world, resulting in a plethora of bizarre attire. She was certain she was not clad in Muggle pajamas, however. The style of her witch's robe did reveal her calves, a sight that would hardly be deemed acceptable by an elderly witch like Mrs. Sprout. Your face, you forgot to cast a charm. In that moment, Pomona felt her morning cheer dissipate entirely. Humans possess a sense of superiority over humanoid beings. House elves are a race conquered by wizards in ancient wars, subjected to servitude from the moment they are born. Vila, too, are a type of fairy, yet they are grander beings rather than diminutive house elves. Although they transform into beautiful young women when human, marrying a fairy would still evoke disgraceful sentiments among the lofty wizards. Yet, the allure of a Vila's beauty is unforgettable to the men who are enchanted by them, resulting in many half-blood, illegitimate offspring like herself. Why should I conceal my face? Pomona retorted. She had no desire to cast a charm upon her visage at 11 years of age. Every girl yearns to adorn herself beautifully. Moreover, it was not she who had committed any disgraceful acts. Why should she bear the burden of consequences for another's misdeeds? Miss, please do not make this difficult for me, Mrs. Sprout implored, her gaze filled with desperation. I think you look lovely as you are, Peter remarked, chewing on a slice of banana. Are you going out on a date? No, I merely intend to visit Diagon Alley. Regardless of whether I ultimately attend Hogwarts or Beauxbatons, I require a wand. Pomona's biological father was French, yet he had resided in England since her earliest memories, living with Mrs. Sprout. Logically, she should have been attending Beauxbatons, but that would mean sharing a school with numerous relatives, a situation that would be awkward for them all. Oh, I cannot allow you to venture to Diagon Alley alone, Mrs. Sprout exclaimed. The magical world is not suitable for an 11-year-old child to wander about. Isn't the war over now? Just because Grindelwald is imprisoned does not imply that the world is at peace. He is both a prophet and a liar, and many still believe every word he uttered. Pomona felt wearied by it all. She simply desired a life of simplicity. Why must humanity complicate matters that should be straightforward? I heard another pure-blood lunatic has emerged, Peter interjected. Back at school, he was known as Tom Riddle, but now his followers refer to him as the Dark Lord. You should not speak of a dark wizard in such a manner, Mrs. Sprout chastised Peter. You could find yourself in grave trouble. How could he possibly know? I'm in my own home, Peter replied, setting down his spoon and lifting his bowl, finishing the remaining porridge in a few swift gulps. Let's go. I need to purchase the books it'll require for this year. We can go together. Should I cast a charm on my face? Why? Don't you like it as it is? As Peter approached Pomona, he suddenly bent down and whispered in her ear, if anyone inquires about your identity, just say you're out with me. Pomona could not help but giggle. At least finish your breakfast before you leave. As the green flames of the flue powder ignited in the fireplace, Pomona vaguely heard Mrs. Sprout calling out, but the thrill of finally acquiring her own wand made her forget her hunger. She would officially become a witch at last. More importantly, she could escape the house that was named home, but felt more like a prison. The dwelling her father had arranged for her had only been a residence for a few weeks. It appeared grand and luxurious. Yet she was utterly alone there, prompting Mrs. Sprout to take her into her own home. During Gellert Grindelwald's reign, not only did the magical world suffer, but the Muggle world also endured a Second World War. Peter's father worked at the Ministry of Magic and perished due to an unfortunate incident, while his mother was employed at St. Mungo's. Pomona understood that Peter's eternally cheerful disposition stemmed from his Hufflepuff nature, or perhaps was simply his innate character. His face never bore the shadows of gloom or despair, and he always seemed to carry the scent of cheesecake. Mrs. Sprout was adept in culinary magic to her. Food was synonymous with happiness. As the war commenced, everyone became preoccupied with battle. The land turned to scorched earth, and no one tended to farming or livestock, leading to a severe scarcity of food. She would repeat her incantations in their ears like a mantra. Once Peter began attending Hogwarts, he only had to endure her lectures during the holidays, whereas Pomona faced her daily recitations. Faced with the choice between incantations and culinary spells, she bravely chose the latter, awakening her talent through food. The Sprout family's exit from the Fleur network in Diagon Alley was situated directly across from the Honeyduke's shop, and the moment she stepped out of the fireplace, a rich honey aroma enveloped her. Diagon Alley remained as it always had, yet every passerby who caught sight of her face would glance twice, as if they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. "Link arms with me, dear princess," Peter said, approaching her and bending his arm with a smile. "Today, I shall be your knight. Where's your sword?" Pomona inquired, eyeing Peter up and down. The boy had grown considerably since turning 16, and he was now much taller than her. "Right here." Peter produced his wand. "Since we're here, shall we consider purchasing a broomstick?" "Ah, so that is your true intention, is it?" Pomona realized suddenly Peter had long been lamenting that his broomstick was too slow, which hindered his performance in Quidditch matches. Unfortunately, the Sprout family did not possess the funds to acquire the latest model. "I don't know what you're talking about," Peter replied with a cheeky grin. "I'm merely a Hufflepuff, after all." With that, Peter linked arms with Pomona, blending into the bustling crowd. The lineage of wizards was dwindling, particularly among purebloods. The wizarding population was already scant, and with low birth rates and intermarriages among the nobility, the number of newborns had decreased even further. To ensure the continuation of magic, even half-blood wizards were permitted to attend Slytherin, a school that prided itself on pureblood status. Thus, it was hardly surprising to find shops in Diagon Alley owned by wizards of Muggle descent. Shops run by the aristocracy carried an air of exclusivity. They were proud and aloof, and the staff within would not exhibit the same warmth and smiles as their Muggle counterparts next door, resulting in less favorable business. Where there were prosperous establishments, others faced bankruptcy. This was the natural order of elimination. However, the nobility refused to acknowledge their mistakes, blaming the decline on the invasion of non-pureblood wizards, claiming it was their encroachment that made business difficult for the aristocrats, leading to the closure of many shops that had operated for centuries. Deprived of income, yet compelled to maintain their tasteful lifestyle, the plight of on-sepulchre wizards was evident. However, poverty and pride could lead to radicalism on the seemingly bustling streets. Customers hurried along, seemingly unwilling to linger in Diagon Alley. Much like Mrs. Sprout had mentioned, claiming that the current magical world was no place for an 11-year-old girl to meander. Life must go on, and there are indeed numerous pure-blood wizards who dare to set aside their pretensions to embrace the changes of times. Leaky Cauldron, established in 1694, stands as the finest bookstore in Diagon Alley. Hogwarts will commence its academic year in September, with owls dispatched around midsummer to deliver acceptance letters and lists of required textbooks for the upcoming term. Nearly every necessary tome can be found within its walls. Pomona discovered that a new robe shop had opened next door, aptly named after its proprietress, Madame Malkin. The patrons entering and exiting were all elegantly attired individuals of considerable wealth, their manners refined and cultured, seemingly intent on contrasting themselves with the bustling, chaotic, and vociferous atmosphere of Leaky Cauldron. Jamie, where are the invisibility books for the disillusionment charm? As soon as Pomona stepped through the threshold of Leaky Cauldron, she overheard someone inquire. Blast it! They've vanished again. The beleaguered shopkeeper clutched his hair in exasperation, exclaiming, I swear I will never touch those cursed books again. Do you wish to enter? Peter asked her, to which Pomona promptly shook her head. The period before the start of term was the busiest for Leaky Cauldron, bustling with fidgety young wizards and the increasingly frazzled staff. Then wait for me at the entrance. Ideal I could take a look next door. Pomona indicated the newly opened shop. You can find me there shortly. Are you certain? Peter furrowed his brow at the sight of the impeccably dressed aristocrats. Do not worry, this is a public place. They won't harm me. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, Peter acquiesced, but you mustn't engage them in conversation. Who knows how those purebloods might react to a minor? Pomona felt that Peter was being overly cautious regardless of the intensity of the CONF. As she meandered through the shop, an unsettling gaze enveloped her, the eyes of men regarding her as a curious object, while women scrutinized her with an air of investigation, seemingly speculating about her parentage. Madame Moke, she suddenly exclaimed after enduring these stares for long enough. Have you taken a liking to that dress, dear? I purchased all of these. Pomona gestured towards a row of garments draped over wooden mannequins. Where are your parents? Madame Moke continued to smile politely. As if dismissing the nonsensical ramblings of an 11-year-old girl, Pomona thudded a pouch filled with galleons onto the counter. Now, let the person inside come out, she declared, raising her chin with an air of arrogance. Do not waste my time. If Pomona's estranged father had any redeeming quality, it was his vast wealth and remarkable generosity, seemingly an attempt to compensate for his inadequacies as a father and husband. Mrs. Sprout had secured her an underground vault in Gringotts during her childhood, which contained not only galleons, but also a considerable amount of silver bars. This was why Pomona harbored a fondness for Hufflepuff. Mrs. Sprout had never sought to exploit her young and naive state for personal gain. In her words, gold does not fill the stomach. She cultivated numerous crops in the valley and raised several chickens, being a muggle herself who experienced the First World War, with almost all her relatives lost during the Second. The battlefields, though gruesome, inflicted greater suffering upon the innocent. Mrs. Sprout prepared food deliciously not for mere indulgence, but out of reverence for sustenance. As delicious food is seldom wasted, while palatable dishes are often saved for last when they appear unappetizing, regardless of their actual taste. A young woman emerged from the back room, strikingly beautiful, with sleek black hair cascading down her back, sparkling eyes, flawless porcelain skin, sculpted features, and a lithe figure. Yet, her demeanor was exceedingly haughty, exuding a distinctly different aura from that of Mrs. Sprout. If Mrs. Sprout evoked images of sun-drenched valleys adorned with blooming flowers and laden tables of food, this stunning girl conjured visions of dark, damp cellars. In the animal kingdom, the badger is the natural enemy of the snake. However, in the magical realm, Hufflepuff students perceived Slytherins as their nemesis, causing Pomona's hairs to stand on end. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just a new student who hasn't even enrolled yet, the black-haired girl scoffed, hands on her hips, assessing Pomona with derision. Despite her lack of decorum, she remained strikingly beautiful, exuding an untamed, wild spirit. Dare to share your name, little one? I swear I will take good care of you once school starts. At that moment, Pomona recalled Peter's words, do not engage with anyone. A Hufflepuff must remember that to navigate 7 years at Hogwarts in peace and safety, one must steer clear of Slytherin. Pomona felt akin to a badger that had stumbled into a snake den, regretting her previous boldness. Just as Pomona was on the verge of tears, the dark-haired girl seemed to suddenly realize something, scanning the shop hastily before erupting in expletives. Damn it, Sirius Black, where are you? A kind stranger responded. He just left with the Potter boy. The girl stormed out in a fit of rage, resembling a black whirlwind, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Pomona knew it was not merely a disapparition, as she heard no accompanying pop. Once the girl vanished, the murmurs of the customers grew fervent, hushed to a whisper, reminiscent of summer mosquitoes. That was Bella Black. I heard she has become the Slytherin prefect this year and has joined the Death Eaters. She's still a student. The Dark Lord had already gathered a loyal following while still at school. Allegiance to him knew no age limit. Mom, what does Death Eater mean? Don't speak, dear. A young mother and son, wishing to avoid trouble, departed the robe shop, followed by several others. Madame Moak appeared disheartened, but nonetheless escorted Pomona to the back room to take her measurements, to shield against prying eyes. A thick curtain had been drawn in the back room, and with no windows present, the lingering scent left by a previous customer hung heavily in the air. Aside from the fragrance of Bella's perfume, Pomona detected a faint odor of decay, distinctly different from the scent of decomposing leaves in the forest, more akin to that of a dead rat or rotting flesh. "Do you smell that?" Pomona asked, covering her nose. "What scent?" "It seems something has died in here." "Dear miss, my shop has only been open for a week. How could you say such a thing?" The amiable Madame Moak appeared on the verge of losing her temper. "Perhaps our English taste does not suit a fashionable French lady like you. There are robe shops run by French wizards in Diagon Alley. You might want to visit them." As Madame Moak spoke, she began to push Pomona toward the exit, evidently unwilling to provide her with service any longer. "Half-breed." As the jingling door closed behind her, Pomona overheard someone remark, and it was then that she recalled Mrs. Sprout's earlier advice. She certainly ought to have cast a charm on her face. Bored and disheartened, she returned to the entrance of Flourish and Blots. Shopping was meant to be a delightful experience, yet her spirits were utterly dampened, leaving her uncertain if this would affect her wand selection. "Hey, dear, fancy a fortune?" At that moment, a hunched old witch approached, attempting to flash Pomona a friendly smile, which only served to make her intentions seem more sinister. "No, thank you," she replied warily. "Then how about a talisman? Just a few coins for you, and it will ensure your safety." The witch attempted to tug at her sleeve, precisely the arm where Pomona had stowed her pouch. "Get away," Pomona screamed. "Don't be shy. Come on, follow me. I have even better things at home." As onlookers began to take notice, the witch seized Pomona's wrist, attempting to drag her into the alley behind the bookstore. "No, let me go." Just as the situation reached a critical point, Peter appeared. The witch initially did not intend to relent, but upon seeing Peter's wand, she ultimately withdrew. And only when the witch's figure vanished into the darkness did Pomona's heart resume its normal rhythm. "Are you all right?" Peter inquired with concern. "I'm fine," Pomona replied, tears welling in her eyes, struggling to hold them back. "There are truly many wicked people in this world. Why did you come back? Did you finish shopping for your clothes so quickly?" All women love shopping. Even Peter's mother, a busy healer at St. Mungo's, could turn a shopping spree into a delightful pastime, spending the entire day without fatigue. Accompanying her on shopping trips was commonplace for Peter, and Pomona was at a loss regarding how to explain her predicament. "Wealth should remain concealed, fool," a voice tinged with sarcasm echoed beside Pomona. As a boy of tender age, his expression somber, sauntered past them. A mocking smile graced his lips, his greasy black hair clinging to his scalp, exuding a bitter scent reminiscent of an unpalatable potion or perhaps a culinary disaster that turned one's stomach. How can two underage individuals, unable to wield magic outside of school, be in possession of such wealth? Shouldn't you retreat to your lair? A badger, when confronted with peril, would naturally retreat to its burrow beneath the earth, yet no one would take delight in having their home likened to a cave. Although she recognized that the boy was warning them of the lurking danger and advising them to return home sooner, Pomona felt an overwhelming sense of gloom. "Freak," was her initial impression of him, mirroring his view of her as a fool, an exceptionally dismal first encounter. Lions, eagles, and badgers are warm-blooded creatures, while snakes are cold-blooded. However, they are not merely the evil symbols that the world tends to perceive them as. The emblem of alchemy is the Ouroboros, and the caduceus, with its twin serpents and wings, represents Hermes, the messenger god of ancient Greek mythology, symbolizing commerce, whereas the single serpent staff belongs to Asclepius, the god of healing. Also revered in the halls of St. Mungo's, where many Slytherin graduates thrive. Despite their unpleasant demeanor and foul tempers, many Slytherins indeed excel academically. The shedding of a snake's skin is viewed as a process of renewal and rebirth. Thus, in certain respects, the snake is an auspicious emblem. Pomona harbored a strong intuition that the acerbic boy would likely be sorted into Slytherin, while the red-haired girl accompanying him would find her place in Gryffindor. She was a Muggle-born, and today marked her inaugural visit to Diagon Alley, accompanied by her Muggle parents, who viewed everything magical with awe, treating the alley as a tourist attraction. Recklessness is a hallmark of Gryffindor, and within this group, the only one capable of fulfilling a guardian role was the boy's mother, a pale, weary witch bearing the weight of time. Just moments ago, Pomona had encountered a would-be Gryffindor, Blake, at Madame Malkin's shop. And now she faced a Slytherin who could potentially befriend Gryffindor, while Mrs. Snape's attire had become akin to that of a Muggle. In the era of Grindelwald, he advocated for wizards to reign over Muggles, Yet this which appeared eager to forget her identity as a sorceress. Beyond her oddities, Pomona found no other words to describe the peculiar individuals she had encountered today. "What are you following us for?" Severus Snape hissed, his voice slithering like a serpent, intimidating the two naive badgers. "By a wand," Pomona asserted confidently, for everyone knew that Ollivander's wands were unparalleled. Upon seeing Lily Evans with a cart brimming with goods, Pomona surmised their next destination would undoubtedly be Ollivander's. This was not simply a rule, rather. It was a widely held belief that a wand chosen during a moment of happiness would be the most fitting, and shopping typically elevates one's spirits. Though Lily's parents lacked magical abilities, they donned wizard-like attire, ensuring their safety under the protection of 3 adult wizards from any nefarious thieves. "Are you not purchasing the textbooks for this year, Pomona?" Lily inquired eagerly. If one possesses a significant sum of money, it is prudent to remain discreet unless one possesses extraordinary abilities, or perhaps to travel with a formidable companion, ideally a half-giant, to deter any would-be assailants. Lily Evans was striking. Clad in her Hogwarts uniform, radiating innocence and kindness, traits that often render one susceptible to deception. Fortunately, she had a capable protector, allowing her to remain blissfully unaware of the dangers surrounding her. She was a fortunate girl, shielded at every turn, and Pomona felt similarly fortunate, accompanied by her bodyguard, Peter, and Madame Sprout, though the only distinction lay in her lack of a complete family like Lily's. "I have yet to decide where I will be studying," Pomona replied candidly. "Perhaps I will not attend school in England." Lily appeared astonished. "Are there other magical schools besides Hogwarts?" "Indeed, there are many, but the 3 most renowned in Europe are well known. My father is French. Perhaps I shall ultimately attend Beauxbatons. Then you can buy a wand in France." Pomona found it difficult to articulate Snape's peculiar behavior. He seemed to detest any intrusion into his relationship with Lily. "You mentioned 3. What are the others besides Beauxbatons?" Lily pressed, her curiosity evident. "The other is Durmstrang, which admits only pure-blood students and condones dark magic. Grindelwald himself graduated from there." Pomona refrained from voicing a thought that lingered in her mind. Among these 3 schools, Hogwarts graduates are often regarded as the least accomplished. Durmstrang, situated in the northern reaches of Scandinavia, endures harsh winters, forging resilient students, while Beauxbatons, nestled in the Pyrenees, was endowed by the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flamel, creator of the Philosopher's Stone, boasting breathtaking castles and lawns. Comparatively, Hogwarts is primarily known for its 3 founders and the wizard Dumbledore, who triumphed over Grindelwald. The dwindling talent pool is a pervasive issue within the magical realm, and the emergence of that extraordinarily powerful Dark Lord incited a frenzy among the British aristocracy, who viewed it as a resurgence of the British Isles. "Who is Grindelwald?" Lily inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed on Pomona. Pomona glanced back at Snape, who furrowed his brow, clearly having withheld the darker aspects of the wizarding world from her. A half-blood and a muggle-born would find their existence in a school rife with Death Eaters far more arduous than Pomona's own. Every Hufflepuff must remember to do what is right simply because it is right. Choices outweigh mere effort. Pomona believed that Lily Evans possessed the power of choice. As an ordinary person, she could find happiness and even longevity in her mediocrity. It was utterly irresponsible, nay, selfish of Snape to shield her from the latent dangers of the magical world, thrusting her into an unfamiliar realm without any understanding of its perils. His peculiar temperament surely left him friendless. Should Lily depart, he would find himself alone at Hogwarts, isolated in every sense. However, it was profoundly unjust to expect an ordinary girl, unaccustomed to this world, to adapt to the strange environment of wizardry, where a minor misstep could lead to fatal consequences, especially with Death Eaters lurking in the castle. "He is a dark wizard," Pomona stated. "He ruled the wizarding world for 2 decades, active across the globe, harboring a deep-seated hatred for muggles and believing all muggles should be eradicated." Lily was clearly taken aback by the revelation. "Why does he believe that?" "I mean, why?" "Because he thinks that if magic were to resurface, wizards would inevitably face persecution by muggles. Hence we must dwell in darkness. Do you recall the witch hunts of the Middle Ages? You and I would be the very witches targeted by the church." Lily gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Enough," Snape roared, shielding Lily behind him. Pomona turned her gaze towards Lily's parents, stating that it was essential for them to be informed. "The wizarding world is indeed fascinating. But Lily is not here for mere amusement. She will study, live, and eventually marry and raise children here. Her interactions with you will dwindle over time, and the assistance you can provide her is limited. There exists a long-standing animosity between muggles and wizards, one that cannot be resolved solely through enthusiasm and kindness. Many young witches have been condemned to the pyre by ordinary people like yourselves, and among them are numerous innocents who never wielded dark magic. Do you have other children besides Lily? Yes, Lily's mother replied after a long pause. She has an older sister. Then why isn't she here today? Mrs. Evans fell silent. Parents inevitably depart before their children, leaving behind only siblings. If even she does not support Lily, who else can help her? At that moment, she could already see the sign of Ollivander's wand shop, prompting her to wave at the peculiar gathering and pull Peter's arm towards the dilapidated little store. Did you know? Every house has its own ghost. Peter beamed. Can you guess who the ghost of Hufflepuff is? Fat Friar. Pomona retorted, Mrs. Sprout says he is the only one who sees the potential in Peeves. What merits does that nuisance possess? Oh. You might have to inquire him directly once you enter Hogwarts, Peter said, patting Pomona's head. I look forward to your arrival, Junior. Ollivander's shop has been crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. The dusty window displayed a solitary wand, and the gilded sign had long since faded. The shop appeared small and shabby, especially when compared to other, more opulently adorned stores, resembling a place on the verge of closure. Nevertheless, it is universally acknowledged as the finest wand shop in the magical realm. Upon entering, the sound of tinkling bells resonated from the back of the store. Aside from a long bench, there was nothing else, and behind the counter stood a large cabinet filled with thousands of narrow boxes stacked nearly to the ceiling, all coated in thick dust, evoking an inexplicable sadness in Pomona. Peter, can one only choose a single wand in their lifetime? What? He froze, about to sit on the bench, taken aback by Pomona's question. Of course, a gentle voice replied as a middle-aged man suddenly appeared from behind the shelves. He had very light, large eyes that shone like two radiant moons in the dimly lit shop. Why? She asked hesitantly. Every Ollivander wand possesses a unique magical essence, which is its very soul. We utilize unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Each wand is one of a kind, for no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are identical. If you wield a wand meant for another wizard, you shall never achieve the best magical results. I believe that sufficiently answers your question. But how can you be sure that the wand you choose now will suit you in the future? Pomona replied anxiously, people change. Ah, I understand. The middle-aged man observed Pomona for a while before saying, You are part Vila, aren't you? Pomona felt a wave of embarrassment, but eventually nodded. Please, give me a moment to think. Where did I place it? Ollivander said while maneuvering through the shelves, pulling down various long boxes, opening them, and rolling them back up. After a moment, he exclaimed, uh-huh, and retrieved a wand nestled in blue velvet. Here, give this one a try, Mississippi. By the way, what is your name? Pomona. Pomona Martin. Miss Martin, this wand is crafted from beech wood and Vila hair, 7 inches long, and remarkably flexible. You may try waving it. Pomona managed a wry smile, realizing that in the eyes of wizards, Vila were categorized as magical beings akin to unicorns, dragons, and phoenixes. Nonetheless, she took the wand and felt a surge of power in her fingertips, akin to testing the temperature of bath water. Neither too hot nor too cold, but just right. Suddenly, a stream of white smoke flowed from the wand, transforming rapidly into a beautiful swan in midair. Both Ollivander and Peter stared in astonishment, and after a moment, Ollivander exclaimed, Excellent! Truly marvelous, simply marvelous. What just happened, Peter? Pomona asked, bewildered, looking at her companion. Expecto Patronum. That is a powerful spell in the magical world. When it manifests, it conjures a guardian spirit, serving as a shield against dementors, Peter said, pointing at the swan that circled Pomona in awe. This is the first time I've seen someone produce such a thing right off the bat. Perhaps it is due to Miss Martin's Vila heritage, he continued. Vila are shape-shifting female spirits dwelling in forests, lakes, mountains, and mists, capable of transforming into swans, horses, or wolves. When they dance beneath the midsummer moon, those enthralled by them forget everything else in the world. Do you know what happens when dementors attack, Mr. Sprout? You remember me? Of course, I remember you. Ollivander recalls every one he has sold and their owners. I recall it was 5 years ago when you came with your grandmother to purchase a wand. A holly one with unicorn hair, correct? Indeed. If you are still at Hogwarts, I would say you deserve 2 points, Peter chuckled. When dementors appear, they induce a chilling sensation, making one feel as if they have lost all warmth and courage, leaving only the most painful memories. They feed on hope, joy, and the desire to live. To cast Expecto Patronum, one must recall a happy memory with all their might. What were you thinking about just now, Pomona? I wasn't thinking about anything, Pomona lied, relieved that she was merely a Vila who only needed to pluck a hair. Unlike some poor dragon whose nerves were extracted to become wand materials. This wand has been crafted for over 300 years, made by my great-great-grandfather. I never expected it would only be sold in my generation, Ollivander said as he placed the wand back in its box, wrapping it in brown paper. Truly marvelous. Simply marvelous. Wait, Pomona interjected, I want to try other wands. Ollivander and Peter gazed at her in astonishment. Why? This one suits you perfectly, doesn't it? I have only tried one. How do you know there isn't another one more suited for me? When you feel it is right. Even love at first sight can lead to a lifetime of happiness, Ollivander counseled. You must trust your instincts, Miss Martin. Just like an arm, Peter rolled up his sleeve. Of course, the original is best. Removing the old and replacing it with a new one, even if it belonged to Merlin, may not necessarily suit me. Tears welled in Pomona's eyes as she turned to Ollivander. Shouldn't a young wizard be accompanied by an adult when purchasing a wand? This is a regulation established by the Ministry of Magic. Young wizards possess unstable magical abilities, and coupled with unreliable wands, this often leads to accidents. However, the majority of people tend to disregard this regulation. Well then, let us go, Peter. Next time, I shall bring an adult with me to assist in the purchase. Don't act like a girl, Pomona, Peter impatiently complained. Why do you all enjoy stirring up trouble? Oh, for heaven's sake, I'm a girl, Pomona retorted, her anger flaring. And if someone asks who I am, I shall say I'm on a date with you. Would you actually go on a date with a boy? Both Peter and Ollivander were taken aback, and after a moment, Peter swore under his breath and reluctantly left with Pomona. Wait, just as Peter's hand touched the doorknob, Ollivander handed over the packaged wand. Take it. Since the 3rd century BC, no one has left Ollivander empty-handed. Thank you. Without waiting for Pomona to speak, Peter accepted it. How much do I owe you? No need, Ollivander replied with a relieved smile. You have already done me a great service. Both Pomona and Peter found Ollivander's words rather peculiar, yet they did not dwell on it, for oddities abound in the wizarding world. I want to use it. Pomona warned Peter. Next time your mother is on holiday, I will accompany her again. Come on, who knows when she will have time to rest. As Peter spoke, he pushed open the door, revealing a group of people outside Ollivander's shop, including Lily Evans and the Snape family. Hi, Pomona, Lily exclaimed, waving excitedly, while Snape turned his gaze away with an air of arrogance. Deep down, Pomona understood that her warnings would fall on deaf ears for a brave Gryffindor girl. They were audacious to the point of recklessness, unwilling to shrink from facing the unknown dangers ahead. In contrast, the Hufflepuff girls were much more sensitive and timid, which is precisely why other houses look down upon Hufflepuff. Gryffindor pursues courage, Ravenclaw seeks knowledge, Slytherin craves ambition, while Hufflepuff yearns for family and love. The mediocre are unworthy of mingling with the exceptional. Pomona felt an inexplicable sense of frustration, compounded by her stubborn desire to find a second wand that truly belonged to her. She knew that her original wand suited her perfectly. It was merely her obstinacy that led her to rebel against fate, resulting in the kind of troublesome behavior that Peter had described as foolish. The dismal shopping experience in Diagon Alley cast a shadow over Pomona's mood for the next 2 days, during which she refused to speak to Peter, who was evidently too preoccupied to engage with her. He had his own friends, and so she returned to her previous routine, tending to the plants in the garden alongside Professor Sprout. The magic of house elves can surpass that of wizards. At Hogwarts, wizards cannot apparate, but elves can. However, most house elves specialize in domestic magic. If house elves are akin to creatures residing in the forest, then the nymphs are the spirits tasked with maintaining it. Nymphs possess an innate affinity for plants, which is why the pumpkins in Professor Sprout's garden are both large and sweet. All right, let us take a break. After a morning spent organizing the vegetable patch, Professor Sprout announced, Would you like something to drink, dear? Just some tea will do. Pomona stood up, removing her dirt-stained gloves. It would be perfect with the honey cake you baked yesterday. Would you prefer to have tea inside or outside? Outside. Pomona pointed towards the small gazebo on the hill. The weather is lovely today, and the breeze feels delightful. All right, you wait for me there. I'll be right along. The picturesque countryside, far removed from the clamor of the world, holds secluded spots across England for those who seek them. As Pomona walked towards the gazebo, her skirt lifted by the gentle breeze, the desolate scenery did not evoke loneliness in her. It was as vibrant as the city. With several small fir trees striving to grow beyond the fence, and a line of slender thorns reaching towards the sunlight, flocks of birds filled the reeds, and the air was imbued with invigorating purity, a stark contrast to the seemingly prosperous yet gloomy atmosphere of Diagon Alley. After Grindelwald's fall, Durmstrang fell into decline. And now the atmosphere at Hogwarts, rife with Death Eaters, was also turning somber. In contrast, Beauxbatons might offer a more relaxed environment, as long as one learned to be discreet and avoid provoking bothersome relatives. However, returning to France would mean leaving the comfort of Professor Sprout's home, making the holidays exceedingly difficult to endure. It was time to make a choice, yet Pomona had never heard of students transferring among the three major wizarding schools. Graduates from Hogwarts typically remain in England for employment. This gazebo was constructed by Peter's father, who has a fondness for Baroque architecture. Its elaborate decorations resemble a fairy tale palace. Yet, his actual job was as a dull goblin curse-breaker, spending his days in the lightless depths. "What kind of life do you desire, Pomona?" she murmured to the distant wilderness. She found herself disenchanted with the current wizarding world. Yet returning to the realm of the nymphs seemed impossible, as the post-war muggles continuously expanded cities, obliterating the forests they once knew. A certain change loomed on the horizon, and she felt a sense of bewilderment, unsure of how to proceed. She wished to trust her instincts. However, instincts are not always accurate, much like that day at Ollivander's, where no one seemed to understand her. The wand made from nymph hair remained in her bedroom. Before long, Professor Sprout approached the gazebo, carrying a basket and walking with a slight wobble. Besides preparing delicious food, she rarely used magic, as she put it, a peculiar determination of hers as an old woman. "I heard from Peter that you conjured a Patronus the first time you picked up your wand?" Professor Sprout inquired while brewing tea, the enchanting aroma wafting through the air, calming her as she discussed the topic. "Yes, ma'am." Pomona retrieved the honey cake from the basket. "Then why don't you use that wand? It seems perfect for you." "Professor Sprout, how did you and Professor Sprout meet?" She raised an eyebrow, taking a sip of the still steaming tea, then elegantly placed it back on the saucer. The porcelain clinked pleasantly, and she softly replied, "We met at school. At that time, I was quite shy. The sorting hat placed me in Hufflepuff, and I must say, it was a clever hat. Had I been sorted into another house, I might not have met him." "How many people get married right after graduation?" Professor Sprout laughed heartily. "Oh, dear, you attend Hogwarts to study, not to date. Though I doubt Dumbledore would punish students for falling in love during their studies, I believe you should focus on your education." Pomona found herself at a loss for words, feeling that no one could truly understand her. "You're worried because of your mother, aren't you?" Professor Sprout gently patted Pomona's hand. "Worried about making the wrong choices like she did? Why do some people refuse to heed warnings?" Pomona sighed and recounted the day they purchased wands, recalling her encounter with a muggle-born girl who, despite the potential dangers she might face at school, still aspired to be a witch. Pomona believed that someone must have warned her mother against marrying a human, yet she followed her heart, ultimately leading her life to tragedy. "I do not know, Pomona, Mrs. Sprout gently interjected, "but I know that while attempting something may yield a 50% chance of success, lacking the courage to even try guarantees 100% failure. In our time, wizards were forbidden to marry muggles or wizards of muggle descent. However, Henry renounced his family for my sake, establishing a life here. Love grants one the courage to overcome all obstacles, yet before you decide to love someone, you must learn to discern their true nature. Some hearts do not reflect their outward appearances, which is why I urge you to learn from the Fat Friar. He possesses a keen eye for such distinctions." "What merits does the Fat Friar truly have? Who knows? You shall only discover that after enrolling." Mrs. Sprout lifted her teacup. "Rather than fretting over the future, you should first decide what kind of person you wish to become. I believe that a kind and compassionate individual will lead a happy life. What do you think, dear?" As Mrs. Sprout finished her sentiment, her gaze seemed to fixate on something unseen. Following her line of sight, Pomona beheld a dark figure approaching from afar, gradually enlarging until it revealed itself as an owl, clutching an envelope in its talons. The moment of fate had arrived. Pomona rose and moved to the entrance of the gazebo. Upon spotting her, the owl flew directly towards her. Just as she thought it would collide with her, it unexpectedly released its grip, dropping 2 letters at her feet. With remarkable agility, it circled around the gazebo before landing on the central table, as if it were the master of the setting, pecking at a honey cake that emitted a sweet aroma. Could it be that notifications from both schools had arrived? Pomona felt a surge of astonishment as she crouched to retrieve the 2 letters. One bore the wax seal of Hogwarts, emblazoned with the emblem representing the 4 houses, the lion, badger, serpent, and eagle, accompanied by a prominent capital H. The other letter bore no insignia whatsoever, merely inscribed in the corner. For the eyes of Pomona. That is your father's handwriting, Mrs. Sprout remarked after sipping her tea. Regardless of circumstances, you are his daughter, and he would not neglect you. According to Hogwarts tradition, every student, whether Muggle-born or pureblood, must take the train to school. However, wizards residing in the wizarding world could directly apparate to the platform, while those living in the Muggle realm faced the arduous task of navigating through King's Cross Station to reach it. Upper-year students would circulate among the carriages of each house, while only first-years mingled indiscriminately. As she passed by the Slytherin carriage, Pomona spotted Bellatrix Black, although it had been half a month since their last encounter. She lowered her head as she walked by, using the steam from the train to obscure her presence, pushing her cart toward the first-year compartment. Hogwarts had sent a shopping list indicating that each student must bring a pet. Thus, upon entering the compartment, she observed cats of various colors and breeds weaving between the legs of students, causing several allergy sufferers to sneeze incessantly. The first few compartments were already brimming with familiar faces, tossing and playing with their belongings. She squeezed past the crowd and found an empty compartment toward the back, finally relishing a moment of tranquility once the door closed. Severus, come here. There is space. Just as the silence settled, she heard a voice calling. Following the sound, she was surprised to see Lily Evans, whom she had met previously in Diagon Alley. Moments later, the brooding Severus Snape appeared, his greasy hair framing his pallid face. As his lifeless black eyes swept over Pomona, she felt a wave of suffocation, yet he did not seem to recognize her. Is anyone sitting here? He asked languidly. And no. Pomona stammered, suddenly recalling that she had used magic before leaving home. Aside from her hair, no one could discern her Vila heritage. Her wand seemed to possess a will of its own. No matter how she attempted to tame her hair, it remained defiantly ethereal, for its core was indeed made from Vila hair. Go ahead, Lily, Snape said. Once they were seated, he shut the compartment door, and the other students seeking seats turned away, leaving them in complete silence. Hello, I am Lily Evans. The girl across from her introduced herself, extending her hand. Pomona Martin. She replied, shaking Lily's hand. Pomona? Lily exclaimed. Yes, what of it? Pomona feigned ignorance, as she noticed Snape's expression darken upon hearing her name. Nothing, Lily said, sticking out her tongue. It's just that I know someone with the same name. Pomona did not consider someone she had only met once to be a friend. She glanced at Snape, who evidently had no intention of introducing himself or shaking hands. The sunlight seemed to dim in his presence. His name is Severus Snape, Lily continued. Hello, Pomona greeted with a voice barely louder than a whisper, while Snape crossed his arms, regarding her with suspicion. That's just how he is reserved. You need not take it to heart, Lily remarked, her eyes crinkling in a smile. Why are you alone? My relatives are in the front carriage. He is in his 5th year. Oh, which house is he in? Hufflepuff. A look of dismay flickered across Lily's face. Pomona turned to Snape, who wore a mocking smile, clearly harboring prejudices against Hufflepuff, which he had evidently imparted to Lily. The food at the welcome feast is traditional Hufflepuff cuisine. You might be in for a surprise. How surprising indeed. Is that your expectation of Hogwarts? Snape's comment cast a pall over the atmosphere. What is wrong with enjoying food? One cannot survive without nourishment. Even Dementors require sustenance. Dementors? Lily echoed, intrigued by the unfamiliar term. A terrifying magical creature that consumes all joy and hope. That is their sustenance. How can such dreadful creatures exist? Why not eradicate them? Existence inevitably serves a purpose. Hogwarts is the safest place, as long as one remains within its confines. They dare not attack anyone. You seem to take pleasure in scaring others, Snape remarked smugly, as if he had unraveled her essence, implying that others feared her, which in turn granted her a sense of security. If you could refrain from speaking, I would be grateful, Pomona retorted, having never encountered anyone so insufferable in her life. He felt as distant and cold as a Dementor, devoid of warmth. I dare say I must be the worst student in the class, Lily confessed anxiously. There are many things you mentioned that I do not understand. Not at all, Lily. Many students hail from Muggle families, with effort. You can learn more swiftly than those from pureblood families. Pomona attempted to console her, yet Severus remained unresponsive, seemingly oblivious to his companion's concerns. As their conversation unfolded, the train departed with a thunderous roar, surging out of London and racing across the pastoral fields dotted with livestock. The once boisterous carriage gradually succumbed to a serene quietude. Faced with the starkly contrasting personalities of the two, Pomona felt utterly at a loss, unsure of what topics to broach. However, Lily Evans and Severus Snape, as if sharing a silent understanding, withdrew their textbooks, and began to read quietly. Indeed, Pomona had encountered the fabled diligent student who pre-studied their lessons. She herself had never considered bringing a book to occupy her time on the express, leaving her with nothing to do but sleep. The train had set off at 11 o'clock, and around 12:30, a loud clatter echoed down the aisle as a frail, silver-haired woman, smoking a cigarette, pushed open the compartment door and inquired loudly if anyone wished to purchase snacks. "No, thank you," Severus replied flatly, being closest to the door. "Are you certain? There are still 7 hours until we arrive at school. My mother warned me against buying anything from dubious vendors." Severus's tone grew even more menacing. Lily appeared eager to interject, fidgeting anxiously, and Pomona understood her distress as she heard Lily's stomach growl. "No thanks, we brought our own food," Pomona announced, retrieving a picnic basket. Before the elderly woman could utter another word, Severus slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. He then resumed his engrossed reading as though nothing had transpired. Pomona and Lily exchanged glances just as Lily's stomach growled once more. "I'm so sorry. We left in such a rush this morning that I didn't eat anything. Don't worry, I prepared plenty of food for us to share." As she spoke, she opened the magical picnic basket, revealing roasted chicken, sandwiches, tiramisu, orange juice, and salad, which she placed on the empty seat beside them. "Wow, how can this basket hold so much?" Lily gasped in astonishment at the feast laid out before her. "That's the magic of it. Isn't it marvelous?" Pomona replied proudly, then turned to Severus. "Would you care to join us? I made enough for 4. Severus turned his back to them, continuing to read without a word. "Severus!" Lily exclaimed in frustration, but Severus remained unmoved. What a peculiar person, Pomona thought, bemused by his refusal to accept kindness, yet she preferred Lily Evans, who truly was a good girl. Outside the train window, the scenery became increasingly desolate. The farmlands faded away, replaced by dense woods, winding rivers, and dark green hills. At Lily's urging, Severus begrudgingly took a sandwich, yet he shunned all the sweets that any 11-year-old would relish, returning to his book afterward. While they dined, Pomona discovered that Lily wasn't particularly fond of reading. She was quite chatty when someone engaged her. However, her companion was Severus, which forced her into the role of a bookworm. Upon learning that Pomona had never ventured into the Muggle world, Lily animatedly shared everything about Muggles, from the still photographs to the non-flying cars, and of course, her sister Petunia. "At least we won't see each other until the holidays. And she won't even come to see me off," Lily said, appearing quite dejected, clearly attached to her sister. Pomona refrained from commenting on someone she had never met, instead popping a strawberry into her mouth. It was then she noticed that Lily's textbook was pristine, while Severus's was evidently secondhand. She began to scrutinize further. Even his robes were secondhand. Generally, everyone would change into their school uniforms just before arrival, yet he had donned his early, seemingly to conceal the worn garments beneath. "Hey, Sirius, look who has got a trading card," someone shouted in the quiet aisle. "Honestly, he can be rather loud," Severus grumbled, having opened the compartment door to let in some air, only to close it again. Lily glanced at Pomona, hesitating to speak. "Care to test your luck?" Pomona offered, retrieving 4 chocolate frogs from the picnic basket. "Which one will you choose?" "I'll take this one." Pomona handed Lily her selected chocolate frog. And as she opened the box, the frog leapt out, prompting the 2 girls to scramble to catch it. "What is this?" Lily exclaimed, intrigued, though the commotion had left her hair in disarray. "As I mentioned, it's a chocolate frog. Each one contains a collectible card. You can see who you've got." Pomona panted. Lily opened her box and extracted a card featuring a man with half-moon spectacles, a crooked nose, and hair and beard that obscured much of his face. The name below read Albus Dumbledore. "Who is he?" Lily asked, passing the card to Pomona. "You can check the back of the card," Pomona suggested, glancing at Severus. "Would you like to try, Mr. Snape?" Severus, however, continued to ignore her. Turning back to Lily, she noticed that the joy had faded from her face, replaced by a hint of sorrow. "What's wrong, Lily?" "It says here he defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, Lily replied softly. "Someone told me Grindelwald aims to eliminate all Muggles. Just as you mentioned before, erasing all Dementors. Muggles do pose a threat to wizards," Pomona remarked. "Are you familiar with Druids?" "I've heard of them," Lily replied. Druids were the forest goddesses, holding dominion over ancient Britain before the Christian conquest. They were not only priests but also healers, teachers, and judges, educating the young with magic. However, during the Roman occupation, they were nearly exterminated, which illustrates the conflict between wizards and Muggles. Pomona stated firmly, If you choose to ally with wizards, you must grow accustomed to keeping your distance from muggles. They trust science over magic. So, you are a supporter of Grindelwald? Severus asked in a silky whisper. No. Pomona shook her head vehemently. I am simply weary of war and have no interest in reinstating wizards as rulers. Don't you enjoy using magic openly? Could we not discuss such dreary topics? Pomona felt the weight of the conversation pressing down upon her. She would much rather refine her tiramisu recipe. What would you prefer to discuss? Severus asked dismissively. Are you two a couple? No, of course not. Pomona's protest was immediately echoed by Lily. We are just friends. Pomona glanced at Severus. His eyes were as emotionless as an abyss, fixated on his book. Besides, we are only 11. It is far too early for such discussions. Lily, speaking like a shepherd minding his fence, was uncertain how much Severus would truly absorb. Perhaps in their hearts. Both Lily and Severus had defined themselves as mere girls preoccupied with cakes and romance. However, Pomona remained indifferent to their thoughts. She distinctly felt that she did not belong with them. Hufflepuff was synonymous with mediocrity. Lily was strikingly beautiful and would draw attention, while Severus, in his own right, also had an allure. After her last brash display, which had resulted in considerable distress, she resolved to maintain a low profile in the coming years. Keeping her distance from them seemed a prudent choice. Pomona, Lily said helplessly, why did you prepare a lunch for 4? The feasts at Hogwarts were organized by Hufflepuff, and sharing was customary. Pomona smiled, replying, food brings happiness. No, Severus interjected, removing his gaze from his book, power brings happiness. Pomona felt she would never comprehend Slytherin. Was it not more vital to learn the art of amicable coexistence than to seek conquest and dominion? The journey grew tedious once more, as Lily resumed her reading, and Pomona lost her inclination to converse. She gazed out the window at the fleeting scenery, watching the daylight fade into twilight. Her mind consumed by the letter from her father. Pomona, my dearest, forgive me for not visiting you all these years. I cannot elaborate in this letter, but I wish for you to know that I love you and your mother dearly. I have never contemplated abandoning you. You are now 11 years old, and the situation in England is dire. You may wish to return to France to study at Beauxbatons, but I must advise you, even if you consider Scandinavia, do not go there. Hogwarts is the best choice. Love, your father. Pomona could not fathom why Beauxbatons would be deemed dangerous, yet she chose to trust her father, a man she had always despised. Many believed that beautiful girls should lack intelligence and be easily deceived. Yet she preferred to believe her mother truly loved her father and bore her out of that love. Mrs. Sprout resided far from human society. Perhaps to protect her, or for some hidden reason, her father had to leave for their safety. She felt a flicker of excitement for the life ahead. But before she could relish it, she needed to learn to keep secrets, for this was the world of wizards. As darkness enveloped the sky, the train slowed to a halt, and the passengers spilled from their compartments, jostling towards the door. Through the window, a small, dark platform came into view, where a man holding a lamp shouted, "First year's over here. First year's over here. Don't worry about your luggage. We'll take it to the school later." He made no humorous remarks, yet the older students snickered, mockingly imitating his accent, while a dog at his feet barked incessantly at them. Pomona, Lily, and Severus followed the crowd down the aisle. As she stepped out of the train, a sharp wind hit her, causing her to shiver and sneeze, drawing the attention of a handsome boy. "Oh, damn, you sneezed on my ropes," he exclaimed loudly, attracting many eyes, and Pomona's face flushed crimson. "I am Apollon Pringle, your head of house, and this is Mr. Pluto." The lamp-bearer gestured to his dog, saying, "You are about to become Hogwarts students, but I must warn you. This castle contains many perilous places. If I catch you, the worst you'll face is a deduction of points or expulsion, but if they catch you, your lives could be in jeopardy. Now, follow me to the castle, watch your step, and don't fall behind. Snotty brat." The gray-eyed boy shouted at Pomona as the crowd began to move again, eliciting laughter from those around them. "You're quite rude," Lily retorted at the boy, adding, "You're such a miser." Perhaps due to Lily's beauty, the boy merely scoffed and turned away. They trailed behind Pringle, stumbling down a steep path through a dense forest. Upon rounding a bend, everyone gasped in awe at the sight before them. At the end of the path lay a dark, expansive lake, and across the water stood a magnificent castle with towering spires, each window glowing with a warm orange light. The castle's reflection shimmered on the tranquil surface of the lake, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Pomona had never seen such grandeur and could not help but exclaim in astonishment along with the others. "All aboard. No more than 4 per boat," Pringle instructed. pointing to a line of small boats at the shore. Consequently, Pomona, Lily, Severus, and an unknown boy shared a boat. However, after boarding, Pomona searched in vain for the oars. Once everyone was seated, Pringle took his own boat, and all the small vessels began to move silently across the lake, slicing through the shimmering surface as they glided toward the towering castle. "Duck!" Pringle shouted as they passed beneath a canopy of ivy, and everyone lowered their heads to avoid the concealed rocks, arriving at a hidden entrance. They traversed a dark tunnel leading to the castle's underground, finally emerging in what resembled an underground dock. At the end of the gravel-paved steps stood a witch clad in a long emerald robe, waiting for them. "Disembark, one at a time, and don't fall in." Upon reaching the shore, Pringle was the first to leap onto land, offering no assistance. Severus jumped off next, helping Lily ashore. Pomona intended to manage on her own, but the boat rocked violently, and the boy behind her struggled to steady himself, making her feel as though she might tumble into the lake. "Grab my hand," Severus said impatiently, and Pomona clutched him as if he were a lifeline. His hand was not as cold as she had anticipated, though it could hardly be deemed warm. Once she was on solid ground, he dismissed the boy. Yet Pomona felt pity for him and extended a hand to help. "Thank you," the small boy said humbly, revealing prominent front teeth that made him resemble some sort of rodent. "First years are all present, Professor McGonagall." Once everyone disembarked, Pringle led the new students up the stone steps. At this moment, Pomona observed more clearly. Truth be told, if Professor McGonagall were less stern, she would be quite beautiful. "Thank you, Mr. Pringle." Professor McGonagall cleared her throat and announced, "Welcome to Hogwarts. I am Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor. Over the next 7 years, you will spend most of your time in the castle behind me. There are 2 rules you must adhere to. The Forbidden Forest is off limits to students, and wandering outside the common room after lights out is prohibited. Please form 2 lines. When I call your name, step forward. I will place the sorting hat on your head, which will determine your house. Are there any questions?" A boy with black hair raised his hand. "Please go ahead, sir. I heard that a Muggle-born girl died in the girls' bathroom a few years ago, and it was done by a student of this school. Is that true?" Professor McGonagall. Lily's entire being was tense. It was indeed true that someone had died, yet the perpetrator was not a student of our school, but rather a kind of magical creature that had infiltrated the institution. As I previously mentioned, the 4 founders established protective enchantments at Hogwarts. As long as you remain within your dormitories and common rooms at night, your safety is assured. Are there any other questions? A boy raised his hand again. "What is your name?" Professor McGonagall inquired. "James Potter." Snape let out a derisive snort, seemingly unimpressed by the name. "What is your question?" "If I am unfortunate enough to be sorted into Slytherin, can I withdraw from the school?" Everyone formed 2 lines. McGonagall did not address his question. After a flurry of confusion, the first-year students finally aligned themselves, and then McGonagall turned around, tapping the door with her wand. The double doors, emitting a heavy sound, slowly opened, revealing a long corridor leading to the Great Hall, where the voices of hundreds could be heard beyond the closed doors. "Shortly, we shall hold the welcoming feast in this hall. The houses will serve as your home during your time at Hogwarts, where you will study alongside your peers. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, each possessing its own distinct glory. Exceptional performance during your studies will earn points for your house, while misconduct will result in deductions. The house with the highest score at the end of the year will be awarded the House Cup, the highest honor. I hope that regardless of the house you are sorted into, you will strive to bring glory to it. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will commence in the hall behind me. When I call your name, step forward. I advise you to tidy yourselves up." Instantly, some young witches and wizards nervously adjusted their attire, while others seized the opportunity to whisper among themselves. "I bet this is definitely her first time leading." James Potter gestured to the boy who called Pomona a crybaby. "Lily, don't worry, we'll all be sorted into Ravenclaw." Snape reassured Lily Evans, eliciting a faint smile from her. "Are you all prepared?" McGonagall asked, and as silence fell, she pushed open the doors to the hall, which erupted with applause. Words fail to describe the wondrous spectacle Pomona beheld. The ancient stone-walled hall was incredibly spacious, divided into 4 long tables aligned in rows, each adorned with the banners of the 4 houses, cascading from the ceiling to the floor in lavish splendor. Hundreds of candles floated in midair, illuminating a vast starry sky above, while a grand marble staircase led to a long table where all the professors sat. The foremost seat occupied by an elderly man with crescent-shaped spectacles, frequently appearing in the chocolate frog cards. He was none other than Albus Dumbledore, the wizard who had defeated Grindelwald. As they proceeded towards the front with Professor McGonagall, Pomona inadvertently glanced at the Slytherin table, only to find Bellatrix Black glaring menacingly at her, causing her to avert her gaze. Hogwarts housed merely 1,000 students, representing the totality of Britain's wizarding population. They soon stood before a raised platform, upon which sat a chair with a tattered, old, and unsightly hat placed on a velvet cushion, looking utterly out of place. "Now, form 2 lines," McGonagall instructed, falling silent thereafter. After another bout of chaos, the 2 lines were formed, with Pomona standing behind Snape and Lily in front of him. Once everyone was in position, the hall fell silent again, and to Pomona's astonishment, the patched hat began to sing. "You may think me unremarkable, but do not judge by appearances. If you can find a smarter hat than I shall eat myself." It sang off-key, while students from other houses displayed expressions of utter boredom. Pomona, too, drifted off, her gaze inadvertently landing on Peter, who waved at her and mouthed encouragement. Hufflepuff had the largest representation, and Pomona felt no apprehension for herself. Rather, she pitied Severus Snape, who would likely not fulfill his aspiration of entering Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall produced a piece of parchment and began to call names. The line grew shorter, and Pomona recognized many faces, including the boy who had called her a crybaby. Sirius Black. When the Sorting Hat placed him in Gryffindor, Bellatrix Black drew her wand in immediate response. Had it not been for Professor Slughorn, the Slytherin head, intervening, Pomona was certain she would have unleashed a killing curse upon Sirius. Pomona Martin, though standing behind Snape. Her surname's initial letter fell before Snape and Evans, and as expected, she was sorted into Hufflepuff. "Where's the fat friar?" After settling down, she asked an upperclassman. "Right over there, beside Dumbledore." The upperclassman pointed to a ghost radiating a pearly glow, who was attempting to persuade the headmaster to invite Peeves to the feast. Pomona gazed at Dumbledore, unsure if it was her imagination, but she felt as though he was looking in their direction. However, she thought little of it as Professor McGonagall began calling Lily's name. The red-haired girl took a deep breath and quickly seated herself on the chair. As soon as the Sorting Hat was placed upon her head, it shouted Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in joyous celebration, contrasting sharply with Snape's evident disappointment. Severus Snape. Soon, McGonagall called his name. The hat lingered on his head for a moment before ultimately declaring Slytherin. Pomona was almost certain she heard the sound of Snape's heart breaking. He had indeed not been sorted into Ravenclaw, but into the rival house of Slytherin. Once the last student was sorted into Hufflepuff, McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the Sorting Hat away. Dumbledore then tapped a crystal goblet and slowly rose to his feet. Just as Pomona anticipated a lengthy address, he simply stated, "Welcome to Hogwarts. Before the feast commences, I wish to say, broomsticks, cakes, and hiccups. Thank you all." He then sat down, and the hall erupted into enthusiastic applause, followed by an abundance of delectable dishes appearing on the once empty tables, signaling the start of the feast. Unable to resist, Pomona glanced at both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Lily Evans appeared somewhat anxious, yet managed to engage in normal conversation, while Snape buried himself in his plate, concealing his expression from view. "You need to focus on your own life, Pomona," she mused inwardly as she picked up her knife and fork, placing a piece of steak on her plate. The flavor was as bland as chewing wax, and she had to force herself to chew it. If the house elves at Hogwarts knew what she was thinking, they would surely weep. "Excuse me, make way." As the banquet progressed, Peter approached with a plate from the upperclassmen's table. Such occurrences were not uncommon at Hufflepuff's table, but in the strictly hierarchical Slytherin, they would be impossible. "I can't believe it." No sooner had Peter settled down than Pomona complained. "You didn't even come to see me off?" She had nearly forgotten the argument from a fortnight ago, yet Peter had been too petty to accompany her to the station, and even after she boarded the train, he had not come to visit. Other students' siblings, even if they could not come in person, would at least send their regards through the prefect. But Peter had acted as if she had vanished. "Don't be childish, Pomona." Peter replied nonchalantly, "It's just a train ride to Hogwarts. I believe you can manage." She stabbed the pie on her plate fiercely with her fork, imagining it was Peter's face. "Look at the head table." Peter leaned closer to Pomona's ear. "Do you see the man next to Dumbledore? He is our defense against the dark arts teacher this year, Quentin Trimble." Pomona had heard of him. He was the author of Dark Forces, which sold a beginner's guide to self-defense against dark forces at the Leaky Cauldron, but in Professor Sprout's study, there were even more advanced books. He looked the part of a scholar, with a head full of silver curls and a deep blue robe adorned with stars, engaging in lively conversation with Dumbledore. Tom Riddle had once requested the position of defense against the dark arts professor from Dumbledore upon his graduation, but Dumbledore had declined, as it was rumored that curses had plagued that position, with no one lasting more than a year. Peter lowered his voice conspiratorially. Do you remember the Myrtle who cried in the second-floor girls' lavatory? She was the dead Muggle witch. What have you heard? The first year who had just sat beside him had mentioned that someone at the dock had inquired about it. Apparently, that person was named James Potter. Yes, that's him. He is the boy from the Potter family. If I were you, I would keep my distance. Why? Pomona could understand avoiding Sirius Black, but James Potter? The only son from a wealthy family, orphaned, living with his grandparents, do you know what that implies? Pomona shook her head. He is a spoiled brat, and besides, he is rather handsome. I hope you won't be foolish enough to revolve around him. Stay away from me, before I smash this pie in your face. Pomona warned with a serious expression. I heard he is quite good at Quidditch, just like his father. And it was through Quidditch that he became close with the eldest son of the Blacks. Peter forcibly turned her head towards the Slytherin table. Remember those faces. You should avoid them in the corridors, especially Bella Black. Slytherin boys might not bother girls much, but the girls will. Last year, a Muggle-born girl from Hufflepuff was bullied into dropping out. I can't always be around to rescue you. I am not Muggle-born, but you are half-blood. The one accused of killing Myrtle, Rubeus Hagrid, was a half-blood giant, and a person driven to madness can be terrifying. I hope you do not suffer such harm. Why didn't you tell me this at home? Pomona set down her fork, having lost her appetite. Oh, remember who always said they would go to Beauxbatons? You can't always hide behind a fa-aude of magic, at least not when sleeping. I have arranged for your dormitory. The girls sharing your room are all sisters of my friends, and they can be trusted. However, you must curb that rebellious temper. By Merlin's beard. Where did you learn that bad habit? When have I been rebellious? Yet Peter stubbornly shook his head. After dinner, the first-year students were to follow the prefects out. He could not accompany her. The girl prefect, named Andromeda, asked, Do you remember what I told you about the Hufflepuff Code of Conduct? Rule number 6, keep smiling. If you're truly angry, maintain a blank expression. Pomona maintained a poker face as she recited this with Peter. Give us a smile. Pomona forced a false smile. Very good. Peter pinched Pomona's cheek. Remember, adapting to your environment is our strength. There will be 4 people in your dormitory. Besides you, the other 3 are Mary Locke, Susan Dupin, and Ginny Weasley. They all love flowers, and if you can keep the dormitory blooming with blossoms, they will be very pleased. Why? Pomona felt aggrieved, as if she were being treated like a house elf. Tolerance is our trait. Playing the fool is our strategy. Enduring small losses for greater gains. Peter flicked her forehead. Aren't you quite skilled in herbology? Pomona touched her forehead where he flicked her, lowering her head in silence. Remember, do not test the badger's bite. If they bully you, tell me, and I will protect you until graduation. As they spoke, the banquet was reaching its conclusion, and the food on the table quickly vanished, restoring silence to the hall. At this moment, Dumbledore stood up. All right, I believe everyone is well fed and watered. I have a few more words to share. First-year students. Please note that students are strictly prohibited from entering the woods on campus. Moreover, there will be a Quidditch tryout in the second week of this semester. Anyone wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must tell you that studying at Hogwarts will be an unforgettable experience in your life. I hope you cherish this wonderful time and refrain from bringing outside conflicts into the school. Now, before you retire for the night, let us sing the school song together. Dumbledore waved his wand, and a long golden ribbon floated from it, forming lines of text that spiraled above the high table. Each student chose their preferred melody and began to sing, their voices echoing like a midnight howl. Pomona began to understand why Hogwarts consistently ranked at the bottom among the 3 schools. Once the chaotic singing concluded, Dumbledore announced that everyone was to return to their dormitories. The older students departed, leaving only 2 prefects behind, both clad in Hufflepuff robes with wizarding cloaks. Pomona observed Andromeda closely. She was a tall girl with a rosy complexion and impeccably smooth brown hair. Although she was not as beautiful as Bella Black from Slytherin, she exuded a gentle demeanor. Have you all eaten enough? Her first question was this, and the first years exchanged glances, many shaking their heads. Then let us swing by the kitchen before heading back to the common room, George. She said to the male prefect, It's on our way. Whatever you say. The male prefect replied cheerfully. Through their interactions, Pomona suddenly realized that the true power in Hufflepuff lay with the women. What is the saying? A joyful wife leads to a joyful life, and the Academy's code explicitly states the importance of cherishing women. Ah, how fortunate she felt to be a Hufflepuff girl. She mused earnestly within her heart. The Gryffindor common room is situated in a tower, rumored to possess numerous spiraling staircases. The Slytherin common room rests beneath the lake, where a roaring fire perpetually blazes in the hearth to ward off dampness. The Ravenclaw common room is perched atop a tower, adorned with a ceiling painted with stars, offering breathtaking views of the surrounding mountains and the night sky, eliminating the need for excursions to the observatory. The Hufflepuff common room, however, is conveniently located beside the Hogwarts kitchen, as badgers are fond of burrowing, placing both the common room and kitchen in the castle's underground. As night fell and the castle grew quieter, the kitchen remained a bustling scene, with at least 100 house elves diligently at work. A good house elf should remain unseen. They utilize invisibility charms in the presence of wizards. Yet, once in the kitchen, they revealed themselves, and as the young witches and wizards appeared at the kitchen door, countless pairs of wide, watery eyes fixated upon them. Muggle-born wizards gaped in astonishment, and after a brief moment of silence, they were treated like royalty, with an array of exquisite dishes presented above their heads. "What shall we do with the leftover scraps?" Pomona inquired with a smile to a house elf attending to her. The elf appeared momentarily stunned. Then, as if it had committed a grave error, it bumped its head against a pillar in self-punishment. Bad Nini, making the young lady think she is being served leftovers. Pomona merely disapproved of wastefulness, aware that many in the world went hungry. However, upon seeing Nini's reaction, she chose not to press the matter further and simply took a plate of cookies before departing the kitchen. The prefect did not lead them directly back to the common room. Instead, they meandered through the classroom where they would attend lessons the following day. The castle's layout was intricate, yet miraculously, the majority of Hufflepuff first years managed to remember the routes. Indeed, the staircases were convoluted, but surely navigating a forest posed a greater challenge. This was Hufflepuff's innate talent, albeit one that most were reluctant to acknowledge. The entrance to the common room and the kitchen lay along the same corridor. As long as one remained within its confines, no one would concern themselves with their activities. Hufflepuff frequently hosted gatherings, and upperclassmen continued their revelries after the first-year feast, often seen bustling between the common room and kitchen. The Hufflepuff common room was unique in Hogwarts for not employing repelling enchantments against intruders, nor did it require a password or navigate a complex maze. Upon passing the enormous painting depicting a feast at the kitchen entrance, a multitude of cylindrical objects awaited in the darkness of the stone wall on the right side of the corridor. If one knocked the correct melody, the common room door would swing open. Even if the knock was incorrect, the worst one would endure was a shower of vinegar. Pomona often questioned the efficacy of such defensive measures in truly safeguarding the students within. Due to frequent comings and goings, the common room door was nearly always ajar, and Pomona followed an upperclassman inside. The elemental symbol of Hufflepuff is earth, and upon entering, one is greeted by a majestic tree suspended in midair, its trunk and roots visible on the ground floor while its crown seemed to extend to the second. The staircase leading to the girls' dormitory lay to the left, while the boys' staircase was on the right. Hufflepuff valued equality, and the common room was a flawless symmetrical structure. Though the girls' study area was adorned with tropical flora and parasitic plants, while the boys' section featured snowy mountains. Illumination was provided not by candles or torches, but by thousands of fireflies, the space designed to mimic the great outdoors. Generally speaking, Gryffindor excelled in transfiguration, Slytherin in potions, and Hufflepuff in herbology. Thus, it was imperative for Hufflepuff students to master the skills of wilderness survival, as they would inevitably seek undiscovered herbs in remote forests. The common room boasted an array of plants, from palm-sized blossoms to mushrooms the size of chairs. Each dormitory resembled a honeycomb, carved into semicircular compartments, featuring cozy beds shaped like nests. When Pomona returned to her dormitory, her roommates had already arrived, their luggage strewn about the entrance, yet no one seemed eager to unpack, instead sitting atop their trunks and engaging in conversation. "Hello," Pomona said shyly. "Are you the half-blood beauty?" One girl with cascading curly hair inquired. Pomona was at a loss for words to express her feelings. "You don't look as beautiful as the rumors suggest," another girl with a high-pitched voice remarked softly. "My brother says you've cast a charm on yourself." A short-haired girl sat cross-legged on the floor, asking, "If you haven't done anything wrong, why cover your face?" To save some trouble, Pomona replied, sharing her cookies with them. "Have you heard what they did to Rubius Hagrid? They broke his wand." The girls gasped in astonishment. "I heard he is still at Hogwarts," the curly-haired girl whispered. Everyone believes he killed Moaning Myrtle, except for Dumbledore, who defended him. Now he is our groundskeeper. Do you believe he did it? Pomona asked. I heard he is a half-blood giant. My brother says giants are inherently brutal and bloodthirsty, the short-haired girl said, hugging a pillow, but Hagrid is just a big softy. Everyone laughed except for her. Hello, Pomona. I'm Loch. The curly-haired girl introduced herself, extending her hand. Susan Dupin. The short-haired girl added, reaching out as well. Ginny Weasley, the high-pitched girl, chimed in. Can you dance like in fairy tales? She asked. If there are non-violent giants in the world, then surely there are half-blood beauties who can dance, Pomona replied, expressionless. My talents lean more towards herb magic. It became evident that as long as prejudice was absent, Hufflepuffs were quite amiable, or perhaps Peter had chosen her roommates well. According to Hufflepuff's Code of Conduct, Rule 61. When others trust your discretion, forget what they've said. Those three girls genuinely forgot her half-blood beauty status and conversed with her as if she were an ordinary girl. They continued their chatter late into the night until the prefect warned them that if they did not sleep, they would struggle to rise in the morning. Eventually, they returned to their beds. To preserve everyone's privacy, each nest-like bed was adorned with a canopy, greatly assisting her. After lowering the curtain, Pomona dispelled the enchantment on her face and, illuminated by the light of the fireflies above, gazed into the mirror at her reflection. What had changed? She found herself beginning to care about her appearance. She retrieved the letter her father had written to her. Was everyone else's 11th year like hers? In a fog-laden forest, a figure was sprinting for dear life, pursued by numerous masked individuals brandishing wands, unleashing beams of green light towards him. Hand it over, one of them shouted. Where have you hidden it? The pursued individual offered a cold smile, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Those in pursuit cursed and cast spells haphazardly in all directions. Unfortunately, a green beam struck her, jolting her awake. She drew back the bed curtains and noticed the sky had begun to lighten, while others remained in deep slumber. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she commenced her morning routine early, casting spells to create a haggard appearance and dull complexion. Once she ensured her disguise rendered her as inconspicuous as the previous day, she departed the dormitory. The common room on the second floor lacked a canopy of trees, and the ceiling was rather low. A bookshelf reached up to the ceiling, and early in the morning, a boy sat by the window, engrossed in a yellowed tome while still clad in his pajamas. When he noticed her presence, panic flickered across his face. His gaze towards Pomona misty, as if he were beholding a surreal dream. Good morning, Pomona greeted him, before glancing at the class schedule posted in the common area. The first class of the day was Transfiguration, shared with Ravenclaw. Are you real? The boy inquired. Why do you ask? My mother said I fell from the second floor. Perhaps I've damaged my brain. He stared at the ceiling, bewildered, questioning how magic could exist in this world. Pomona realized he was a first year from a Muggle family, likely still believing he was dreaming. You can pinch yourself, Pomona encouraged. The more it hurts, the more real it is. She then disregarded him, turning back to the dormitory to retrieve the books she would need for the day. After awakening the others, she exited the common room. Although the common room was never devoid of delectable treats, Pomona preferred to have breakfast in the Great Hall. The Hufflepuff common room was not far from the hall, but she had taken a longer route with her prefect the night before. Upon entering the hall, she was surprised to find she was not the earliest riser. Several upperclassmen and professors were already partaking in their meals. Oh, pardon me, she heard someone behind her, turning. She was astonished to find it was none other than Professor Dumbledore. It was not unusual to encounter the headmaster in the dining hall, yet Pomona felt an inexplicable discomfort. Good morning, Professor. Good morning, Miss Martin, Dumbledore replied, his blue eyes peering through half-moon spectacles. When I was your age, I often overslept and arrived late. Are you up so early due to the unfamiliar surroundings? No, Pomona hesitated. Do you know me? While I may not possess Ollivander's remarkable memory, I do indeed remember you. Dumbledore said, bending slightly and lowering his voice. You were nearly accepted at Beaux Batons. It was your father who insisted I ensure you attended Hogwarts. Pomona gasped, taken aback by the twists of fate involved. What a lovely morning, Dumbledore remarked as he gazed at the mist enveloping the Black Lake. It is still early. Might I have the honor of inviting you for a stroll with me? Without much thought, Pomona agreed, as she had many questions that required answers. They left the castle, strolling alongside the lake. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface, magical creatures seemed to stir, singing soft melodies that floated to the surface. The lush grass felt like a carpet underfoot, and Dumbledore, like a true gentleman, offered her his arm. What is happening? Pomona asked, once assured they were alone. What do you wish to know? Dumbledore countered. Beauxbatons. Why can't I attend? Dumbledore carefully chose his words before speaking. Have you heard the tale of the three brothers from Beedle the Bard? Pomona nodded. For it was a story every young witch and wizard knew well. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak. There appears to be some misunderstanding. Conflating the Philosopher's Stone crafted by Nicholas with the Resurrection Stone, Dumbledore explained. The Philosopher's Stone, known for its ability to create gold and grant immortality, does not possess the power to resurrect the dead, whereas the Resurrection Stone is one of the Deathly Hallows and does not exist in this world. However, some believe the Philosopher's Stone to be the Resurrection Stone, and since Beauxbatons was funded by Nicholas and Perenelle, it has led to the belief that the Resurrection Stone is hidden within that school, attracting dark wizards, more so than Durmstrang. Your father, concerned for your safety, insisted you attend Hogwarts. What do they want with the Resurrection Stone? I do not know, Dumbledore replied lightly. Perhaps they have another misunderstanding, thinking I killed Grindelwald. Is he still alive? She pressed. Though he has lost his freedom, he yet lives. In my youth, I swore a blood oath with him to never harm one another. Should I violate that oath, I too would perish. See, I am quite well, am I not? Pomona discerned that Dumbledore was trying to lighten her mood, yet unease lingered in her heart. She sobered, asking, my father, is he well? Physically, he is fine, but mentally, he misses you dearly, though he cannot see you. Why not? Perhaps you can ask him when you meet. Some matters are not suited for discussion with outsiders, even with me as the headmaster. Dumbledore gazed at the sky, noting the thickening clouds. The weather in the mountains is unpredictable. Let us return before it rains. Professor, they say you and Grindelwald were once friends. Is that true? Pomona inquired. They? Who? Dumbledore responded. Everyone, she replied. My dear, it depends on how you define friendship, he said, looking towards the castle. I believe someone has informed you that my family was killed by him, and out of revenge, I became his adversary. Pomona was momentarily at a loss for words. Ordinary friends do not harm one another, but there exists a certain kind of friend who may undertake actions incomprehensible to others for a shared goal. If I told you I do not hate Grindelwald, would you believe me? Pomona felt a moment of confusion. Hufflepuff rule number 84. Endure, then seek vengeance. But I suppose you've long forgotten that. Dumbledore patted her shoulder. My old friend said, you have encountered a true Hufflepuff, kind, just, and accepting. Life is fleeting. Why not embrace joy? Never allow others to dictate what you should or should not do. Phileas once suggested I set a melody for Hogwarts school song. What tune did you sing last night, Pomona? I do not recall, she lied, as she had merely opened her mouth without producing any sound or melody. Some say Hogwarts is the least of the three schools. What do you think, Pomona? Dumbledore asked again. To me, Hogwarts is my home. Every student is like family to me, she replied candidly. What place in this world is safer than home? Pomona felt even more perplexed. What exactly are you trying to say, Professor? Come along, dear. If we linger too long, we shall miss breakfast. Dumbledore strode towards the castle, arm in arm with Pomona. While Pomona was unaware of how other families operated, she found Dumbledore's household to be quite boisterous. Slytherin placed great emphasis on dining etiquette, yet when Gryffindor, specifically Sirius Black, made his entrance, Bellatrix Black was the first to launch into cutting mockery. From bankrupt parents to childhood bedwetting incidents, no topic was too low for discussion. Gryffindor, of course, retaliated fiercely, with an array of insults and spells akin to pranks flying across the table, subjecting the unsuspecting Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables to collateral damage. For heaven's sake, this was the very first breakfast of the new school year. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene in the dining hall, Pomona lost her appetite. She grabbed a few peanut butter sandwiches and decided to find a quiet spot to eat. Others shared her sentiments. Lily Evans and Snape were conversing and enjoying their breakfast at the far end of the hallway. The sight of a Slytherin and a Gryffindor coexisting peacefully made Pomona feel as though the earlier melee in the dining hall belonged to another era. Lily and Snape, hailing from the Muggle world, seemed indifferent to the house divisions, while the animosity between Gryffindor and Slytherin was a time-honored tradition. Pomona wondered how long their friendship could endure. Look, a solitary little hamster, someone remarked from behind her. Turning around, she found a group of upperclassmen from Ravenclaw, their disdain palpable. Everyone has their adversaries. The righteous oppose evil, the intelligent confront ignorance. Ravenclaw, akin to an eagle, held themselves in high regard, perpetually looking down on Hufflepuff students. As the Ravenclaw girls circled Pomona, inspecting her with haughty eyes, They left with condescending laughter, prompting a sigh of relief from Pomona. Pomona, Lily waved from a distance, seemingly inviting her to join for breakfast. Pomona did not believe associating with this precarious alliance was wise. The most rational decision would be to return to the dining hall and join her fellow Hufflepuffs. However, leaving abruptly felt impolite, so she approached with her peanut butter sandwiches in hand. Snape clearly wished for no interruptions during his time with Lily, his gaze piercing like a sword aimed at Pomona's face. As she diverted her eyes, she inadvertently noticed a broomstick leaning against Lily's side. "Is your first class flying?" Pomona inquired. "How did you know?" Lily replied, astonished. "Honestly, who would see a broomstick and assume someone would ride it in potions class?" Pomona glanced towards Snape. "Aren't Slytherin joining you? Could you be any denser, Martin?" Snape hissed, a serpent's tone lacing his voice. Snape appeared quite slender and pale, clearly not built for sports. Pomona surmised that if he attended flying class, he would likely embarrass himself, a blemish on the prideful young man. "Surely you don't intend to skip your first class?" Lily and Snape widened their eyes in unison. "Of course not," Lily insisted. "This is our first class." Snape remained silent, munching on his apple pie. As Holmes once stated, "Eliminate the impossible, and whatever remains, no matter how improbable, is the truth." Pomona remarked dryly, taken aback that Snape had the audacity to consider skipping the inaugural class. "You've read Holmes, too?" Lily exclaimed, initially pleased, but her expression soured as she turned to Snape. "Severus, are you really planning to skip class?" "Not skipping. I'm attending potions with the third years. Professor Slughorn has excused me," Snape replied coldly. "You haven't even attended first-year potions." Lily's anger escalated, clearly believing Snape was deceiving her. "Are you pureblood or half-blood?" Pomona asked directly. She had heard of Professor Slughorn. He was a quintessential Slytherin, prioritizing personal gain and mingling with the influential and successful. Moreover, he had a knack for noticing students with exceptional talents, founding a club known as the Slug Club. Peter, lacking merit, had never been invited. Yet Pomona had gleaned some information. "Half-blood," Snape answered, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lily. "My mother was a witch." "What was her surname?" "Prince." Everything fell into place. The Prince family was renowned for their expertise in potions. However, this surname held no significance for Lily, prompting Pomona to feel a twinge of pity for Snape. As Lily seemed oblivious to the boy's aspirations. "Why were you walking by the lake with Dumbledore, Martin?" Snape shifted his gaze to Pomona, his tone accusatory, in stark contrast to the gentleness he had shown Lily. "He invited me," Pomona replied, ready to depart. "My first class is Transfiguration. I must go." "Why would the headmaster invite a first-year student?" Snape scoffed, his voice laced with sarcasm. "What are your true intentions?" Pomona recognized Slytherin's intense suspicion, but was taken aback by its severity. For heaven's sake, she was merely 11 years old. What ill intentions could she harbor beyond swindling their birdie bots every flavor beans? "Mr. Snape, perhaps you possess exceptional talent in potions. Yet you have serious issues in your demeanor," Pomona retorted, rarely losing her temper but genuinely angry. "The world isn't as bleak as you perceive. You could treat others with some sincerity." Snape's response was dismissive as he grabbed his bag, standing up. "Come on, Lily." However, Lily did not rise to follow Snape. Grasping her broomstick, she linked her arm with Pomona's and, like a speeding train, left Snape behind without a backward glance. "Let us go, Pomona. We shall find another place." Pomona felt bewildered, noticing how lonely Snape appeared standing in the hallway. Yet, Lily's anger seemed far more daunting. Soon they exited the corridor and arrived at the courtyard's grass. Where it began to rain, Lily's first flying lesson would likely be held indoors. "I've heard that those sorted into Slytherin are all bad apples. Is that true, Pomona?" Lily's green eyes, paired with her red hair, rendered her stunning, yet Pomona felt she resembled an enraged lioness at that moment. "Heard it from whom? Gryffindor?" Pomona pulled out her peanut butter sandwich, splitting it in half and offering Lily a portion. "Do you want to eat?" "Answer my question." Lily was nearly jumping with frustration. "Disregard what others say. The answer is for you to discover," Pomona replied, munching on her breakfast. "Many claim Hufflepuff is foolish. Do you think I'm foolish?" Lily glared at Pomona for a moment before bursting into laughter. "What is it? You just said Severus is quite talented? If he truly is half a prince, then yes." Pomona affirmed with a nod. Perhaps the Sorting Hat did not place him in Slytherin due to bad character, but rather because of his considerable talent. Lily hesitated, asserting that Slytherin only accepted the powerful, yet she could not dismiss the possibility that he might simply be a wretched individual. Pomona reminded Lily that one's environment could indeed transform a person. Could the Sorting Hat perhaps sort us again? Lily Novelli suggested, wondering if it had erred in its judgment. Merlin's beard. I have never heard of anyone being transferred since the school's inception. Pomona retorted, is it truly impossible? Of course it is. As Pomona noticed other students arriving for their flying class, she waved goodbye to Lily, exclaiming, farewell, Lily. I am going to be late. Internally, Pomona could not help but lament her situation, for she was the earliest riser among all of Hufflepuff, yet somehow, she was the one who was tardy. The head boy of Slytherin was Lucius Malfoy. At first glance, he appeared to be a shimmering platinum aristocrat, yet that impression was deceiving. His haughty arrogance was utterly distasteful to Pomona. Nevertheless, many naive young women from Hufflepuff found themselves enamored with him, fantasizing that he might fall in love with them and propose marriage. Daydreaming was a widespread affliction among the girls of Hufflepuff, whereas the girls of Ravenclaw preferred to dedicate their time to their studies. They did not even need to visit the school library, for their common room served as one. The majority of Hufflepuff girls would find suitable partners before graduation, while Ravenclaw girls aspired to achieve independence in their careers as scholars, doctors, and other esteemed professions. As adulthood approached, everyone faced a dilemma, career or family. Ravenclaw girls undoubtedly embodied the archetype of strong women, while Hufflepuff girls leaned towards domesticity. Presently, the wizarding world grappled with a pressing issue of a dwindling population. To bear children, one must marry. In contrast, Ravenclaw girls devoted their lives to the pursuit of knowledge. Ravenclaw was also a female-led house, with its own set of principles, one of which emphasized the importance of forgetting the superfluous. For them, marriage and childbearing were deemed unnecessary. Attacking Hufflepuff was an easy endeavor for Ravenclaw, as they could merely enumerate the unfortunate women who had sacrificed themselves for their families only to be abandoned by their husbands in old age, ending up destitute and alone. Hufflepuff's retort involved citing the peculiar, solitary women who, aside from their cats, had no companions in their twilight years, engaging in a competition of pity to see who could elicit tears first. Thus, expecting Ravenclaw girls to coexist peacefully with Hufflepuff girls was as implausible as blending oil and water, a violation of nature's laws, beyond even the reach of magic. Interactions between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw boys were relatively harmonious. According to Ravenclaw's 64th rule, courage may not belong to you, but everyone can possess wisdom. Both houses' boys were not combative. Yet it did not mean they were devoid of disputes. Their method of conflict resolution was debate. Unlike the confrontations between Gryffindor and Slytherin that involved wand-waving attacks in the corridors, the first class of the term was Transfiguration, requiring all students to bring their pets. Coincidentally, Professor McGonagall was the very cat lady that Hufflepuff spoke of, being both single and accompanied by a cat, which now stood upon the podium. The Ravenclaw girls appeared particularly pleased, whispering amongst themselves and occasionally glancing towards Hufflepuff as if anticipating another farce. The boy who had been reading in the common room since early morning seemed on the verge of retching. It appeared he not only felt as if he were dreaming, but also struggled to accept the notion that animals could be transformed into goblets. The only things capable of turning girls against one another, aside from beauty and intellect, were men, to become rivals over a man, leading to a lifetime of estrangement. Struck Pomona as utterly foolish, she vowed never to find herself ensnared in such a predicament. Seated in such a classroom left her feeling restless. It seemed Dumbledore's abode was not only noisy but also far from comfortable, rife with the rebelliousness and turbulence of adolescence. You are late, she heard as she rushed into the Transfiguration classroom located in Gryffindor Tower, breathless from her sprint. Where is my pet? Right here, Mary said, lifting her cage onto the desk. You were the earliest to rise. How could you be late? I ran into Dumbledore, Pomona replied, unveiling the cover of the cage to reveal a tortoise. It lacked fur, did not require bathing like cats or dogs, and needed feeding only once a week due to its cold-blooded nature. Unlike toads, it did not secrete repugnant slime, nor was it adept at leaping. It was slow-moving, and even if given an entire day, it would not escape the common room. Its longevity was remarkable. Even if Pomona were to pass away, the tortoise might still be alive. What pet could be more low maintenance than this? The headmaster? What does he want with you? Mary inquired. Something significant has occurred in France. Pomona whispered. Are you aware of the Philosopher's Stone? Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed through the classroom, and as everyone wondered where the sound originated, the tabby cat on the podium unexpectedly transformed, its front paws becoming hands, and its hind legs morphing into feet. In an instant, it became Professor McGonagall. a woman with square glasses and a stern expression. Although you arrived before class began, you are still late, Miss Martin, Professor McGonagall stated, fixing her gaze upon Pomona. I believe you could spend less time strolling. After graduation, you will have ample opportunity to travel. Just like Newt Scamander, a Ravenclaw girl interjected, prompting laughter from her peers. Newt Scamander was a magizoologist who had once been a student of Hufflepuff but had been expelled after causing a significant uproar in New York that nearly exposed the wizarding world. Ugh, the muggle-born boy, Eddie Waters, finally succumbed to nausea, causing quite a commotion. Yes, the boys from Slytherin and Gryffindor were indeed insufferable. Yet the girls' gazes were invariably drawn to them. Boys like Eddie were typically overlooked by girls, and this was merely the first class of the term. I have a premonition, Mary said, propping her head on her hand as she observed the chaos behind her. Today is bound to be long. Do you even need to say that? Pomona sighed wearily. What is the second class? Potions, with Slytherin, Mary replied. Pomona felt as though she had been dealt a crushing blow to her stomach. What's wrong? Pomona? Nothing, she replied, sincerely hoping that Snape would not be teaching first-year classes again, for the sake of their mutual longevity. Do we have any classes with Gryffindor? Yes. Herbology. Do you have friends in Gryffindor? Pomona hesitated, wanting to say no, but she did indeed harbor a fondness for Lily. Is it because of Sirius Black? Susan chimed in from behind. No. Pomona grimaced in distaste, having nearly forgotten that, aside from Lily, Gryffindor also had the two insufferable boys, James Potter and Sirius Black. I recall he called you Novellis, Ginny whispered. How rude of him. But he is friends with James Potter. Susan nudged Ginny's shoulder. Didn't you like him? No. I do not like him. Ginny's face turned crimson. I just think he is very brave. Brave? In what way is he brave? Pomona queried incredulously. He asked the questions we were all too afraid to ask. I would never have dared to speak to a professor like that. As Pomona observed the flushed cheeks of Ginny, she felt as if struck by lightning. She wondered if it was still feasible for her to transfer to Busbarton. If one divulges a secret to a Hufflepuff without imposing the obligation of secrecy, that secret will swiftly circulate throughout Hogwarts, and may even extend beyond its walls. Rumors spread rapidly in places populated by girls. Professor Minerva McGonagall, originally Dumbledore's assistant, later took on the role of a professor in magical creatures. And only after Dumbledore ascended to the position of headmaster did she become the head of Gryffindor and Transfiguration instructor. Currently, the magical creatures class is taught by Sylvanus Kettleburn. My brother mentioned that Dumbledore had always attempted to appoint Hagrid to this position, but the Ministry of Magic consistently opposed it, deeming him a dangerous giant. On their way to the dungeon after class, Susan shared her insights about the rumors, asserting that it was the Ministry's fear of Dumbledore's control over Hogwarts that prompted such actions. Who, if not Hagrid, could relate better to the creatures of the Forbidden Forest? Where is our head? Mary inquired. Him? Perhaps he has forgotten the start of term, Susan replied, adjusting her short hair like a boy. She and Newt were classmates and shared a fondness for travel. Occasionally, Professor Grubblyplank would allow her daughter to cover for her. She was about their age and quite amiable. What are you doing, Pomona? Ginny asked, unable to restrain her curiosity at Pomona's peculiar behavior. Praying, Pomona replied, her hands clasped. Praying for what? Praying that a certain individual does not appear in the potions classroom. The girls exchanged glances after class. Most of the combinations in the corridors consisted of students from the same dormitory. Had Pomona not departed so early, she would have been with Mary and the others. But instead, she found herself isolated and nearly obstructed by the troublesome Slytherins and Ravenclaws. Freshmen enjoyed a protective grace period, or else she would have already faced the wrath of older Ravenclaws. Similarly, a young Ravenclaw would face consequences if caught by a senior Hufflepuff. If one were to ask why, they might consult the boys of Gryffindor and Slytherin, who harbored mutual disdain for one another. Fisticuffs among boys were strictly prohibited. Thus, Quidditch became an alternative battleground. The incident of a Slytherin girl bullying a Hufflepuff infuriated the male students of Hufflepuff, although they would not engage as openly as Gryffindor. Risking points, they sought to teach Slytherin a lesson on the Quidditch pitch. The score mattered little. What was paramount was sending a few opponents to the hospital wing. Had the headmaster been present, the boys might have exercised more restraint. Regrettably, Dorian was absent, and who knew if he would return before the situation escalated. During the Middle Ages, witches were often hunted, and Pomona did not perceive muggles as helpless victims deserving of a wizard's pity. Examining the manipulation of power, one could argue that wizards were not necessarily superior to muggles. In the realm of cunning, wizards and muggles were equally matched. Even the slyest Slytherin might not outwit a muggle politician. Some believe that between the 14th and 15th centuries, beyond the witch hunts, a war transpired between wizards and muggles, culminating in a muggle victory. Subsequently, they began to impose restrictions on wizards through the Ministry of Magic. Should a wizard wish to introduce a dangerous magical creature into the muggle world, they must report it to the muggle prime minister. Newt's failure to do so had led to considerable turmoil. "I'm terribly sorry," Eddie Water stammered. His face flushed as he descended Gryffindor Tower amidst the company of his dormitory mates. "Do not fret. Everyone experiences bouts of acid reflux," his roommate reassured him. Though Pomona regarded this as a well-meaning falsehood, Eddie was destined to become the subject of ridicule before other amusing incidents could arise. He had become the talk of Hogwarts. A muggle-born had vomited after witnessing an animagus transformation. Fortunately, Eddie was sorted into Hufflepuff, where he still found companionship. Had he been in another house, he might have been shunned. As for Slytherin, perhaps it was still not too late for him to withdraw. "I wager those crows will spread word of Water's incident throughout the entire campus," Susan exclaimed angrily, referring to the Ravenclaw students. "Perhaps it will be worse. Let us not forget, they also author the history of magic," Mary added absently, fanning the flames. "Such is the advantage of power when one seeks to distort a fact. There are always clever individuals ready to assist." Fairly speaking, Ravenclaw also housed muggle-born students who, like Eddie Water, were witnessing an animagus transformation for the first time. Yet none of them vomited. However, she was now a Hufflepuff girl, and the Ravenclaw girls would not express gratitude for her defense of their honor. Thus Pomona refrained from halting her roommate's malicious gossip. "Have you noticed? The majority of professors at Hogwarts are single. At least none are in the same school as Professor Grubbly-Plank and her daughter. Hogwarts is quite large, certainly possessing ample rooms for professors to house their families. Yet even Professor Slughorn resides alone within the school. Is this a rule that began with Dumbledore, or has it always been so?" Ginny asked quietly, shifting the topic. "One who remains solitary for too long will inevitably seek emotional solace in other pursuits. Those ladies who keep cats are a prime example. Perhaps Dumbledore hopes that the teachers will care for the students of the four houses as they would their own children," Mary remarked with a smile. "Oh, I would never love the Ravenclaw crows as I love my own daughter. Would you agree, Medusa?" Susan interjected hastily, cradling a tabby cat in her arms as if it were an infant. "A simple principle holds true. The knowledge and experience discovered by predecessors must be passed down to future generations. A school serves as a bridge between the past and the future. Without students attending, teachers alone would be of little use." Hufflepuff girls believe that procreation is paramount to the survival of wizards, particularly in this era where wizards frequently dominate and eliminate muggles. How many muggles inhabit the world? 1 billion or 2? The wizarding population barely numbers in the millions. How can a mere few govern the many? It is essential to recognize that while wands possess great power, muggle bullets and blades are equally lethal. A family must consist of both a man and a woman. And intelligent individuals often find it difficult to place their trust in others. Even if children are born, without wise teachers and those willing to expand knowledge, progress in learning would stagnate, and humanity would remain at a standstill. Ravenclaw represents the element of air, floating above the earth, embodying pure freedom. Their perspectives on issues differ sharply from those of Hufflepuff, creating an irreconcilable conflict, making the girls of the two houses natural adversaries. Attending classes with Slytherin was no more preferable than attending with Ravenclaw. The journey from Gryffindor Tower to the dungeon was considerable. While Slytherin students were already comfortably seated for their first lesson in flying near the potions classroom, Hufflepuff newcomers arrived at the dungeon to find the Slytherin first years elegantly settled. How might one describe the scene? It felt as though a badger had intruded upon a snake's den. Either one must perish or the other. "Get to your seats," a Slytherin upperclassman bellowed from the podium, brandishing a textbook at the Hufflepuffs. "Where's the professor?" Mary hurriedly found a seat, while Pomona surveyed the room, noticing the absence of Severus Snape. The fulfillment of her prayers did not bring her joy. With a stoic expression, she placed her potion ingredients and quill upon the desk. "Can't you see? He is our teacher." Pomona gestured towards the irritable Slytherin upperclassman. "We are not privileged enough to receive direct instruction from Professor Slughorn." Mary's small face fell, brimming with indignation. "The school paid him not to be idle. He is certainly not slacking. I suspect he is currently teaching his favorite students," Pomona mused, feeling somewhat disheartened by the professor's evident favoritism. "Who?" Mary inquired. "You will find out soon enough," Pomona replied, as the classroom swiftly fell silent, signaling the commencement of a new lesson. Pomona couldn't help but wonder if the scheduling of classes for Hufflepuff was intentional. It was well known that the Hufflepuff common room was closest to the kitchens, often celebrating after dinner, and they traversed more distance between classrooms than any other house. Exercise could ward off obesity, yet the brief breaks afforded them left them perpetually hurried. After completing 2 sessions of theoretical and practical potions, they would dash off to Charms class. Thank goodness this was the final lesson of the morning, with afternoon classes set in the greenhouse and Forbidden Forest, weather permitting. The girls supported the boys' intentions to compete against Slytherin in Quidditch. Regardless of how charming the Slytherin boys might be, forcing a girl to drop out was simply excessive. Even during such tumultuous times, inter-house couples sought to minimize their encounters. Hufflepuff's code of conduct stated, "Violence may not resolve every issue, yet at times, it is necessary." From the Charms classroom located atop Ravenclaw Tower, one could see the Quidditch pitch. In such heavy rain, while others rested, only the Hufflepuff team continued their practice. Pomona recalled her earlier promise to Peter. She would purchase a new broomstick for him as a token of gratitude for helping her find a good roommate. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Filius Flitwick, the diminutive head of Ravenclaw, was often suspected to be part elf. There was a rumor in the wizarding world that Grindelwald had once initiated a project to address the dwindling wizard population by encouraging unions between wizards and women from other magical races, hoping to produce offspring. Pomona considered her father's union with Avila relatively fortunate. She could scarcely imagine a wizard pairing with a giant or an elf, resulting in beings like Hagrid and Professor Flitwick. The imagery was too grotesque to contemplate, yet the wizard population was indeed alarmingly low. Please raise your hands. How many of you had no exposure to magic prior to receiving your Hogwarts acceptance letter? Although the Ravenclaw girls were not particularly likable, Professor Flitwick was ever gracious, his voice possessing a melodic quality and a constant smile gracing his face. Many Muggle-born wizards hesitated before raising their hands. 1, 2, 3. 4. It appears there are quite a few, Flitwick remarked, adjusting his glasses. Charms and the dark arts are among the most vital subjects at Hogwarts. As you can see, in my class, there is only one house represented, unlike other classes where 2 houses attend together. Charms is a compulsory subject for both ordinary wizarding level and advanced wizarding level examinations. Unlike routine quizzes, these exams will determine your future employment opportunities. The ordinary wizarding level occurs at the end of 4th year, while the advanced wizarding level is at the conclusion of 7th year, so time is of the essence. I hope you maintain your focus during lessons and do not neglect practice afterward. Charms form the foundation of magic. Without understanding how to wield a wand and pronounce spells, you cannot progress in your studies. Furthermore, I must reiterate that magic is not intended for harm. Under no circumstances will I permit you to use the spells I teach you to inflict harm upon the innocent. Professor Flitwick isn't as insufferable as I thought. Mary whispered to Pomona. Be cautious, Water. He appears to be on the verge of retching, Pomona warned, feeling her own stomach churn. The concept opposing dark magic is white magic, encompassing healing, household, and culinary spells, while dark magic can lead to murder, illness, enchantment, and enslavement. Normal parents would not instruct their children on the art of murder, yet pureblood families often dismissed such concerns, just as the Prince family excelled in potions. The Black family was renowned for their mastery of ancient dark magic. When Slytherin established the dark arts course, they did not perceive dark magic as malevolent. Rather, they regarded it as an art form. In the depths of her mind lurked a shadow, cloaked in darkness, seemingly solitary. Yet Pomona felt no pity for him, for his posture remained perpetually erect. He was akin to a potion. Before consumption, no one could predict its effects, perhaps toxic, perhaps benign, and its terrible taste bore no resemblance to delectable cuisine, yet many would still gulp it down with closed eyes. Occasionally, Professor Sprout's radio would pick up Muggle stations, and she recalled a song that went, "Wise men say, only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin? If I can't help falling in love with you, like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. So, take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you. Miss Martin." Professor Flitwick's voice jolted Pomona from her reverie. She felt an overwhelming embarrassment, her cheeks flushing with heat, while Flitwick regarded her with a gentle smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Pomona Martin." As Pomona remained momentarily dazed, Flitwick continued calling the roll, with students responding to their names. What were you just thinking about? Mary inquired, concern etched on her face. I was contemplating a song, Pomona replied, her words lacking conviction. What song? A Muggle song I stumbled upon on the radio. I can't recall the title, she admitted, pressing her lips together. In truth, she knew the name of the song, but its sentiment was too sentimental for her to voice. Oh. Mary did not dwell further on it, her attention shifting to Pomona's wand. What material is your wand made of? Beechwood with a Vela hair core. And yours? Cedar with a unicorn hair core, 13 inches long. Mary proudly lifted it. Once I pass my ordinary wizarding level, my father says he will take me to Bavaria for a trip. Don't you plan on joining the Quidditch team? Susan inquired. Too violent, and after Quidditch practice, you smell of sweat, Mary replied, scrutinizing Susan. Surely you don't wish to play with those smelly boys? What's wrong with that? Other house teams have girls participating, Susan retorted defiantly. Yet there are few girls who excel in Quidditch. You cannot expect those boys to follow you around screaming like girls chasing after Quidditch stars. Susan glared at Mary, who defiantly returned the stare. Observe how conflicts between girls often stem from the presence of boys. Pomona sighed. Indeed, the girls of Ravenclaw could be quite wise at times. Magic can be understood, but love eludes comprehension. I cannot fathom the reasons for my affection for you, yet you are incapable of loving another. This sentiment embodies loyalty. And to remain loyal is an arduous task, prompting them to trust no one at all. As long as one refrains from belief, one cannot suffer harm. Knowledge cannot inflict pain, yet it can be wielded to hurt others. To possess power seems to confer a kind of happiness. The afternoon rain persisted as the originally scheduled class on magical creatures was swapped with history of magic, taught by a ghost named Binns. Time holds no significance for the deceased, and he monotonously recounted irrelevant tales of yore. The Hufflepuffs, having indulged too heartily at lunch, and the Gryffindors, exhausted from flying lessons, slumped over their tables in slumber, leaving only a few attentive listeners, among them Lily Evans. Pomona noticed that she was not surrounded by the usual trio of girls, which led her to recall the ever-adhesive Severus Snape and Lily's striking beauty. Suddenly, Pomona felt a wave of sympathy for her plight, the term which carries a negative connotation. Who knows if some deranged muggle might suddenly decide to bind her to a stake for exorcism. During the Middle Ages, the plague swept across Europe, almost leading to human extinction, and the Church's power soared. They established the Inquisition, using legal means to eliminate those they deemed heretics and malevolent. At the time of Hogwarts' founding, wizards were met with widespread disdain across Europe. In response, for sorcerers resolved to establish a school for wizards far from muggles. Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Salazar Slytherin, and Helga Hufflepuff. Muggle-born wizards, whose parents and siblings were ordinary people, often faced betrayal from their own kin, who might report them to the Church or to others ignorant of magic for various reasons. The feeling of being betrayed by one's family is utterly dreadful, as they should be the most trustworthy individuals. On the train, Lily once mentioned an older sister named Petunia. If they both lacked sweets, they might coexist harmoniously. Yet if one possessed them and the other did not, envy would inevitably arise. If it were merely candy, Hufflepuff's approach would be to share, alas. Magical talent is not so easily distributed. Per Lily, Pomona felt an overwhelming sadness. Lily could not abandon the bothersome Snape, thus becoming estranged from Gryffindor. Should she choose to steer clear of Slytherin, the other girls, eager to showcase their own magnanimity, would feign friendship with this beauty. Now, with a convenient pretext at hand, they could openly isolate her. Yes, such behavior is juvenile. However, they are merely 11 years old, and compared to some adults who play duplicitous games, their actions seem refreshingly honest. What are you looking at, girl? Susan leaned closer to Pomona and whispered, Why did you switch places with Mary? Pomona replied lethargically, feeling drowsy in the soporific classroom. Jenny has been watching James Potter. Susan noted with disinterest. Mary is eyeing Sirius Black. They are friends now. Everyone is aware of the Black family's prominence. Yet Pomona did not anticipate Mary's whimsical aspirations. I wish to join the Holyhead Harpies. They exclusively recruit witches, Susan declared. I'm not sure, Susan. I have little interest in Quidditch, Pomona replied listlessly. What joy is there in a multitude of people chasing a tiny golden ball on broomsticks? When we reach 4th year, the 7th Triwizard Tournament will take place. Our enrollment truly is ill-timed, Susan continued. The Triwizard Tournament occurs every 5 years, posing a significant distraction for 4th-year students who must prepare for their ordinary wizarding level examinations. Do not fret. You can return to observe once you have children, Susan sighed. Resting her head on the table, lamenting that marriage and motherhood would preclude her from playing Quidditch. Do you know where this year's Triwizard Tournament will be held? Beauxbatons. Susan replied. Don't you read the newspaper? Pomona's curiosity was piqued. She yearned for the opportunity to visit Beauxbatons. In 4 years, the circumstances should be more favorable. So many questions plagued her mind, yet the condition was that she must manage to balance the Triwizard Tournament with her ordinary wizarding level examinations. Dedicating time and energy to her studies would diminish her enjoyment. She cherished the joyful atmosphere of Hufflepuff. Yet she desired to tread a path distinct from that of ordinary individuals. Gazing at the pearly white ghost at the lectern, Pomona recalled Mrs. Sprout's words, to love someone. One must first ascertain whether that person is worthy of such affection, for one must not be deceived by appearances. She must master the art of discerning character, as Mrs. Sprout hoped she would learn from the fat friar. What could be stranger than a friar becoming a ghost in a school filled with wizards? There were also the Bloody Baron, Peeves, the Grey Lady, and nearly Headless Nick. A premonition tugged at her. A buried story lay hidden within the ghost's memories. Since she was born a witch, she could no longer be consumed by romantic notions like ordinary girls. Are you planning to return to the common room to do your homework after class? Pomona inquired of Susan. No. Can you lend me your completed work? Susan replied with a grin. Then you must come to the library. Pomona chuckled in response. In exchange, I have a favor to ask of you. Speak, Susan said generously. What is the best broomstick available? Could you ask your parents to purchase it and send it to Hogwarts? A trivial matter. Consider it done, Susan assured, patting her chest. Pomona felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, as Mrs. Sprout had said, kind-hearted and benevolent individuals easily forge friendships, though the loyalty of those friends must be tested. Pomona glanced at Gryffindor, where, aside from the inseparable duo of James and Sirius, 2 additional individuals had joined them. They were likely from the same dormitory, one a tall boy with a pallid complexion, the other a short lad who had once shared a boat with Pomona. It was his unsteadiness that had nearly caused her to fall into the lake. Had it not been for Snape's timely intervention, she would have become the laughingstock of the entire year. Are you also watching James Potter? Susan asked, her expression sour. The person beside him. The one slumped over the table looking exhausted. Do you know who he is? Pomona questioned Susan. Who? Susan squinted for a moment, clearly unsuited for the role of seeker. It's nothing, Pomona replied absently, feeling an odd sensation upon seeing him, a bitter taste lingering in her mouth, not of chocolate, but rather reminiscent of some herb. He looks in terrible shape. How could Dumbledore allow him to attend Hogwarts? Susan finally realized whom Pomona was referring to. Perhaps Professor Slughorn's potions could improve his health. I've heard many potions possess remarkable properties, Pomona speculated. Impossible, Susan stroked her chin, as if contemplating a mischievous idea. What are you thinking? I pondered whether consuming a concoction infused with the hair of William Duncan would endow me with his remarkable prowess. Even Pomona, a girl disinterested in sports, recognized the name. He was the esteemed seeker of the venerable Puddlemere United, and, crucially, he was male. Hey, look over there. A Hufflepuff boy gazed out the window, while a witch planted a tree on the grounds, employing growth magic that transformed a mere sapling into a grand tree in mere moments. Wow! The knowledgeable Hufflepuffs gasped in awe, while the awakened Gryffindors scoffed, returning to their slumber at the table. Meanwhile, Binns continued his lecture, oblivious to the spectacle. Is that a whomping willow? Susan murmured, wondering why such a perilous plant was cultivated at school. Perhaps it's to bolster the castle's defenses, Pomona speculated, losing interest in it since keeping a safe distance alleviated her concerns. Susan soon followed suit, and after some idle chatter, they succumbed to the call of sleep like the others, resting their heads on the table. At Hogwarts, one could encounter living ghosts. Yet Pomona found it perplexing that wizards still harbored fears of specters. Ouch! Curse it, it's Peeves. The history of magic class finally concluded. But the first Gryffindor boy to exit the classroom was promptly bombarded by Peeves with chalk. The Hufflepuff students instinctively stepped back, allowing the Gryffindors their moment of glory. Pomona. Lily suddenly spotted her and dashed over, her red hair bouncing adorably. Hello, Lily. Pomona greeted her before introducing her to her roommates. Susan was refreshingly candid. While Mary and Ginny wore expressions of mixed emotions, the beautiful girl was often deemed the enemy of her peers, as boys seemed perpetually captivated by her. Pomona felt fortunate to possess the disfigurement charm, for some individuals were not inherently amiable. Rather, they were merely unthreatened and thus lacked hostility. Cease at once. If you do not comply, I shall summon the Bloody Baron. The first-year students, powerless against Peeves, resorted to such threats. It was rather embarrassing for a Gryffindor to call upon a Slytherin ghost for assistance. The Gryffindor boys charged forward once more, casting spells haphazardly, causing the ancient stone walls to crumble further into disarray, much to Peeves' delight. Who are those two accompanying James Potter and Sirius Black? Pomona seized the opportunity to inquire of Lily. I only heard Potter refer to them as Lupin and Peter, Lily replied, clutching her books. We share the next class, right? Herbology in our greenhouse. The first lesson involves transplanting mandrakes. What are your plans after class? Pomona asked. To eat, then head to the library to finish my assignments. Lily responded. That sounds splendid. Shall we go together? Just as Pomona considered how to address Snape, Peeves let out a sudden shriek and vanished. Miss Martin. Avoiding the chalk-covered students, Professor McGonagall appeared at the doorway of the history classroom. What is it, Professor? Pomona inquired. There is an urgent matter. McGonagall beckoned her, saying quickly, Follow me. Hold this. Pomona handed her books to Susan and promptly followed McGonagall. They traversed the corridor to the walled area where the Whomping Willow had recently been planted. After the growth spell, it had burgeoned into a formidable tree, but therein lay the problem. Its roots were climbing through the gaps in the Hogwarts walls, seemingly intent on toppling the entire structure. 3 adult wizards were frantically wielding their wands, attempting to pacify it, but their efforts only incited its wrath, causing the willow to thrash its branches and prevent any approach. Spring is a season for sowing, and autumn for harvesting. Pomona had always deemed the planting of such a thing in a school teeming with students in September to be perilous. Plants possess temperaments, and forcing them to grow in unsuitable seasons yields unfortunate results. I heard Dumbledore say you were adept at herbology, McGonagall began, but Pomona understood her implication, being half-muggle-born. Hagrid had cultivated a rapport with magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, leading them to presume she too had an affinity for magical plants. As it happened, they were correct. Utilizing wands would prove futile. Lowering her gaze, Pomona scanned the ground and eventually discovered a few suitable stones, summoning all her strength to hurl them. The willow bore knotted scars. Pressing one would immobilize it, albeit temporarily. To truly soothe it, other methods were necessary. Pomona's aim was commendable, and on several occasions, she nearly struck the knotted scar, only for it to be deflected by its branches. It was not until she had exhausted her stones that she finally hit the mark. A loud, resonant sound erupted from the tree trunk, akin to a roar, and seizing the moment of its immobilization, Pomona dashed forward, embracing the trunk. The overwhelming fury emanating from it startled her. She had never encountered such an irate plant in her life. Such tempers are easily contagious. Yet Pomona endeavored to maintain her composure. With the right approach, even a dangerous magical plant could be transformed into a potion ingredient, provided one possessed sufficient understanding of it. From her sleeve, Pomona retrieved a pouch containing several vials, extracting a purple one and shattering it against the ground. The glass shattered with a sharp crack, and the liquid quickly seeped into the soil. The willow's cries diminished, eventually fading into silence, and its violent roots ceased their assault on the walls, on the surface. All seemed well. Bravo! An elderly voice exclaimed, laughter accompanying the applause. It was Professor Slughorn, the head of Slytherin House. Shoo! Pomona gestured for silence. I've administered a potion. It is merely quiet for the moment. Do not awaken it. Slughorn promptly hushed, but he cautiously navigated the tangled roots, waddling over to the shards of the vial Pomona had shattered, inhaling the remnants with an expression of astonishment. By Merlin's beard, is that sunroot and nightshade? How did you accomplish this? If anyone was astonished, it was Pomona, for Slughorn had discerned the ingredients merely by scent. Sunroot is, in fact, a form of nightshade. The former absorbs sunlight by day and generates magical potency by night. They embody contrasting energies, akin to the coexistence of day and night. The Whomping Willow derives its aggressive tendencies from magical energy. Stripped of it, it reverts to a mundane plant. With a sufficiently crafted potion, she could render the willow a mere ordinary tree, but why would she do so? A magic-less Whomping Willow would be as dull as a muggle photograph devoid of motion. May we discuss this elsewhere? Pomona requested, glancing at Professor McGonagall. Certainly, my dear, McGonagall replied, guiding her away from the willow's reach. Where is Professor Grapland? Pomona inquired of Professor McGonagall about Wilhelmina, who excelled in the healing of creatures and served primarily as the nurse in the infirmary. McGonagall lowered her voice, remarking that Dorian was currently absent from the school. Why choose this moment to plant trees? Pomona couldn't help but complain. You could wait until spring. I fear we cannot afford to wait that long, McGonagall replied, noticing the cluster of first-year students watching them. She shouted at them, What are you standing around for? You'll be late for class. That is your special ability, is it not? Professor Slughorn mused, bringing glass shards close to his nose, sniffing them as if to extract something from her blood. Pomona smiled at Slughorn, then said with a blend of haughtiness and mystery, "You are correct, human. The power inherited through bloodlines is nearly eternal. The blacks are naturally inclined towards dark magic, making it impossible for them to multitask with house elf magic as if it were second nature. Likewise, the princes are born potions prodigies. Asking them to play Quidditch would be akin to asking a lame person to tap dance, not a challenge, but a farce." Just as Slughorn would never assign Snape to concoct scabies potions, Pomona thought that even a novice task like repotting Mandrix was beneath her. Instead, she was summoned to Slughorn's office by his overly enthusiastic invitation. "Would you prefer ice cream, or perhaps some meat?" Slughorn asked with a jovial smile. Pomona ignored him, surveying the decor of the Slytherin head's office. While she was unsure what true nobility entailed, Slughorn's office was undeniably opulent. The predominant hue was green, adorned with silver accents. Exquisite silks, grand chandeliers, and masterfully crafted rugs adorned every detail in a display of luxury, starkly contrasting with the vibrant home of Madame Sprout. Pomona was certain that Slytherin wizards had little interest in the study of domestic magic. Stripped of house elves, they might not even know how to wash a dish. That is Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, with his son, young Bartemius. "In 2 years, that lad will be attending Hogwarts," Slughorn said, pointing to a photograph in front of Pomona. "What were we doing that day?" "Ah, yes, we went fishing. Quidditch is rather too intense for those of us who have aged." "What did you summon me for, Professor?" Pomona asked, utterly bewildered. "That question should be directed at you, Miss Martin," Slughorn replied as he handed her a glass of mead. "I heard from Albus that a half-blood beauty would be joining us this year. I never expected it to be you. Why hide your beauty, which so many girls yearn for? The first rule of Hufflepuff is to maintain a low profile." Pomona found it difficult to explain to the ostentatious Slytherin. "If you don't mind," she said, "I must return to prepare. That tree will awaken again tonight. And I still have homework to complete. If it's potions homework, do not fret. You need not submit it. Could you spare the time saved to chat with this old man?" Pomona had to concede that Slytherin could be quite cunning at times. So she settled into the soft leather sofa. "Speak your mind." Slughorn struggled to suppress a smile, attempting to gather his thoughts under the pretense of sealing the mead. "As you see, I am but a humble potions teacher, responsible for 7 grades, 2 of which must prepare for their OWLS. Yet, the materials needed for daily potions classes are all sourced by me, thus necessitating many assistants. For instance, today's lesson is supported by Lestrange. Without his help, I would be utterly lost. So you wish for me to assist you in preparing potions ingredients?" Pomona asked. "Oh, my dear Pomona, do you possess the gift of mind reading?" Slughorn chuckled heartily. "Hogwarts has a vast greenhouse, but since Dorian became headmaster, it has remained nearly vacant. It is a pity to watch so many magical plants wither away or lose their potency. If only someone could tend to them." Pomona scoffed inwardly, realizing Slughorn's true intentions. "I have heard that the school allocates funds for potions ingredients. No, the quality of outside ingredients is subpar and often adulterated. Many do not meet the required standards." Slughorn interrupted before she could finish. "Aside from teaching, I have experiments to conduct. Only high-quality potions will yield the desired effects. This is merely a small wish of an old man. Cannot you help me fulfill it?" Pomona sensed Slughorn's urgency, feeling she had grasped a leverage over him. "What will you offer me in exchange, Professor?" she inquired. "Anything you desire," Slughorn declared grandly, seemingly underestimating the resolve of an 11-year-old. "Very well, I shall consider it," Pomona replied, rising from her seat. "Using the greenhouse will require our headmaster's consent. Merlin's pants, who knows when Dorian will return?" Slughorn was clearly impatient, nearly bouncing with excitement. "Professor, today is my first day of school. I am still a first year." Pomona reminded him to exercise patience. Slughorn sighed, forcing a smile. "You are correct. I am too eager. Our immediate priority is to calm that frenzied willow. I need to gather some information. Could you grant me a permit to access the restricted section?" "Why not simply ask Dumbledore?" Slughorn suddenly queried. "The headmaster? Why would I ask him?" Pomona hesitated, contemplating that perhaps directly consulting the knowledgeable headmaster was a prudent idea. "Never mind," Slughorn mused, gazing at her thoughtfully for a moment before saying, "You may leave now." "Yes, Professor," Pomona curtsied, then exited the Slytherin head's office. Just as she was about to close the door, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Professor Slughorn's back. He appeared weary, as if truly bearing the weight of his years. How intriguing, she thought. As the door clicked shut, She heard a voice from the shadows. Good morning to the former Gryffindor head, and now to the Slytherin head. Your day is indeed bustling. Who is there? Pomona raised her wand toward the darkness. Slowly, a boy emerged, his hair still greasy, emanating a strong odor of bitterness. The Slytherin dungeon was colder than Professor Bin's classroom, and Pomona's heart raced as her fingers trembled involuntarily. What magic will you use against me? A cleansing charm? Or perhaps an unforgivable curse? Severus Snape spoke slowly in a silky voice, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes narrowing in delight. The black robe he wore melded seamlessly with the surrounding darkness, emanating an air of suffocating danger. The figure before her was a stark contrast to the awkwardness he displayed in front of Lily Evans. At his core, he was no different from Lucius Malfoy, adept at concealing his true self behind Fade. It was amusing to recall how Eddie Waters had once vomited at the sight of Professor McGonagall in her animagus form. Stay away from me, Snape. Disarm me. Snape suddenly brandished his wand, causing Pomona's wand to clatter to the ground. Do not point your wand at me unless you truly wish to duel, he articulated. Should you dare to do this again, I shall ensure you suffer, Hufflepuff. Pomona gazed at Snape in terror. He seemed to revel in the fear he inspired. With a flick of his cloak, he departed like a bat from a cave. It was only when his footsteps faded into silence that Pomona, cradling her aching wrist, crouched down and wept softly. Dumbledore was absent. He had been in the Great Hall for breakfast that morning, yet now he was nowhere to be found. Pomona needed to devise a means to obtain a permit to access the restricted section, but with her head of house unavailable, whom could she turn to besides Professor McGonagall? She was oblivious to the adult's intricate games of deceit, only aware that embroiling an innocent child in such matters was irresponsible, an innocent child who was, unfortunately, herself. This anger was all the more profound. For heaven's sake, today marked the first day of school. To have the Whomping Willow restored to silence before the gaze of all had made her somewhat infamous. The scrutiny in the corridors was unbearable. She was a modest Hufflepuff, not a Slytherin or Gryffindor, and this ethereal sensation was deeply unsettling. She longed to return home, much like the Muggle first years who wept in the corridors. Love struck like lightning, so unexpectedly, in Professor McGonagall's office. A radio played a song that inexplicably ignited within Pomona the impulse to leap from the Gryffindor tower on a broomstick. How exhilarating that would be, a frenzied Hufflepuff girl with such a radical thought in her mind. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The voice of Professor McGonagall resonated from within. Pomona opened the door to find Professor McGonagall seated at her desk, writing, while the radio had been silenced. Professor, I have a question to ask you. As she spoke, she closed the door behind her. Of course, feel free to inquire. McGonagall set down her quill, looking at her expectantly. May I transfer schools? Pomona stated with utmost seriousness. I believe I have the right to withdraw, do I not? Many new students struggle to adapt, Miss Martin, but if you make an effort to integrate, you will find school life quite enjoyable. Pomona collapsed into the chair opposite McGonagall. Ever since acquiring her first wand, her life had been in tumultuous upheaval. She felt as though she was on the brink of losing control, much like the Whomping Willow itself. What troubles you, Miss Martin? McGonagall inquired softly. I believe something must be wrong with me, Pomona replied, fixing her gaze on McGonagall. Why do you say that? Sometimes I see illusions. To be precise, they do not appear as visuals but manifest in the depths of my mind, a shadow shrouded in a thick mist, and I have a persistent sense of foreboding. I think that's quite normal, McGonagall responded, rising to pour Pomona a glass of water. Young witches and wizards at your age often experience unstable magic. That is why you must learn to wield it. Pomona felt that McGonagall's answer did little to ease her anxiety. However, your condition may also be related to your lineage. After placing the glass before Pomona, McGonagall resumed her seat across from her. At times, squibs can predict like centaurs, and Hagrid experienced emotional instability upon entering school. He found solace after a visit to the Forbidden Forest. Are you encouraging me to go to the Forbidden Forest? Pomona exclaimed, her mouth agape. Did you not and the headmaster not prohibit students from entering? Students, certainly, McGonagall chuckled oddly, but your situation is different. Have you ever considered remaining at school as a professor, Pomona? Pomona felt as though she had been struck by lightning once more. Half-blood giants. Half-blood fairies. I'm sure you know whom I refer to. We currently lack a qualified professor for herbology, and you have previously spoken with Professor Slughorn. Potions require numerous ingredients, many of which are rare and expensive. Our budget is limited, and if we can utilize our greenhouse, it would save us a considerable amount. You must have noticed that. Along with the house elves and Hagrid, our staff totals 24. tasked with educating 1,034 students while managing thousands of acres and a castle that has stood for over a millennium. The founders made agreements with various races when establishing the school here. To put it simply, we need talents like yours. Pomona was dumbfounded. But I am only 11 years old. Indeed, you have 7 years to contemplate whether you wish to stay. Herbology is a compulsory subject for the ordinary wizarding level exams. And we hope to see improvements in student performance. The current professors are your teachers, and they will become your colleagues. You may approach them with any issues, just as you have now. Hogwarts is not only a home for students but also for staff. Are you in debt to anyone? Pomona interrupted McGonagall. We do have a minor disagreement regarding funding. McGonagall maintained her perfect smile, but we are far from being in debt. May I ask why? Can you keep a secret? Pomona hesitated before nodding gravely. You know, we have an old alumnus, originally named Tom Riddle, now referred to as the Dark Lord. He once sought the position of defense against the dark arts professor from Dumbledore, who declined him. He wields considerable influence among the wizarding elite. And with the recent suspicions from the Minister of Magic towards Dumbledore, I understand, Pomona interjected. Can we reduce expenditures on food? I'm afraid not, McGonagall sighed, removing her glasses to rub her nose. You can never underestimate how much teenage boys can eat. Pomona's mind flashed back to her earlier encounter with Snape in the Slytherin dungeon. Despite Sirius Black's superior handsomeness, he had left a deeper impression on her than Snape had. Is this how a teenage boy ought to be? I shall consider it, Pomona said, rising to face McGonagall. I need to consult some materials in the restricted section. Could you provide me with a permit? How do you know the information you seek is in the restricted section? Trust me, the 7th-year herbology textbook certainly lacks relevant knowledge. However, you are still a new student, and I cannot grant you an exception. Pomona could not help but frown. If you were not so eager to transplant the venomous tentacula, there would be fewer complications. I do not wish to sacrifice my leisure time to address a matter that should not concern a student. Do not be upset, Pomona. This is Hogwarts. Books are not confined solely to the library, Professor McGonagall said with a smile. You might inquire with nearly headless Nick. He typically floats near the tapestry of the troll beating the hapless Barnabas on the 8th floor of the castle. Perhaps you will uncover something unexpected. Pomona's intuition told her that Professor McGonagall's words held a deeper meaning, yet she recognized that, as merely Dumbledore's assistant, the real issue lay with the seemingly affable headmaster. Are there any other concerns, Miss Martin? None. Then I wish you good fortune, McGonagall replied, lowering her gaze to her writing and dismissing Pomona entirely. For teachers at Hogwarts during the start of the school year, 2 scenarios typically unfold. First, the first-year students wandering aimlessly, unable to locate their classrooms. Second, the heart-wrenching sobs of students clamoring to return home. Having taught at Hogwarts for several years, Professor McGonagall dismissed Pomona as complaints, recalling that she too had cried as a first-year, terrified by the formidable Slytherins. Overall, however, she felt relatively well, not shattered as though trampled by a dragon. Such is life. It can rescue or ruin a person. The vibrant tapestry of existence may initially seem exhilarating, yet one soon discovers its chaotic nature, devoid of any discernible order. To avoid succumbing to madness, one must find a place to stow away the burdensome remnants of life, restoring tranquility and monotony, and therein lies a certain comfort. Nick, I have some inquiries for you. Before the tapestry on the 8th floor, Pomona encountered the ghost of Gryffindor, nearly headless Nick. He turned around, inserting a finger into his neck to adjust his stiff, circular collar, then grasped his hair until the severed head nearly slipped from its perch before realigning it. Good afternoon. Young lady, how may I assist you? He believed he had performed a courteous gesture, but Pomona found it rather repugnant. According to Hufflepuff's Code of Conduct, Section 68, one should smile at any foe who does not openly declare enmity. Such is the essence of basic politeness. Thus, Pomona offered nearly headless Nick a sweet smile and, with a hint of foolishness, inquired, Dear Nick, do you know if there are any restricted books beyond the library and Ravenclaw common room? Books? Nick floated around a pillar, circling gracefully before responding. If you search within Gryffindor Tower, you may find the sword more readily. What else could she say? You are not human. I sense the essence of a forest fairy within you. Yet you are not one, she mused, marveling at the enigma. Nick rubbed his chin and drifted closer to Pomona for a closer inspection. No one calls them fairies anymore, Pomona corrected him. But in my time, that was the term used for such magical beings. I recall now. I do not know where to find the restricted books you seek. But I do know where old tomes are stored. Really? Pomona exclaimed with delight. Most restricted books were medieval, precisely from Nick's era. Tell me where. Do you see the tapestry? Focus your thoughts on the desired location, and after passing that wall 3 times, a door will appear across from the tapestry. Inside, you will discover what you seek. Pomona gazed in the direction Nick indicated. The wall stood empty. When she turned back to ask Nick another question, he had already vanished. Even children raised in the wizarding world found Hogwarts secrets overwhelming. Taking a deep breath, Pomona envisioned the room of old books and paced back and forth 3 times. With a flash of white light, an aged wooden door materialized in the once blank wall, its knocker fashioned as 2 badgers, exuding a distinctly Hufflepuff charm. Could I have stumbled upon Helga's chamber? She pondered whimsically as she gently pushed the door open. The space within was astonishingly vast, soaring at least 2 stories high, large enough to accommodate 2 dining halls. Amid such enormity loomed a mountain of books, perhaps requiring the assistance of all Hogwarts house elves and a century to clear. Pomona could not recall the title of the book she sought. She had only glimpsed it in a text that discussed the language of plants. Animals possess mouths to vocalize. How could plants, lacking such organs, communicate? Perhaps she should consult a mandrake. When uprooted, they emit a most vigorous cry. She drew her wand and called, "Talking plants, come forth." The mountain of books remained unresponsive. Language of plants, come forth. Still, the mound did not react. How to communicate with plants, come forth. Secrets of plants, come forth. Whispers of plants, come forth. After approximately half an hour, she ceased her incantations, realizing her spells were ineffective. She needed to know the correct title to locate the book she desired. Knowledge is akin to an ocean. One misstep could lead to drowning. Pomona was uncertain how many outdated textbooks lay among these volumes. Should she misname one, an avalanche of books might crush her, rendering her the first student in Hogwarts history to perish beneath a mountain of tomes. Why, of all times, must I seek the venomous tentacula? Pomona pondered in confusion. When that tree roused itself, it would be a fearsome sight, likely deterring future students from approaching it. In truth, they could cultivate it during the holidays. Even in the absence of the herbology professor, there were others in the wizarding world to consult. What was Dumbledore's purpose in all this convoluted effort? How to care for the venomous tentacula, come forth, she declared in a fit of desperation. To her surprise, the mountain of books exhibited a response. Though the desired volume was ensconced deep within the pile, evidently reluctant to emerge. What now? Separate left and right, she commanded. Directing her wand at one corner of the book mountain, a stack of books detached itself from the mass. Separate left and right. She gestured again, and more volumes broke away. She repeated this process 4 or 5 times until the mountain began to show signs of collapse. She retreated, eyes wide, watching it tumble down. Dust accumulated over countless centuries swirled about her, leaving her covered in grime. As she busied herself brushing the dust away with her sleeve, an old, curled, yellowed book fell at her feet. Bending down, she picked it up and wiped off the dust, revealing the title inscribed in elegant script, How to Care for the Venomous Tentacula. However, this tome was handwritten, its pages crafted not from parchment, but from papyrus, a paper sourced from Egypt that has long been obsolete. Please, let it not be hieroglyphics. Pomona earnestly prayed, and then gritted her teeth to open the book, relieved to find it written in English. Such is the nature of wizards, shrouded in mystery, they sometimes resort to using archaic scripts to encrypt their notes, leaving readers to decipher them, a complete waste of time. At that moment, she heard a raspy voice echoing through the room. It sounded like a whisper, yet the language was completely incomprehensible, punctuated by hissing sounds reminiscent of serpents, sending shivers down her spine. She had just glimpsed a ghost, but the creature lurking in the vast emptiness of the room was far less visible than the pearly white apparition. Perhaps what terrifies humans is not the specter itself, but the unknown. Even wizards are not exempt from encountering inexplicable phenomena. Had she possessed the courage of Gryffindor, she would have brandished her wand to uncover the source of that sound. Had she been as inquisitive as a Ravenclaw, she would have analyzed the reason behind such an occurrence. Had she embodied the pride and power of Slytherin, she would have shown that audacious entity the might of dark magic. Alas, she was merely a foolish Hufflepuff, and thus she turned and fled with unprecedented speed. According to the Hufflepuff Code of Conduct, Rule 69, one must trust their instincts when decisions must be made hastily. Pomona was certain that whatever lay within was beyond her ability to confront. If she did not flee now, then when? Who? Upon exiting the peculiar chamber, Pomona heard someone calling out. Following the sound, she was surprised to find a weary-looking Gryffindor first year who had been trailing behind James Potter and Sirius Black. "You're the girl who stopped the Whomping Willow," he stammered, his eyes darting nervously. Pomona felt a twinge of discomfort. What was happening now? Gryffindor and Slytherin were natural adversaries. Beyond the clash of good and evil, Slytherin excelled in deceit, weaving lies that appeared as truth, leaving no trace of their falsehoods. While Gryffindor was not skilled in such arts, he was lying, though Pomona could not fathom why. However, being on the receiving end of a wand was certainly unpleasant. So she inquired, "Who are you? Why are you here during class time?" I'm Remus Lupin, the first-year stuttered. "Who are you?" "I am your professor," Pomona almost replied. For Professor McGonagall had just offered her a job opportunity, though she was in no mood for jest. "I am Pomona Martin, a first-year Hufflepuff. Could you do me a favor?" She dusted off her clothes. "I need to borrow your washroom to tidy myself up." "A spider!" Lupin exclaimed, pointing at her hair. "It's right on your head." Lupin assumed Pomona was an ordinary girl, expecting her to shriek at the sight of a spider. The Hufflepuff common room resembled a tropical rainforest, teeming with flowers, plants, insects, and frogs. Where there were herbs, there would be bugs. And Hufflepuff girls were long accustomed to the presence of a mere spider. According to Hufflepuff Code of Conduct, Rule 20, feigning ignorance is a gift, one that we all understand. Thus, Pomona vigorously swatted at her head while shrieking and hopping about, while Remus Lupin breathed a secret sigh of relief, feeling as though he had the situation under control. "Come on, our common room is on the 8th floor." Lupin gestured to Pomona. "What were you doing just now? Covered in dust?" "I was looking for a book," she sniffled. "This one." Lupin took the book, examined the title on the cover, then turned his gaze back to Pomona. "You're the girl who stopped the Whomping Willow?" "Only temporarily," Pomona replied, glancing at Lupin. "It will resume its activity tonight." "Why?" "Magic is more potent at night. Many magical creatures emerge in the dark, and magical plants are also more active after sundown." Lupin's complexion turned ashen. "Let us go. I'll take you to the washroom." His demeanor shifted to one of unwavering authority as he propelled Pomona towards a large oil painting depicting a plump woman in a flowing Roman robe. "Oh dear. You're quite dirty," the fat lady appraised Pomona. "Have you been practicing Quidditch, my dear?" This was the dilemma. Quidditch involved soaring through the skies on broomsticks. Yet how could Quidditch players still manage to become so muddy? Then Pomona mused that if Susan were to join the Quidditch team and returned covered in muck, Mary and Ginny would surely have something to say about it. Lost in thought, the fat lady assumed she was slow to react and turned to Remus Lupin, asking, "Password?" "Dragonfly," Lupin replied, and the portrait slowly swung open, revealing a wall passage behind it. Lupin scrambled in, resembling an adventurer entering a mysterious cave. Pomona rolled her eyes and followed suit. The colors of Slytherin, green and silver, symbolized water, while those of Gryffindor, scarlet and gold, represented fire. The cozy circular room was filled with plush armchairs, and 2 spiral staircases led to the boys' and girls' dormitories. "Follow me," Lupin beckoned to Pomona. Gryffindor permitted girls to enter the boys' dormitory, just as Hufflepuff allowed visits to the boys' rooms, though boys were forbidden from entering the girls' dormitory. If a boy attempted to climb the stairs to the girls' quarters, the staircase would transform into a slide, as if the founders of Hogwarts deemed boys less trustworthy than girls. The common room was deserted during class hours, and Pomona kept her head down as she followed Lupin into the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. The moment she stepped into the corridor, an unbelievable odor nearly overwhelmed her. "Oh, when the dormitory door opens, the wind will come in, and it won't smell so bad," Lupin blushed. "It's quite breezy here." Pomona covered her nose and said nothing. The Ravenclaw common room also had its gusts, but she was certain it was infused with the fragrance of perfume. The corridor was littered with stinky socks, an environment perfect for the growth of saprophytic plants. Lupin opened the door to one dormitory, and the first thing Pomona noticed was not the 4-poster beds of Gryffindor, but posters on the walls featuring Muggle girls in swimsuits. Wizarding robes reached the ankles, while Muggle girls wore swimsuits that merely concealed their essential parts, showcasing their youthful and vibrant forms. It was not unusual to find such images in a boys' room. Yet Pomona could not help but wonder who had plastered these posters on the walls. "Just a moment," Lupin exclaimed, his face red as he strode forward and swung open the bathroom door, promptly disappearing inside. Pomona strolled over to the window, through which she glimpsed the mirror-like surface of the Black Lake and the vast forbidden forest. She suddenly thought that if she could behold such beauty each day, becoming a Gryffindor wouldn't be such a bad choice after all. Avada Kedavra! Pomona jolted, turning her gaze toward the source of the sound. It came from the astronomy tower, which was devoid of people. Dumbledore's office was nearby, the stained glass windows now wide open, yet the interior remained cloaked in darkness. All right, you can go in now, Martin. Lupin pushed open the door and emerged from the bathroom. Did you know? Lupin, Pomona remarked as she gazed into the office. Hogwarts is actually the name of a flower. A flower? Lupin replied, his expression bewildered. It's a lily that grows in the mountains and valleys, Pomona said bittersweetly, articulating the word lily. Martin, you seem quite adept at herbology. Lupin, with his hands tucked in his pockets, approached her. Are you of pure blood? Pomona furrowed her brows, catching the scent of his breath as he drew near. It was the aroma of the beautiful plant, wolfsbane, which bore a fragrance reminiscent of lilies. Albeit it thrived in the frigid expanses of Siberia, leaving desolation in its wake wherever it grew. The flower itself held little utility, but its roots and leaves were highly toxic, often utilized in medicinal ointments or as pesticides. What does Lupin consume that? Pomona wondered, her suspicions aroused, becoming increasingly guarded in their conversation. It's Wednesday. Do you think the school will be closed this Saturday? Lupin turned to gaze out another window, while everyone anticipated the holiday. His demeanor remained composed, exhibiting a maturity beyond his years. Perhaps, she replied absently, turning back towards the bathroom. Did you know? Eastern wizards mark dates by the phases of the moon. The 15th of each month is a full moon. Pomona seemed to have imparted some knowledge to him, prompting Lupin to reciprocate. Our September 4th corresponds to the 15th of the lunar calendar, a day which celebrates their Zhongyuan festival and Ollivander festival, festivals reminiscent of our Halloween. Days when spirits roam. There are numerous ghosts in the castle. I don't find them frightening. No, there are far more terrifying monsters than ghosts in this world. Lupin said softly, his back to Pomona. If I were you, I wouldn't wander about on that day. It would be prudent to return to the dormitory early. At his words, Pomona recalled that the full moon was merely 3 days away, pondering whether werewolves would indeed roam the forbidden forest. If Hagrid were bitten by a werewolf, would he become one? She mused, having heard he resided on the outskirts of Hogwarts. If such a massive werewolf were to appear, he could truly be called Fenrir. Sighing, Pomona opened the bathroom door and stepped inside. Gryffindor was notorious for meddling, yet the fact that Remus Lupin volunteered to assist Pomona with the rampaging Willow seemed overly zealous. Moreover, sending a first-year student to confront a violent tree felt rather reckless. However, after witnessing his display of skill, her reservations dissipated. You can perform wandless magic, Pomona exclaimed. Despite Lupin only levitating a feather, she was awestruck. Wandless and silent spells were advanced techniques that most wizards could never master in their lifetime. At just 11, such talent explained his frail constitution, and yet Dumbledore had permitted him to enroll. One must sacrifice for gain, Lupin smiled. I noticed you employed wandless magic today as well. That was because I was preoccupied with throwing stones. I had no spare hand for my wand, Pomona said, rummaging through an old book on Lupin's bed. Feeling her earlier actions had been foolish and crude. Do not disparage yourself, Martin. After the tree calmed, do you recall what you did? You touched it, and it quieted. I believe it was due to the potion taking effect. Do not be so pessimistic. You should have more confidence. Sitting on the bed opposite her, Lupin suggested. Why not attempt wandless magic yourself? Don't even mention wandless. Even with a wand, I couldn't make a feather levitate, Pomona replied in despair. In truth, Professor Flitwick believed this year's Hufflepuff first years lacked the ability to cast spells at this stage. Their primary task before Halloween was to practice wielding their wands. Lupin was at a loss. Although mature for his age, he remained an 11-year-old boy. Nevertheless, Pomona remembered his advice. Perhaps she could find an opportunity to try it. Do you still possess that potion? Lupin asked after a long pause. Perhaps we can administer a bit more. If it doesn't work at night, it can draw power from other sources. Although the violet willow is a magical plant, it remains wood. While it absorbs magic, it also harnesses the sun's energy, leading it to believe it is merely an ordinary tree. How did you come to this conclusion? Have you heard of Muggle radio? Ordinary plants undergo photosynthesis during the day. They absorb carbon dioxide, release oxygen, and store starch. At night, they decompose starch, absorb oxygen, and release carbon dioxide, not unlike nightshade. Moreover, similar to animals, magical plants share certain characteristics with them. If we can make those plants forget their animalistic traits, they will revert to their original plant nature, rendering the violet willow as safe as an ordinary willow tree. Oh, my apologies, Lupin said, flustered. What is photosynthesis? You can ask your Muggle classmates when you have the chance, Pomona said impatiently. Now we must consider how to handle that rampaging tree. Perhaps you could reconsider your approach. Lupin pondered. What if we treat it as a potted plant? Pomona paused in her reading. Are you mad? While you were washing up, I perused that book, and honestly, it bears no significant difference from my mother's guides on caring for potted plants. Lupin shrugged nonchalantly. It's just a tree, isn't it? While it seemed a mad notion, it nonetheless presented a potential solution, prompting Pomona to contemplate seriously. What do you propose we do? Let us start with its environment. Every species has its own habitat. I can adapt to the atmosphere of Gryffindor, but if I were sorted into another house, I wouldn't feel as comfortable. Likewise, flora and fauna have their respective environments. Though I may not possess your depth of knowledge, I at least understand that the care for cacti in the desert differs from that of orchids in the tropical rainforest. Pomona thought for a moment, then began browsing the book again. Ordinary willows typically grow by rivers, thriving in sunlight and moist soil, and the violet willow is no different. Hogwarts Castle is a habitat for humans, and apart from Slytherin, most individuals prefer arid conditions. If a person were placed in an uncomfortable environment, they too would become irritable. Although Pomona was uncertain whether this method would prove effective, having a plan was better than having none. Let us go, Lupin, we should investigate. All right, Lupin exclaimed, springing to his feet and following Pomona as they left the dormitory. Upon their return to the Violet Willow, classes had concluded. The head of house, Professor Flitwick, had encircled the tree with a rope and placed a warning sign on the grass, advising against approaching it. Frankly, it felt somewhat excessive. All students quickened their pace as they passed, as if fearful of provoking it inadvertently. It's clay. Pomona lifted the sod, revealing the clay's poor aeration and lack of nutrients necessary for plant growth, making it exceedingly difficult for vegetation to take root in such soil. Consequently, few plants thrived. Willows, particularly the drought-resistant varieties, flourished in sandy soil, but when planted in clay or waterlogged areas, they were prone to root rot, ultimately leading to their demise. Planting a willow in such conditions was akin to casting a human into the ocean and instructing them to survive on their own. Those who chose to cultivate willows in such dire circumstances were essentially steering them toward ruin. It was no wonder the tree had become deranged. We must amend the soil here, Pomona declared, brushing the dirt from her hands and committing to regular watering while observing the area for a while. If all went well, there should be no issues. Change the soil? How? Lupin gazed up at the now mature willow. I need to find some wolfsbane seeds. Do you know where I might procure some? Lupin stiffened for a moment before responding that there should be some in the potions classroom. He was engrossed in potion making. And Pomona, realizing this, feigned ignorance, suggesting perhaps she should consult the herbology professor. Lupin regarded her with suspicion, asking why she would question him if she already knew. Pomona merely returned a playful grin. The majority of Hufflepuffs were quite home-loving, yet they also cherished travel. However, Dorian Grapland, the head of their house, seemed to have been away for an extended period, leading to many of his responsibilities being assumed by others. Currently, the acting head of Hufflepuff was his daughter, Wilhelmina, who was rumored to have nearly entered Street Mungo S, but ultimately returned to Hogwarts as the school's matron, concurrently serving as the veterinarian for the forest. Hogwarts had many neighbors, and centaurs could also fall ill. Most people perceived them as a volatile, combative, and prideful group. Yet, they had their healers. These formidable magical beings were well acquainted with the flora and fauna of the Forbidden Forest, though they did not hold medicine in the same regard as humans. For them, when life reached its natural conclusion, so be it, whereas humans would employ every means possible to prolong existence. The pain of loss was often unbearable, as illustrated in the tale of the three brothers, where the second brother used the resurrection stone to revive his beloved, only to find her consumed by despair and madness. After losing her a second time, he lost all will to live, and thus death claimed him. The centaur's indifference towards mortality was difficult for them to comprehend, and maintaining peaceful relations was no easy task. They were closely related to unicorns, and legends spoke of immortality through the consumption of unicorn blood. Historically, relations between wizards and centaurs had been fraught with difficulty. On the first day of school, everyone was preoccupied, and no Quidditch fool would be foolish enough to break their arm. Thus, the school nurse ventured to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to tend to its creatures. She clutched a pipe, appearing quite disheveled, lacking any semblance of decorum. The half-giant Hagrid assisted her by lifting an injured young centaur, allowing her to apply medicine. Upon witnessing this scene, Pomona felt her youthful idealism shatter. While not as refined as Slytherin, one would expect the acting head of Hufflepuff to at least present themselves with the poise of Professor Flitwick or McGonagall. How could Wilhelmina embody such a style? Surely no man would find her appealing. At just over 20, did she not worry about her marital prospects? In Pomona's mind, The head of Hufflepuff should resemble a gracious hostess at a grand ball. Noble, gentle, with a rosy complexion, a warm smile, clad in a golden gown, with flowing black hair adorned with freshly picked flowers. She should be the center of attention, commanding respect and admiration from all in attendance. Yet, the reality was starkly different. She saw a woman with a pipe, dressed in filthy robes, nonchalantly perched on a stone, wearing a hat as tattered as the Sorting Hat itself. Perfume? Such a notion was unfathomable. Someone who spent years among animals bore a distinct odor, compounded by Hagrid's presence, nearly overwhelming Pomona. Though centaurs held a nonchalant view of life and death, they placed great importance on their younger generation. When a young centaur was injured, his uncles, cousins, and brothers rallied around him, all possessing robust physiques, their skin glistening as if oiled, armed with sharpened spears and bows. Their beards and hair were meticulously braided, resembling a band of warriors ready for battle. Their instincts were keen. As soon as Pomona and Lupin appeared, they were immediately aware, arrows aimed at them, only relaxing once they realized the intruders were mere human children. "What do you want?" one centaur inquired in a heavily accented human tongue. "I'm here to find my head of house." Pomona mustered her courage, standing before towering figures that seemed fearsome. "I'm a student of Hufflepuff." Wilhelmina looked up at the sound, removing her pipe and asking loudly, "What is it you need?" "I require wolfsbane seeds." Pomona shouted back through the ranks of centaurs. "What on earth do you need that for?" "I wish to alter the soil as properties." Pomona called out, "Dumbledore planted a willow in the school, even in clay. And that tree has gone mad. Go to Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary. She has the key to my father's office," Wilhelmina replied, taking up her pipe once more and returning to her task. "I'm too busy." Pomona was baffled as to why Dumbledore would retain such an irresponsible teacher, and she turned to leave. Wait. Just as they were about to depart, a centaur fixed his gaze on Lupin, stating, "You cannot enter the castle. Dumbledore granted me permission. I am allowed to reside within the castle." Lupin shot back, his fist clenched in tension. "Let us go, Pomona," he urged. However, the centaurs spread out, swiftly encircling them, blocking their path and aiming their spears. "The half-blood can leave, but you must stay," the centaur declared. "You pose too great a risk to humans." Pomona glanced back at Lupin, who remained calm. "I will not harm my friends and classmates." "You can say that now, but when the time comes, it may be a different story." The centaur thrust his spear closer to Lupin. "Leave. He is not the one who harmed your son, Doran. He is much older." Wilhelmina interjected, pipe in hand. "I understand your anger, but dealing with him is a matter for us humans. You cannot interfere out of resentment." The centaur named Doran surveyed them with a furious gaze but ultimately stepped aside, though Pomona and Lupin remained frozen, acutely aware of the palpable anger surrounding them. As darkness fell, Hagrid's voice boomed. "I'll handle this. You take them back to the castle." "As you wish, Professor," Hagrid replied, handing the injured young centaur to one of his kin before slowly making his way toward them. As he approached, Pomona realized just how immense he truly was. He was merely a half-giant, and one could only imagine the stature of a true giant. "Come along, little ones. If you linger, you'll miss dinner." In the legends, the ferocious and bloodthirsty giant brandished a pink umbrella adorned with yellow polka dots, and at that moment, Pomona sincerely wished she were truly mad. Had she foreseen this predicament, she would have ventured to the Slytherin dungeon to procure some wolfsbane seeds, rather than traversing the distance from the castle to the forbidden forest. They hastily escaped the centaur's range of attack, as the sky began to darken into a deep blue hue. Passing by Hagrid's modest abode in the wilderness, he paused and said, "Wait a moment," emerging moments later with a lantern in hand. The castle enforced a curfew at night, should they return past that hour. They must avoid being caught by Pringle, who was notoriously careless in his duties yet merciless in his punishments. Arthur Weasley had once been severely whipped, bearing scars that even potions could not erase. How could such a severe punishment stem from merely being late? Pomona exclaimed in disbelief. In truth, Hagrid was not late but rather had risen early. At 4 in the morning, he and his girlfriend, Molly, strolled by the Black Lake, only to be apprehended by Pringle, who punished Hagrid in her stead. As Hagrid shifted his gaze to Lupin, he inquired, "If you were caught, would you take her punishment?" "Though she is not my girlfriend." "Why not?" Lupin replied with a laugh. "It would be quite unfortunate for a girl to bear scars." Pomona felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, Gryffindors could be reckless at times, yet their courage and chivalry were commendable. Hufflepuffs offered protection to women, and despite their often brusque demeanor, Gryffindor boys would rise to defend a lady in peril, which was precisely what made them so appealing. "Can't you devise a way to avoid capture?" Pomona, still touched, couldn't help but raise her voice. Pringle is lazy and dislikes patrolling. If you simply evade him, you won't face the whip. Lupin appeared stunned, as though the fog of his foolishness had finally lifted. Ah, Hufflepuffs excel in concealment. I hear your common room lacks a password and maze, correct? Hagrid intoned. Indeed. Pomona stamped her foot upon the lush grass. For a millennium, no one has ever discovered the entrance to our common room. It was in the badger's nature to excel in secrecy and keen observation. From the earlier conversation between Wilhelmina and the centaur, she had already pieced together the truth. Remus Lupin was a werewolf, destined to lose his sanity on the full moon, and any child bitten by him would share his fate. Yet Dumbledore had permitted him to attend Hogwarts. This year, he had just been promoted to headmaster, facing immense pressure from the outside world, while unrest brewed within the school. Were Pomona to teach at Hogwarts, she would vehemently oppose Lupin's admission, though she would not protest overtly. At most, she would mirror Dorian's tardiness as a form of dissent. The planting of the Whomping Willow on the first day of school also bore ulterior motives. First, it showcased the tree's formidable power, ensuring students would not approach it lightly. Moreover, it served to assess her capabilities, should she fail to tame the wild tree. The notion of allowing an 11-year-old to teach at Hogwarts would be dismissed as a joke. Conversely, if she succeeded, she would gain recognition. Perhaps even managing the greenhouse akin to a treasury, potentially usurping Dorian as the new herbology professor, thereby addressing Hogwarts' financial and staffing dilemmas. Although she was uncertain of Dumbledore's intentions behind planting the Whomping Willow, it was likely connected to Lupin. With the full moon approaching in 3 days, he could not transform within the school. The only viable solution was to expel him from Hogwarts to resolve his issues elsewhere. Ah, yes, badgers are adept at burrowing. Far superior to lions, eagles, and the legless serpents, she mused. Digging a tunnel beneath the tree would suffice, as long as students kept their distance. Ensuring no one would discover it, this was surely Dumbledore's clever scheme. I detest that old coot, Pomona muttered under her breath, audible to both Lupin and Hagrid. Yet neither dared to respond. Openness signified danger. Pomona believed Dumbledore was excessively liberal and accommodating. Not everyone could embrace his Gryffindor-style brashness, after all. Not every heart was as robust as his. Hogwarts did have a school nurse, yet she spent most of her time aiding other magical creatures, while Madame Pomfrey tended to the students' ailments in the infirmary. In ancient times, wizards and healers were often one and the same, with a masterful potions professor on staff. If they could not resolve a matter, it was unlikely Wilhelmina could either, ultimately necessitating a trip to St. Mungo's for treatment. During Hagrid's schooling, a scandal had already unfolded at Hogwarts, where a Muggle-born girl had been murdered. Although Hagrid was not the culprit, he was still expelled, and tensions between Muggles and wizards had escalated significantly. The school could not withstand another scandal, admitting Remus Lupin posed a considerable risk. Upon comprehending the underlying motives, Pomona realized Dumbledore's intention behind planting the Whomping Willow on the first day of school. It was both a trial and a lesson. Lupin's essence was not malevolent, however. Should he associate with those vicious werewolves, he too would become a pariah. Human nature is divinely ordained, immune to interference, yet nurture can be shaped, provided the right environment is cultivated. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang lacked a sorting ceremony, akin to placing cacti, suited for arid conditions, and orchids, thriving in rainforests, in the same room. Overwatering would spell doom for the cactus, while insufficient water would lead to the orchid's demise. It is no easy task to find a balance where both can flourish. Durmstrang comprised pure-blood wizards. Even if instructors overlooked matters, parents would ensure deficiencies were addressed at home. Beauxbatons, on the other hand, enforced strict regulations, with no winter holiday and the palace encased in ice sculptures throughout winter. Hogwarts at least afforded summer and winter breaks. Third-year students could enjoy outings to Hogsmeade. Dumbledore genuinely regarded his students as family, yet he faced a severe staffing crisis. Those students could either be prodigies or mere tools for others' ambitions. Young Death Eaters from Slytherin gradually supplanted Slughorn's Slug Club, serving their masters while seizing any opportunity to unseat Dumbledore. A crisis loomed, yet many chose to remain passive. Some sought to avoid trouble, while others pursued their interests. Although Pomona did not agree with Dumbledore's methods, she was reluctant to divulge Remus Lupin's secret as a werewolf, even without anyone pressuring her to keep it. When forced to make hasty decisions, one must trust their instincts, at the very least. Dumbledore was far more rational than the Dark Lord, who espoused pure blood supremacy. Environment shapes character, and Slytherin had become increasingly unhinged, losing its former elegance. Tom Riddle differed from Grindelwald. While Grindelwald genuinely sought to address the plight of wizards, believing sacrifices of Muggles were necessary for their interests. Riddle relentlessly instilled a sense of superiority in pure bloods, blinding him to the reality of the situation. Such a person leading the wizarding community would inevitably bring their race to ruin. After acquiring the key to Professor Grubblyplank's office, Pomona bid farewell to Lupin and Hagrid, seeking solitude to collect her thoughts. Changing the properties of soil is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. Spring is the season for growth, while autumn and winter are suitable for composting. The leaves fall from the treetops, gradually decaying on the ground, ultimately transforming into the nourishment required for plants' growth in the following year. September is not an ideal time for planting trees, but it is perfect for composting. And it seems that Dumbledore has accounted for even this detail. His level of menace is no less than that of Grindelwald. Even if Lupin does not venture beyond the school grounds, the room she previously observed on the 8th floor could serve as a place for his transformation. If she were to disregard the Whomping Willow, eventually the wizards could incinerate it, leading to the destruction of an innocent life caught in the chaos of wizardry. What wrong had it done? It merely sought to escape an environment unsuitable for its growth. The reason clay is unfriendly to plant life is not only due to its poor drainage, but also because it hinders root development. Plant roots prefer to extend. Embedding them in clay is akin to binding a person's hands and feet. While a person struggles for freedom, why should a plant not strive for survival? She slowly closed her eyes, realizing that Hogwarts required a responsible herbology professor, one who could not embark on frequent long journeys like Dorian. Disappearing at the start of the term, he would take root at Hogwarts like a tree, which was Dumbledore's underlying message: your life is here. She would become a housewife without a home, and tragically, she would not even be caring for her own children. For the greater good, sacrifices must be made. Dumbledore is a selfless great man, yet regrettably, not everyone possesses his level of selflessness. Thus, he manipulates the goodwill of others, leading them to believe they are acting on their own volition, while in truth, they are acting according to his designs. Pomona. She heard someone call her name and turned towards the sound, spotting a tall man standing not far down the corridor. Rubbing her eyes, she recognized Professor Slughorn. "Are you all right?" The professor inquired, his demeanor now a stark contrast to the impatient figure she had seen in the office. He appeared as an ordinary teacher, concerned for his student. "It's been a long day, Professor," she replied wearily. "Why aren't you heading back to your dormitory?" "It's unsafe to roam the school at midnight," Slughorn said gently, prompting a faint smile from her. "Perhaps I won't be a student for much longer," she remarked. "Professor McGonagall has offered me a position as the herbology professor." "Oh, you're still so young." "Professor, you are nearly the same age as Professor Dumbledore." "What was he doing at my age?" "I prefer not to discuss him," Slughorn replied tersely, his voice cold and disdainful. "I truly do not understand why Dippet recommended him to succeed as headmaster. Were there no other suitable candidates?" Pomona responded dismissively. "Of course there were, like Barty Crouch. He is a man of great integrity." To her surprise, Slughorn immediately interjected, "But who is Dumbledore? He is the hero who defeated Grindelwald. A mere junior minister of magic could never compare." Anger flickered in Slughorn's eyes. Perhaps he felt he too had been outmaneuvered by Dumbledore. Herbology is the foundation of potion making, and a witch proficient in plant magic would be an enticing prospect for a potions master. "Professor, please help me," Pomona implored, struggling to hold back tears. "I don't know what to do." "Do not wear that expression, Pomona. I know you are on Dumbledore's side," Slughorn said coolly, before turning to leave, adding, "Roaming the corridors at night will cost Hufflepuff 2 points." "You can't," Lupin's voice suddenly echoed in the silent corridor. But it was abruptly silenced, as though a hand had clasped over it. "Who is there?" Slughorn followed the sound, leaving Pomona alone in the long, dark corridor. Rule 72 of Hufflepuff: push yourself a little, and you will make a choice. Although the pressure to make a choice did not originate from Pomona herself, she had realized how to proceed. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her back and walked towards the Hufflepuff common room. No wonder she had felt so fearful. She was facing a choice of fate. Based on Professor Slughorn's earlier demeanor, the plan to borrow plant seeds from Slytherin was nearly abandoned. Pomona began to feel relieved she had ventured into the Forbidden Forest. At least Wilhelmina knew someone was in need of her help. Perhaps once she finished attending to those patients, she would suddenly remember a student from her own house in need of assistance. The headmaster's office is generally located near the common room, but Pomona entrusted the task of opening the door to Hagrid. Professors are called such not only for their teaching but also for their research in their respective fields of expertise. To avoid disturbances or the theft of their research, they often place wards around their offices, and even a giant, or a half-giant, possesses a stronger magical resistance than an 11-year-old child. All right, Hagrid said as he opened the door, his hair standing on end. In you go, you two little ones. Thank you, Pomona said as she darted inside, brushing against Hagrid's belly. Thank you, Lupin echoed as he passed by Hagrid, then waved his wand, uttering a spell that illuminated the office, revealing its contents to the three of them. Behind the empty desk stood a plaque engraved with Hufflepuff's 100 rules of conduct. The first rule is to maintain a low profile, and the 100th rule states that one remains low-key because one can be high profile at any moment. Lupin, we need to excavate the soil beneath the Whomping Willow, replacing it from the bottom up. You think I'm mad? You're the one who is truly insane. Lupin stammered, taken aback. Do you know how much effort that will take? You said you had seen your mother's gardening books. How much do you know about the changes in root systems during plant growth? Lupin fell silent, while Hagrid eagerly raised his hand at the door. Plant roots are categorized into taproots and fibrous roots. Even on barren cliffs, great trees grow, their primary roots penetrating the cracks in the bedrock to take hold. Conversely, fibrous roots primarily affect flowering and fruiting. When the underground transport of a young tree is obstructed, or if the upper part declines rapidly for various reasons, it is primarily the fibrous roots that suffer first, followed by the taproots. In the case of mature trees, when underground transport is hindered, the taproots face the most immediate threat. Clay has poor drainage. It is neither drought-resistant nor flood-resistant, and the root systems struggle to extend. However, it retains moisture and nutrients well, preventing nutrient leaching. It is precisely because the soil is fertile that Professor McGonagall and others employ growth enhancement magic to transform a sapling into a great tree. Once the soil's fertility is depleted, if the taproots cannot penetrate to continue growing, the fibrous roots will convert into taproots. Today's endeavor to push down the wall is being undertaken by fibrous roots. If the taproots are not liberated, they will persist in their attempts to topple the wall, transforming into taproots. The Whomping Willow is, after all, not a mandrake. We cannot simply uproot it and place it in a prepared pot of soil. So we must replace the soil from below, minimizing harm to its vertical roots. Then what was your initial intention in seeking out the wolfsbane? Lupin pondered. I have made a grave error. I focused solely on altering the soil's properties and neglected the essential nutrients that the venomous tentacula requires during its growth. It currently lacks sufficient nourishment, and if other plants compete with it for sustenance, its fury will only intensify. Clay and sand, when mixed in the right proportions, create loamy soil. Unfortunately, the underground soil has either become too sandy or has hardened into clods, which threatens its very existence and incites its violent behavior. What must we do? We need to gather carbon waste, stones, and organic matter like fruit peels and eggshells. We can easily find fruit peels and eggshells in the kitchen. At last, Hagrid seized the opportunity to speak, his excitement palpable. Besides replacing the soil, we must also fertilize the tentacula, ensuring that the fertilizer is thoroughly decomposed before it is mixed into the soil. Otherwise, the heat generated during the decomposition could scorch the roots. The process of brewing fertilizer will be quite odorous. Do you know of a location where we can concoct it without disturbing others, Hagrid? The forest would suffice. That is too far, Pomona replied, shaking her head. For now, you should prepare the items I previously mentioned. Very well, Professor, Hagrid replied naturally. Should I call Professor McGonagall? Not for the time being. Pomona retrieved the book on caring for the tentacula. We need to dig a trench beneath the plant. If only you knew which magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest are adept at burrowing. That would be splendid. Move swiftly. That potion can only last until midnight. And I have no idea when it will awaken. Let's go, Remus. Pomona knew precisely what she was doing. We shall meet at the tentacula shortly. Remus cast a meaningful glance at her, but ultimately followed Hagrid. Pomona maintained a facade of cheerfulness until they departed, at which point her smile faded. Given the centaur's previous behavior, it seemed implausible to dig a tunnel leading to the Forbidden Forest. Merely entering their territory would likely result in an attack. The only option now was Hogsmeade. If a werewolf were to lose control in the village, the chaos would be unimaginable. She needed to find a place for Lupin to transform. One where she would not have to worry about him fleeing, preferably outside the village. But where exactly should she dig? Is anyone there? Professor, is that you? Pomona, lost in thought, suddenly heard Peter's voice. Peter. She flung herself into his embrace, as if he were a savior. Pomona, what are you doing here? Peter was equally surprised. What brings you to Professor Grappland's office? For an 11-year-old, the first day of school had been quite exhilarating, perhaps even overwhelmingly so. Pomona clung to Peter, sobbing uncontrollably, nearly echoing the cries of other first-year students yearning to return home. "Have you been bullied? Tell me, and I shall confront them," Peter declared fiercely. "I fear you may not be able to defeat him," Pomona sniffled. "Who?" Peter's demeanor shifted, his expression suggesting he would cast the killing curse the moment she uttered the name. "Professor Dumbledore," she paused, then added, "and Professor Slughorn from Slytherin. I encountered him in the corridor, and he deducted 2 points from me." "You didn't tell him you were lost, did you?" Peter pointed to the wall, where the second rule of Hufflepuff was displayed. "In the face of direct insult, one must retaliate. However, feigning ignorance is sometimes prudent." Pomona was far too clever to recite it aloud. Instead, she replied, "They all think I was bullied." "Do you believe he would let me off so easily if I told him that?" "Curse that Slytherin," Peter seethed, his teeth clenched. "We'll see about that." Pomona tugged at Peter's sleeve. "What's the matter now? I have a small favor to ask of you." "What do you need?" "Nothing much, just to repot a plant," she said with a sweet smile. "Could you gather your friends?" Wizards can invent new spells, but doing so carries immense risks, as the caster may suffer a backlash from uncontrolled magic. Each year, wizards lose their lives due to this. Even in botanical magic, some plants, though not as colossal as the tentacula, can be highly toxic, and others may become dangerous after being subjected to spells. Before 1782, no one had ever seen a flitterbloom. It was only after an attack that it became known. It resembles a black cloak, perhaps only half an inch thick, if it has recently killed and digested a victim. It may be thicker. At night, it glides close to the ground, attacking while individuals are asleep, sealing the victims' faces tightly. Few victims have the opportunity to cast magic against it. Dorian Grapland theorized that it was not a naturally occurring magical creature, but rather a product of dark magic, as the only way to combat it is to summon a Patronus, suggesting that the flitterbloom bears a strong resemblance to Dementors, which only attack humans and do not target other creatures like cats or dogs. They resemble humans, cloaked and appearing as if their bodies have decayed in water, with scabbed hands, as if summoned from a grave. In tropical regions, carnivorous plants such as pitcher plants and Venus flytraps thrive, lacking developed root systems and thus requiring insect prey to supplement their necessary nutrients. Professor Dorian Grapland believed the flitterbloom to be a manifestation of botanical dark magic, its essence being a type of moss. To prove his theory, he intended to capture a flitterbloom for study, having ventured to Papua New Guinea the previous summer. According to Hufflepuff's code of conduct, existence is justification. Do not refuse to accept. When faced with doubt, Hufflepuffs do not rush to curse and criticize, but instead seek to provide evidence. Plants are immobile. However, magical plants possess animal-like traits. The flitterbloom may appear harmless during the day, akin to ordinary moss, yet emerges at night to assault other living beings, or like Dementors, it may only attack humans. Hufflepuffs are experts in magical creatures and plants, just as Gryffindors excel in dueling and Quidditch, Slytherins in potions and dark magic, and Ravenclaws in theory and spells. Each house possesses its unique strengths. However, Dorian's solitary expedition was rather audacious, as he was not merely visiting a city but venturing into a true tropical rainforest, confronting species known for their ambush tactics. Perhaps he is yet to return not due to his defiance of Dumbledore's management, but because he has been devoured by a flitterbloom. Tomorrow's first class is dark arts, and Pomona worried whether she might fall asleep during the lesson, as they would likely be working through the night. Typically, spells have lasting effects. For instance, the petrification charm endures for a considerable time but will eventually wear off. Being petrified by a basilisk truly results in permanent petrification and requires Mandrake to reverse the effect. Using magic to alter soil characteristics is temporary. It will inevitably revert to its original state. Thus, soil improvement cannot rely on transfiguration. Hufflepuff's upperclassmen repeatedly cast the shattering curse on the soil beneath the tentacula, akin to Muggles mining. Hagrid had managed to gather a group of earth-digging creatures, which were currently excavating at the other end. These magical beings dwell underground, subsisting by preying on goblins and moles. Their task to locate the tentacula's vertical roots. After the soil was loosened, the venomous tentacula visibly thrived, occasionally emitting a purring sound reminiscent of a cat, indicating that they had indeed identified the root of the issue. "Why aren't you helping?" Lupin exclaimed, drenched in sweat as he pushed a small cart piled high with stones, expressing his dissatisfaction at Pomona, who stood idly by the bustling construction site. Pomona revealed a small pouch, displaying a liquid that emitted a purple glow in the darkness. "If it suddenly becomes aggressive, I must ensure it calms down." "Can you ride a broomstick?" she inquired. "What are you planning to do?" "Find some scissors to prune it," Pomona instructed Lu Ping, indicating the tentacula. That would be far more effective than moving stones. The new magic was insufficient, even if Lu Ping could cast the levitation charm. He would still struggle to lift the stones. Do you truly consider it a houseplant? Pomona held up a book on caring for the tentacula before Lu Ping, explaining that appropriately trimming excess branches would aid in the plant's growth, and its current condition was far from ideal. Where did you acquire this book? Lu Ping set the card down, seemingly taking Pomona's words to heart. A secret, Pomona replied with a mysterious smile. Now go. Lu Ping murmured his complaints as he headed towards Gryffindor. Unlike the levitation charm, which is cast with a wand, the summoning charm operates through a different method. Beyond the school walls, house elves were obscured by cloth as they brewed potions without the need for wands, and it seemed that all magical creatures, including werewolves like Lu Ping, could perform magic without wands. A wand's core, composed of materials such as phoenix feathers or unicorn hair, resonates with the wizard, granting them the ability to wield magic. With sufficient skill, they too could perform magic without a wand, much like magical creatures. The hair of a certain witch, essentially akin to phoenix feathers, served as her conduit for magic, hence she was unable to alter its appearance. Susan's cat, named Medusa, alluded to the myth where Medusa's hair transformed into snakes. When the witch lost control, her hair would morph into the heads of birds with sharp beaks, sprouting scaly wings, an utterly terrifying sight that Pomona wished to avoid. Reflecting on her previous experiences tending to Mrs. Sprout's plants, Pomona recalled the strange vibrations she had felt, sometimes craving eggs or fruits, which would result in shells and peels being discarded on the ground. Perhaps this was her innate talent, allowing her to sense which elements plants lacked without a wand. Her hair acting as a medium. In contrast, she struggled with traditional wand-based magic, akin to a typical novice unable to perform even the simplest levitation charm. It seems that even without me, you manage quite well. Wilhelmina finally arrived, albeit a bit late. Having an adult nearby brought her some relief. Aren't you worried about your father? Pomona asked. I reviewed his notes in his office. Although the Flitterbloom appears harmless, what if he were ambushed out in the wild? He has been largely absent since I was 6, Wilhelmina replied, retrieving her pipe and lighting it with her wand, exhaling a long plume of smoke. He never worries about me. Why should I worry about him? Pomona disagreed with her perspective, but found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Initially, when I heard Dumbledore intended to bring werewolves and Vila into Hogwarts, I thought he was mad. Do you know what becomes of men who become infatuated with Vila? Pomona felt offended, unable to maintain even a neutral expression. They become entranced, circling her endlessly, neglecting food and drink until they perish from exhaustion. Your father is human. Your mother a Vila. He fell under her enchantment, consumed by thoughts of that creature, thus forgetting your existence. Consequently, your danger level is not any less than that of a werewolf, especially for boys. Keep your distance. Wilhelmina warned coldly. While my primary role is that of the school nurse, I am also a professor at Hogwarts. I will not allow anyone to harm my students. If I discover any abnormalities, I will send you into the Forbidden Forest. Do you remember my words? Are you threatening me? Pomona replied, suppressing her fear and speaking calmly. I am not like some. I do not intimidate colleagues. Wilhelmina smiled, stating that Pomona could skip the first class the following morning. Good night, Professor Martin, she concluded, leisurely strolling toward the castle with her pipe in hand. On the second day of the new academic year, Pomona awoke to find that her dorm mates had already gone to class. At her bedside lay a plate of soft bread accompanied by blueberry jam. Hufflepuff students never had to worry about food. Although she was uncertain who had left it for her, Pomona felt sincere gratitude, as she had skipped dinner the previous night and was now quite famished. With only 2 days until the full moon, she needed to devise a plan to excavate the tunnel leading off campus, which she had to do discreetly at night. The lack of sleep might extend until Sunday, by which time her appearance would likely reflect her exhaustion. As she regained her composure, Wilhelmina's words echoed in Pomona's mind. Could it be that her father was enchanted by her mother, leading him to abandon his daughter? She found herself perplexed by such emotions. How could someone lose control to that extent? Lu Ping had once said that there are creatures worse than monsters, and Pomona believed he was referring to werewolves. His suffering was not solely physical. It likely included psychological torment, shaping his precocious demeanor. He resembled the tentacula, having bypassed childhood and leaped directly into adulthood. Meanwhile, unsuspecting classmates were akin to unsuitable soil, driving Remus Lupin toward madness. Werewolves possess an innate desire to bite. Yet he must restrain himself from succumbing to the temptation to harm those whose blood and flesh appear delectable, transforming them into his kin. Conversely, Avila's nature compels them to seduce humans. She yearned for a romantic connection with a heterosexual partner. Perhaps that was not her true intention, in mundane terms. It was instinctual, like fish returning to spawn. If Dumbledore hoped for her to suppress her desires, then the Sorting Hat should have placed her in Ravenclaw, as a witch devoted to knowledge and power without ever marrying. Yet, it had chosen to place her in Hufflepuff, a house known for its daydreamers. Just as it had sorted Lupin, a werewolf, into the fiercely righteous Gryffindor. Were they merely pawns in Dumbledore's game, or was it merely fate's design? She retrieved her wand. The very one purchased from Ollivander, a notable figure in the magical realm and one of the sacred 28, belonging to a family of pure-blood wizards, just like Ginny Weasley. Who would have imagined that the seemingly unremarkable Ginny, with her soft-spoken demeanor, might be esteemed by the Dark Lord? Not all pure-blood families are destined for Slytherin. Some may doubt this. In fact, Hufflepuff boasts a greater number of pure-blood aristocrats than Slytherin, primarily due to its larger population, while Slytherin includes a significant number of half-bloods. When one excludes them from the already scarce numbers, the purebloods in Slytherin dwindle in comparison to those in Hufflepuff. The allure of ancient families and sacred bloodlines sounds thrilling. Yet the reality is that purebloods are increasingly rare. The Longbottom family has yet to produce an heir. Slughorn's endorsement of Barty Crouch, the most ancient of pure-blood wizard families and one of the sacred 28, to succeed Dumbledore as the Minister of Magic at Hogwarts is notable. Although he may lack the prowess of Albus Dumbledore, the strength of his lineage far surpasses the obscure name of Dumbledore. Barty Crouch is known for his integrity, having adjudicated fairly in several cases involving wizards and other races, earning the respect of creatures like goblins. And he is proficient in multiple languages, skills essential for a Hogwarts headmaster who must manage both the school and relations with neighboring races. Slughorn's recommendation of Crouch is not merely a bias toward purebloods. Rather, should Crouch ascend to the headmastership, the plight of Muggle-born students at the school would likely worsen, with the possibility of them being denied admission altogether, fearing their peculiar abilities would mark them as outcasts or freaks. Ordinary students need not worry about such matters. They can simply enjoy their studies and leisure. However, once they become professors, they must adopt a definitive stance. Although the hiring of professors at Hogwarts ostensibly falls under the purview of the headmaster, the Ministry of Magic possesses its own trump cards, capable of intervening under the guise of educational assessments, even dismissing certain teachers deemed inappropriate, a well-known method of excluding the undesired. Currently, Pomona is regarded as a Dumbledore loyalist by the Slytherin head, and at merely 11 years of age, who would believe that a child could serve as a professor? She bears tremendous pressure, whether one believes it or not. Stress can foster growth, yet excessive pressure may lead to collapse. She needs to find a means of relief. She cannot always resort to Peter for solace. "Can you hear me?" As she lifted the covers and sat up, a man's voice emerged from behind her. She turned to look, but there was nothing there. The sight was utterly terrifying, sending chills down Pomona's spine, yet amidst the fear, she felt a profound sadness enveloping her. A warm sensation brushed her neck, akin to someone's breath in the nape of her neck. Who is there? Barefoot on the carpet. She scanned her surroundings until a soft pop heralded the arrival of a house elf in the corner. "What are you doing here?" "Professor Grapland instructed Honey to awaken you at 9, or you will be late for your second class," the little elf squeaked timidly. "Honey?" Pomona found the name delightful. She had once told Lily that food brings happiness. Perhaps she ought to revise that to sweet treats bestow boundless joy. "Indeed, miss, that is my name." Honey's large, watery eyes blinked as she fidgeted with her fingers. "Can you procure some chocolate?" Pomona leaped onto her bed. Had she been at home, Mrs. Sprout would never have allowed her to indulge in chocolate so early, but here at Hogwarts, who could prevent her from enjoying chocolate for breakfast? "I shall return shortly, Mississippi." With a snap of her fingers, Honey vanished, allowing Pomona the opportunity to freshen up. Upon returning from the bathroom, she discovered not only bread and jam at her bedside, but also a large platter of chocolate, though Honey was nowhere to be found. Her long-standing habit of rising early prevented her from truly sleeping until 9. It was now too late for her dark arts class, yet too early for divination. She pondered for a moment, considering that she would eventually have to oversee the greenhouse, so she decided to investigate. Exiting the burrow, she was greeted by bright sunshine, a stark contrast to the previous day's incessant rain. Regrettably, none of the 4 houses had flying lessons that day, wasting such splendid weather. She strolled leisurely through the winding corridors of Hogwarts, munching on chocolate. Everything here remained unchanged over the years, as if time itself had slowed, with only the occasional dripping pipes reiterating the age of this venerable institution. A peculiar fear gripped her as she encountered a puddle in the corridor. She gingerly stepped around it. Suddenly, she heard the hissing sound reminiscent of a serpent, and in her fright, she shut her eyes and fled, not stopping until the sound faded away. When she finally opened her eyes, she realized she had inadvertently arrived at the greenhouse. Although she had never been here before, it felt eerily familiar, as if she had visited countless times, though it appeared much older than she expected. Pushing open the weathered door, adorned with the Hufflepuff badger handle, she was taken aback by the sight within. The plants appeared lethargic and neglected, overrun by weeds, far messier than the tropical rainforest in the girls' common room. Oh, poor little thing. Pomona gently stroked the leaves of a mandrake, which looked small and yellow, clearly malnourished. She hurriedly retrieved earmuffs from the preparation room, donned them, and yanked the mandrake from its pot. Its human-like root resembled a premature infant, diminutive and frail, emitting a faint cry. The cries of a mandrake can awaken those petrified by a basilisk or even kill, but only if they are potent. The mandrake in her hands was so weak that Pomona doubted she even needed the earmuffs. Once again, she surveyed the chaotic greenhouse, realizing she had much work ahead of her. Leave. Just as Pomona replaced the mandrake in its pot and removed her earmuffs, she heard a voice from outside the greenhouse. Peering through the dust-laden window, she spotted two adult wizards, accompanied by two Slytherin students, forcibly escorting a house elf toward her. Hogwarts forbids outsiders from entering without the headmaster's permission after school gates close, and the two adult wizards certainly did not appear benevolent. Trusting her Hufflepuff instincts, Pomona sensed that venturing outside was ill-advised. In a moment of desperation, she slipped into the preparation room, and just as she closed the door, the greenhouse door swung open, and the house elf stumbled inside. Following closely were the four wizards, who firmly shut the door and sealed all the windows. The stench returned, reminiscent of what she had encountered in Madame Malkin's shop, and she stifled her nausea as she peered through the door crack to observe their actions. Once all the windows were secured, a tall man approached the two Slytherin boys, boasting, "See, satisfied now? We're far from the castle. No one will hear us." The two boys remained visibly anxious until another, shorter man reassured them, "Don't worry, it's just a house elf. You won't get into trouble." How could that possibly be? The slightly plump student spoke nervously, expressing concern that the absence of one person would surely be noticed. A person? It is hardly a human. The tall man, with a face full of disdain, remarked that house elves were inherently inferior. Who would allow a pure-blood noble to bear the burden of their transgressions for such a creature? "Draw your wands," he commanded. The shorter man produced his wand and urged the two boys to hasten. After a moment of hesitation, the two Slytherin boys reluctantly revealed their wands. "Let these young lads expand their horizons, Evan," the tall man stated, moving aside to sit at a table. The short man, referred to as Evan, stepped into the aisle, grinning maliciously at the trembling house elf. Crucio. A green light shot from his wand, striking the house elf, which immediately screamed in agony. "See, this is how the unforgivable curse is employed," Evan remarked, glancing back at the two Slytherin boys. "Which of you will go first?" They exchanged glances, and ultimately, the slightly plump boy stepped forward, aiming his wand at the house elf. "Crucio," he shouted, but the wand emitted no green light. "No," the man at the table exclaimed. "To wield the unforgivable curse requires resolve. You were wavering just now." "I was not," the boy quickly retorted. "Do as I instruct." Evan approached the plump boy, raising his wand once more. Crucio. A green beam struck the house elf again, causing it to writhe in pain. Pomona realized what was transpiring. These two adults were using the house elf as a practice target, instructing the two minors in the unforgivable curses. They exhibited a blatant disregard for life, taking delight in the torment of others. While house elves may not be human, should the boys follow suit, malevolence would take root in their hearts, giving rise to a new generation of villains. The plump boy hesitated, but the leaner boy was eager, brandishing his wand and casting Crucio upon the house elf, which let out a solitary cry of despair. "Yes, just like that, but with greater conviction," Evan urged. "You are not merely playing. If you genuinely wish to serve the Dark Lord, you must commit fully." They were Death Eaters. Pomona felt a chill run through her. How could Death Eaters infiltrate the school? "Learn well from Avery, Mulciber," the man at the table advised the boys. "Your father would weep to see you so inept." Mulciber wiped the sweat from his brow and aimed his wand at the house elf. "Please, young master," the elf weakly implored. "Robbie cannot endure this." Yet, in response to its pleas, the Slytherin boy cast the unforgivable curse once more. Pomona pondered how much more such suffering a being could withstand, House elves, though stronger than humans, were paralyzed by their subservience, and as the number of curses inflicted upon it multiplied, the elf's cries grew weaker, mirroring the increasingly frenzied expressions of the two boys. They became utterly consumed by madness and wickedness, utterly devoid of elegance. Pomona recalled Peter's warning. Hufflepuffs should steer clear of Slytherins, particularly following this year's Quidditch match, as the boys' actions were tantamount to declaring war against Slytherin. Mulciber and Avery dared not target Pomona, but in the eyes of those two adults, tormenting her would be no unusual endeavor. She wagered they had likely tormented Muggle adults as well. The Patronus charm required joyful memories, while the unforgivable curse demanded a determination to harm. Clinging to such malevolence would only lead one to become increasingly depraved. They felt no pain, and it was futile to expect them to experience a moral awakening or repentance. When wizards oppressed other races due to their power, did they ever contemplate that these races might one day resist, trampling upon the once mighty? Goblins had once rebelled in the 17th century, as Professor Binns had recounted yesterday. They had used the Hogwarts Head Inn as their headquarters. Although Binns had not detailed the events, the outcome was clear. Gringotts was now under goblin control. To negotiate, one must present demands. Wizards' finances now lay in goblin hands, and without wealth, how would wizarding aristocrats survive? Power must be seized, which is why goblins hold a higher status in the magical realm than other races. Centaurs faced similar treatment. Wizards derided them as savages, yet dared not lay a finger upon them, at least not in the manner they treated the house elf. Food is not happiness. Power is happiness. For the first time in her life, Pomona yearned for strength. A millennium ago, Helga Hufflepuff had brought house elves to Hogwarts, providing refuge for those magical beings persecuted during the war. 1,000 years later, Pomona found herself sorted into Hufflepuff, a house that should remain discreet, yet as a badger, she must reveal her teeth when necessary. Hufflepuff must act rightly, for it is the right thing to do. Pomona donned her earmuffs, retrieving her wand and aiming it at the pot of mandrakes across from her. Professor Filius had advised her that casting spells required wand movement, incantation, and focus. However, the space she occupied was too confined for wand movements, and she dared not speak the incantation aloud, aware that 4 individuals stood against her. Should she reveal her position, not only would she fail to save the house elf, but she would also invite her own doom. May the magic gods bless me with success, Pomona silently prayed, softly reciting the incantation she had heard her Hufflepuff seniors repeat countless times the night before, Reducto. She aimed for the pot, but ultimately miscalibrated, striking the table instead. With a sharp crack, one of the table's legs splintered. The decayed wood could not support an adult's weight, shattering under the pressure. The pots atop the table tumbled to the ground, and a chorus of mandrakes began to wail. "Oh, bloody hell! Cover your ears!" The Death Eaters screamed. A healthy mandrake could claim their lives with a single pot, but fortunately, these were malnourished. Even a dozen crying together would not prove fatal. Once they had fled, Pomona emerged from her hiding place, scooping up the house elf. It was light as a feather, emaciated, yet it had been the one preparing Hogwarts' lavish feasts. "Wake up!" Pomona gently patted its face. The elf was still responsive, albeit rolling its eyes in weakness. Consequently, Pomona concealed it within her robes and dashed toward the infirmary. On a bright, sunny morning, the hearts of men remained dark. Historians liken the Middle Ages to a dark century, not due to perpetual clouds, but rather the shadows in human nature. When Madame Pomfrey discovered the nature of the magic afflicting the house elf, she immediately informed Professor McGonagall. Before long, Professors Filius and Slughorn had also arrived. The presence of the unforgivable curses within the school was akin to arson, an exceedingly vile act. Even if the victim was merely a house elf, it was not to be overlooked. "Oh my goodness, I must inform Dumbledore at once." Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat flustered, while Professor Flitwick maintained a semblance of composure. In stark contrast, Slughorn's expression was a perplexing amalgamation of guilt, confusion, and palpable fear, revealing his ignorance of the dire situation within his own house. "Professor McGonagall, please do not be alarmed. It is merely a house elf." "There is no need to disturb the headmaster," Pomona whispered. "The current priority is to enhance patrols. It is possible that an outsider has infiltrated the school." "An outsider? Not someone from within the institution?" Flitwick furrowed his brow. "I doubt this is the work of our students," Pomona lied, her conscience pricking at the truth that the misdeed had indeed been committed by a Slytherin. "Yesterday, I ventured near the Forbidden Forest to seek Professor Grubblyplank's assistance when a centaur was attacked by a werewolf. If there are vulnerabilities in our defenses, It would be disastrous if those werewolves were to enter. Observing the professor's reactions, Pomona noted that McGonagall had visibly regained her composure. She must have been aware of Remus Lupin's circumstances. Flitwick's demeanor was grave, while Slughorn appeared utterly terrified, clearly uninformed. He was becoming increasingly marginalized. Pomona cast her gaze down upon the house elf, realizing that neither the faculty nor the students trusted him. His so-called channels of information had long since ceased to hold any weight. "Did you see who did this, Miss Martin?" McGonagall inquired. "I saw nothing," Pomona replied coldly. "I visited the greenhouse and found him at the entrance, after which I brought him to the infirmary." "What would a house elf be doing in the greenhouse?" Slughorn questioned. "I mentioned last night that I would tidy it up. Perhaps he was preparing ahead of time," Pomona said, stroking the elf's bald head. "He claims his name is Robbie. He is wearing a Hogwarts pillowcase," Flitwick pointed out, indicating the emblem adorning Robbie's attire. "He is our house elf. Miss Martin, you may return to your classes. We shall handle this matter from here." McGonagall finally steadied herself. What could be worse than this? The Death Eaters had infiltrated. There was little else to be done but confront them. "I wish to inspect the Whomping Willow first," she declared, rising to her feet. "It has yet to settle down, and we must continue our work tonight." "Go ahead," McGonagall replied, her attention now entirely focused on the house elf. Pomona swiftly exited the infirmary. Pomona. After having distanced herself from the infirmary, she heard Slughorn calling her. She was not surprised. After all, his house's students were most likely to cast the unforgivable curses. "What is it, Professor?" Slughorn puffed as he ran, his large belly heaving with exertion. Once he caught his breath, he asked, "Be honest. Did you truly not see who was responsible?" "No," Pomona smiled. "I am not a Gryffindor. Why would I slander Slytherin?" "Do not play games with me, young lady," Slughorn admonished sternly. "Do not think I will be grateful for your cover. Professor, I am a Hufflepuff and a first year. What benefit would it serve me to betray you?" At that moment, the first class ended, and the corridor began to fill with students. "My cousin tells me he cannot protect me at all times. I truly saw nothing." With that, Pomona turned and blended into the crowd. Hufflepuffs excelled at concealment. She had no intention of sacrificing her safety for a mere house elf. It was only at this moment that she truly grasped the essence of war, an unyielding quest for one's objectives, regardless of the cost. The Dark Lord had reached out to the younger generation of wizards, and if all wizards obeyed that madman's command, self-destruction would be inevitable. "Pomona." After walking a short distance, someone else called her name. It was Lily. "What is it, Evans?" She responded courteously, though Lily appeared taken aback, as if they were close enough to drop formalities. "How did you come from the infirmary?" "That is none of your concern," Pomona retorted coldly. "Be cautious around Slytherin. Do not get too close." She sensed Lily's warmth dissipating. When angered, she could indeed be quite intimidating. "I do not believe we are close enough to interfere in each other's friendships. Severus is my friend. We have known each other since childhood, and I know his character well." "Then why do you ask if all those sorted into Slytherin are inherently bad?" "That is because she disregards advice. When has a Hufflepuff ever produced a clever individual?" A sarcastic voice echoed from around the corner. It was none other than Severus Snape, the very subject of their discussion. "Am I not correct, Lily? Childish quarrels could be resolved in just a night." Pomona, however, was disinclined to engage with either of them. She had a multitude of tasks awaiting her attention. "Hello, Pomona." She unexpectedly encountered Lupin around the next corner. It made sense. Like Lily, he was a first-year Gryffindor, and the previous class had been attended by both Slytherin and Gryffindor. Honestly, does the person in charge of scheduling truly believe that students from two houses can grow to understand one another through shared classes? Moony, do you know her? Accompanying Lupin were James Potter, Sirius Black, and another boy named Peter, who appeared small and timid, possessing an inconspicuous presence much like Ginny S. Pomona increasingly felt that the sorting hat had gone awry. What merit did such individuals have to be placed in Gryffindor? As Lupin contemplated how best to introduce her, Sirius Black approached her like a dog, sniffing at her curiously, puzzled as he inquired, "Why do you smell like the soap I use?" "I am going to check on the Whomping Willow. Are you coming?" Pomona asked Lupin. "Sorry, I will not be passing that way in the next class." Lupin feigned unfamiliarity with her, though in truth, they were not well acquainted. "Very well, goodbye." Pomona waved at Lupin and walked away without looking back. As for Sirius Black, James Potter's father, Fleamont Potter, was the inventor of Sleek Easy's hair potion, a best-selling product that had doubled the Potter family fortune. Consequently, he had allied himself with a girl from the Black family. He was no longer a mere footman, but a nobleman now, though James Potter intentionally tousled his hair. presenting himself with the air of a newly wealthy individual. Why is it that none of these boys seem mature? Pomona thought, somewhat disappointed. They resembled immature lemon meringue pies, refreshing yet slightly sour, evoking memories of Hufflepuff's missteps, paying the price of being doused in a bucket of vinegar. While the punishment was not severe, it remained a punishment nonetheless. That accursed tree refused to acknowledge its maturity. Peter, covered in dirt, leaned against the railing, drinking water while conversing with Pomona, claiming he still had room to grow. Young trees grow vertically during their developmental phase and only later establish lateral roots. One can discern this by closely observing the sprouts. Generally, the longer the vertical roots, the taller the tree will be. Only with sufficiently deep roots will the above-ground crown and trunk remain upright. It is akin to the foundation of a house if the foundation is unstable. No matter how grand or sturdy the structure above, it is of little use. Then let us dig a hole to allow it to continue growing. Dig again? Do you intend to breach Hogwarts' protective magic? Peter playfully tapped Pomona's forehead. What then shall we do? Teach me, Professor Martin. Oh, I almost forgot, Professor. What does the fourth-year ordinary wizarding level herbology exam entail? Why not inquire about the seventh year instead? I fear you may not last until then. Coincidentally, a friend's younger brother is taking the exam this year. Could you lend a hand? Is that how you make friends? Pomona despises such acts of deceit. Peter scoffed, seemingly finding her quite naive. Do you still not have a girlfriend? Pomona asked with concern, as she could almost foresee Eddie Waters' future romantic endeavors. Peter did not seem the type to suffer such a fate. Peter pulled out a cigarette, and Pomona gasped in disbelief. You actually smoke? I never do at home. Pomona felt the effects of the Cruciatus curse might have influenced her, as she absurdly found Peter rather handsome at that moment. Smoking can hinder your growth, she reminded him. While also devising a solution to her dilemma, she could continue to dose the Whomping Willow. However, a new issue arose: how to persuade Peter to quit smoking. Where did you learn to smoke? How did you know I was smoking? Pomona rolled her eyes at his muggle habits. What do you think about taking this opportunity to tunnel out? That way, I could take you to Hogsmeade. Otherwise, by the time you're in third year, I'll be in seventh, and I won't have time to play with you anymore. Are you asking me out on a date? If anyone finds out I'm dating a first year, I might as well give up on ever asking Angela out. Peter laughed, revealing his crush. Pomona suddenly longed to grow up faster. After all these years at school, you don't know any other escape routes? Pomona wanted to treat him. Considering Peter's friend had helped her immensely, but Hufflepuff held feasts every day, and the food was so plentiful that they would likely find Hogsmeade's offerings meager. School is quite perilous. Didn't T. Pringle mention that on the first day? Peter exhaled a smoke ring before adding, I'm not fond of night excursions either. Pomona contemplated, sharing with Peter her recent encounter in the greenhouse. Slytherin is becoming increasingly radical. Death Eaters are infiltrating, and confronting them at Quidditch matches is quite unwise. Do you think I'm a coward? Certainly not. Then what is there to discuss? For the glory of Hufflepuff, we cheer and we lament. Bella Black has harmed our girls. How can we remain silent? It will be perilous, genuinely perilous. I do not wish to attend your funeral. Just don't inform Dumbledore. And hurry, you're going to be late. Peter pointed towards Ravenclaw's tower. You still have time to run. Pomona suspected Peter was being sarcastic, mocking her for being timid. And before leaving, she stuck her tongue out at him. Peter, equally childish, returned the gesture, causing her to retract her earlier thought of his attractiveness. He remained the same boy who would spit out his oatmeal. Cassandra Trelawney was a renowned seer. However, her lineage rarely produced genuine seers thereafter, with her great-grandson even marrying a Muggle woman. Many believe that prophecy and divination have lost their efficacy, akin to Muggles. Currently teaching at Hogwarts is Cassandra's granddaughter, Patricia, a woman who dresses like a gypsy, making it hard to believe she graduated from Ravenclaw. Her classroom lacks chairs. Everyone sits on the floor, surrounded by soft cushions. And she hands out sticky candies that resemble a charlatan's wares. Her lessons are even more tedious than Ben's, and coupled with late nights, Pomona's eyelids grew heavy. Eventually, she fell asleep without a dream. Omar Trussy snapped a photo of her with his new camera. She had her mouth agape, drool trickling down her chin, looking quite foolish. Although Susan managed to retrieve the photo for her, her reputation was forever tarnished, with all the boys jeering at her. Now, she was resolute in casting the killing curse on Omar, but when she uttered the incantation, her wand aimed at him, not even a spark erupted. Omar remained lively. The outcome revealed that the unforgivable curse was not so easily cast. A killing curse is simply that. Why refer to it as an unforgivable curse? It's utterly redundant. Don't be disheartened, Pomona. Mary approached to console her, asserting that boys are foolish. One day, When you're jealous over a foolish boy and another girl, you'll realize who the real fool is. With such morose thoughts, Pomona joined her peers for the Care of Magical Creatures class, which swapped places with History of Magic from the previous day. After this class, it would be lunchtime, and many first-years carried picnic baskets, seemingly planning a feast by the Forbidden Forest. What classes do we have this afternoon? After the incomprehensible lesson on magical creatures, Pomona and her roommates enjoyed lunch on the grass, and they indeed were thoughtful, remembering to bring her share. Muggle studies and ancient ruins, Ginny replied while swatting away a mosquito buzzing around her face. I heard your family supports Muggles, Mary said, setting down her fish sandwich to look at Ginny. Not everyone. Just a few cousins, like Arthur, who now lives with Molly at the Burrow. They're married? Mary continued her inquiries. Indeed, their son Bill was born last year, and I attended his baptism. Didn't you say you weren't aligned with him? Mary pressed further. He is my cousin. Attending my nephew's baptism has nothing to do with politics. Pomona chewed her food with her eyes closed, savoring the delicious fish sandwich. Pomona, you truly stood out yesterday. Mary changed the topic, directing attention towards her. I had no idea you were so remarkable. If you help me, I might convince Professor Slughorn to excuse your potion homework. Really? Her roommates exclaimed in surprise. Certainly, as long as you assist me in tidying up the greenhouse. The girls' rekindled enthusiasm was immediately doused. It seemed they preferred submitting their potion assignments to managing that greenhouse. The conversation meandered until it landed on Patricia Trelawney's divination class. I heard her grandmother was a formidable seer. Why does she seem devoid of such talent? Ginny remarked. Perhaps because she graduated from Ravenclaw. She has always got the gift of gab, Mary replied indignantly. I heard Dumbledore was prophesied by her in his youth. Susan sipped her orange juice, feigning mystery, adding that she presented him with a prophecy orb, claiming the secret would be unveiled in 100 years. What secret? The three asked in unison. Susan shrugged. How would I know? Thus, the topic concluded, and they shifted to new discussions. It is well known that Dumbledore was born in 1844 and entered Hogwarts in 1855. Meaning Cassandra's prophecy is due to come to fruition soon? As Pomona savored her pudding, she pondered whether she should inquire about the prophecy from Dumbledore in a professional capacity. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the edge of the Forbidden Forest, drawing the attention of the Hufflepuffs who were enjoying a picnic. They witnessed Gryffindors soaring about on their broomsticks, an act that struck Pomona as rather foolish. Did they truly believe such antics would capture the attention of the girls? This reminded her of a favor she had asked Susan to fulfill. Did you manage to buy that broom I requested? Pomona inquired. I've already written to my brother. He'll send it in a few days, Susan replied, followed by a hearty belch. How much do I owe you? No need for payment. He is fighting for Hufflepuff. How could I accept your money? Fair is fair. I don't want to owe you anything, Susan retorted, her dark hair transforming to a fiery red in her irritation. Are you referring to the conflict with Slytherin? Mary asked, concern etched on her face. Are you scared? Susan pressed. To Pomona's surprise, Mary nodded. I've heard that Death Eaters are compiling a list of pureblood wizards who support Muggles, and I don't want to be on that list. Before Susan could respond, Pomona placed a reassuring hand on hers. Do you wish to drop out? Pomona asked gently. Not at the moment, but if the situation worsens, I might consider it. Mary whispered, and Pomona realized this sentiment might resonate with many new Hufflepuffs. Their attachment to the school was tenuous, and they believed the turmoil was temporary. If Dumbledore could maintain his position, or if a new headmaster favored by the Dark Lord were appointed, the unrest would dissipate, allowing them to return to their studies. Not everyone possessed Gryffindor-esque bravery. Dumbledore should not apply such adventurous spirit to the management of the school. It's only the second day of term. You're worrying too much, Pomona said lightly, glancing at Ginny. However, to her dismay, Ginny's complexion appeared ashen. What is the matter? Mary asked. Ginny bit her lip and shook her head. The oppressive atmosphere was ill-suited for a picnic, prompting the girls to gather their baskets and head back to the castle. The value of peace often requires the backdrop of war, just as the sweetness of chocolate is accentuated by bitterness. Unsweetened chocolate is harsh and only appreciated by adults. Hufflepuff's 74th tenet states that everything may be relinquished, but some cannot. Even if a significant sum were required to enchant the Whomping Willow, Pomona accepted it. For money is meant to be spent. With the day nearly half gone, and tomorrow marking Lupin's transformation, Pomona realized she had only begun to hollow out the space beneath the willow, while the tunnel to Hogsmeade had yet to be started. Recalling the burrowing creatures she had seen the previous night, she bid her roommates farewell and hurried towards Hagrid's hut. "Why are you so busy? You hardly seem like a first year," Mary muttered behind her. "It's just for a few days. Once this is over, I can cultivate my flowers and earn a fortune. Perhaps even find a handsome boyfriend for a quieter life," Pomona exclaimed as she ran. After knocking for what felt like ages, Hagrid finally opened the door. "Oh, hello, Professor. What brings you here?" he boomed, his tone betraying an unintentional hint of guilt. "May I come in, Hagrid?" Pomona inquired, feigning ignorance. "Best to speak here," Hagrid replied, squeezing out the door and closing it behind him, clearly wishing to conceal something within. "Can the creatures you brought last night continue assisting us?" Pomona asked, maintaining her pretense. "Of course, I'll pay them. What do you need them for?" "To dig a tunnel to Hogsmeade." She hesitated before adding, "Do you know of any places outside Hogsmeade suitable for housing dangerous magical creatures?" Hagrid's eyes widened in surprise. "You want to keep dangerous creatures? Specifically, those classified as 5-star threats by the Ministry of Magic. Oh my goodness, what do you intend to keep? A 5-legged beast or a venomous leopard?" Hagrid mentioned creatures deemed extremely dangerous by the Ministry, on par with werewolves. Pomona smiled, maintaining the delightful misunderstanding. "Do you know where I might keep such creatures?" Hagrid, enamored with magical beasts, readily offered. "First, you'll need a private space. Those accustomed to the wild aren't friendly to everyone. I recall a cottage outside Hogsmeade that belonged to Newt Scamander. He adored magical creatures like I do, but unlike me, he was quite wealthy and built a house far from the village. You could dig your tunnel there, allowing you to visit them often. Is it currently occupied? He has a son who lived there while studying at Hogwarts. It's now vacant. Dumbledore intended to purchase it but ended up donating it to the school." Hagrid leaned down, crumbs falling from his beard. "If you wish to use that house, it's best to consult Dumbledore." "I knew it," Pomona thought, gritting her teeth. That old wizard had it all planned. "Thank you, Hagrid." She turned to leave. "Don't mention it, Professor," Hagrid responded, preparing to return to his hut. "What magical creatures did you keep before?" Pomona asked casually. "Eight-eyed spiders," Hagrid blurted out, quickly covering his mouth. Pomona felt a wave of frustration wash over her. "Oh, eight-eyed spiders, while not as formidable as dragons and not classified by the Ministry, are notoriously terrifying. They can grow as large as a cartwheel and are known for their aggressive breeding. Encountering one is a death sentence for muggles. Hence their strict prohibition and extermination by the Ministry. Not all wizards harbor irreconcilable conflicts with muggles. At times, they have protected them from monsters. In primitive tribes, wizards were respected for driving away creatures muggles could not handle. However, as magic began to be misused, tensions between wizards and muggles escalated. The Ministry has an office dedicated to preventing the abuse of magic, primarily focused on prohibiting wizards from casting spells in front of muggles and reversing magical effects, such as modifying muggle memories and warning those who violate these rules. These individuals often obstruct those who wish to wield magic freely. And the office's head receives special attention from Death Eaters. According to reports, that person happens to be Arthur Weasley. While many share that name, based on Ginny's reaction, it is highly likely that the office director is her cousin. What sort of roommates has Peter found for her? Pomona felt like crying. Those 2 adult Death Eaters who infiltrated the school couldn't possibly be after her, could they? "Hagrid, what are you hiding in your hut?" Pomona laid the situation bare. It was so dire that to continue feigning ignorance would only bring harm to oneself and others. Hagrid, however, still obstructed the door. "Do you recall the last time you were expelled from Hogwarts? This time, with Dumbledore preoccupied with his own troubles. Should you continue to harbor creatures that do not belong in the vicinity of the school, you will find yourself imprisoned in Azkaban, with no one to rescue you." Pomona sought to intimidate him, for although Hagrid was an adult, his intellect resembled that of a child. The giant's imposing stature and formidable magical resistance belied his limited mental capacity. That he had grown into Hagrid was already quite remarkable. After much hesitation, Hagrid reluctantly opened the door, and Pomona stepped inside, immediately greeted by a pungent scent of the sea. What was that? Hagrid concealed a crate with a floral cloth, within which a creature squirmed, causing the box to tremble incessantly. "Softclaw land shrimp, Professor, a creature that resides on land. What do you intend to do with them?" "I'm raising animals. These softclaw land shrimps are said to have a flavor akin to that of lobsters." Pomona pondered why Hagrid didn't simply catch lobsters instead. But his remark inspired a sudden idea, provoking a wicked grin upon her face. Among the 4 houses, the girls of Hufflepuff were the most timid. Everyone knew they were easy to bully. If she happened to be a muggle born without connections in the wizarding world, she would be a prime target for those of pure blood. before enacting her plan. Pomona needed to ascertain why Nancy Privity had been bullied into dropping out by Bellatrix Black. Everyone had their taboos. Boys disliked being called cowards or losers, while girls took offense at being labeled ugly. Some wizards loathed being referred to as dark wizards. Nancy, born in the Muggle world, was unaware of many of the wizarding world's taboos. If she couldn't control her tongue and inadvertently provoked Bella, her punishment would be somewhat self-inflicted. The entire Hufflepuff House waging war against Slytherin to avenge her would only escalate tensions and lead to irreparable consequences. While dropping out was a setback, she could appeal to Dumbledore for permission to return, but if Bella were to bully her, they would need to retaliate. Patience was a precursor to vengeance. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone a human. Angie. At the entrance of the potions classroom, Pomona found the head girl of Hufflepuff. It was well past mealtime, and the lunch break was nearing its end. The brewing of advanced potions required extended periods, which was why the potions class spanned 2 periods. "Oh, Professor Martin, what brings you here?" Angie teased, as Hufflepuff was well informed. The news of Pomona becoming a professor at the tender age of 11 had spread like wildfire. "I have a question for you." She pulled Angie aside. "Can you tell me the reason for Nancy's expulsion?" Angie's smile faded. "That is not for you to know." "Why? Because I'm a professor?" "No. How old do you think you are?" "You're merely 11. The head girl adopted a rare stern expression. "With the headmaster and the principal absent, who do you think can ensure your safety? The law does not punish the masses, as long as we stand united. No one will dare to provoke us. Besides, isn't it rather embarrassing to let the boys handle disputes between girls? What is your plan then?" Pomona lifted a wicker cage, opening the lid. "Do you recognize this? Softclaw land shrimp?" Angie looked at Pomona with a bemused expression. "Indeed." Pomona closed the lid again. Hufflepuff gains 2 points. Angie chuckled. "You plan to use them for revenge against Slytherin? They are only rated 3 stars in danger. A simple spell could easily repel them." Today, 2 Slytherin students used an unforgivable curse to torment a house elf, Pomona said coldly. "I believe these creatures will cooperate with us in executing our plan." Angie's smile vanished, and after a pause, she lowered her voice gravely. "You mean they cannot enjoy the food prepared by others while disparaging the one who cooked for them?" Pomona replied icily, "Certain individuals are unwelcome guests. Until they recall their manners, they cannot comfortably savor their meals at Hogwarts. That is my plan. Will you join me, Angie?" Angie scrutinized Pomona, then suddenly broke into a knowing smile. "What capacity do you speak from? As a professor or a student?" "As a Hufflepuff. I take pride in the honor of my house and share in its shame." "Oh, dear, why has Peter never introduced you to us?" Angie exclaimed, as if encountering a delightful plush mascot, and embraced Pomona. "Let go of me." Pomona wriggled free from her grasp. Angie's soft bosom nearly suffocated her. Angie led her away from the cellar, ensuring no Slytherins were nearby, before quietly revealing the backstory. "Do you know Lucius Malfoy? He is impeccable in appearance." That fool Nancy often stole glances at him, and Bella's gang caught on. They impersonated Malfoy to lure her to the 2nd floor, you know. The very spot where Moaning Myrtle was killed. Nancy was blissfully unaware and eagerly went, only to be trapped in a restroom stall by Bella, who had been waiting there all night. Pomona's breath caught. Had no one noticed her absence? The winter break was about to commence, and many left early. "We thought she had departed too," Angie whispered. Later, her roommate discovered her belongings were still there, and that's when we realized something was amiss. By the time we found her, she was nearly driven mad with fear. The magical world could shatter Muggle perceptions, and Pomona believed that if she suddenly found herself in a Muggle school, her performance would scarcely differ from Eddie's. Moreover, Myrtle's death was bizarre and horrific. Like Nancy, she too was a Muggle-born. Perhaps Nancy thought she might become the next victim in the lavatory, enclosed in a dark, damp stall. Not knowing when a monster might appear, the mere thought of it was terrifying. Did she not call for help? She did, but no one heard her. Angie's expression was devoid of emotion. Pringle rarely patrols that area. To Pomona, Bella Black's actions were utterly shameless. Yet at the crux of it all was Nancy's folly. She believed that a pure-blood aristocrat like Malfoy would take an interest in a Muggle girl like herself. Muggles have their fairy tales. There's a story called Cinderella. Perhaps she fancied herself transformed by a fairy godmother's magic, deluding herself into believing the prince would love her. Does Bella also fancy Malfoy? No, she proclaims herself the most loyal servant of the Dark Lord. She has been conquered by a man old enough to be her father. Angie scoffed. She punished Nancy because she thought Nancy was delusional. During the winter break, She spread this tale throughout the aristocratic social circles. It wasn't just Hogwarts students who learned of it, but even adults. By the second week after returning from the winter break, Nancy had dropped out. Pomona was taken aback by the depths of human cruelty. Lucius Malfoy was the shining golden boy, and who could fathom how many pureblood maidens were queuing up to marry him? Just as girls may envy the beauty of their female counterparts, boys too harbor jealousy towards those who surpass them. They would not settle for the remnants left by others. With such a scandal, even if Nancy graduated from Hogwarts, she would find it impossible to establish herself in the magical community, let alone marry. Where could she turn if she couldn't find a job and had no husband to support her? Well, that is the situation at hand. Hand over the items, and you may leave. Angie snatched the cage from Pomona's hands, leaving the next steps to her upperclassmen. Aren't you afraid of offending them, Angie? Pomona whispered. We have no choice, Pomona, Angie replied with remarkable calmness. If we do not defend our honor, Hufflepuff will be regarded by graduates of other houses as a school for foolish girls. Moreover, I believe involving the boys will only exacerbate the conflict. It is best that we resolve this ourselves to prevent the situation from escalating. Very well, do take care, Pomona said. Just pretend you know nothing, dear. Before Pomona departed, Angie, holding the cage, smiled and added, This is our secret, understand? Pomona nodded solemnly before disappearing down the long corridor. The nature of beings cannot be altered. Some entities that appear nearly identical are, in fact, two entirely different species. Take the cat-fox, for instance, which resembles an ordinary cat and can even interbreed with one. Yet it is a magical creature. Its eyes are red, possessing a remarkable ability to discern the moral character of individuals and their potential guilt. However, earning its loyalty is a formidable challenge, akin to the need for permission from the Ministry of Magic to keep a Snidget. The Snidget, resembling a Jack Russell Terrier, is distinguished by its tail, which forks like that of a swallow, giving the impression of having two tails. It is fiercely loyal to wizards yet brutally savage towards muggles. Any wizard wishing to own a Snidget must first pass a simple test to prove their ability to control it in muggle neighborhoods before they can obtain a license from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Legally, the owner is obligated to use a painless severing charm to remove its distinctive tail when it reaches 6 to 8 weeks of age. Pomona resolved to learn this charm herself, for she desired the power of self-defense. If wizards did not distinguish between humans and animals, the incident of Slytherin practicing the unforgivable curses on house elves would not have occurred. They do not regard other magical beings as equals, and this inequality breeds a disregard for life. Hufflepuff, which values equality above all, finds it ironic that if a charm can sever a dog's tail, why should it not be used on a human? Some individuals are simply lacking in lessons. Without punishment, they remain unaware of their wrongdoings. Once Angie and her companions took action, animosity would brew between the Slytherin and Hufflepuff girls. Women possess the uncanny ability to sweetly declare, "We are the best of friends," while simultaneously poisoning each other's cups. Hufflepuff excels in herbology, whereas Slytherin is adept in potions. It is likely that antidotes will become highly sought after. Priced at 32 galleons per dose, those with ample stock will reap considerable profits. As long as the potions are not excessively malicious, they will not be immediately lethal. And the spectacle of various magical effects unfolding will surely provide great amusement. I adore magic. Pomona could not conceal her genuine delight, her smile radiant as she anticipated the forthcoming opportunity to profit. However, she needed to organize the greenhouse and find a partner skilled in potion making. When impulsiveness clouds judgment, emotion often prevails over reason. Individuals spend without hesitation. Fortunately, many pure-blood aristocrats belong to Slytherin and Hufflepuff, possessing considerable wealth. Though parents may be reluctant to fund Dumbledore's Hogwarts, they cannot control how their children spend money while at school. This influx of funds could alleviate Hogwarts' financial strain. While peace is the foundation of commercial prosperity, chaos can also create opportunities, provided one possesses a discerning eye. Many Hufflepuffs are quite affluent, such as Newt Scamander, whose magical creatures yield valuable materials like skin, fur, and blood. Ordinary wizards face great difficulty in collecting these resources, often risking their lives to procure them. However, Newt's profound understanding of these creatures allows him to gather them without harm, thereby increasing his wealth. Pomona envisioned a splendid life as a wealthy woman. Wealthy men often have one or two mistresses, yet wealthy women cannot indulge in keeping men as dependents without facing societal scorn. Furthermore, men drawn to gold often lack virtue and may vanish after absconding with her fortune. Thus, The fantasy of maintaining such a relationship would remain confined to her imagination, never to be realized. Initially, she had adopted a tortoise for convenience, but now she desired a true companion, a catfox capable of discerning character. This meant a trip to the Ministry of Magic was in order. Once she possessed it, Pomona intended to choose a suitable boyfriend. As trees grow, they bloom and reproduce, which is a biological instinct. Werewolves bite humans to propagate their kind, yet the offspring of a werewolf and a human do not inherit lycanthropy. Pomona did not plan to spend her entire life within the walls of this school. One day, she would depart, and before that, she would cultivate a replacement for her herbology professor. She owed Dumbledore nothing, and when the time came, she would travel the world with her handsome husband. Places inhabited by magical flora and fauna are often untouched by human presence. Thus, in addition to being handsome, her partner must possess formidable strength to protect her and adeptly handle unforeseen circumstances. In light of Nancy's situation, Pomona found herself less concerned about appearances. Character and strength took precedence. However, if two individuals were equally matched, why not choose the more attractive one? Being a beautiful and affluent woman truly presents its own dilemmas. Put away that foolish grin, Martin, as Pomona indulged in her daydreams. An irksome voice suddenly emerged from the shadows. She didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Do not speak to her that way, Severus. Lily stepped out from the shadows, her gaze towards Pomona filled with concern. I heard you were the one who brought that house elf to the infirmary. Upon seeing the two of them, Pomona's good spirits evaporated instantly. She could not comprehend her own feelings. She cherished Lily but despised the perpetually greasy-haired Snape. Alone, Lily brought her joy, yet their combined presence made her feel nauseated. Snape was impoverished. Save for his wand, everything he owned was second-hand. Yet he carried himself with an air of arrogance. Where did he find the audacity? Even if it wasn't you, Severus, if you truly cared for your friend, you should keep your distance from Lily, she said coldly. The situation is dire. You haven't forgotten that Lily is a Gryffindor, have you? So, you saw who did it. Did you? Lily fixed her beautiful green eyes on Pomona. I saw nothing. Pomona vehemently denied that she was with you at the time of the incident, asserting that she attended the first class with Gryffindor and possesses an alibi that absolves her of any suspicion. Severus, hidden from Lily's view, wore that characteristic Slytherin smirk, yet chose to remain silent, leaving Lily in a state of revelation only upon her reminder. So your warning against associating too closely with Slytherin was not directed at Severus? Pomona found herself at a loss for words in explaining this to Lily. Think as you wish, she said wearily. Is there anything else you need? I must head to the greenhouse. After such an incident, you still intend to go to the greenhouse? That is my duty, Pomona replied. But her gaze suddenly shifted to Lily and Severus, unable to suppress a laugh. Merlin's wand, have I consumed Felix Felicis today? Why does fortune seem to favor me so? The first class of Muggle studies in the afternoon was once again attended by Hufflepuff and Gryffindor together. The combination of Slytherin and Gryffindor in the same class on Muggle topics could only be described as a recipe for conflict, a fact evidently understood by the schedulers, who paired the two combative houses with the more peaceable ones. Furthermore, in light of the disputes caused by Bellatrix Black the previous year, all Muggle studies classes for Hufflepuff from 1st to 7th year were conducted alongside Gryffindor. Lily, being a Muggle-born witch, had a deeper understanding of Muggles than most, and Pomona suspected that the teachers were more preoccupied with the question of whether their salaries would be disbursed next month. This led her and Lily to skip class together. As for Severus, he trudged off to care of magical creatures, his large nose held high with disdain. With that bothersome individual absent, the rapport between Pomona and Lily flourished, and Lily appeared genuinely interested in plants, volunteering to assist. Look, Lily exclaimed, plucking a small daisy and presenting it to Pomona. The petals of the daisy opened and closed like barnacles. Goodness, Lily, that is truly remarkable. Pomona marveled, genuinely astonished to witness someone transform an ordinary plant into something magical. Thank you, Lily replied bashfully, retracting her hand and smiling down. You are the first to praise me so. No, Lily, this is not mere praise, Pomona said earnestly, locking her gaze on her. You possess an extraordinary talent, which I know can achieve this. Lily appeared startled, and after a long pause, asked, Not even you? I cannot, Pomona affirmed gravely. I am unable to turn ordinary plants into magical ones. Have you ever seen a willow tree that strikes back in the Muggle world? Lily shook her head. Exactly. Your gift ventures into realms unknown to me. You should consult the headmaster or Professor Slughorn, elder wizards. Pomona inwardly sighed with relief that Lily was not intimidated by her, bravely embracing her identity as a witch, lest such a precious talent be squandered. Penny calls me a freak, Lily said dismally. She constantly tells me not to do this. You need not heed her. She will never comprehend, Pomona replied, donning her deerskin gloves. Will you remain there to play, or shall you assist me? I shall assist. Lily discarded the daisy from her palm and dashed to the preparation room for spare gloves. Pomona felt tears welling up. Daisies typically grew amidst weeds, and discovering one in the greenhouse, a place meant for magical plants, was hardly delightful. Why not use your wand to clear them away? Lily inquired from the preparation room. Because I am a first year. Pomona wielded a sickle, cutting through a bundle of dried reeds and bindweed. I do not know how to use a wand, she confessed. The splinching charm this morning was pure luck. I have no idea if I can replicate it. Then why did Professor Dumbledore assign you to care for the greenhouse? It is my gift, Pomona stated, brushing away a sneaky snidget hidden among the weeds. I can nurture plants to thrive. Oh, Lily replied absent-mindedly, completely unaware of the implications. Mandrake leaves vary in value based on their quality. During a recent trip to procure essentials, she had seen that a standard mandrake leaf could fetch 6 galleons, while a premium one could be sold for 10. The leaves regrow after being harvested, but gold is not so easily found. Mandrakes are a key ingredient in love potions. With the effects of the leaves and roots being distinctly different, the roots can cure petrification, while the leaves induce attraction. In pursuit of enhancing its potency, witches have become frantic, as over-harvesting of wild mandrakes has rendered them increasingly rare. Generally, greenhouse-grown plants lack the effectiveness of their wild counterparts, as they have been carefully nurtured without the natural selection process, and many transplanted from greenhouses fail to survive in the wild. The flowers in greenhouses cannot withstand the elements. Hey, there's a radio, Lily exclaimed, her excitement revealing that her delay in the preparation room was not merely for gloves, but rather a manifestation of her Gryffindor curiosity. Can it still work? Let me check. How strange. Where's the plug? What plug? Electric? Never mind. I'll find it myself. Lily seemingly found it exhausting to explain electricity to a witch, so she busied herself in the preparation room. After a considerable time, a crackling noise emerged from the preparation room, indicating that the radio was indeed functional. Pomona, have you ever listened to Muggle radio? Occasionally. When Madame Sprout tires of the Ministry's cliches, she switches to Muggle radio, though she has no interest in rock music. She switches stations as quickly as a cat would have stepped on its tail. Have you heard of the Beatles? What about the Beetle? Not that Beetle. The Beatles is the name of a band. No sooner had Lily finished speaking than rock music erupted from the radio, and she burst forth from the preparation room. Donned in gloves, dancing like a madwoman, her laughter infectious. Come, dance with me. Is this what you call dancing? Pomona exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Of course. Lily shouted over the raucous music, waving her arms. Come on, Pomona, let loose. Pomona felt a yearning to dance but hesitated. Recalling the legends that men who danced with sirens would be ensnared by their enchantments until they were utterly spent, she pondered whether such magic would affect women as well. Do not be afraid, dance, Lily encouraged, her joyful spirit contagious. Ultimately, Pomona surrendered to the temptation and joined Lily in a dance within the greenhouse. Earlier that morning, in the very spot where they now stood, a house elf had been tormented by the unforgivable curse, a sorrowful weight pressing upon Pomona. Perhaps this malaise had begun the day she acquired her wand, leaving her unsettled ever since. Now, dancing with Lily, she experienced a long-lost joy, mimicking Lily's movements. All her troubles vanished, and she wished to dance forever, feeling no trace of pain. Loosen up a bit, Pomona. You are as stiff as a potted plant. Let your limbs flow. Lily laughed heartily, while Pomona felt a sense of discomfort. Nevertheless, she complied with Lily's wishes. She imagined herself as a dandelion, carried away by the wind, liberated from the constraints of the earth like a tree. Although plants that detach from their roots perish swiftly, dandelion seeds float away with the breeze, embarking on a fleeting journey before settling down anew. In a different environment, they grow, perhaps exhibiting subtle differences from their original form. Yet they remain fundamentally unchanged, still dandelions, those delicate, white, fluffy plants. However, just as that pristine dream blossomed in her mind, a wave of despair crashed upon her, dragging her elated spirit into the abyss. Dandelions require sunlight, yet she was tragically swept into the depths, forever unable to take root. Don't go. Don't leave me. She heard that desperate voice cry out. At that moment, Lily ceased her dancing, and the radio fell silent, as if it had broken. Do you know how to use a wizard's radio? Pomona questioned skeptically, wondering if Lily had inadvertently ruined a perfectly functioning one with her muggle methods. Lily shrugged. Did you hear anything just now? Pomona felt as though she might be teetering on the brink of madness, convinced she was hearing illusions. I heard nothing but music. Lily replied, her expression impassive. Should we continue working? Of course, can one not work without music? You are truly dull, Lily remarked, rolling her eyes. Yet she still gathered the cleared weeds to toss them out of the greenhouse. You brought me back. Once she was alone in the greenhouse again. A voice emanated from the broken radio, declaring, either live together or die together. Fragmented. Pomona was startled by the malevolence in that voice. She raised her wand and shattered the device into pieces. The wooden casing emitted a scent reminiscent of something burnt, slightly bitter, alongside a hint of chocolate. After the vigorous dancing, she felt dizzy, and a strange illusion washed over her, as if she were still dancing, albeit to music that was not so rock-like, but rather soft and soothing. How do you feel? A woman inquired. Much better, a man softly replied, expressing his gratitude. That hardly sounds like something you would say, Professor. The woman remarked. The man remained silent for a considerable time. You do not know who I am, he rasped, and I am no longer a professor. How should I address you then? The woman asked. Severus. Lily outside the greenhouse exclaimed. How have you returned? I have no interest in unicorns, Snape replied disdainfully. His voice still unbroken. That damned creature had the audacity to defecate in front of so many people. Pomona could not help but roll her eyes. She could easily imagine the disgust etched on his face, as if he had swallowed a fly. Worse still, he had successfully shattered her illusions about unicorns. Pomona grimaced. Severus Snape was indeed a thoroughly joyless name. Who had bestowed it upon him? Pomona recognized Snape's exceptional talent in potions, yet she was astonished by Slughorn's lofty expectations. Allowing a mere first year to attempt brewing the complex draught of living death. That was an advanced potion, one that some professions did not require until at least the 6th year. In comparison to these two, her own aptitude could only be deemed mediocre. But what did it matter? She would soon amass great wealth. Geniuses would need funding for their continued research, and they would eventually seek her patronage. She envisioned herself as a sugar mommy, choosing among handsome and talented individuals. Just as this thought emerged, a mischievous sprite dropped a clump of dirt on her head, causing her to cry out in pain, while Snape, witnessing her discomfort, found great amusement in her plight. Why do you always maintain a stern expression when you could easily smile? Why do you insist on feigning that disingenuous smile when you are clearly unhappy? The internal debate that plagued Pomona's mind seemed destined to persist until the end of the world. How could individuals from such disparate realms ever find common ground? Severus Snape was busy concocting a potion to incapacitate the alluring foxglove. A mere spritz from a spray bottle would render it immobile. Yet, this potion was perilous to human health, and he appeared utterly indifferent to the state of his own body. It finally dawned on her how his greasy hair and pallid complexion had come to be. You are bound to meet an early demise, Snape, she thought to herself, wishing to offer him a word of caution, but his cantankerous disposition would likely dismiss her concern as mere noise. It would be far more effective to deliver a biting retort that might linger in his mind. You shall live to a ripe old age, Martin, Snape replied, stirring the cauldron with a slow, deliberate cadence, his head topped with that absurdly dense intellect, perpetually grinning foolishly. When do you intend to commence brewing the Hellfire Potion? Lily interjected quickly, sensing Pomona's rising ire. Before Halloween at the latest, Snape replied with an air of certainty. Pomona then remembered she had yet to inquire about when Angie would begin her work. Should an all-out war ignite between Slytherin and Hufflepuff before she brewed the antidote? Her dreams of fortune would be dashed. Snape, how about a business arrangement? Without awaiting his response, Pomona inquired, how long would it take to brew a batch of antidote? How will you divide the spoils? Snape, without lifting his gaze from the cauldron, asked. Profit generates motivation. The greater the monetary reward, the more fervent the labor, thus shortening the brewing time. Conversely, if the payment is insufficient, the illustrious potion master Severus Snape would be preoccupied with the Hellfire Potion instead. I will supply the materials, and we shall split it 70-30. One batch per month, Snape answered without hesitation. You are quite greedy, Pomona exclaimed. 2 months, Snape retorted coolly. And how will the profits be divided? Including Lily, we shall each take 30%, while you shall claim the remaining 40. It sounded quite favorable at first. Pomona had initially suggested a 70-30 split, leaving her with 30%, but since Lily was in cahoots with him, it meant he would ultimately receive 60%. while Pomona not only provided the materials but also ended up with the lesser share of 40. Despicable. Who is more despicable? Snape ceased stirring the cauldron. Casting a sidelong glance at Pomona, are you not planning to have Lily assist you for free? Very well, Severus. I can forego my share, Lily interjected, striving for peace. Snape huffed, returning his focus to the cauldron. No, he is right, Pomona conceded. Let us divide it as he proposed. What is the quickest you can brew a batch? Under optimal conditions, 1 batch per day, but I must caution you, bezoar and unicorn horn are notoriously difficult to procure. She could seek help from Hagrid regarding the unicorn horn, but obtaining bezoar would be a challenge. Bezoar is a rare stone found in cattle. Only 1 in 1,000 cows possesses one, making it more precious than diamonds. How many doses will a batch of antidote yield? It depends on the severity of the poisoning. It can treat 3 individuals with severe symptoms or up to 20 with mild ones. To earn a profit, one must invest. The temptation of 32 galleons per dose of antidote was tantalizingly close. Even if war did not erupt, she could find a market to sell it. And the investment in materials would not yield a significant loss, though the promised distribution of profits to Snape and Lily would take considerable time to fulfill. Deal, Pomona declared, extending her hand to Snape while deliberately omitting any mention of the profit-sharing timeline. Snape cast her a scornful glance, continuing to scrutinize the potion's color. Pomona, what prompted you to consider selling the antidote? Lily asked anxiously, gazing at her. Perhaps soon, Slytherin and Hufflepuff will be at war, Pomona replied, retracting her hand and crossing her arms defiantly. Considering our partnership, Severus, I kindly advise you to be wary of the food on your table. Lily gasped. Do you truly intend to poison us? Snape scoffed, finally fixing his gaze upon her. Doubt us if you wish. Poisoning is a criminal act. You cannot proceed with such intentions, Lily cautioned. What if someone were to perish? That is precisely why we must create an antidote, Pomona provocatively retorted, gazing defiantly at Snape. Provided that the antidote he concocts is genuinely effective. Antidotes are not infallible. They only neutralize the majority of poisons, and there exist some toxins that they cannot counteract. The potion to incapacitate the foxglove seemed to have reached completion. Several flying foxgloves, attracted by the potion's aroma, plummeted to the ground. Snape extinguished the flame, setting the potion aside to cool. Are you merely making excuses for yourself? I merely advise you to know your limits, and to refrain from acting impulsively in ways you may later regret. Snape mimicked her posture, crossing his arms defiantly. Do not presume that Azkaban does not imprison underage wizards. Pomona gazed into his eyes. Despite his youth, his gaze was devoid of life, resembling 2 dark, empty tunnels. Why do you follow him? She heard a woman inquire. I believed he could teach me something, a weary man replied, recalling he had once been an extraordinary teacher. Have you learned what you wished? The woman pressed. Perhaps some. The man hesitated, but I feel she has taught me more. Why do you continually refuse to learn, Hufflepuff? Young Snape smirked condescendingly, twisting his lips. You consistently choose the wrong company. And you, always selecting the wrong allies, Pomona retorted coldly. Was it not the wizards of Slytherin who most fervently followed Grindelwald all those years ago? Snape's expression darkened immediately. That was 25 years ago. Some matters cannot simply be forgotten with the passage of time. Pomona's tone hardened. Many victims of war remain alive. They endure the repercussions of the conflict. While the deceased may have found peace, those left behind continue to suffer in hell. They are of no concern to me, Severus Snape replied coldly. No, Snape. They are indeed your concern, Pomona sneered, for they, like you, are human. Snape narrowed his eyes, reminiscent of when he caught her emerging from Professor Slughorn's office in the cellar, as if he had seized upon her vulnerability. This gesture evoked thoughts of a serpent, though a snake's pupils constrict vertically. Human? Why do you use that term? Are you not human? I am, of course, human, Pomona asserted, although she was of mixed blood. The greenhouse should contain the materials you require. I will find a way to procure bezoar and unicorn horn. Let us commence our work. Snape cast a dismissive glance at the malnourished plants. Commence, Martin. I hope that when I return, this greenhouse appears more presentable. Were you not here to assist? As he prepared to depart, Pomona called after him. I have already assisted. The potion is on the table, and my presence here is no longer necessary, Snape declared, not bothering to look back. Where are you headed? Lily inquired. To the library. Snape replied, I am still at yesterday's location, Lily. Will you join us for homework today? Lily turned to Pomona and inquired. No, Pomona replied, pulling a dirty spray bottle from the bucket and slamming it onto the table. I have other matters to attend to. All right then, Lily shrugged. What shall we do next? Once that infernal potion cools down, we We will spray the entire greenhouse. That sounds simple enough. Lily retrieved her wand, cleared her throat, and waved it, declaring, "Cool down, quickly." No. Lily. Unfortunately, Pomona's warning came too late. After a dramatic rise and fall in temperature, the poor cauldron shattered, spilling the potion everywhere. Some things cannot be rushed. One must patiently await the right moment. Regrettably, modern society is filled with those who are impatient, leading to failures at crucial stages, much like the botched potion. "Oh, for heaven's sake!" Lily exclaimed, hopping in frustration with her wand in hand. Pomona sensed she would dearly like a dose of regret, though such a remedy is not readily available, and even if it were, it would be an artifact beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Wishing for a second chance is seldom straightforward, which is why one must refrain from impulsive decisions. Choices hold greater significance than mere effort. Yet, many persist in believing that hard work outweighs the importance of choice, heedlessly repeating the mistakes of those before them, ultimately crafting their lives, and others, into tragedies. The next class was Ancient Runes, which, although an elective in the standard wizarding exams, Pomona had no intention of skipping. It is not necessarily true that ancient knowledge surpasses contemporary understanding, but Pomona possessed a hunch that it would prove useful. Lily's next lesson was divination. Though she was reluctant to attend, she would be alone in the greenhouse if Pomona left. Her interest in plants did not equate to a fondness for cultivation. She relished the act of chopping them, which she considered the essence of cooking. "I find the idea of conjuring a feast with a mere flick of the wand rather tedious. Have you ever tried cooking like a muggle, Pomona?" "No," Pomona replied, panting as she climbed, having just cleaned up the mess from the potion. Fortunately, she had managed to tidy up, though her magical energy waned quickly, leaving her utterly exhausted. "Cooking is much like brewing potions. You ought to give it a try." A peculiar thought struck Pomona. "Lily, have you ever tasted the dishes Severus prepared for you?" Lily's eyes widened in astonishment. "I dare say his meals taste just like the recipes." Pomona laughed heartily. "Perhaps he even measures the salt with a scale. But then, the dish lacks the warmth of home," Lily murmured, lowering her gaze. "My father often complains that my mother's cooking is too bland, but I think it's because she wishes for his health. Salt, a substance present in minimal quantities yet utterly essential for life, is as vital to plants as it is to humans, a reflection of her innate talent. Having lived with Professor Sprout for 11 years, and with no peers besides Peter, she had not realized how staid she had become until now, in Lily's company. "Do you like the Beatles? They were quite popular when I was in elementary school. Everyone adored their music." Lily sighed in frustration. "Unfortunately, since I started at boarding school, I found it difficult to reconnect with old friends. Do not fret. You will soon make many new acquaintances." Pomona believed Lily's cheerful disposition, unlike the brooding Severus, would attract friends swiftly. "The girls in my dormitory keep their distance from me," Lily complained. "But you were picnicking with them on the lawn. Our situations are different. Remember what I told you? Keep your distance from Slytherin because you are a Gryffindor." "How utterly foolish," Lily scoffed. "Why should we be manipulated by a hat? It is tradition, one that has endured for a millennium." Pomona paused to rest, feeling fatigued. "What traditions do you think can survive for over 1,000 years? Christmas, which has nearly lasted 2 millennia. Christmas is a merchant's deception. You don't truly believe in Santa Claus, do you?" "Of course." Lily's cheeks flushed. "I stopped believing in Santa when I was 4. Pomona was perplexed by Lily's fervor. Was it a good thing for muggles to disbelieve in Santa so early? "Regardless of how absurd certain customs may seem, their longevity warrants respect," Pomona stated solemnly. "Slytherin and Gryffindor have been adversaries for ages. Even if we might set aside our differences post-graduation, the current situation is distinct. Have you heard of the Death Eaters?" Lily shook her head. "They're responsible for this." Pomona gestured towards 2 adult Death Eaters tormenting a house elf alongside 2 Slytherin students, Avery and Mulciber, using the unforgivable curse. Lily showed little surprise. "Why don't you inform the professors?" "Because I want to survive, and I wish to remain within the wizarding world." As the sun dimmed behind the clouds and the temperature plummeted, the wind picked up. "Our conflict with Slytherin was sparked by a muggle girl named Nancy Pwaite, who, like you, has muggle parents. Last year, on the eve of winter break, Bellatrix and her gang locked her in the second-floor girls' restroom for an entire night, nearly driving her mad. The Hufflepuff boys intended to teach the Slytherin boys a lesson during this year's Quidditch match. To prevent escalation, we girls intervened. See how flippantly everyone treats poisoning? This society values strength above all else, unlike the environment you once inhabited. She was merely locked in a restroom overnight. Do you recall what James Potter said at the docks? A Ravenclaw girl died there. She, like you, was a muggle-born. Pomona refrained from uttering the derogatory term. If you do not wish to be the next girl taught a lesson by Bellatrix, maintain your distance from Slytherin and associate more with Gryffindors. Lily took time to accept the reality of her discrimination. She was a beautiful girl with an amiable personality, likely quite popular in her Muggle school. And she was now dedicated to defending the weak, just as she had stood up for Pomona against Sirius Black when he had mocked her. Now, she had fallen from grace. You share a house with James Potter and Sirius Black. What are your thoughts on them? I am not familiar with them, Lily replied coldly. But they are nothing like Muggles. They are wealthy private school brats. They are the elite, especially Sirius Black. They belong to one of the sacred 28 families. Very distinguished. Pomona emphasized the last statement, recalling how shocked the entire school had been during the sorting ceremony. If you wish to avoid being disfigured, keep your distance from those two. You are all insane. Lily brushed her unruly red hair. Disfigured? Are you serious? My dear, our first assault on Slytherin will indeed be disfiguring and will carry misfortune and disease. Pomona smirked. This isn't dark magic. It's merely a prank. Lily was once again taken aback. In her understanding, if this were not dark magic, then what could possibly be? Rather than squandering time on cooking, I believe it would be far more practical for you to learn a few defensive spells. Your Severus will not always be by your side. And you must learn to safeguard yourself. And what about you, Pomona? How do you protect yourself? By hiding, she retorted coldly. Not a word of what I just discussed with Snape must escape your lips. Should our plans be divulged to Slytherin prematurely, you and I shall become adversaries, and I, along with the entire female population of Hufflepuff, will ensure you face dire consequences. And what will you do? Force me to withdraw? I am not threatening you. I am merely imparting essential knowledge for survival in this world, knowledge that Snape will not share. Lily turned her gaze towards the castle and after a moment added, You asked me to keep silent, yet you confide our plans to Severus? A Slytherin? He won't say a word, Pomona scoffed. Why? Slytherin places their interests above all. Do you know how much an antidote fetches on the market? 32 galleons. The school prohibits outsiders from entering freely, and Hogsmeade does not sell such items. Once the war commences, the price of antidotes will soar, and he stands to gain a substantial fortune. He doesn't seem particularly well off, does he? I do not wish to discuss this topic. Lily, to survive in human society, one must possess wealth. Do not utter such nonsense about not wanting a share again. After a brief respite, Pomona resumed climbing the slope. You are not a saint. You need not sacrifice your own interests. Severus Snape is there to protect you. I do not require his protection. Lily wrapped her arms around herself, as though embracing her own resolve. I can take care of myself. Then you must contemplate whether you wish to remain in the wizarding world or return to the Muggle realm. Pomona turned her back, speaking coldly. If you do not wish to be a solitary witch, conducting research alone in the wilderness, relying solely on yourself for all necessities, believe me, there are many such individuals in this world, for I have lived with one for 11 years. Ancient runes were a joint class between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. In this lesson, the differences between the two houses were starkly evident. Ravenclaw students listened attentively, while Hufflepuff students were preoccupied with their own affairs. Some were writing letters, some doing homework, some sleeping, and others engrossed in books unrelated to the class. So long as they remained quiet, Sinistra paid them no mind, passionately elucidating the grandeur of runic studies to Ravenclaw, making one almost forget that he was an astronomy teacher. Considering that Ravenclaw also harbored wizards of Muggle descent, today he taught about runes used for divination, a set of characters that occasionally served other purposes. To understand its full potential, one must delve into more literature, though such texts are often dense and obscure, accessible only to Ravenclaw's bookworms. In Newt Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, there is mention of a type of snake known as the runespore. Native to the small African nation of Burkina Faso, classified as a level 4 danger by the Ministry of Magic. It is not inherently a malevolent creature. Yet it was once a favored pet among dark wizards, primarily due to its striking and fearsome appearance. It possesses 3 heads, a vibrant orange body adorned with black stripes, resembling the runes themselves. Its eggs are exceedingly valuable, utilized in potion making, reputed to stimulate brain activity, thus leading to the near extinction of this serpent, which is now a protected species. For centuries, the illicit trade of runespore and its eggs has thrived. This is the only known function of the runespore that Pomona is aware of. Beyond that, she has heard of various special items, such as mirrors and rings, that can be inscribed with ancient runes, resulting in creations with remarkable properties. The Black family is said to possess a double-sided mirror, so ancient that its era of origin is unknown. Ravenclaw excels in spatial magic and other complex magical tools. They are undoubtedly geniuses, yet they perpetually linger alongside the victors. In some respects, they resemble house elves, possessing formidable abilities yet showing little enthusiasm for their own rights. They serve the powerful, and if the current authority disdains them, they do not seek to overthrow that person but rather retreat into the wilderness to continue their own studies. Resorting to force is an unwise decision. Hufflepuff's clandestine moniker for them is not an insult. Ravenclaw translates to the claws of the raven, and these individuals are profoundly self-centered. Although Ravenclaw girls may look down upon Hufflepuff girls for their daydreaming naivety, their true disdain is reserved for Gryffindor, a group lacking in curiosity and preferring to solve problems with brawn rather than intellect. At the mere mention of dark magic, Gryffindor immediately associates it with dark wizards, viewing them as entities to be vehemently overturned and reviled. Not only is it forbidden to learn such magic, but it is also taboo even to contemplate it. Their biases have impeded the progress of modern magic, resulting in many spells losing their practitioners. Furthermore, as Muggle technology advances, numerous wizards reside in Muggle communities, a grievous waste of talent that is intolerable. The Dark Lord Tom Riddle aims to rectify this situation. He resurrects many forgotten spells from the annals of history and teaches them to his followers. The magic that Bella demonstrated the other day in Madame Malkin's robe shop, causing the black smoke to dissipate, was, in fact, his instruction. They can truly soar through the air without the aid of a broomstick, which appears rather foolish. Nor do they rely on apparition, which imposes age restrictions. It aligns perfectly with the ancient wizard's essence, elegant, mysterious, powerful, and confident, coupled with his strikingly handsome appearance. His admirers are innumerable. He does not, like the Minister of Magic, plaster his likeness across the front page of the Daily Prophet. If one wishes to see him, they must await his summons or perform deeds worthy of his attention. What deeds might capture his interest? Let the inferiors speculate. He and Grindelwald are fundamentally different individuals. The Dark Lord teaches ancient spells, while Grindelwald seeks to cultivate the talents of his disciples, encouraging them to discover their own paths of innovation. Pomona had never contemplated why Madame Sprout frequently discussed the distinctions between Grindelwald and the Dark Lord. Now that she has departed from her secluded existence and returned to the realm of the ordinary, she gazes back at her life and recognizes the dissonance. Ollivander once remarked that the year Peter reported to Hogwarts was the year Madame Sprout took him to purchase a wand. At that time, her husband Henry was still alive. Yet he never ventured out, spending his days in the attic crafting magical artifacts. Later, after Henry's passing, Madame Sprout ceased to leave her home, even entrusting Peter, a minor, with the important task of acquiring a wand. Two minors carrying such a hefty bag of galleons, did she not worry about their safety? In the Ancient Magic Runes class, when Sinista introduced the content of the lesson, she mentioned that some ancient spells require exceedingly old languages for incantation. Among these is a spell known as the Unwavering Loyalty Charm, an extraordinarily intricate enchantment that binds a person's secret forever within the soul of a living guardian. This guardian, as long as they remain undiscovered within the house they are protecting, ensures that the dwelling remains hidden from prying eyes. However, should the guardian depart, as long as the secret remains unspoken, the house continues to be cloaked in invisibility. Yet, once the secret is disclosed, the protected place becomes exposed, and the hidden truth is laid bare. Pomona now needs to procure dragon liver from the funds provided by her father. At this moment, the only trustworthy person outside the school is Madame Sprout. However, as she prepares to address the envelope, she realizes she does not know her home address. She has always traveled through the Floo network to Diagon Alley in Hogwarts, and given that her home is surrounded by wilderness, no bus could ever reach it. They seldom receive visitors, with only Madame Sprout occasionally receiving letters via owl. After reading these letters, she would often seclude herself in her room for a time, emerging to speak of Grindelwald, who in the magical realm is unfamiliar with Grindelwald. Yet, this witch, who is somewhat more articulate than a mute, living in the wilderness, appears to know him well, even being aware of his past friendship with Albus Dumbledore. Nowadays, if one were to casually inquire about the relationship between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, the common response would be that Grindelwald killed Dumbledore's family, prompting Dumbledore to seek vengeance and justice by vanquishing the first Dark Lord. That morning by the lake, he recounted tales of the Philosopher's Stone and the Resurrection Stone, wondering if anyone could truly confuse a fairy tale with the elixir of life crafted by Nicholas Flamel. He spoke of a blood oath made with Grindelwald. Sinista had mentioned that wizards could invoke an unbreakable vow, which is cast in the ancient runes. In Norse mythology, the god Tyr is the deity of justice and the guardian of oaths. He is the son of the chief god Odin. Following Loki's betrayal of the Aesir, Tyr and the giantess Angerboda bore the monstrous wolf Fenrir, the world serpent Jormungandr, and the goddess of death, Hel. Initially, Fenrir was but a small, fluffy pup. But it grew larger and larger, inciting panic among the gods. They attempted to bind him thrice using different chains. But he broke free twice until the third attempt required the sacrifice of Tyr's hand. At Ragnarok, Fenrir would devour Odin, only to be slain by Odin's son Vidar. Concurrently, the world serpent would unleash great waves, submerging the earth, while the goddess of death would arrive with her army of the deceased. To establish an unbreakable vow, the contracting party must sacrifice an arm, and a fire dragon would emerge from the tip of the wand. With each vow made, an additional fire dragon appears. Furthermore, a witness is required. While it is not mandatory for the witness to be female, the presence of a woman enhances the potency of the vow. Generally speaking, failure to uphold the oath results in the death of the vowmaker. Yet Pomona mused that if Bella, that madwoman, were to serve as the witness, her methods of torment would be far more agonizing than death itself. Vows are not to be taken lightly, foolish one. Pomona was in a state of urgency, desperate to alert him. She held a quill, scribbling on the desk, which had long been covered in doodles over the years. The sharp metal etched into the wood, producing a dull sound as letters gradually formed before her. "Professor," that same woman shouted again. "Pomona, are you awake?" "Pomona." She felt her body being shaken. Yet her eyelids were too heavy to lift. "Repeat after me." Sinista was reciting in a tongue that was clearly not the ancient runes, yet all the students followed suit. And oddly enough, Pomona joined in as well. "What did you say?" "I cannot hear you. I believe I have made myself quite clear. Why do you not understand?" Pomona sighed in frustration. Ancient runes were indeed tedious, and she felt the urge to sleep. "Do not sleep, Pomona." Mary shook her, saying class was over and asking if she would not join them for dinner. "I shall." She wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and sat up, only to see her earlier doodle, a wingless little dragon. With a soft buzzing sound, the small toy in Henry's hands began to move. It appeared exquisite, adorned with numerous numbers that resembled a specific date, precise to the day and hour. Henry gazed at it as though entranced, and Pomona felt that he cherished this contraption more than he did his wife. "It will work, dear, do you not think?" Henry softly remarked to Pomona. "Is this for me, grandfather?" she asked, her azure eyes wide with innocence. "One day, it will be." Henry placed the small device back on his workbench, adding, "But first, I must conduct some experiments." Pomona felt a tinge of disappointment. Unlike the aloof Madame Sprout, Henry adored children, though she seldom ventured outside. He always found a way to craft magical toys for her, often even better than those depicted in the wizarding magazines. "How does one play with this?" "First, you must pursue the desire for something." Henry slumped in his chair, gazing at the device just as Pomona had last found him. As for what taboos might exist, only experimentation would unveil them. "What is its purpose?" Pomona leaned against the table, observing the sparkling crystal atop the device, which seemed to swirl with golden magical runes. "One day, I shall tell you, child." Henry stroked Pomona's hair. "But remember this. Anything, regardless of its original intent, can turn from good to evil if misused. Only in dire situations should it be employed." "What constitutes a dire situation?" "Life and death." Henry paused before continuing. "When you feel that losing it would mean the end of your existence. I hope you remain eternally joyful, my dear." "Pomona? Pomona." Mary's voice pulled her back from her reverie. "Honestly, your sleeping posture is quite unattractive. Can you not be less sluggish?" Mary frowned, clearly unwilling to associate with her. "Sorry, what were you saying?" "Tomorrow evening, we have astronomy class. Will you join us?" Jenny relayed the previous conversation. "What is the date today?" "September 2nd, 1971, Mary replied expressionlessly. It had only been 2 days since the start of term, yet Pomona felt as though an eternity had passed. In 2 days, Remus Lupin would transform, perhaps tonight. She should visit that house. "Look, it's Malfoy and Narcissa Black." As Susan passed through the courtyard, she first noticed the golden boy of Slytherin, his hair gleaming like platinum. Beside him stood a shy girl with dark hair, who gazed at Lucius Malfoy with admiration, lacking the flamboyance of her sister, Bella Black. She was one of the faces a Hufflepuff girl ought to remember. Being a direct blood relative of Bella, crossing her would be akin to tempting fate. However, No amount of intimidation from Bella could prevent whispers from circulating behind her back. Like two peacocks strutting about, Mary remarked with disdain. Peacocks are indeed beautiful, but they are foolish creatures, perfectly embodying individuals like Malfoy. Yet no one found Mary's metaphor amusing. The handsome, wealthy boy was irresistibly appealing to naive young girls. Who wouldn't desire such an enviable boyfriend? Miss Pomona Martin. Upon hearing her name, Pomona turned to see an unfamiliar man approaching alongside Professor McGonagall. I imagine you have matters to attend to, Mary said with a hint of sarcasm. She was not ill-natured, merely blunt, and enjoyed being the center of attention. Yet Pomona seemed to overshadow her. He is an Auror. Ginny identified the stranger. I saw him at Bill's baptism. Why would an Auror be here at Hogwarts? Mary questioned, perplexed. Isn't it obvious? Susan replied darkly. Pomona saved a house elf from being tortured to death by an unforgivable curse. This revelation silenced even Mary. We should head to the dining hall, Ginny suggested softly. See you tonight. It appeared she anticipated Pomona would not join them for dinner. Watching them depart, Pomona felt her situation mirrored that of Lily's. She merely hoped that, once this busy period passed, things would change. This gentleman is Mr. Longbottom, an Auror from the Ministry of Magic, Professor McGonagall introduced. This is Miss Martin, the one who discovered the house elf. A pleasure to meet you. Pomona expected a handshake, but Mr. Longbottom instead took her hand and elegantly kissed the back of it, eliciting a look of admiration from Professor McGonagall. Do not worry, Pomona, McGonagall reassured her. He is one of us. You may safely tell her what you observed today, McGonagall encouraged. Pomona was unsure what Professor McGonagall meant by one of us. Yet she remained reticent about divulging the entire truth. I saw two adults infiltrating the school, she whispered. One of them is named Evan. McGonagall and Mr. Longbottom displayed no shock, as if they had been aware all along. There will be no trial for torturing a house elf, Mr. Longbottom stated. He only needs to pay a fine to be released. It would not be wise to seize this opportunity to apprehend him, as it could endanger Miss Martin. That was not the purpose of my invitation to the school. McGonagall redirected her gaze to Pomona. You may leave now, Miss Martin. Your friends have not gone far. Minerva. I recall you offered me a position at Hogwarts yesterday, Pomona replied coldly. Or is my performance not satisfactory to you and Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall glanced at her again, then smiled. I apologize, Miss Martin. Your appearance reminds me of the students in attendance. I am pleased you are able to contribute so early, thanks to your assistance. Robbie is no longer in grave danger and merely needs time to recover before returning to work. It was merely a small effort, she replied coolly. May I remain to observe why you summoned the Auror to the school? I heard from Wilhelmina that there have been werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. McGonagall expressed her concern. It injured a centaur foal, and I fear for the students' safety while near the forest, which is why I called Mr. Longbottom for assistance. Could it be Fenrir? Pomona inquired, drawing the attention of both McGonagall and Mr. Longbottom. What makes you think so, Pomona? Mr. Longbottom addressed her by name. Ordinary werewolves transform only on the full moon, and it is not yet that time. Although the full moon is 2 days away, it is still not the designated night. The self-proclaimed Fenrir Greyback is a notorious madman. He relishes in biting people, but when did he start targeting children? Professor McGonagall, I recall house elves cannot leave their homes unless commanded by their masters. Why did Robbie leave Hogwarts Castle? I believe that is a matter for you to investigate, Professor, McGonagall replied, lowering the brim of her witch's hat. Meet me in my office at 8 tonight. I hope you will be there. All right. Pomona's heart raced. Who else had a school year as thrilling as hers? She was already a teacher. She did not head to the dining hall, but turned towards the kitchen, remembering that when she had picked up Robbie, she had been in such a hurry that she had not repotted the mandrakes. Even magical plants would perish if left out of the soil for too long. However, when she and Lily visited the greenhouse that afternoon, they had been properly replanted. If not for someone else's assistance, she would have cost the school a considerable loss instead of earning it money. They say sometimes you can hear a voice in the narrow, dark corridors of Hogwarts. She heard the weary man speaking again. Now, can you hear me? A warm sensation enveloped her, and despite the wind howling through the corridors, causing the torches on the stone walls to flicker, she felt no chill. I believe the snake egg is working. You wish to see him, do you not? If so, give me a sign, just as before. Fortunately, Sinistra was a lenient teacher. Had it been some strict old bat, you would keep me after class, she murmured. And then she heard the man's laughter. Excellent, Professor. It was the woman's voice again, yet it carried a tremor, as if she were on the verge of tears. What is there to cry about? Why would I keep you after class? He asked. For sleeping during the lesson. She mumbled. You can forget about me touching those leeches. By the way, how did Slughorn collect leech slime back in the day? You were at Hogwarts? First-year student. She answered honestly. What date is it? September 2nd, 1971. There are 2 days until Remus transforms. She felt like a blind person groping around until she finally touched a hand, realizing she was not as frightened of what would happen next. Why that day? Lily is still alive, she whispered. She danced with me in the greenhouse. The man fell silent. Do you wish to see her? Not particularly. He replied in a dull tone. Why? When you open your eyes, I will tell you. Slytherin's cunning stirred a flicker of anger within Pomona, prompting her to dismiss him entirely. She returned to the corridor, where the vastness often gave rise to echoes, and she could always hear a cacophony of sounds. Are you going to tell her? Around the corner, 2 girls whispered, one with swollen, tear-stained eyes. The worst of her sorrow had passed, and she no longer wept. Tell him what? About your pregnancy? The weeping girl offered no reply. This is a mistake. After a long pause, she declared, I will not let it be born. Are you worried about money? The girl-friend inquired. No. The tearful girl cradled her belly. It needs a complete family, something Peter cannot provide. Oh, Peter, once again. Pomona's anger flared. Could it be the same Peter she knew who had caused this trouble? Are you not afraid she will wake and scold you? The other woman said. Further irritating Pomona. Why couldn't they just let her be? I do not care. The man coldly retorted. That child has nothing to do with me. You mean? The woman hesitated before speaking. Oh, he is undoubtedly my child. The man chuckled smugly, but I suspect he will be as unfortunate as Neville Longbottom. You deceived me together. The prophecy foretold that only one could survive, did it not? Now they both live. Care to wager, Pomona, on whether it will be Harry Potter or Neville who dies this time? She wished to voice her thoughts, yet her throat felt constricted, preventing any meaningful words from escaping. I will not protect Neville Longbottom. He is your charge, Professor Sprout. The man elongated his tone, lazily reminding her to fulfill the task entrusted to her by Dumbledore, to guard the chosen boy. The corridor began to echo with that strange rustling sound again, and she hastily covered her ears. I cannot do this alone, you know. He bellowed at her. It is not the time for you to pretend to sleep. Wake up. The Dark Lord is gone. What danger remains? Pomona rose, covering her ears, and ran desperately forward, not caring where she would end up. She merely wished to escape that wretched school. If you are unfortunate enough to be a child raised in a peculiar family, you can never be as carefree as ordinary children. Some might enjoy candy, crumpling the wrappers after unwrapping, while others meticulously unfold them to collect. Such habits become ingrained in daily life. Peter's mother worked at St. Mungo's, seldom returning home. Whenever she did, her interactions with Peter revolved around shopping, acquiring countless garments. Yet few remained in their home. Where had all those clothes disappeared? Only those with multiple identities require disguise. Susan once mused about wanting to drink a polyjuice potion to transform into a boy for Quidditch. If Peter's mother had similarly consumed the potion, she could impersonate women of various shapes and sizes, all of whom needed clothing. Their residence could very well serve as a secret lair for some organization. Yet Pomona was unsure of the connection, if any, between Mrs. Sprout and Professor McGonagall. The wizarding population is sparse, leading to familiar faces over time. The best solution is to pilfer appearances from muggles. Perhaps the Death Eaters do not torment muggles for amusement, but because a wizard has appropriated their faces, thus subjecting them to severe interrogation. Being unwittingly ensnared in a war that does not pertain to oneself feels profoundly unfortunate. The so-called war only reveals its beauty upon conclusion. Those who hope to gain fame, status, or power through conflict will drag everyone into the depths of despair, yet in the eyes of some, they are heroes. Albus Dumbledore, the newly appointed headmaster of Hogwarts, owns a phoenix. Such creatures are rarer than unicorns. Where did he procure a phoenix as a pet? Reflecting on his distorted long nose, Pomona felt an inexplicable sense of vindication. Whoever had delivered that punch did so splendidly, deserving a Merlin-esque medal. Pomona had never before yearned to strike an elderly man as she did now. Generally speaking, elders symbolize the weak. Bullying an old man seems utterly disgraceful. However, unlike muggles, a wizardess power typically increases with age, making the idea of striking Dumbledore akin to her whimsical desire to nurture countless talented and handsome young men. Both could only exist in the realm of fantasy. Should she dare to act, she would surely incur her own misfortune. The phoenix, also known as the immortal bird, dies only to be reborn. Repeatedly emitting a cry that reptiles loathe, it is the natural enemy of the basilisk. Basilisks are not a product of nature. The first recorded basilisk was bred by the vile Herpo, a Greek dark wizard fluent in Parseltongue. Parseltongue is not an ancient language, but rather a tongue devised by Herpo to control it. Since the Middle Ages, the creation of basilisk has been deemed illegal. Yet such actions can easily be concealed. Owning such a creature as a pet surpasses the allure of a mere 6-inch-long snake. Lily once recounted how she and Petunia attempted to secretly raise a kitten in the cupboard, only to be discovered by their mother. Their father was allergic to cat hair. And ultimately, they did not keep it. Many children harbor a tendency to clandestinely nurture pets. Who knows whether Tom Riddle secretly bred a basilisk as a pet during his time at school? Unicorns also excrete waste, and basilisks require sustenance. Pomona had previously questioned Professor McGonagall about the food expenses, noting that no matter how much teenage boys could eat, the provisions at Hogwarts seemed excessively abundant. With nearly every long table left with leftovers, yet each meal would present fresh offerings. She had always been curious about the fate of those leftovers. Now it dawned on her that someone might be feeding them to a basilisk. If roosters could lay eggs, what else could be deemed improbable? She had consistently heard a rustling sound akin to that of a snake. When not produced by any ordinary serpent or known magical snake, she had never encountered Parseltongue. So she prepared for the worst. The kitchens at Hogwarts remained as lively as ever, yet the house elves appeared distressed, their brows furrowed with concern. After all, a fellow elf had been attacked, and any of them could be next. When Pomona entered, they did not greet her with the fervor one would expect of royalty. They abandoned their tasks one by one, gazing at her with wide, watery eyes, as if beholding a savior, causing Pomona to feel a shiver run down her spine. "I have questions for you." She managed to maintain her composure while loudly asking who would step forward. The house elves glanced around, but none dared to emerge. "Do not worry. I will not harm you." Pomona suppressed her frustration and continued, "You ought to remain within the castle. I wish to know why Robbie has ventured to the greenhouse." A wizard mentioned that if Robbie disobeys their orders, he must receive a piece of clothing. A house elf in the crowd spoke up. "How do you know this? Have you visited him?" "At that time, I was with him." The little elf eventually emerged, appearing no different from the other house elves. "The wizard threatened me, saying if I dared to tell anyone, he would give me a piece of clothing." "Oh, Professor, what should Spark do?" Spark covered his face and wept bitterly, while the other elves drooped their ears in evident dismay. "Did he wear Hogwarts robes?" "Yes, Professor. Lady Rowena Ravenclaw informed us that only those from Hogwarts could command us." "Then let me advise you, if any student attempts to coerce you with clothing again, you need not heed them." Pomona pressed her forehead, which was throbbing with anger. "I shall inform Professor Dumbledore that beyond your usual duties, any additional tasks must be approved by the head of house and the headmaster. You belong to Hogwarts. Do you understand?" The elves whispered among themselves in their own language for a moment before falling silent again. Pomona did not expect the elves to rise in rebellion like fairies seeking their rights. That was simply not their nature. She merely wished to avert such incidents in the future. "You are called Spark, are you not? Come here." Pomona summoned the little elf, who was regarded with curious glances by the others, as though it were an outcast. "Well then, tell me, is there a basilisk at Hogwarts?" Pomona boldly declared in front of everyone, causing the elves to collectively gasp. "Where did you hear that, Professor?" asked an older elf. "I heard it making sounds in the corridor." She tried to mimic the serpent's hissing, but the sound was so peculiar that she could not produce it. "Are you feeding it leftovers?" "No," the older elf replied. "It retains its serpentine habits and only consumes mice. We only provide food when it is not satiated. It is omnivorous. When does it hunger? Before winter, it requires hibernation like a snake. Generally, in the warm summer months, snakes are more active. But to store fat for hibernation, they venture out to forage in the warmer autumn weather." The mere thought of the fresh flesh she had seen in the corridor made Pomona's stomach churn. By Merlin's wand, this school requires enhanced security. However, we did give leftovers to the merfolk in the lake. They adore human food. Pomona screamed in dismay. It was not her fault. Only 2 days prior, she had rowed across the surface of the Black Lake, aware that magical creatures dwelled beneath, yet ignorant of the presence of merfolk. The Ministry of Magic classified the basilisk as a Category 5 creature, while merfolk were rated as Category 4. She pondered why boats at Hogwarts moved without oars. It was not due to Plink's magic or that those boats were enchanted like flying broomsticks, but rather because the merfolk at the lake's bottom were propelling them across the water. She mused why no couples had ever thought to take a boat on the lake. It was indeed for this very reason. If the merfolk were displeased, they would capsize the boat and drag the unfortunate soul to their home. Without silent spells underwater, there was no way to contend with them, and most importantly, she could not swim. How fortunate she was to have survived thus far. It was no wonder that when new students entered the Great Hall, the upperclassmen applauded with such enthusiasm. Welcome to Hogwarts. This school was rife with madness, akin to a Muggle asylum, and she yearned to cultivate a successor for her herbology position before departing. She had the right to resign. Who was she? Pomona Sprout. How does she seem different? Polyjuice potion, Neville. A smooth voice remarked that Harry Potter often drank it, didn't he? If you could find a way to improve its taste, I would be most grateful. The mere thought of the potion's slimy texture made her nauseous. She tried to open her eyes, but was met only with a blinding light, soon followed by a figure blocking her view. He has arrived. Weren't you eager to meet him? Open your eyes. She felt as if water had entered her ears while showering, making everything sound muffled. Yet she instinctively grasped a garment. It was a sweater. A wizard would not don such Muggle attire, yet she knew who had come. And a sense of relief washed over her, sweetness enveloping her like candy. How had she become this way? Like your mother, the man replied coldly. 2 women transformed due to you. How brave you are, Longbottom. Do not harm him. Has he not suffered enough? Pomona longed to strike the man. Yet she felt excruciating pain, as though a tremendous force were tearing her apart, prompting a cry of anguish. Heart-wrenching. She heard a man shout as a green light shot from a wand, striking her, and in that man's visage, she beheld only malice and madness. Why would you do this? Pomona wept, and in her fading consciousness, the deranged individual seemed to realize something, discarding his wand. You should not have opened the door for him. A demonic voice whispered in her ear that kindness would not always be rewarded. Do you recall the tale of the farmer and the snake? On a cold winter's day, a farmer, returning home from the market, found a frozen snake by the roadside. Feeling pity for it, he placed it in his bosom. When his warmth revived the snake, it quickly revealed its cruel nature, delivering a fatal bite to the farmer. Just before dying, the farmer lamented, I saved a wretched venomous snake, and thus I deserve this fate. You deserve it. The voice retorted, Foolish woman, is this the reason you resent your mother? Pomona slapped the ghastly creature fiercely, only for the pain to surge through her body, causing her to scream anew. Begone! She heard the man bid farewell with disdain, as if she were a mere loch. How are you alive? Neville cried, his voice quavering. I attended your funeral. Did you weep, Longbottom? The man glanced back at Neville. Don't stand there foolishly. Go fetch a doctor. Why do you not wash your hair? It always appears so greasy. In the midst of excruciating pain, she fainted, and when she regained consciousness, she found herself before a dilapidated house. This is the place. Professor McGonagall, lifting her skirts, approached the door and pointed her wand at the lock, uttering the incantation Alohomora. The door unlocked effortlessly. Nothing like the legendary house that could confine magical creatures. Are you all right? Frank Longbottom inquired, bending down to examine Pomona with concern. You seem unwell. I have a foreboding feeling. Pomona trembled, tears silently streaming down her face. I'm so sorry. You need not apologize. Here, have a piece of chocolate. Frank retrieved a candy from his pocket. You will feel much better. Pomona wished to mention that she had chocolate in her own pocket and had even made a chocolate breakfast, yet she accepted the chocolate Frank offered. The taste was slightly bitter, yet predominantly sweet, with a hint of liquor in the filling. She had consumed a salad for dinner, and now the lingering flavor felt as if she had indulged in a sumptuous feast. Do you like this flavor? Frank asked. Pomona nodded. It's brandy-flavored. I believe a hint of alcohol enhances desserts. Alice prefers rum. Here, have another. No, one is sufficient. Keep it in your pocket. Take it out when you feel down. Frank insisted on placing it in Pomona's palm. Though I hope not to see you in sorrow again. Who is Alice? My wife. We were married this year. Frank scrutinized Pomona and suddenly remarked, Well, perhaps in a few years you may become a threat, but for now, it's fine. Next time, I'll introduce you. I believe she won't be jealous. Why? Is it because I am not beautiful? She feigned annoyance. No, it's because you are too young, Professor Martin. Frank chuckled. Oh, Dumbledore, he certainly has a plethora of clever ideas. Frank seemed to hold a fondness for that old lunatic Dumbledore, which left Pomona feeling somewhat disheartened. She longed for a like-minded individual to gossip about Dumbledore with. I'm sorry. He noticed someone kneeling on the ground, weeping in repentance, though their face was bowed, obscuring their features. It is not your fault. You are not the one who should repent. Please forgive me. Suddenly, Pomona understood why the killing curse, the Cruciatus curse, and the Imperious curse were deemed unforgivable. One day, the caster would regret their choices, yet they would have no time-turner to revert to the past. Do you have something to say? You seem rather anxious. Frank awaited her retort, yet she was not inclined to converse with him at that moment. She had vital information to convey to someone. I heard Dumbledore say you were a half-blood. Frank replied expressionlessly. Does the full moon affect you as well? No, I just, she stammered, growing increasingly anxious. Then, she spotted a Christmas cactus in the corner of the room and inexplicably rushed to kneel beside it, exclaiming, Beware of the time turner. Having spoken, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, akin to purging something unpleasant from her system. She stood up to find Professor McGonagall and Frank staring at her in bewilderment. Is that your gift? Professor McGonagall asked. Talking to plants? Pomona thought children with such gifts must be quite peculiar. Who would converse with a potted plant? Not me. Pomona glanced at Frank Longbottom. You are the last direct descendant of the Longbottom family. Does your mother know you joined the Aurors? Shh, it's a secret. Frank placed a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence, even though the entire Ministry of Magic was already aware. Pomona suspected his strange sense of humor was likely a contagion from Dumbledore. How could everyone in the Ministry know while his mother remained oblivious? Come inside. Professor McGonagall beckoned to the two. Others will be arriving shortly. Pomona had many questions, yet ultimately remained silent as she entered the isolated house in the wilderness. At Hogwarts, they could not apparate. They had arrived under the cover of night, riding their broomsticks. The full moon hung in the sky. Though not as round and bright as a true full moon, it was still glaring, and she hoped no one would discover their presence there. Strike from the east. Frank flicked his hat. Do not worry, someone is covering for us. What does that mean? Pomona noticed that Professor McGonagall had also gestured with her hat brim. Let me wear the hat? You are quite amusing. A greasy-haired man in black robes held a glass of whiskey, bringing it to his lips without drinking. A smirk of derision on his face. Why? Is it because it does not conform to the Dark Lord's aesthetic? She retorted in frustration. That greasy hair, why could it not be concealed beneath a hat? As a fellow potions professor, Slughorn wore a hat while brewing potions. And his hair was not nearly as unkempt. It has nothing to do with him. It is my style. He finished his drink in one gulp and sighed. Ah. This is perhaps the only delightful thing in the order. And you are the most wretched presence among the Death Eaters. She stormed off in anger. Even more infuriated that he was seen entering and exiting with Lucius Malfoy, that impeccably dressed peacock with his meticulously groomed hair and classical beauty. Where did he find his confidence? What do you see in him? Marlene McKinnon observed their interaction and frowned. Unless I am blind, Pomona gritted her teeth. Grateful for someone who shared her perception of Dumbledore's true nature, someone with whom she could vent her frustrations. McKinnon opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. There were still many dishes to wash in the gathering. Why am I here? Pomona surveyed the old exterior of the house, which was relatively clean inside. The living room contained a piano. Frank lifted the piano lid and pressed a key, producing a sharp, piercing sound that echoed throughout the old house. I think it looks quite nice. What do you think? Frank remarked as he pressed another key. Professor McGonagall pressed the sofa in the living room, which was exceedingly soft. She seemed to think that if a werewolf transformed, lying on it for a moment would suffice to remedy the situation. Minerva. Werewolf transformations are not the same as animagus transformations. They are not voluntary. Frank shot Pomona a glance and pressed another key. That sofa, Remus would shred it to pieces. Pomona felt quite uncomfortable. Even a half-blood could find themselves in a state of loss of control, and she had no desire to become that ghastly figure. What do you think about excavating the cave entrance here? Professor McGonagall suggested, shifting furniture to make the space more expansive. Using the building for cover is a good idea. Frank surveyed the surroundings with a dismissive expression. No, let us keep the entrance outside. Why? Both McGonagall and Pomona inquired simultaneously. Werewolves primarily rely on close combat. The indoor space is too confined. Frank approached the window, pulling the tightly drawn curtains aside to observe the expanse outside. Keeping distance will ensure safety for wizards. Werewolves grow taller when transformed. If we alter these windows so they cannot pass through, even if someone encounters trouble, this house can contain it. It was akin to a cage for beasts. Frank's words left Pomona exceedingly uncomfortable, as though he did not regard Remus Lupin as a human being at all. Indeed, when Frank drew the curtains, it resembled the closing of a beast's enclosure. Oh heavens! Professor McGonagall seemed to be losing her composure once again. Pomona recalled that stern female teacher from their first Transfiguration class. What aspect of her was genuine? Even a cage was preferable to Azkaban. Minerva? He could learn to master himself here. Frank rapped on the wall, which emitted a hollow sound, and curled his lip, suggesting that one would hardly wish for a Gryffindor to be a prisoner in Azkaban. Oh, my goodness. Professor Minerva McGonagall appeared on the verge of fainting, prompting Pomona to rush forward to support her. If Minerva were not Dumbledore's assistant, no other house would dare take on a werewolf. It was far too perilous. Pomona could almost envision Dumbledore persuading Professor McGonagall. She detested the manner in which men compelled women to accept their views. Akin to forcing her to consume potions she found distasteful. Miss Martin, how much do you know about offensive spells? I cannot even levitate a feather at present. Pomona replied with a frosty demeanor, a sign of anger in Hufflepuff. It is not wizardry, but rather your inherent talent. Frank pointed to his head. How many birds can you control? Besides your beauty, I was unaware that a Vila hybrid possessed the ability to harm. Pomona bared her teeth at him, resembling a badger ready to bite. Vila are extraordinarily perilous magical creatures, especially to weak-willed men. Have you heard of sirens? I have. They're a type of mermaid. Muggle sailors who hear their songs become lost and perish at sea. Each midsummer night, reckless Muggle men venture into the woods seeking fairies. I once had a colleague who dealt with such matters. When he rescued a Muggle and erased his memory, he himself was ensnared by the Vila's dance. We could consider another approach. If you prefer not to employ offensive magic, you might exhaust Remus with dance. Professor McGonagall's animagus form is merely a cat. It would be quite challenging for her to restrain him, and she would require assistance. Pomona was taken aback. Frank had not mentioned this in the meeting. Are you not concerned that I might be bitten and become a werewolf? It is not solely in the Forbidden Forest. Magical creature offspring in other locations have also suffered attacks from werewolves. Their young do not undergo transformation. Only those bitten by a werewolf become one. Similarly, one does not need to worry about being transformed when caught in animagus form. But I am merely a half-blood. Pomona interjected. How do you think we know that being bitten by a werewolf in animagus form will not result in transformation? Frank retracted his humor, speaking coldly. This is an experiment. Pomona finally comprehended. She and Lupin were but subjects in a trial. Albus Dumbledore ultimately did not regard them as human. You have never truly utilized your talents. Aside from tending to plants, Frank stated, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, akin to a genuine pureblood aristocrat. You are squandering your gifts. You remain oblivious to my identity. Pomona gazed indifferently at the human wizard, yearning to embody a sweet soul solely occupied with love and confections. Yet these individuals compelled her toward the battlefield. Let us learn to dance. Pomona, I shall instruct you, Professor McGonagall asserted, her hand firmly resting on Pomona's shoulder. I am aware that you abhor inflicting harm. Professor McGonagall, I wish to master the severing charm, Pomona replied, casting a sardonic glance at Frank. It's the painless tail-cutting procedure for a certain breed of canine that I desire to inflict excruciating pain, the kind that is truly agonizing. Professor McGonagall stiffened, her hand gradually retreating from Pomona's shoulder. The sensation of declaring a desire to learn dark magic in the presence of an Auror was exhilarating. She yearned for another opportunity. Though she knew that without providing him a reason, one could only speculate what these virtuous individuals might do. Mr. Frank, have you ever visited a Muggle circus? As she sauntered leisurely through the sitting room, Frank maintained a guarded distance, and they began to circle one another as if choreographed. There exists a performance where a tamer wields a whip, commanding lions, tigers, elephants, bears, and many creatures far mightier than Muggles. They are not born to leap through hoops of fire. Rather, the tamer trains them from a young age, akin to how Pringle punishes students with a whip. She offered an elegant smile, inquiring, ask your colleague Arthur Weasley. I've heard he bore the whip for his girlfriend, ultimately left with scars. Do you intend to tame Lupin as one would an animal? Frank's glasses reflected the moonlight, obscuring his gaze. Have you not regarded him as human? Pomona chuckled wickedly. Pain teaches one a lesson. Though those whips have not struck me, every Hogwarts student remembers that rising early is not a virtue. Surely, I cannot rely solely on a cleaning charm to combat monsters. Do you not perceive yourself as a monster? Frank continued. If I am a monster, why do so many Muggles risk their lives seeking a siren? She twirled a lock of hair around her finger, deliberately dispelling the charm that concealed her visage, revealing her true self, a dainty nose, alabaster skin, cherry-soft lips, and dreamlike azure eyes, an enchanting vision reminiscent of a midsummer night's dream. The most ethereal of fantasies and the most exquisite of loves. Only a fool would not desire such beauty. You previously claimed that Alice would not envy me. What of now? Frank sighed, halting his steps, bowing slightly. I repent for my earlier offense. Before I learn to wield that spell, you shall assist Professor McGonagall in managing Lupin each full moon. He is merely a small werewolf. Surely, you possess the capacity to handle this, human Auror. Pomona also ceased her movements, standing in the center of the sitting room. Indeed, madam, Frank humbly replied. Is there anything else you require of me, Minerva? None. Professor McGonagall tightened her grip on her garment, refusing to meet Pomona's gaze. Do not presume. I am not Remus Lupin. Pomona issued a final warning to the two humans within the room before stepping out of the confines, reveling in the moonlight. The sensation of newfound freedom invigorated her. Upon hearing the music drifting from Hogsmeade, an impulse surged within her, a desire to find a captivating man to dance with, and subsequently, to siphon his soul like a dementor. Yet, at the last moment, she pondered the necessity of caution. If the first taste of a dish does not delight, one may never savor it again. Thus, she resolved to seek a delectable soul, embarking on a new journey. Before changing her mind, she turned toward the forbidden forest. The more one is forbidden, the more one yearns to explore. Such is the curious nature of humankind. In their understanding of the wizarding world, Muggles remain ensnared at the level of children's literature, believing that riding broomsticks constitutes wizardry. What a charming misconception. After the age of 17, one may learn apparition simply by passing the ordinary wizarding level examinations. Moreover, the Floo network and Portkeys facilitate travel, rendering broomstick flights, a risk of being discovered by Muggles, unnecessary. Muggles are enraptured by wizards, while wizards often look down upon Muggles. Sometimes, it is precisely this arrogance that incites fascination. Conquest resembles a game of arm wrestling. Whoever concedes first is deemed the loser. If the opponent is too weak, the victory bears little significance. Yet, if they are evenly matched, the contest becomes engaging. For some, war is akin to a game of wizard chess. The fates of the pieces evoke no concern from the player, who relishes the thrill of winning. The female mantis entices the male during autumn for mating. Yet as other insects fade away, she consumes him for nourishment to lay her eggs. Siren-like creatures mirror the female mantis, adopting human form solely for procreation. While humans serve as their prey, dementors extract human joy, whereas sirens devour all memories. This naivety among ministry officials stems from the belief that the absence of dark magic studies equates to the eradication of dark wizards. Humans must possess the capacity for self-preservation. Werewolves proliferate through bites, and inevitably they may surpass humans as the predominant humanoid species on Earth. Should wizards wish to prevail, they must relinquish past prejudices and unite against common foes. However, those who engage in internal strife for personal gain often fail to recognize their true adversaries, making ultimate victory and chaos improbable. Indeed, ordinary wizards regard the werewolf's kiss, the very thing they dread, as akin to the dance of social interaction and romance, believing that once their goals are met, they may marry and reproduce. The aim is perpetuation. Humans celebrate love while recounting tales of wolf bites as terrifying stories to frighten their children, instilling fear of the dark and the monsters lurking within. The heart that trembles from fear and the heart that quivers from love can sometimes be indistinguishable. The venomous serpent, though deadly, possesses alluring colors and patterns, serving as a warning. Yet, some are drawn to its beauty, oblivious to the danger it embodies. Humans often fall victim to their own folly. The Sorting Hat once sang during the new student ceremony, "You may deem me unremarkable, yet do not judge by appearance. Should you find a hat more exquisite than I shall consume myself." The Ouroboros symbolizes alchemy, a serpent that devours its own tail. That tattered hat, worn for a millennium, is an alchemical artifact, much like the basilisk. Those ensnared within the chessboard cannot discern their positions, which is why the delightful Pomona often weeps, while a player may glimpse the landscape unseen by the pieces. Solitary gaming lacks excitement. She yearns for a worthy opponent, someone equally matched. Otherwise, surrendering after only a few moves renders the endeavor meaningless. Expecto Patronum. She heard the incantation, and without a moment's hesitation, she found herself enveloped in a pitch-black forest, soon hearing the sounds of curses. Why is it that your brain-blocking spell is superior even when deeply unconscious? Did you truly forget that when casting the spell of mind capture, one must gaze directly into the other's eyes? How can one capture the mind of someone with their eyes shut? She thought disdainfully. Just as she intended to retreat from the enveloping darkness back to the moonlit edge of the forbidden forest, only to discover she could not escape. Suddenly, her tongue encountered a slippery sensation. At first, she mistook it for a potion, feeling a wave of nausea and wishing to expel it, but soon realized it was something else entirely, and thus she acquiesced. On a sun-drenched day, two girls frolicked by the riverbank. One, a red-haired maiden, opened her palm, casting an expectant gaze at the slightly older brown-haired girl across from her. Yet, the brunette recoiled in horror, swatting away a delicate daisy that fluttered in her hand. "Don't do that, Lily. Mother said you mustn't tea." She was lying. "Lily, Your mother never made such a demand of you. Take action, Pomona. Albus Dumbledore urged from behind her, for at least in doing so, they may continue to live. At the very least, leave behind a fragment of memory. She implored Dumbledore to lend her the pensieve. The slippery kiss abruptly ceased. Was it you? She hesitated to admit. When the Dark Lord sought Lily as parents, hoping to unearth her hiding place through their memories, their minds were purged of any recollection of her. He had once declared it the most perfect obliteration he had ever witnessed, and he had even instructed us to locate the caster without inflicting harm. Only to discover it was you. That slick-tongued man mused. How could someone like you be reduced to this by a mere rat? She felt no anger. After all, it was her own carelessness that led to this. Is it because of it? He inquired, caressing her belly. Has it rendered you weaker? It was the first time he had successfully pilfered something from her mind, and she pondered how he had achieved it. I wish to remove it, he stated with unusual delicacy, and despite knowing it might turn out like Neville, she still felt a pang of reluctance. From the very beginning, it should never have been conceived, just like Tom Riddle. It was a mistake. Do you also regard women who, despite being abandoned by men, still wish to bear children as foolish? Pomona felt a tinge of disappointment. Upon entering the house that day, it resembled the Potter residence from years past, and I deeply regretted not having eliminated that mouse. Then he began to caress her abdomen, uttering words reminiscent of your teachings in the art of subtlety. I pondered why you did not employ it for self-protection. Just moments ago, I passed by a delivery room where a physician remarked that a witch's childbirth could impact her magical abilities. I fear I may never be able to love this child. Once you awaken, let us conceive another, and you may forget this one. His voice bore an almost pleading quality. Some individuals, by merely existing, evoke painful memories for others, such as those Death Eaters who were neither imprisoned in Azkaban nor executed, and Harry Potter, who possessed Lily's eyes yet bore James's visage, a Gryffindor. You cannot abandon me and then depart with Lily, he sang in a melodic tone, expressing his reluctance to be left behind by a single person. Perhaps it is I who should apologize. I should not have resurrected a soul yearning for liberation with the resurrection stone. She returned to the Forbidden Forest, where, after vanquishing Voldemort, Harry Potter, in a state of desolation, discarded the resurrection stone within the woods, and it was she who retrieved it. It was a dark, unremarkable stone, yet she recognized that it had once belonged to Salazar Slytherin. She then divulged this secret to Dumbledore, that old fool, who succumbed to temptation, desiring to resurrect Ariana using that counterfeit from the Gaunt family, ultimately falling victim to a curse that cost him his own life. As the Eastern saying goes, even the wisest may err. Everyone possesses their vulnerabilities, and those who believe themselves invincible are often the most fragile. This time is not a contest. Let us not race to see who shall perish first, shall we? Her head must have been kicked by a unicorn to conceive such brilliant words. She attempted to rise and teach him a lesson, only to find her footing vanish beneath her, leading to a piercing scream as she fell heavily onto the grass. Turning to see what had tripped her, she discovered, to her horror, a corpse. Severus Snape, clad in Slytherin student robes, lay at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Illuminated by the moonlight, a bruise upon his forehead, his serene profile resembling that of an angel in slumber. How could there be such a foolish fool in this world? After rousing Snape, Pomona shouted at him in anger. He needn't fabricate lies to deceive her. Not far from where he had fallen lay shimmering strands of unicorn mane. It dawned on Mr. Snape that he had concocted a scheme to scrape a bit of powder from the unicorn's horn to save costs and increase profits. Yet he had not anticipated that the docile creature would kick, rendering him unconscious. Silence. Hufflepuff. Snape groggily shook his head, making a slow attempt to stand. Only when he was upright did Pomona remember that in her haste to save him, she had neglected to cast a charm on her own face. I can't see, Snape said, rubbing his eyes in a state of alarm. Pomona breathed a sigh of relief. Do not worry, it is temporary. She too rose to her feet. This is the curse for harming a unicorn. You haven't truly injured it, so you will recover swiftly. Then how do unicorn horns appear on the market? She shrugged, echoing Lily's mannerisms, then added, considering his current blindness, I do not know, but I suppose we could inquire with Hagrid. She took his hand, leading the way while casting a small charm on her face, soon transforming back into the unassuming Hogwarts freshman. Snape was unusually compliant, and Pomona, glancing at his fearful expression, scoffed. He remained a child at heart. Hagrid's hut was the only place with light in the desolate moor, the warm yellow glow resembling a lighthouse guiding their path. And she held a fondness for the fierce half-giant. You should know the Forbidden Forest is perilous now. Pomona initiated a conversation, I've heard there are werewolves about. Snape remained silent, prompting Pomona to believe he might be frightened by the topic, so she changed the subject. How did you meet Lily? We lived across the river. Snape surprisingly replied. Sometimes she would come with her sister to play by the riverbank, and I could see her. Did she see you? One day her sister abandoned her, and I approached her to speak. That was how it began. Pomona glanced back at Snape, noting his ordinary looks and lack of charm, despite his prodigious talent. He was destined to remain single. Did you witness Lily's gifts? Pomona turned her attention back to leading. She can make ordinary plants move as if they were magical. I have seen it, which is why I recognized her as a witch. But so what? It merely makes a small flower move. She could hardly muster the patience to continue explaining to this potion-obsessed fool. She said she loves cooking, believing potions are akin to cooking. Can you teach her some potions? How we interact is none of your concern. Surely, you do not believe that a Gryffindor girl would not punish a traitor associating with Slytherin? Pomona disregarded his distant tone and continued, You cannot enter the girls' dormitory. Snape fell silent as the fabric of his robes rustled softly through the grass, a delightful sound. From today onwards, I shall not return, she declared, assuming the guise of a muggle woman before the big-nosed old bat. I have much to do. Neville will bring you the materials you need. Does he dare? He exhaled through his nostrils like a dragon. It was Lupin who instigated him. Do you enjoy seeing me in women's clothing, Pomona? If so, lend me your dress. Having broached the subject, she knew he could never forgive Neville. I will ensure that the students of Hufflepuff isolate Harry, she whispered. He should never have entered the Triwizard Tournament. The old bat finally revealed a hint of satisfaction. Setting down his quill, fingers interlaced, as if in negotiation. Now we can continue our discussion. He appraised her. Is your hair still incapable of transformation? Madame Pomona Sprout possessed a cascade of flowing gray hair, the only aspect of her that could be deemed beautiful. Yet she was amiable, fair-minded. A fine but unremarkable head of house. I could never transform it with a wand. Potions were also ineffective. Ollivander's wands typically employed unicorn hair, never unicorn horns. Grinding the horn into powder, alongside other materials, such as phoenix feathers which could also serve as wand cores. Why did he only use one type of material? He began to ponder this question. Do you think everything can be mixed together like your potions? Forget about those thoughts. Focus on how to enable Harry to breathe underwater for an hour. How did Cedric resolve it? You shall find out. This time, I will surely win. What will you win? That boy is in his 6th year. Harry Potter is merely a 4th year. You are merely making excuses. Let us change the wager. The big-nosed old bat chuckled coldly. Let us see who can first invite Cho Chang to the Christmas ball. Is that all you've got? Pomona placed her hands on her hips, sizing up the figure seated behind the desk. You never succeeded in asking even one girl to the Death Eater ball while you were in school. That is because I never asked. Snape chuckled more heartily. This time, regardless of the outcome, I will be entertained. What spectacle could be greater than the great savior standing alone in the dance hall, bewildered? And if he succeeds? I shall dance with you, he scoffed, then picked up his quill and resumed grading assignments, marking each parchment with AT. You know dancing with me does not necessarily lead to death, Pomona reminded him. Did not Dumbledore always wish to see my memories of the Dark Lord? You may continue to attempt legilimency on me, he offered with that familiar smirk of triumph, as if he held a secret over her. A man infatuated with a siren would forget the world, ceasing to eat, drink, or sleep, as if under the effects of the Cruciatus curse. Those ensnared by the curse would feel their minds go blank, yet experience profound bliss. Legilimency and the Cruciatus curse operated on similar principles. Thanks to her, he had become a master of the closed mind technique. Indeed, the light-hearted jest from before ended up aiding you immensely, did it not, Severus? Pomona replied coldly. Had you not become a Death Eater, you would never have known what the Cruciatus curse looked like. His smile faltered. Be wary of Karkaroff, he teaches at Durmstrang. If the followers of 2 Dark Lords join forces, who do you think could stand against them? I have attended enough funerals, but especially do not wish to attend yours. I truly do not understand where you went astray, becoming entangled with Malfoy and his ilk. Had I known, I would not have taught you the disarming charm. And thus you would never have tasted the allure of dark magic. Get out, he bellowed. Do not repeat the same mistake, Severus. Sirius Black is not the murderer of Lily, you know that. She lifted the empty basket and opened the door. You are no longer young. Do not let impulsiveness cloud your judgment like a foolish child. Harry is not your enemy, he is Lily's child. Pomona glanced back at the timid boy behind her, sensing that Tom Riddle had indeed imparted some lessons to him, that she struggled to comprehend what they were. The souls of muggles appeared predominantly emerald green, shimmering softly with silver reminiscent of fireflies on a summer night. In contrast, a wizard's soul radiated a cerulean hue, equally aglow with silver. A sight of exquisite beauty that stirred her appetite. The young wizard trailing her was blissfully unaware of the peril he faced. She felt an insatiable desire to consume him. For he possessed a delectable, pure soul. "Do not squander your talents, Pomona," Frank Longbottom from Gryffindor remarked, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Akin to a pure-blooded noble. "Do not confine yourself to merely tending plants. Do you realize how beautiful you are?" The ever-sardonic Slytherin, whose face was often etched with mockery, disdain, and indifference, now regarded her with the keen gaze of a lion spotting its prey. "What a pity no one has invited you to the ball." Pomona surmised that he had witnessed the commotion caused by another half-blood beauty at the school and, like a youth consumed by folly, believed he could charm a half-blood beauty himself, having recognized one in her. Thus, he resorted to this clumsy method to extend an invitation. Men relish victory, particularly concerning matters of women. This perennial loser, who had never triumphed in such realms, dared to challenge the impossible. Where did this inexplicable confidence stem from? Was it that a certain degree of inferiority manifested as arrogance, fearing that her rejection would shatter his already fragile pride? "I refuse to waste my time attending the ball with you." She attempted to sidestep him, but he blocked her path in the corridor. "Then offer a different reason? Perhaps?" She replied coldly. "I will give you 3 chances." The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, a stark contrast to the innocent and kind expression he wore with Lily, evoking a sense of revulsion in her. In that moment, he resembled a thief who had successfully pilfered something. "No one else has asked you, have they? If you are referring to those within the school, then yes." She tried to evade him once more, but if Sirius were to appear publicly, the situation would be different. This infuriated him thoroughly. As he attempted to persist in his pursuit, her savior arrived, driving away the little rogue from Nocturne Alley. "Professor?" Neville inquired tentatively, his demeanor far from the noble bearing of his father, yet he was endearing, still clad in a sweater. "What is it, Neville?" "I am now the herbology professor at Hogwarts," he stated slowly. "I have been caring for them as you taught, yet those plants still miss you." "Why did you leave Hogwarts?" An indescribable emotion welled within her. She felt content, though solitary with only 2 companions. Such a life afforded her a long-awaited tranquility. Until she encountered the small, frostbitten figure of Peter lying in the snow. "Is it because of Professor Snape?" He paused. "They say you are pregnant. And Professor Snape mentioned that the child would not remain. Is it because you fear he will be like me?" "No, dear, it is not." She wished to speak, yet her voice failed her. Fortunately, her hands still moved, and she grasped his. The once little rogue, now an aged villain, lacked the capacity to love someone who might evoke painful memories, even if that person were Lily's child. "I have read that the bond between mother and child is particularly strong in the first 2 or 3 years after birth. I could sense it when Bellatrix tormented my mother, yet I said nothing." Neville squeezed her hand in return. Professor Snape made the right decision. "I will not disdain it for being a squib or merely a muggle." However, Neville mentioned that he could feel the painful memories when Alice was tormented. He was just 1 year old then, and she did not wish for him to be born bearing such suffering. Perhaps she could achieve a complete forgetfulness. Yet she remained uncertain whether such a process could erase the painful memories wrought by the unforgivable curse. "I heard from Cedric that during the Triwizard Tournament, he once saw Professor Snape emerge from your chamber. Is that when it all began?" Pomona clutched Neville's hand tightly, yearning for him to help her rise. The old bat's doors were notoriously slammed shut, the sound echoing loudly in the stillness of night. She could almost envision him striding through the corridors of Hogwarts in his striking black robes, exuding confidence like a dog with its tail held high. He had finally triumphed in some regard over the quartet of marauders, yet the cost was her reputation. Harry recounted a night when he encountered both Snape and Professor Lupin, alongside Peter Pettigrew, who at the time appeared as a rat. Of course, none were aware. It was the year preceding the Triwizard Tournament, and she felt lost. "Could you tell me what transpired?" In truth, it was due to a jest made during that defense against the dark arts class that the old bat had harbored a grudge against Neville for an entire year. His disposition was indeed narrow-minded, a vindictive Slytherin who relished revenge, had it not been for her control over his potion ingredient supply. He would have cast an ever-looming shadow over Neville's life rather than merely forcing him to extract leech juice for a month. Do not dwell on the incomprehensible. Her little one. Pomona longed to embrace him. Mrs. Longbottom was strict, maintaining a firm grip on Neville's life, forbidding him from escaping her control like Frank had. She had nearly lost her son and could not bear to lose her grandson as well. "Neville, is she the teacher who has been caring for you at school?" She overheard an elderly woman say. Grandma. Neville immediately tensed. Then she caught a whiff of a high-end perfume that reminded her of a certain flower blooming in the Forbidden Forest, not potion-related, which had never prompted her to learn its name. Neville, allow me to speak with Professor Sprout alone for a moment. After a brief hesitation, Neville exited, closing the door behind him. Shortly after, she heard the loud scraping of a chair leg against the floor to her right. I can see you are a respectable person, the old woman murmured, but I do not wish for Neville to visit you any longer. Having a classmate of Harry Potter's is already enough to unnerve me. Later, I heard he even killed a creature of the Dark Lord with a sword. He told me it was a Horcrux. I am quite old, lacking the strength to protect him, which is why I allowed him to teach at Hogwarts. Moreover, he is still unmarried. The Longbottom lineage cannot end with me. I am sorry for what you have become, but I must ensure that child encounters no misfortune. If you genuinely care for Neville, you should understand why I say this. He is not Harry Potter. Oh, I heard he is an Auror now. If you have matters to discuss, seek him out, but do not involve Neville in your affairs. With all her strength, Pomona opened her eyes, seeing an aristocratic woman marked by the passage of time, adorned with a green hat and an owl perched atop it. Yet she was not a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Swear to me, Pomona, that you will keep Harry alive. A woman with crimson hair gazed at her with emerald eyes, filled with a plea. I swear, Lily, I shall do everything within my power to protect him, she whispered, though she nearly faltered. By the end of July, only one of the 2 children born to families who had repelled the Dark Lord 3 times could survive. Dumbledore had made his choice. Harry had already confronted death once. Must he face it a second time? That old serpent had claimed he would not protect Neville. And he couldn't even be bothered to safeguard Harry. Why were men so ineffectual in critical moments? She recalled this, yet she felt utterly drained. Her body felt unbearably heavy, and she was on the brink of collapse. Hurry, James. When Pomona led the temporarily blinded Snape near Hagrid's hut, she overheard voices emanating from the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Bathed in moonlight, she discerned 2 figures, one of whom was Sirius Black. The Blacks were known for their jet black hair, yet his skin was as pale as that of a vampire. The moonlight illuminated his face, casting a pearlescent glow akin to the ghosts within the castle. He frequently glanced back at the other shadowy figure, and even without seeing his face, she recognized it to be James Potter. Foolish Gryffindor, Snape suddenly seemed invigorated, straightening his back with closed eyes, a smirk of derision forming on his lips, no longer exhibiting the fear he had moments before. What is happening? Pomona was perplexed by the unfolding events. You mentioned there are werewolves in the forest? There are many Jameses in this world. How can you be certain he is a Gryffindor? His voice lingered in her memory, the very same that had raised 2 profound questions at the dock. First, whether anyone had died at Hogwarts, and second, whether he could withdraw from Slytherin if sorted into it. Merlin's beard. Why is James Potter so adept at stirring trouble? They dare to wander the Forbidden Forest at night. I must inform a teacher. Tomorrow, they shall have their wish to return home. How will you explain your discovery of them wandering the Forbidden Forest? Pomona reminded him, and Snape seemed to swallow hard, as if choked. Why are there only the 2 of them? Where are his roommates? Pomona surveyed the surroundings but found no sign of Lupin or Peter Pettigrew. You may have many friends, but perhaps only 1 or 2 will be truly close, Snape said. His face contorted in disdain, particularly towards those who crave the spotlight. How many classes have you had with Gryffindor? Why do you ask that? I am merely curious. Pomona replied, some say that with prolonged interaction, understanding deepens and relationships become harmonious. I am curious to see if this holds true. Do you still wish to collaborate with me? Snape attempted to open his eyes, seemingly wanting to ascertain if he could see, thus no longer reliant on her. At that moment, the door to Hagrid's hut swung open, and the half-giant emerged, carrying a large bucket of hot water, which he poured outside. In his haste, he noticed the 2 young witches. Good evening, Professor Martin. What brings you here at such a late hour? He then spotted Snape behind her, and upon seeing the emblem of his house on Snape's robe, his expression soured. Hagrid, I just saw 2 students venture into the Forbidden Forest. Pomona pointed toward the direction where James and Sirius had vanished. I heard there might be werewolves in the forest. You must go after them. What about him? Hagrid glowered at Snape, his features contorted, and with his bushy beard, he appeared truly fearsome. I will escort him back to the castle, Pomona assured him. Why are you lurking near the Forbidden Forest after dark? Hagrid bypassed Pomona, directing his question to Snape. Initially, she believed he would continue to hide behind her. But to her surprise, he stepped aside, positioning himself slightly ahead of her, sneering at Hagrid. I am here to track them. They are violating school rules. And you should apprehend them, half-giant. he declared with conviction, as if every word was the unvarnished truth. Behold, the power of language. It is a skill to frame informants in such righteous terms. Though he too has contravened school regulations by roaming Hogwarts at night, he does so to assist the teachers. Gryffindors are perpetually scapegoated by Slytherin for their recklessness. You are a snake, Hagrid said, his face twisted in disgust. Muggles often liken snakes to deceitful informants, those who tempt others into wrongdoing. Thank you for the compliment, Snape replied with a broad grin, caressing the silver serpent upon his house badge. It is my honor. The sharp pain at the back of her neck jolted her awake. She departed from the softly illuminated woodland cabin and entered a desolate, cold room, where the enlarged visage of Severus Snape, still burdened with greasy hair, loomed close, overshadowed by a nearly withered Christmas cactus. Sometimes, I am truly grateful to have encountered him, Snape murmured. He taught me many things that one cannot learn at Hogwarts. What have you done to me? She could feel a sharp pain radiating from her neck down along her spine. Yet, after the pain subsided, she did not feel fatigued, but rather an indescribable discomfort, though she still had the strength to open her eyes and glare at him. Do you remember the wolfsbane potion I prepared for Lupin? After consuming it, he retains his rationality even in transformation, preventing him from rampaging like a rabid dog. He gently arranged her tousled hair and shifted his position to lean against the headboard, allowing Pomona's head to rest against his chest. Dumbledore hoped I would either disclose the formula or sell it to the Ministry of Magic, but I declined. After his demise, I handed it over to the Aurors. One of the ingredients is exceedingly rare, extracted in a very specific manner. Suddenly, he paused mid-sentence, taking a few heavy breaths as if exhausted, while Pomona felt significantly better in comparison. Fenrir Greyback is the leader of the werewolves. He feigns loyalty to the Dark Lord, yet he is primarily concerned with his own kind. They bite young witches and wizards to spread the infection, causing those children to grow up estranged from their parents among the wolf pack, accepting their identities as werewolves, hating the normal wizards, and aspiring to conquer humanity. He claims to be a pureblood werewolf, and indeed possesses extraordinary abilities. He retains his sanity even after transformation. The Dark Lord commanded me to study him, and I discovered that his blood holds peculiar magical properties. The potion I administered to Lupin primarily acts upon his blood, but its effects are fleeting, vanishing quickly. It requires specialized tools for extraction, and the potion must be completed and consumed promptly after extraction. That day, I delivered the prepared potion to him, and on my way back to the cellar, I encountered someone loitering in the corridor. It turned out to be Harry Potter. I surmised that Lupin had not strayed far, as he heard the commotion and rushed over to assist the savior, returning to him the magical artifact crafted by James Potter. The name of Harry's father seemed to him as repulsive as excrement. Merely uttering it made him feel nauseated, yet the weariness etched on his face instantly vanished. In this world, there exists the phenomenon of archenemies. To vanquish them, beings will unleash their own vitality, thereby manifesting strength beyond their own imagination. How do you feel? He asked softly. Much better, she replied weakly, and he smiled. I feel the same. He drew her into his embrace, exhaling deeply and softly, lamenting that he felt significantly improved. How did you acquire Fenrir's blood? Lupin arrived during Harry's 3rd year. Had he already re-established contact with the Death Eaters by then? He is currently in Azkaban, extracted like a leech by the Aurors. He downplayed the gravity of the situation, claiming they would not permit his escape. Sirius has fled. How can you be certain he won't escape? What do you wish to eat later? He deftly changed the subject. Honey cake and chocolate, she replied. Very well, I understand. The object embedded in her neck was removed, and the continuous influx of strength dissipated, leaving her feeling utterly drained, her eyelids growing heavier. Until tomorrow, Pomona, she heard him say before once again succumbing to the dream. Until tomorrow, Severus, she murmured hazily, unsure if he could hear her clearly, and in the dream, she indeed tasted the flavors of honey cake and chocolate. Get out of my sight. Do not let me see you again. Awoken early by such an enraged voice, she had a strong premonition that today would be exceedingly dreadful. This melancholic mood clung to her as she sat at the breakfast table, distractedly stirring her plate of pasta, devoid of any appetite. The others, keen to avoid being infected by her mood, kept their distance, except for Peter, who still approached her to converse. Melancholy girl, what troubles you? Peter, reeking of smoke, had evidently indulged in cigarettes again. I feel as though I have lost that power. What power? The power to live. She chewed her food as if it were wax, unable to discern any flavor. Peter gave her a sharp slap on the back of her head, causing her to yelp in pain. Tomorrow is Saturday. Will you accompany me to Hogsmeade? The courses at Hogwarts are not particularly demanding. The first week is busy merely to transition everyone back from their holiday mindset. And new students are encouraged to familiarize themselves with as many teachers as possible. The weekend offers 2 days of respite, after which the schedule lightens to 2 classes in the morning and only 1 in the afternoon, provided it is not potions, allowing more time for personal interests. Romance is also a valid pursuit. After graduation, one should marry and bear children early, thus contributing to the wizarding population. Those disinterested in such matters may join various clubs, be it Quidditch, Death Eaters, or the Slug Club, as long as they remember to return to their dormitories by curfew. Tonight we have astronomy class. It may run late, she said wearily. After putting on a facade and parting ways with Snape, she went to check on the progress of the secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow. A member of the Order of the Phoenix was on site, communicating with a creature resembling a ferret, which, like a snow ferret, could speak human language. At this rate, they would reach that beast cage by tonight at the latest. Susan told me you have a surprise for me. What is it? You will find out in a few days. She glanced up at the owls circling overhead, wondering if they could carry something as large as a broomstick. Oh, Professor. Your tone is akin to my inquiry about the results of a pop quiz. You will know in a few days. Come, let me show you something. Peter looked around to ensure no professors were nearby before placing a piece of parchment on the table. What is this? The Marauder's map, Peter whispered. A secret passed down through the Hufflepuff lineage for 1,000 years. Badgers are adept at burrowing, which involves employing various earth-related magic, and Pomona suddenly found herself intrigued. She wished to learn earth-related magic. Where did you acquire this? Pomona asked, observing him unfold the map, which depicted the corridors and rooms of Hogwarts, even including the headmaster's office. Don't ask, Peter replied, shaking his finger, reminding her that ignorance would shield her from his secrets. Besides wielding a whip, what else can he do? Just as she finished speaking, an unknown cat leaped onto her lap, startling her. Legitimacy, Peter expressed with a pained expression. I truly do not understand who endowed him with such power. What do you think about driving him away? The raccoon she held seemed to particularly enjoy having its chin scratched, purring and rubbing against her. I too find him detestable. Yet matters should be addressed one at a time. Tomorrow we shall visit Hogsmeade. How about we explore Honeydukes? Peter pointed to a passage on the map, indicating that it led directly to their storeroom. Why was it constructed here? Pomona frowned, suspecting it could be for thievery. They've stored so much food. Even if we do not partake, other creatures will. Peter stealthily tucked the map away. What nonsense is this? Yesterday, I heard a girl is pregnant. She claims Peter is the father. Is that true? What? Merlin S. Beard. What does that have to do with me? Peter exclaimed, as if scalded by hot water. With so many Peters, how do you know she was referring to me? Who prompted you to engage in such clandestine affairs? You are well aware of my fondness for Angie. Enough of this, Peter. I have inquired with others, and it is clear that you socialize well with numerous girls. Such behavior is unacceptable. She detests his playful demeanor and yearns for a more devoted heart. How absurd you are. On what grounds do you presume to govern my life? Peter, with an odd smile, seemed to consider further conversation a futile endeavor, forgoing even breakfast and departing hastily. Pomona pondered if this could be deemed an amicable parting. After the hot water was wrung from the towel, it flowed back into the bathtub along her spine, and she gazed at the 2 familiar yet foreign reflections in the mirror, perplexed. Who were they? Time slipped by in silence. They exchanged no words. Or perhaps there was nothing to discuss, save for the rhythmic ticking of a clock marking the passage of time. The absence of the school's lively ambience in the troublesome students left an unsettling void, or perhaps, as the Weasley twins would say, a lack of merriment. Dorian Grappelin believed the Dementors to be the reanimated dead, which muddled his emotions, rendering him solely interested in human sentiments, and she had resurrected one using the resurrection stone. In that fairy tale, the girl who was brought back to life experienced profound emotional turmoil, ultimately succumbing to despair. So, was she a witch or a muggle? At times, she felt a striking resemblance between those cloaked creatures and the Grim Reaper. Was it truly so delightful to play with Lily? He suddenly inquired whether she still insisted on cooking in that muggle manner. You are well aware that once she has made a decision, nothing can sway her back. That petite woman possesses a stubbornness unparalleled. Professor Sprout, adept in culinary magic? Even the Caro siblings have been deceived by you. He chuckled oddly, remarking that they call you sweetheart. That is merely because they graduated in 1970, just missing that grand spectacle. The book states that associating with the enchantress leads to misfortune and illness. Perhaps, as you suggested, I shall meet an early demise. He set down the towel and began to caress her back with the back of his hand and middle finger. The Dark King once proclaimed that one must not settle for mere existence. One can consume oatmeal for longevity, yet that does not embody a true Slytherin. If the price of surrender is mediocrity, then it is far more honorable to perish gloriously like a noble. I believed I could endure, yet when Dumbledore raised his wand, I found myself begging for mercy. Those hands, often toying with caterpillars, toads, and poisonous serpents, began to roam over her skin, and then he leaned in, whispering like a serpent in her ear, I long to live, but not in the manner I once did in Spinner's End. I wish to have a lovely wife like Lucius, to dine at the table with genteel company. My mother never used a wand while cooking at home, for my father disdained it, and they often quarreled, as if food could silence them. After whispering in one ear, he shifted to the other, continuing, magic transformed my life. Do you know what I thought when I first conjured a feast with my wand? He adjusted the mirror to reveal both of them simultaneously. The mirror of Ariste reflects one's deepest and most fervent desires. That is what I beheld. What did you see? The same as you. You are not the sleeping beauty from a muggle fairy tale waiting to be rescued, but the witch who ensnared the entire castle in thorns. We are not virtuous beings. Why should we care how others perceive us? He lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his hollow, vacant gaze. You are not my mother, he declared, and I intend to follow the yearnings of my heart. Will you attempt to restrain me? Even if you wish to, you lack the power to do so. As this thought crossed his mind, he chuckled triumphantly. You are indeed correct. He raised his wand, casting the nonverbal spell of legilimency. I have mastered it. Despicable. He stood, beginning to undo the buttons of his shirt. Let us indulge in different amusements today, my dear. No one will disturb us, for they perceive me as pitiable at present. The nature of the Dark Lord is evident from Bella. He is undeniably powerful, erudite, and extraordinarily talented, capable of imparting dark magic that neither the school nor the Black family would teach her. He is also an indulgent instructor, encouraging Bella to pursue her passions, whether virtuous or wicked, as long as it brings her joy. In contrast, her two sisters uphold the standards of noble decorum. In the same room as the Black sisters, Pomona felt as though she were suffocating. Their presence was solely for Sirius Black, yet the situation was rather strange. Narcissa and Andromeda stood behind Sirius, continuously dabbing their eyes with handkerchiefs, while Bella positioned herself beside Snape, her expression demanding impartial judgment. Pomona and James Potter stood between the two factions, while Pringle lurked nearby, grinning maliciously at the two noble young men. Professor McGonagall sat behind her desk, seemingly contemplating how to resolve the matter, hoping that this endless turmoil would soon conclude. Hagrid, the fool, easily befriends those outside Slytherin. After discovering Potter and Sirius frolicking in the Forbidden Forest, he intended to invite them to his home for tea, only to be caught by the patrolling Pringle, resulting in his exclusion from the witness stand. Snape meticulously crafted lies throughout the night, the only flaw being why he was found at Hagrid's door with a Hufflepuff, while the two Gryffindors sought to prove their innocence, desiring to drag Snape down with them. At this juncture, her testimony became crucial. Rumors of an 11-year-old professor from Hufflepuff circulated within the school, though no one took them seriously. As the eccentric Dumbledore had orchestrated too many madcap schemes, this could merely be another prank. Pomona considered it remarkable that she remained sane at this moment. Why were you at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Miss Martin? McGonagall gazed intently into her eyes, as if attempting to peer into her soul. Indeed, why did you venture into the Forbidden Forest? Sirius Black boldly inquired, emboldened by his allies, while James Potter maintained a steadfast gaze with Snape, their intensity more piercing than wandlight. Bella appeared disinterested in the farce, idly examining her nails, surveying the decor of McGonagall's office, then scoffing derisively. Upon sensing someone's gaze upon her, she turned to Pomona, who immediately averted her eyes and lowered her head, striving to diminish her presence. This is precisely why Hufflepuffs must remain discreet. How fortunate it is to be a naive Hufflepuff girl. I heard there are unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, she said, her voice tinged with tears, dropping 2 actual tears that dampened the ground beneath her feet. I wanted to touch one, but I became lost in the woods and encountered him. She pointed to the Slytherin, who had been kicked in the head by a unicorn, sporting a bruise. He smirked triumphantly. As I mentioned, he drawled deliberately, I am entirely innocent in this incident. Professor McGonagall, the students of Gryffindor are the ones deserving of punishment. Frankly, She questioned whether an 11-year-old boy would truly speak to Professor McGonagall in such a manner. As this doubt expanded within her mind, the 11-year-old boy began to transform. He grew significantly taller, his robes shifting from dark green to black, resembling the night sky. Then, with a puff, his clothing vanished, prompting Pomona to cover her face. Embarrassed by her unhealthy imagination, he appeared akin to a vampire. Due to his excessively pale complexion, the students at school often remarked upon him. Yet he was not a vampire. The true vampire he encountered at the Slaghorn Soir, he was a rather unremarkable individual named Bloodney. To wizards, he posed no threat. His modest knowledge of soul-snatching spells could be easily countered by any wizard with a rudimentary understanding of mental shielding. This particular form of magic had become rather obscure, preserved only among most pureblood families. If one cannot empty their thoughts and emotions, they might envision themselves within a secure, empty room, devoid of anything but walls. Any magical energy attempting to intrude must first shatter that outer barrier. The intensity of a vampire's soul-snatching ability only equates to that of breaking a glass window, far inferior to that of a true master of the mind. Beyond physical traits, the innate abilities tied to one's race include magical immunity. Giants are nearly impervious to all magical assaults, including the killing curse. Perhaps only Tom Riddle could casually wield his wand to cast such a curse upon a giant. Vila are inherently masters of mental magic, akin to how wizards wield their spells against fairies, resembling giants brandishing wooden staffs. Severus Snape's mind harbored numerous insights valuable to the Dark Lord, with the Binding Wolf potion being merely one of many. Dumbledore sought to uncover more. To employ soul-snatching magic necessitated proximity, yet his experiences with Death Eaters had rendered him wary of everyone, save for the herbology professor who regularly supplied him with potion ingredients. The soul-snatching spells used for amusement during their studies differed vastly from those Tom wielded. While others may envision a mere brick-walled room, his mind resembled an infinitely sprawling labyrinth. Pomona had previously succeeded only through stealthy ambushes. Now, she was reaping the consequences of her actions. He was progressing, having recently mastered the silent variant of soul-snatching, with wandless magic on the horizon. By that time, one could only speculate whether innate racial abilities would resurface. Even more troubling was the fact that Dumbledore had already passed. Who could rein him in now? And Lily, his eternal Lily, symbolizing the kindness, purity, and harmlessness within his soul. As long as he lived, he would not become a second Tom Riddle. He knew where the Elder Wand lay and understood how to claim its mastery. Coupled with the invisibility cloak, he would become the master of the Deathly Hallows, achieving the dream Tom had failed to fulfill, conquering death. In the face of desire, all morals and laws become futile. Pomona, in such moments, humans transform into beasts, much like the Sphinx. In Ravenclaw's attic, Patricia was again consulting her tarot cards, still adorned in garments reminiscent of a gypsy woman. What does this card signify? She pointed at the one she had turned over, only to realize something was amiss. Her hands were no longer those of a child. This card was named the Chariot. Patricia proclaimed that a prince, embodying pride and nobility, would drive it to conquer the world, with the cities behind him as his spoils. The contrasting black and white sphinxes represented life and death, the very forces the prince sought to harness and conquer. Stop, Patricia! She beheld Severus, clad in black, standing in her pillow-laden classroom, dressed in a manner unbefitting a fifth-year student. How shall I restrain him? She heard her younger self inquire. Patricia unveiled another card, that of the Empress. You know who I am. The fully nude Severus emerged, reminiscent of the Dark Lord summoned by Peter Pettigrew during the Triwizard Tournament, yet he radiated warmth, unlike the coldness of the mysterious figure entwined with serpents. Why have you resurrected me? What task did Dumbledore entrust to you? She spat at the beast before her and returned to Hogwarts, seeking assistance from Lily Evans. In this world, two types of men exist, the domesticated and the untamed. Albus Dumbledore belonged to the latter, yet he fancied himself the former, intent on nurturing Hogwarts, while troublemakers surrounded him. Sirius Black, having been enrolled for only 2 days, broke school rules by wandering the Forbidden Forest at night, becoming the first Black to be sorted into Gryffindor, a family disgrace needing redemption. If expulsion was the result, their lineage's influence could easily transfer him to Durmstrang. The entire school buzzed with gossip, but aside from Sirius, another figure drew attention, Severus Snape, the Slytherin freshman who had reported the two. During his pursuit of them, he had fortuitously rescued a lost Hufflepuff. Praise for him abounded, particularly from Bellatrix and her cohort, who swiftly embraced him, inviting him to dine at their table. A sense of unease washed over her. The events unfolding did not align with her recollections, though they felt eerily familiar. You shouldn't have opened the door. That demonic voice echoed in her ear. Foolish woman. She continued to fixate on the seemingly angelic boy, who mirrored her gaze. In a disorienting twist of phantasmagoria, the lively Slytherin table vanished, leaving the dining hall eerily silent. No one spoke of Sirius's nocturnal escapade, nor the house elf struck by an unforgivable curse the previous day. Everyone appeared tense, while Severus remained isolated, seated in a corner of the Slytherin table. Engrossed in his studies while dining, he was hardly handsome. Pomona rubbed her aching head. The flavor of honey cakes had dissipated, replaced by bitterness and an assortment of strange tastes, reminiscent of some form of punishment. What did you feed her? Neville shouted. No one replied. You're poisoning her. If she were to perish, that individual would be unbound from the past, free to pursue all the desires of untamed men, wealth, women, and power. With strength, he could attain anything he desired, no longer the impoverished boy clad in his mother's shirt, much like how no one remembered Tom Riddle's upbringing in a Muggle orphanage. Yet this time, it would not be Death Eaters following him, but rather the Order of the Phoenix. He would prove his enduring love for Harry's mother, Lily, with a single tear, even gaining Harry's forgiveness. Yet Neville would perish, thwarting that demon. The once overlooked are often the most fervent in their desire to rise. Had Sirius not escaped from Azkaban, Peter Pettigrew would have remained a hero, boasting a first-class Merlin's medal. Snape! A resounding shout echoed through the restaurant as James Potter strode forth, flanked by a group of boisterous Gryffindor boys, exuding an air of dominance. Sirius willingly played the role of his shadow, as if James were the sovereign of this little faction. Severus Snape glanced around, noting the lack of intent among the other Slytherins to offer assistance. Instead, the aristocratic boys and girls watched with a bemused interest. The hierarchy within Slytherin was rigid. Yet the emergence of Tom Marvolo Riddle had instigated a degree of disorder, albeit the fundamental structure remained intact. The upper echelon comprised wealthy and influential pureblood families, followed by purebloods, and then affluent half-bloods. Severus Snape found himself at the very bottom, a penniless half-blood, vulnerable to bullying unless he possessed formidable prowess. Unlike Ravenclaw, where scholarly pursuits could lead to ascension, the might-driven Gryffindor and Slytherin were a different matter altogether. Pomona felt a twinge of sympathy for the impending confrontation. The repercussions of male altercations were far graver than those among girls, and James Potter's brash personality only heightened the tension. Don't bother Lily Evans. Their dialogue drifted over, though she refused to look. Why should I listen to you? What is your name, Severus? I dee say it's snotty, came a mocking voice from Sirius Black. Don't you think you look rather disgusting? Another unidentified Gryffindor chimed in, laughing heartily. Lily Evans can't possibly shake you off. Shut up, Potter. A flustered Lily rushed into the dining hall. My friendships are none of your concern. Speak up, Snape. Don't hide behind the girl. James Potter disregarded Lily's words, directing his taunts at Severus. This is only the third day of school. Reluctantly, the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students vacated their seats, some lingering to observe the spectacle, all awaiting Severus's response, yet he remained silent. The absence of teachers left the Gryffindors emboldened. Where the hell is Pringle? Coward, Sirius Black remarked coldly. Let us go, James. He is merely a snotty brat. Silence, Black. You're utterly juvenile. The boys laughed derisively, chanting snotty brat as they triumphantly exited the hall, as if they had won the House Cup. Once they had departed, Lily turned to Severus. Stay away from me. Severus stood and quickly distanced himself from her, noting her profound sadness. Was this your idea, Dumbledore? If I claimed otherwise, would you believe me, Pomona? She turned to find herself in the headmaster's office, surrounded by gleaming silverware, his pet phoenix dozing in its nest. When did you return? I never left, the old rogue replied, plucking a sweet from the candy bowl on his desk and offering it to her. This is your favorite. She declined the treat, instead consuming the chocolate Frank had given her, flavored with rum. How do you feel now? What should I do, headmaster? I would prefer you to call me Professor Pomona. Had you been born a tad earlier, I might have been your transfiguration teacher. Dumbledore pointed to his nose. You often inquire why it is crooked. Yet do you not think even I could not conceive of a way for an 11-year-old to become a professor? Then how old should I be? You are older than he is, Pomona. I recognize your desire to be involved in his growth, but you were absent during that time. Dumbledore sighed. One cannot alter destiny with mere wishes. Do you recall how Harry used the time turner to rescue Sirius? We all believed fate might shift, yet Sirius still perished. Are you suggesting that even if I used the resurrection stone, he would still die? Oh, you truly did. Dumbledore peered at her through half-moon spectacles. Do you remember where Severus Snape met his end during the final battle? The boathouse. And then, Dumbledore continued to probe. I'm unsure of what you are asking, Professor. Have you never pondered why first-year students must arrive by boat to Hogwarts? Dumbledore gently stroked her hair. You ought to devote more energy to your friends rather than fixating solely on him. You have always been my favorite student. And Minerva? Dumbledore took a moment before responding. She is my most trusted friend. This is a dream. No wonder Eddie Waters questioned her reality. She spotted the luminous pensive and approached it without hesitation. I wish to leave that home. After exiting the dining hall, she discovered the publicly humiliated Slytherin first year by a small hill near the greenhouse. Why? A Hufflepuff upperclassman inquired. My mother was once a player on the Quidditch team. He tossed a stone, startling a bird. I truly don't understand what she saw in him. Who is he? Your father? Tobias Snape, a muggle. He threw another stone. He forbade my mother from using a wand. Yet he was always rough with her. Do you hate your father? No. Snape picked up a snail shell and hurled it away. I simply cannot fathom why she never fought back. Unless she used a wand. A woman cannot possibly contend with a man, Pomona reflected. Unable to grasp the nature of a relationship that allowed a witch to endure domestic violence at the hands of a muggle without resistance. Perhaps she did not wish to harm him, was the only reasonable explanation Pomona could conceive. Snape scoffed, seemingly incredulous that his muggle father could be harmed. He betrayed her. After a long pause, Snape lamented, I saw him with a muggle woman. Perhaps they will divorce soon. I need money. Can you help me? Poor child. She opened her arms, only to find two figures before her, the adult unrelentingly shoving the younger aside like squabbling chicks. She is mine. Go away. The younger one defiantly brandished a wand, ready to retaliate. He never truly liked anything. Never. The boy with the prominent nose leaned against her. My mother named me that in hopes I would learn to love something sincerely. Yes, the whole world knows you sincerely love Lily Potter. As she wiped away her tears and turned to leave, she discovered a hand grasping her ankle beneath the chair. Help me, he weakly uttered. And she discerned it was the very demon who had incessantly berated her as a foolish woman. Dumbledore shook his head from across the way, indicating that the moment was not yet ripe. Pomona, she once again heard that desperate voice calling. This time, it was not a pretense of pity. After the fifth-year ordinary wizarding level examinations, James Potter had once again sought trouble, and back then, he had not yet learned the dark arts. Stripped of his wand, he was left vulnerable, and this was the root of his animosity towards James. It was not the Potter's illustrious lineage or wealth that irked him. Rather, it was the unbearable sensation of powerlessness, akin to his mother, Eileen Prince, who possessed strength yet chose not to resist, enduring the indignities and betrayals inflicted by a weaker foe. In the end, a Muggle man was destined to be with a Muggle woman. Initially, a Muggle man might find the novelty of being with a witch exhilarating. However, as time passed, he would come to fear her power, which starkly contrasted with his accustomed way of life, leading them to drift apart, while the witch remained steadfastly in love with him. Our experiment with the time turner to alter fate has failed, Tom, Pomona told the tenacious creature. Sirius Black ultimately met his demise. If I were to resurrect you with the resurrection stone, I am uncertain of the outcome. Would you still wish to proceed with such an experiment? She recalled how Harry had spiraled into emotional turmoil upon learning of Sirius's death, believing that Sirius would return as a pearlescent specter. Sirius should have been claimed by the Dementors by that lake. Harry had rescued Buckbeak, the Hippogriff, and ultimately, Sirius lived for 2 more years, allowing a fleeting moment of happiness between him and Harry. The value of a life is fundamentally encapsulated in such moments. A wizard was originally a priest, wielding authority through the sacrifice of life to borrow divine power in the material realm. However, temporal magic operates in reverse. One must save lives to earn the gift of extended existence. Do you understand, Tom? The remnants of Tom Riddle's soul were etched with terror. Pomona knew he was not yet prepared. Perhaps, I shall visit you again. She caressed his bald head, as smooth as Robbie's. Who are you? He inquired. Do you not know who I am? She sighed and rose, determined this time to choose a husband of less than handsome countenance. It is impossible to save a person destined for death with a time turner. They had experimented with Sirius Black in the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. Otherwise, how could Harry, a mere third-year student learning the Patronus charm, have driven away so many Dementors? That old scoundrel Dumbledore loved to experiment, and he would not reveal the truth to the subjects until the very last moment, for he sought their genuine reactions. Emerging from the foggy station, she returned to Hogwarts. descending the steps to the edge of the lake. Gazing into the depths of the black lake, after a while, a series of bubbles rose to the surface, followed by the emergence of a beautiful woman. Her hair clung wetly to her scalp, revealing a smooth forehead and green eyes, with the corners of her mouth uplifted. If not for her fishtail, one might mistake her for a beauty who had accidentally fallen into the water. "What have you brought to eat today, Pomona?" Dumbledore suggested she spend more time with her friends. She crouched down, just as she used to in the divination classroom, sitting on the ground. "Today, without food, we shall simply converse. What do you wish to discuss? How did you come to Hogwarts? We swam here. And why do you dwell here? There are magnificent structures beneath the water that we adore. Would you like to see?" She considered and shook her head. "From the lake's depths, we can observe your school through those windows. Mermaids twirl their hair with their fingers. You see, it is akin to how you keep goldfish in glass bowls, only in reverse." She recalled the inscription on the mirror of Arist, Eristra eru oit ube kafru oidon wosi. It bears no meaning when read forward. It must be reversed to reveal its significance. "Severus, do you merely wish for a beautiful woman as your wife, or do you desire me?" "You, of course. It is you," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with tears. That foolish man was nearly blinded by power, making a series of erroneous decisions. Surely, that had been punishment enough? She lay back on the ground, gazing at the sky, watching as a plane soared through the clouds, leaving a long trail of white smoke. Now muggles can fly. So, have wizards become more muggle-like, or have muggles grown increasingly magical? Why is it so difficult to cultivate flowers and earn a fortune while occasionally finding love? The mermaid did not comprehend the complaints of the human girl lying on the ground. Seeing there was no food, she simply flipped over and returned to the water, creating a small splash, vanishing from sight. Harry mentioned that when he had children, he would name them after her. Nervous, Neville said, "Full name, Albus Severus Potter." No one replied. Shouldn't the normal reaction be to express a desire not to have one's name associated with Dumbledore and James Potter? "Professor, I am listening," he replied impatiently. "When was the last time you slept in a bed?" "Mind your own business, Longbottom. Professor Sprout instructed me to care for the plants in the greenhouse. I think I should look after you as well." Gathering his courage, Neville insisted. "Otherwise, she will say I am irresponsible when she wakes." "Thank you," he said wearily. "But I do not require it. I heard from Charlotte that you practiced forbidden magic. Are you still using dark arts?" "I do not care," he suddenly cried. "As long as it is effective, I do not mind the mains." Once again, the obsession with life and death drove one to madness. If anyone discovered a method to achieve immortality, they would pursue it at any cost, especially the powerless muggles. Perhaps having a reaction is a good thing. After a lengthy pause, Neville said, "My parents have shown no response over the years. Do you think saying that will make me feel better?" "No, but I feel less lonely." "You will feel better." Neville approached the person he once feared greatly and embraced him. Recalling that during his time hiding from Death Eaters in the Room of Requirement, he had started alone, but as more people gathered, his fear had lessened. "Do you hope for more people to share the same fate?" "No, but I know there are others enduring the same suffering. Perhaps that is why she wishes to see me." Suddenly, Neville grew excited. "Professor, let us work together on a potion to counter the unforgivable curses. Just as you created the Wolfsbane potion for Remus." "I am not in the mood. Seek others," he said wearily. "Many need you. Sitting idly here helps no one. Why not do what you ought to do?" Yet, Neville persisted in his encouragement. "You will find time passes swiftly." After a considerable silence, he finally spoke. "Time holds no meaning for me now, but thank you for your kindness. You may leave, Neville." "Good luck." Neville said foolishly. "Do not give up, Professor." He laughed. "You may go. I shall return tomorrow." Before Neville could finish, the door closed, followed by the sound of a chair being moved. "Let us die together, Pomona," he stated in a remarkably calm voice, straightforwardly, without dragging it out. "That is precisely what Bella wishes for you, fool." "I did not intend it yesterday." Grasping her hand, he began to cry. "I thought it would be as effective as last time. I know you did not mean to poison me. Just as you intended for Harry to remember the lesson with that unpleasant potion. God, help me," he lamented, resembling a wretched creature, even seeking divine assistance. She disliked him in this state. Yet, she felt powerless. It was a truly dreadful feeling. "I hate Wurtail. After James Potter, it seems he has found another enemy. He is a mistake. I hope your heart is filled with love, rather than harboring only hatred like Tom. The next time I see him, I shall surely tear him to pieces and feed him to a ghoul. Could you possibly infuse a bit more bloodshed into this narrative? Remus Lupin, James Potter, and Sirius Black have all perished, it stands to reason that he should not be alive. I am convinced that Sirius Black would not object to my assistance in this matter. Observe, with a shared adversary. The enemy of my enemy becomes my ally. Such is the simplicity of a man's game. I believe I now comprehend your fondness for him. He leaned in to bestow a gentle kiss upon her forehead. He possesses a heart of kindness and is not lacking in bravery. You have taught him well. And what of Harry Potter? He intends to name his son after that old wretch, yet he too harbors a heart capable of acceptance. Although I was absent when Bella tormented Frank, he clasped her hands, and I felt it was no concern of mine. She was merely seeking vengeance for the Dark Lord. I understand that eliminating Wormtail would affect no change, but it might offer me some solace. Do you believe I should act upon this? Do not concern yourself with him any longer. Pomona felt a twinge of disappointment. When she rescued Peter from the snow, he was already at the end of his rope. Who else would come to his aid now? Compared to that inconsequential individual, Draco is the one deserving of your concern. Lucius Malfoy extended his hand when you were in dire need. You ought not to disregard him now. You have never inquired who holds greater significance for you, me or Lily. The mere mention of that sorrowful name caused Pomona's heart to ache. Though James did not stray as Tobias did, in a certain light, he too abandoned her. I would not die for her, but I would gladly lay down my life for you. Does that response satisfy you? He kissed her lips, and she tasted the saltiness of tears. You opened the door for me, he choked out. Lily kept me locked outside. Therein lies your greatest distinction. She recalled that farcical episode at the Gryffindor entrance. Lily had merely seized the opportunity to rid herself of you, Severus. She wished to remain in the wizarding world. But at that time, you were still too young, entangled with Death Eaters, unable to shoulder the responsibilities of a family. I love you. He wept as he professed his desire to marry her. Will you? To her surprise, she hesitated to affirm. Why? Perhaps deep down, she was a Ravenclaw at heart, yearning for knowledge and freedom, unwilling to be bound by the mundane shackles of domesticity. You are eternally braver than I, Lily. A profound ache filled her heart as Lily relinquished her talents and freedom to marry James, a man she did not particularly adore, for her heart belonged to Harry Potter. At that moment, the radio abruptly came to life, playing the very song that had filled the air that fateful night. Would you care to dance with me? Snape took the liberty of lifting her, guiding her feet atop his, and began to twirl around the infirmary. It was a slow, exquisite melody, reminiscent of the enchanting autumn at Hogwarts. Wise men say only fools rush in, but I cannot help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I cannot help falling in love with you? Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too, for I cannot help falling in love with you. The absurdity of a Muggle singer naming himself Elvis is laughable, yet the title of the song, Can't Help Falling in Love, is beautifully captivating, akin to a love potion that ensnares one's heart. Have you bewitched me? He asked, gazing at her in bewilderment that day. You are the potion's master. Would you not sense it if I had? The happiness induced by the imperious curse. Did you cast such a spell upon me? That is an unforgivable curse. Do you truly believe it possible? If you doubt, inspect my wand. You are a seductress. Such a spell requires no wand. He cursed vehemently, as if to dismiss the entire exchange. I have acquiesced to your wishes. Why do you still knock at my door? Perhaps, as the song suggests, they were indeed not the wisest of souls. If one were to place a scale between the divine and mortals, every soul saved, regardless of its form, would bear a certain price. Buckbeak exchanged for Sirius's life for 2 years. If one were willing to attempt, one could quantify the worth of saving a Niffler, for instance, in terms of extended lifespan, provided there were someone willing to engage in such transactions. Upon his escape, Sirius wandered for a time to evade capture, and myriad rumors circulated, some even believing he sought to kill Harry Potter. When third year commenced, Harry appeared agitated, perhaps having heard whispers of those tales, until the incident at the Shrieking Shack where Snape, seeking trouble, followed them, and the misunderstandings between him and Sirius were finally resolved. Women may experience love at first sight, yet men do not swiftly transform foes into friends, particularly when the latter is a figure Harry once feared. Had Sirius perished then, Harry would have felt a profound sadness. But to him, Sirius remained a stranger. 2 years later, amidst the chaos at the Ministry of Magic, Sirius fell victim to Bellatrix's killing curse. By that time, he had grown familiar with Sirius, even seeing him as a substitute father. The memories shared with Sirius were filled with joy, making the loss all the more harrowing. This agony drove Harry to madness, as he clung to a ghost, questioning the boundaries of life and death, bringing nearly headless Nick to tears, and spreading the tale among the ghosts. Apart from the ever-gloomy fat friar, even the Hufflepuff ghost sighed deeply. That summer was the most arduous since Pomona's arrival at Hogwarts. The term dark arts is not merely an indication of prohibition, but evokes a sense of sacrilege. The vast majority of wizards are atheistic or skeptical, often invoking Merlin's Southbeard in place of divine names. In contrast, the Church is composed of devout believers who deem the experiments conducted by wizards as unholy, leading to a myriad of restrictions. Following the ravages of the Black Death in the Middle Ages, a reconciliation began between the Church and wizards. The witch hunts faded into history, and gradually, believers emerged among wizards and monks alike. It was during this time that Nicholas Flamel perfected the Philosopher's Stone, a substance of extraordinary power capable of granting immortality, though its creation was regarded as dark magic. Originally, Harry had sought to destroy the cursed stone, but Dumbledore and Nicholas united to obliterate it, ensuring its absence from the world. Now, a new madman has arisen, intent on recreating that very artifact. We once discovered a research facility in Albania, previously operated by Germans, who, in Hitler's final days, sought to harness dark magic. Among their endeavors was the study of the Philosopher's Stone. They believed that, much like during the Black Death, the collection of sufficient souls would yield the elixir of life. You are a cursed potions master, so do not dwell on it. Pomona yearned to scream, yet no sound escaped her lips, and then the fool began to speak again. The Dark Lord scorned the consumption of Muggle souls, leaving the information to me, which at the very least ensures your body will not weaken. Neville claimed your reaction was a good sign, but Charlotte mentioned that the Longbottoms had shown no response over the years, their situation seemingly better than yours. I seem to have erred yet again. I should not have utilized that snake egg. The formula is quite simple. Save a magical creature to extend life. Take one to shorten it. However, caught between a languid slumber and fleeting moments of clarity, she would rather choose the latter. Lily could opt to conceal her abilities, living like an ordinary muggle, finding a plump and arrogant man to settle down with, much like her sister Petunia, yet she chose magic, a choice deemed monstrous by her sister, leading to her untimely demise. Even if granted 100 opportunities to choose again, Pomona firmly believed Harry Potter would undoubtedly select the wizarding world. Every soul on this earth ought to pursue something with unwavering resolve. Hide them away, all of them, I beseech you. The young Death Eater nearly knelt before Dumbledore. Yet the latter remained unmoved. When he hardened his heart, that sweet old man revealed a rather ruthless side. What shall I offer in exchange, Severus? Dumbledore lowered his voice. Anything. What does this anything encompass? Does it include your life and soul? Memories do not lie, Pomona. The old wizard clasped his right hand behind his back, a mournful expression upon his face as he spoke of a former student who deemed effort more significant than choice, blindly pursuing power without contemplating the consequences, ultimately leading to his current fate. Regardless of your diligence, he would never allow you to occupy Lily's position. Then, extending his cursed blackened hand, he gently caressed her hair. Be cautious of that individual. Do you recall how Tom acquired the Hufflepuff cup? Yes, she certainly remembered. He had deceived it from a wealthy, gluttonous woman, merely needing to charm her with his handsome visage, and she fell for it. Make the right choice, for the sake of righteousness. Though the source of this wisdom eludes me, that embodies the true spirit of Hufflepuff. Infusing personal feelings into one's work is a grave error. Then why do you not restrict Remus and Tonks from their romance? She loathly swatted away the cursed hand. Do you wish to witness what offspring might arise from a werewolf and a metamorphmagus? Dumbledore appeared taken aback, as if he had never considered that she would curse anyone. You allowed him entry. She wiped away her tears. Had he not resided in the castle, our discussion would not have transpired. You claim to regard Hogwarts as home. Why permit a serpent to enter? He is homeless. Pomona, you ought to exhibit some compassion. And who will extend their sympathy to me? Dumbledore, I am not like you. I am no saint. You assert that Harry must perish, for the Dark Lord's soul resides within the scar upon his forehead, and he must personally slay Harry. The last Horcrux, to eliminate it. Lily sacrificed her life to protect him. I vowed to safeguard him with all my might. Yet now I cannot even fulfill that. Have you considered my feelings? She stood there, weeping inconsolably, her gray hair beginning to morph. Severus will arrive shortly. Do you wish him to witness your transformation? Dumbledore suddenly spoke, his expression grave and resolute, reminiscent of that night's mission. You have never regarded me and Remus as human. In your eyes, we are mere mongrels. At the final moment of her emotional turmoil, she managed to control herself, yet a fragment of her heart shattered. I have never been your most cherished student. I am merely your experiment. You hypocrite. Out. Dumbledore roared, as if his facade had been stripped away. I wish for your demise. In the most excruciating manner. You remain oblivious to the sins you have wrought. I truly regret ever attending Hogwarts. Why was she so foolish as to forsake her opportunity to study at Beauxbatons for a mere letter, instead boarding that antiquated steam train to the castle? It dawned upon her that she truly was a fool, not merely pretending to be one. Yet that dream felt so vivid, alongside all the new students. She traversed the Black Lake in a small boat, ducking beneath the curtain of ivy, finally disembarking at the dock. It was not Peter's unsteady footing that caused the boat to sway, but rather the merfolk beneath the surface playing pranks. In her panic, she grasped the hand reaching out to her, and out of compassion, she pulled Peter ashore. Merfolk also possess prophetic abilities. Perhaps they wished to eradicate the two culprits, allowing those who emerged to lead different lives. As someone once said, Peter's existence is a mistake. Are you not as well, Pomona? You have exerted every effort to prove otherwise, yet you should never have existed. No, that voice seemed distant, as if across a river, yet she felt an overwhelming lightness. She transformed into mist, soon to become like the Little Mermaid, destined to dissolve into the sea's foam, vanishing entirely. Some may view this as sorrowful. For Ariel, it is a liberation, for one can grow weary. Stupefy. A witch called out, and at the moment the spell struck, she felt the weight return. Crashing back onto the bed, immediately she beheld a pair of blood-red eyes, reflecting the silvery glint of a blade. Disarm. Stun. McGonagall and Neville shouted in unison, as a dagger clattered to the ground. To be frank, why would a wizard carry such a weapon? Pomona thought helplessly. Their lives weighed against the Grim Reaper may not be equal, considering the one lying unconscious is human. 6 years had passed, Severus. When Neville told me you were still alive, I could scarcely believe it. No one responded. How many are aware of your presence here? McGonagall continued her inquiry. I know Charlotte. Can she be trusted? I believe so, Neville cautiously replied. You should ask her if the patient can be moved. It is unsafe for them to remain here. Very well. Neville had become the herbology professor, yet still obeyed as he had during their school days. I require your assistance. Severus. Professor McGonagall stated that werewolves have surrounded Hogwarts, threatening that unless their leader is released from Azkaban, they will not allow Hogwarts to reopen, even resorting to permanently closing the school. What is that to me? Given that I prevented you from making a grave mistake, you owe me a favor, McGonagall said sternly. What were you thinking just now? She heard a heavy panting from a corner of the room, sounding akin to a beast's growl. Someone mentioned seeing a woman resembling Bellatrix appear on Privet Drive. I recall your former residence is nearby. Would you mind if I borrowed your house? Go ahead. Feel free to burn it down. Bella, once again Bella, that woman truly haunts me. You know that the souls of those who take their own lives descend into hell. After Barrow killed Helena, he took his own life, terrified of eternal damnation, and thus became the ghost of Slytherin. The castle is already inhabited by far too many restless spirits. I do not wish to see you again. How do you know I will become a ghost? His voice dripped with deep-seated hatred. Regardless of whether I ascend to heaven or descend to hell, I will hunt down that saint and tear his soul apart. He even has a white grave on the island in the lake. Pomona found this utterly tedious. She contemplated digging up that grave and delivering a solid punch to his crooked nose. Stop dawdling, gather your things, and we shall depart immediately. Are you being followed? Of course, unlike you, I am greeted by everyone at the hospital. Professor McGonagall spoke in a light tone, and Pomona sensed that someone was on the verge of exploding with anger. Do you love me? One morning, Snape asked her. The scar left by Nagini still visible on his neck, a terrifying sight. Naturally. What is it that you find appealing about me? He inquired again. Pomona suddenly understood why Eileen could not leave Tobias Snape. The father and son barreled through the human world like beasts, battered and bruised, yet exuding a strange beauty. Will you harm me, as your father harmed your mother? I will not, he declared, gripping her hand as if making a solemn vow. But should you betray me, I will kill you. You certainly did not treat Lily this way. I can watch her marry James Potter, but you cannot. He turned away, casting her in his shadow. I know there are far more painful dark arts than the unforgivable curses. Do not force my hand against you. At weddings, vows must be taken to cherish one another, to support each other through sickness and health, wealth and poverty, in adversity and prosperity, until the end of time. He loved Lily, willing to sacrifice anything for her safety. She felt that her relationship with him was akin to an affair behind Lily's back, a heavy guilt weighing upon her. Just like the song says, it is a sin. Do you know why the Dark Lord chose to create Horcruxes instead of crafting a philosopher's stone for immortality like Nicholas Flamel? He whispered into her ear as if sharing a child's secret, because the feeling of defiling the sacred is truly exquisite. She found this secret revolting. How could such a filthy person exist in the world? You belong to me. No one can steal you away. He began to admire her details, his hollow eyes suddenly sparkling. Why do I feel like I am your stolen treasure? At that moment, she perceived him less as a snake and more like a rat lurking in the shadows. This comparison made him laugh heartily. I snuck into Dumbledore's home and stole his most prized possession. What? You? He proclaimed triumphantly. Do you know how beautiful you are? How beautiful? The diadem of Ravenclaw? She propped herself up on her elbows. More than that, he replied, his expression one of rapture, before leaning down once more. If one day I am no longer young and beautiful, will you still love me? Though she could not open her eyes, she sensed the scorching summer sun outside. Where are we going? Neville asked. Hold my hand, Professor Longbottom, McGonagall instructed him. Severus, where is your home? 23 Spinners Inn, he replied with disdain. With a few pops. They apparat directly to the hospital, and just as she regained her footing, a foul odor assaulted her senses. Spinners Inn was a slum. Tobias Snape was a boxer and sometimes a trainer. In Quidditch, if one could widen the score gap before finding the golden snitch, victory was still possible. Though wizards rode broomsticks, there was still much physical exertion involved. Erin, the captain of the Gryffindor team, thought to use boxing for training her teammates. After a thorough search, she chose Tobias, and things spiraled out of control, transforming from a formidable witch into a woman easily oppressed by muggles. Boxing had many rules. Tobias's rule for Erin was that she could not use her wand. Even though she was an athlete, she was no match for a semi-professional boxer. Severus grew up in an environment riddled with criminals, thieves, and swindlers, and had it not been for meeting Lily, he might have continued down that dark path. The type of headmaster shapes the students they produce. Slughorn Slytherins possessed an aristocratic air, while he produced petty thieves. Even Draco, a noble scion, had his moments of dishonesty. Oh, St. Potter, it was their mantra, their disdainful expressions identical. Why did Lucius Malfoy lose to choose a rogue as his son's godfather? You have grown lighter. If one were to judge solely by his voice, he had a splendid timbre, as pleasing to the ear as a cello. As they began to walk, the wind picked up, the silk fabric clinging to her skin felt delightful, and she imagined she must look quite ethereal. A new round of war was about to commence. The guardian of oaths and contracts, Tyr, had returned, though the mythological Tyr was one-armed, while hers possessed both hands, able to cradle her as one would a princess. She felt an overwhelming sense of safety and happiness. My warrior. She had intended to call him champion. But considering there could be only one champion and there were two gentlemen present, she refrained from inciting unnecessary conflict. What did you say? Neville inquired. Watch your step, Longbottom. He retorted. If you dare to track dog waste into my home, I will have it spotless. That dreadful old bat has returned, Neville stammered nervously. Pomona mused that she might have discovered the reason for Neville's continued single status. If he remained under his grandmother's thumb, even if he did not partake in the war, the Longbottom bloodline would perish, for no girl would wish to marry a weakling devoid of masculinity. At least Harry was combative. Transforming a sweater-wearing sweetheart into a contender on the battlefield would be no easy task. So good luck, coach. This is your next challenge. Here, have a piece of chocolate. Pomona. Frank offered her a piece of chocolate, and she pondered why he would give her sweets without reason. No, thank you, she replied dully, feeling utterly exhausted, as if she had overexerted herself. You will feel much better after a bite, Frank insisted, and so she accepted the piece of chocolate, placing it in her mouth. The warmth and sweetness that cascaded from her tongue eased her mood, yet upon closer inspection, it did not taste like chocolate, but rather resembled the syrup of a plant. It was a sedative. She was drinking a potion, but if Neville had brewed it, would she fall into an endless slumber? Do not worry, it is my concoction, a gentle baritone voice remarked, and thus she boldly drank it down, the anxious emotions dissipating wherever the potion flowed. The soothing potion's ingredients included sneezewort syrup and moonstone. She gazed up at the moon, which appeared large and round. Yet, was it truly a full moon? Do not fret. He would comprehend, Frank reassured her, though his words felt rather insincere. Why do I need him to understand? Her voice was as cold as steel. This was my true self. You have a sister in France. Frank seemed to have a pang of conscience, revealing her lineage. Do not worry. We will not pressure you as we do her. She will grow up like an ordinary human girl. Then why do you pressure me? She could not fathom it. You are the chosen one, Frank sighed. Hagrid has a brother too, but he is a giant and cannot attend Hogwarts. Dumbledore allowed Hagrid to take him to the Forbidden Forest. If you wish to meet your sister. Why would I want to meet her? She wrapped her woolen blanket tightly around herself, aside from blood ties. She did not know her at all. I simply feel you might be lonely, Frank spoke softly, suggesting having someone related to you to rely on in the future. I have already found that. She caressed the large black dog beside her, much larger than a typical canine. He would protect me henceforth. Is that how you met Sirius Black? A mocking voice echoed behind her, and upon turning, she found the slightly portly Severus Snape standing there. Why have you stopped exercising? She yelled at him, leaving Snape utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the moon and the screaming house vanished, and she found herself back in the house where Eileen had spent her last days. Professor Snape? Neville cautiously inquired. What spell did you cast on Professor Sprout? None of your concern, Snape replied, sheathing his wand, his expression a mixture of suspicion and uncertainty. The sound of flushing echoed from the restroom, and shortly thereafter, an unfamiliar muggle woman emerged. I think it would appear rather odd to see an old woman in a long robe and pointed hat around here. How do I look now? Professor McGonagall wore a green dress, albeit revealing her calves, with a lovely brooch on her shoulder. You look far too affluent, Snape remarked coldly. You might as well have worn that previous ensemble. Others would think you a madwoman. Neville and Professor McGonagall exchanged awkward glances, clearly at a loss. The atmosphere in the cramped living room grew heavy. Aside from your family, have others visited here before? McGonagall clasped her chest, her gaze fixed on Pomona. Narcissa Malfoy and Bellatrix. Snape draped a blanket over the expressionless woman with surprising gentleness. What did they come here for? To let me care for Draco. The very year I killed Dumbledore. We all know you did it to protect Harry, Neville stated. A smile curled at the corners of Snape's mouth as his hands slipped into his coat pockets. His black robes seemed to billow without wind, resembling a dark lord. Do you know how many times I have heard others mention Harry Potter's eyes, which resemble lilies? A man's face adorned with feminine eyes is rather grotesque. He'd be better off with a shifty, rat-like appearance. Professor McGonagall intended to reprimand Snape for his foul language, seemingly mistaking Neville for a minor. However, she fell silent upon realizing Neville was taller than herself. I suppose I should change my clothes, she muttered as she walked back to the restroom. Once the door closed, only Snape and Neville remained standing in the living room. TSK. Before speaking, Snape clicked his tongue. What's wrong? Neville looked around bewilderedly. I never imagined you would have the audacity to slay the Dark Lord's pet Nagini. He turned his gaze to Neville's hands. Were those hands responsible? Neville examined his hands. They looked remarkably soft, akin to a girl's. Truly pitiful. Snape was uncertain whom he referred to as pitiful. What do you mean? Does your grandmother know your whereabouts? She believes I am at Hogwarts. And you must return home to keep her company on weekends, correct? Do not rush. Take your time. She thought to herself. As if the two before her had heard, they scanned the empty room, then resumed their mutual gaze upon discovering nothing unusual. She had heard from Lily that muggles must pay for water. After so many years of vacancy, the room appeared remarkably clean, and the water flowed freely. Who could be responsible for this? Dobby, Snape suddenly exclaimed, and with a pop, a house elf appeared behind him. Dobby is here to serve you, master. Dobby beamed, his eyes frequently darting towards Pomona. Prepare some food, it is lunchtime. After speaking, he tugged at his long robe and wheeled himself toward the bedroom. Yes, master. With another pop, Dobby vanished, leaving Neville alone in the living room. Snape laid Pomona on the bed, not the large master bed used by Eileen and Tobias, but rather the small cot he had slept on as a child, which he claimed creaked whenever he turned over. A teddy bear rested at the head of the bed, cradling a heart inscribed with "From Lily." Aside from this, the room contained nothing else, not even a wardrobe, let alone any clothes. You told me to be myself. Lucius Malfoy's methods do not suit me. He sat at the bed's edge, gazing at the doll-like beauty of the living person before him. How did you know? Because Lucius Malfoy is a peacock of nobility, and you are not. She wished to curse him, but found herself speechless. Draco, like his father, was slender and frail, only beginning to bulk up after starting Quidditch at school, yet he constantly fantasized about besting Harry Potter with the advantage of a broom, utterly missing the point. Hagrid's brother, Grop, stood 16 feet tall, Unlike his half-giant brother, rugged and tough-skinned, Snape's spell had no effect on him. Instead, it only enraged him. Thick muscles aid in enhancing magical resistance, ensuring one is not easily disarmed. The great dark wizard Voldemort was vanquished by a first-year studentess' simple disarming charm. You told me that to thrive in Slytherin, I must grow stronger. Why is Neville Longbottom afforded such leniency? Snape's tone was rife with jealousy. Slytherin valued strength above all. And while blood purity, wealth, or lack thereof might influence initial social stratification, one could ascend from the lowest ranks to the highest, provided they possessed sufficient power. At least among his contemporaries, none had anticipated that the sniveling Snape would become the youngest head of Slytherin in history, and even the headmaster. A Death Eater under Dumbledore's protection, he was scorned by the entire aristocracy, and it was only with Lucius Malfoy's assistance that he gradually regained acceptance in high society. His journey was fraught with challenges. Many pureblood aristocrats aspired to become the head of Slytherin, yet ultimately, they were all swayed by his knowledge and prowess. The Wolfsbane potion must be brewed and consumed at the right moment, while the Wolfsbane potion is to be taken a week prior to the full moon. His aptitude in potion-making did not betray his prince lineage. Exceptional individuals are recognized wherever they go. Following the First War against the Death Eaters, the purebloods suffered significant losses, and many sought to recruit him, offering not only generous terms but even proposals of marriage, all of which he declined. You can never know how much I once wished to kill Sirius Black. He squinted, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Dumbledore believed I was unaware of his reasons for establishing a stronghold at Black's ancestral home. He had never regarded me with respect. He would forever be the head of Gryffindor, intent not only on the House Cup, but also on keeping you within Gryffindor. He leaned closer, their foreheads touching, their breaths entwined. Do you think Sirius is handsome? I have never thought so. A sense of fear washed over her, and she instinctively employed a mental blocking charm. Pomona. He wishes for Sirius to revitalize the Black family, rejuvenated by the Gryffindor-born Sirius. The Black family's alliances spread throughout the wizarding world by then. Even if he were not Minister of Magic, he could still command authority. Let me think. Who is the new Minister of Magic? Ah yes, it's Shacklebolt, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, who gained prominence after the Battle of Hogwarts. Gryffindor reaped honor and status, while the Slytherin family faced demotion or expulsion from the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore is a politician, not a saint. This is the reason I have never worn that cursed hat. Sirius knew too. Why are you so foolish to let him manipulate you? She crouched down, closed her eyes, and covered her ears, wishing to hear nothing. Peter, why are there so many wicked people in the world? I want to go home. You cannot abandon me. She heard a child crying in the darkness, his sobs so heart-wrenching that it was utterly pitiful. She took his hand, guiding him through the dark. Who are you? He asked her. She raised her finger to her lips, signaling him to be silent. It was a secret known only to a select few. And those who knew these secrets were certainly not mere bookworms. He applied for the position of defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore, reclining in a soft armchair, placed Severus Snape's application before her on the desk. The black and white photograph depicted a figure with gloomy eyes, appearing quite fearsome. And even the sunlight streaming through the open window could not dispel the darkness surrounding him. No, he is a prince. Potions are what suit him best. Just as I suspected, but we do not require two potion masters. What of Slughorn if Severus becomes the potions professor? Pomona observed Dumbledore's expectant eyes behind his half-moon spectacles, and a realization dawned upon her. Many Death Eaters in this war hailed from his house. He should resign for his poor management. Pomona spoke softly. However, considering his years of teaching at Hogwarts, I believe his negligence stems from age and insufficient vigor. At his age, one ought to retire. Dumbledore took Snape's application back, pouting as he pondered. Why would you allow a Death Eater into the school? A chill surged from her feet, leaving her cold all over. She could not help but hug herself, much like Lily once did. One day, you will understand, dear. Dumbledore smiled at her, his eyes narrowing behind the spectacles. Do you not think we should establish a position for a teacher specifically for Muggle studies? Dumbledore tossed the application onto the desk, crossing his arms over his chest, gently rocking the wooden chair to produce a creaking sound. Pomona wanted him to stop, for that sound was unbearable to her and rather crude. In the moonlight, a bare-chested figure stood with his back to her, revealing a spine marked by distinct vertebrae, beginning to curve around the 4th to 5th joints. He appeared both weary and like a werewolf in transformation. If Lupin were alive, he could persuade those werewolves brainwashed by Fenrir, but alas, he perished on the battlefield at Hogwarts alongside Tonks, leaving behind their child, a barely 1-year-old infant, who should now be 6 or 7, is that child normal? Or a born werewolf, accompanied by a polyjuice potion? 6 years is equivalent to 3 hippogriffs. A life that should have ended has extended for so long. Has he gained or lost? With a couple of snaps, she initially believed someone had disapparated, but sparks emerged from the darkness, followed by the acrid scent of smoke. He, like Peter, smoked. That old coot gives out sweets to everyone. Does he think it's Halloween every day? Snape spoke to her, his voice muffled as if filtered through water. So, to combat him, you developed a smoking habit? His behavior was juvenile yet practical. At least smoking with nobles was easier than sharing candies, which only children favored. In hindsight, Sirius never indulged in sweets at the Black ancestral home. He often stood by a cabinet, staring vacantly at a display that once held something but now lay barren. He was no different from Grindelwald. No wonder they became close friends. Madame Sprout was absolutely right. True villains often wear the masks of good people. Perhaps it was Narcissa who paid my water bill. Even house elves require water, and Lucius was not that attentive. This sharp-tongued Slytherin dared to describe Malfoy as inattentive. He truly was as biased as Neville claimed. Honey finally managed to utter a sound, and Snape froze, turning to her with a smile, delighting like a child. You call me Honey? She referred to the house elf, not the old sniveling man before her. House elves have genders. They marry and bear offspring, and a family's house elf is often passed down through generations. She could not fathom why Honey would marry Dobby. I do not regret using that snake egg at all. You were just like a corpse earlier. He exhaled smoke rings into her face, causing her to cough incessantly. After all, none of us has long to live. Why not seize the day? He pulled out a salamander-shaped ring from his pocket, its eyes gray and its body a striking gold, appearing extraordinarily enchanting. This is the gift he gave me. Severus held it in his hand, entranced, whispering, I can do as I wish, play however I please. It is evident that Snape speaks of Tom. In terms of taste, Voldemort is exceptionally refined. Had he not possessed remarkable magical talent, Pomona would have believed his gift to be merely his sense of taste. I recall during our first year, Robbie was taken to the greenhouse by Mulciber and Avery to practice the Cruciatus curse. He endured numerous assaults, but quickly recovered. Is it not akin to Greyback? A manifestation of his talent? No, she does not wish to be a specimen. As Neville asserted, there are many in this world who require my assistance. Bella and her cohorts subsequently tormented many with the Cruciatus curse, perfectly suited for their experiments. Draco prefers to consume his favored dishes first, leaving the less desirable ones behind. While Dumbledore savors the best until the last moment. Prior to Harry's arrival, you were Harry. He would not allow you to act unless absolutely necessary, and even then, he would keep you close. Later, he confided in me that he had nurtured Harry Potter for so long merely to send him to his demise. Do you have any idea how arduous my portrayal was? Yet your Patronus is a doe, just like Lily's, and then he believed it. The form that the mist takes is controllable. Pomona, is not this the forte of the enchantress? He donned the ring, and the eyes of the salamander immediately gleamed with a crimson light. Subsequently, he cast aside the covers from the sleeping beauty, his hand wandering along her body, akin to a serpent slowly extending its tongue, seeking its prey. Dark Arts Defense Class? How did he conceive such a ludicrous name? Art is eternally art. He shall never comprehend that. Cease. Conserve your strength for later. I do not desire immortality. If your lifespan is limited, then retaining my remaining years would be a squander. Better to expend them now. A surge of pain coursed through her, the force from her wounds restoring her vigor swiftly. Do not squander your gifts, Pomona. You ought not to merely tend to plants. Frank Longbottom smiled, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor impeccable, for he is of pure blood lineage. In contrast, Neville's grandmother did not endow him with elegance. Even a scoundrel hailing from a slum possesses more noble bearing than he. Let me see. She turned to inspect her lower back. From the head of the salamander a scarlet tongue emerged, piercing her skin, followed by a cascade of golden runes flowing beneath her dermis. Beautiful, is it not? Snape observed his ring, then turned away. Do not squander my life. Do you know why Lily did not choose you? Death Eaters are precisely those who, in pursuit of fleeting pleasure, disregard life. She could not form a family with you. Thus she cast you aside before the Gryffindor portrait. Snape paused, then let out a cold laugh, appearing haughty and malevolent. Hufflepuff, you are truly foolish. With his unadorned hand, he hurled the teddy bear, clutching a heart from the bedside to the ground, where it fell with a thud, ultimately rolling beneath the bed. A realm said to harbor ghosts and fairies. True malevolence is not easily discerned. When it reveals its true form, It is either mad or you have nowhere to flee. Before Dumbledore renamed the Dark Arts class to Dark Arts Defense, the Patronus charm fell within the realm of dark magic. Joyful memories may stem from birthday celebrations with friends, vacations with family, or even the heist of Gringotts, the destruction of the Ministry of Magic, and so forth. The nature of the summoned Patronus is directly related to the wizard who conjures it, casting a rabbit into a serpent's den for feeding. The members of Dumbledore's army summoned primarily mammals or birds. Were Slytherin to choose, summoning a dragon would be most impressive, followed by a three-headed hellhound, venomous leopards, or serpents. When others summoned dragons while one conjured a rabbit, the disparity was glaring. Slytherin's dark arts curriculum stands apart from other institutions. Darkness is power. And to label them as white wizards is an affront. Dumbledore excels in fire magic, his companion a phoenix, reborn from flames, casting fire spells without fear of incinerating it. He comprehends the water-based Patronus charm but may not possess mastery, at least not to the degree of Slytherin's old bat. Harry Potter rescued Sirius Black at a pond in the Forbidden Forest, utilizing a time-turner to return to the past. His second Patronus was stronger than the first despite his diminished vigor. Human potential is limitless, though he ultimately collapsed after exhausting himself. Once Hermione dragged him and Sirius on a Buckbeak's back. The other members of the Order of the Phoenix emerged from the shadows to drive away the Dementors still lingering in the forest. Hermione Granger, a frail 14-year-old girl, had to move a boy of her age and an adult man. Though Sirius Black had become emaciated in Azkaban, he remained an adult male. The Gryffindor girl faced immense challenges. Not only must she excel academically and possess intellect, but she also needed the strength to resolve the aftermath, leading one to question if Gryffindor's males were reliable for anything beyond trouble. Most children can find joy in a lollipop or a toy, but as they mature, desires multiply, and their wants become more complex than a Myrdal. One must maintain a strategic reserve when engaging Dumbledore, should he acquire all your secrets and weaknesses. He would exploit them for his gain. Young Snape, despite his love for Lily Evans, did not lose his reason over her. The bloodline of Slytherin's Barrow loved Ravenclaw's Grey Lady so deeply that he killed her when she spurned him, resulting in his eternal shackles, even in death. This was not a divine punishment, but rather a consequence of losing his beloved, Rowena Ravenclaw. Nonetheless, every midsummer, his shackles would unlock, and that day would be lively. To draw a circle, one requires a starting and ending point. Throughout the process, the remaining points are continuous, with only the convergence of the beginning and end revealing a flaw, perhaps through excessive overlap or a near connection. During summer break, no students at Hogwarts were permitted to remain on campus. All were to return whence they came. However, that little rascal Draco, confident in his godfather's support, ventured to the deserted school during summer, seeking the thrill of experiencing the castle's prestige. Coincidentally, that day marked the liberation of Barrow, leading him to be relentlessly pursued by the ghost throughout the school. From that point on, he developed a fear of Barrow akin to Peeve's antics. "I nearly killed you before." The revelry subsided, yet Snape still did not withdraw the needle, as a steady stream of vitality flowed into her. Pomona felt as though he was being drained by her. Do not dwell on the Philosopher's Stone. She touched his rapidly dulling skin. The forbidden art is untouchable. I would rather perish than engage with it. Do you know how many Muggles have sacrificed everything for immortality? Snape scoffed. Death Eaters have always toyed with Muggles. It is no novelty to torment them without the unforgivable curses. They are they, and I am I. I do not wish for you to enter Azkaban. That tomb for the living. I shall descend into hell, Pomona, though I had thought that would be in death. He grasped her hand. When you fall asleep, I shall again dwell in hell. I hope you retain your sanity and do not succumb to madness like Tom. She pressed her face against his chest, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart. The one who had lost their sanity and could only weep was not my beloved. She too despised Aaron for being bound by rules, feeling powerless and bullied despite her strength. However, the current situation did not permit Slytherin to continue its reckless ways of the past. Severus, you promised Narcissa to take good care of Draco. It was your failure to fulfill your role as a godfather that led to Bella's curse upon you. Oh, that wretched woman. His face was filled with frustration, as if he had just come to a realization. How foolish of you to choose her as a witness. There were only the three of us then. Narcissa and I took an oath. Who else could serve as witness? Did Tom conduct experiments on her, just like Dumbledore did? He recalled that Regulus had once taken their house elf to meet the Dark Lord. Was it Creature? That foul-mouthed old elf who had once gifted Hermione a bucket of maggots at Christmas? He appeared quite old now, with white hairs sprouting from his ears. Perhaps it was him. You have visited the Black Estate numerous times and never encountered creature? A good elf is an unseen elf, not like that, Dobby. Pomona sighed. Hermione Granger, with her good intentions, believed that clothing these house elves would grant them freedom. Thus, she knitted sweaters for the elves in the Hogwarts kitchen, unaware that sending these sheltered elves away from the castle was, in fact, a form of exile. They were lost, not knowing what to do. Akin to housewives suddenly cast out by their husbands, possessing no skills for survival aside from household chores. It would be even worse if they were pregnant. Like Thomas' mother. Perhaps after this time, I will no longer be able to conceive. Severus, I am no longer young. She caressed her belly. I am several years your senior. Why dwell on such thoughts? Even without children, I have my students. I do not care about leaving behind my own bloodline. He curled up in the small bed he used to sleep in as a child, appearing cramped. It was you who encouraged me to rise after my fall. After James Potter humiliated me in the dining hall, the other half-bloods from Slytherin came to belittle me. Do you remember what you told me then? Endurance is for revenge. He smiled with satisfaction, his eyes narrowing into slits, appearing utterly triumphant. Nothing, apart from you and dark magic, is sweeter than the taste of vengeance. Pomona felt a pang of guilt, realizing that his vengeful nature was nurtured by her. I am glad that Sirius is dead, not due to past grievances, but because he sought to seduce you. His hollow eyes glinted with a chilling light, and the plans of Albus Dumbledore, a Gryffindor of the Black family? The Sorting Hat must have been tampered with. She reminisced about that loyal dog who had once protected her. He had been fine at school, but returned from wandering the outside world in a disheveled state. Fortunately, the Hufflepuff common room resembled a tropical rainforest, providing ample space for him to hide. Do not think of Sirius. Do not think of him. In a moment of desperation, he pulled out that needle and shook her shoulders fiercely. You must only look at me. You must only look at me. He resembled a tail-wagging dog. The rotund monk pointed at Snape, practicing his punches in the secret passage, claiming to be loyal only to wizards. Unlike other Death Eaters, Snape did not exhibit extreme hatred towards Muggles, leading Dumbledore to mistakenly believe him a good man. In reality, he merely scorned the behavior of rabid dogs like Remus Lupin, who bit indiscriminately. He had killed a Muggle, and that Muggle was his father, Tobias, because he wanted to kick Eileen out of number 23 Spinner's End, a home he had never returned to since entering Hogwarts. His summers were not spent playing like others, but rather in intense training. While choice is indeed more important than effort, mere choice without diligence leads to naught. No success comes without the sacrifice of sweat. He remembered killing Tobias without using a wand, for he knew the law. Should a young wizard use magic off school grounds, they would be immediately discovered. He had used his hands and a dagger to take Tobias's life. Was the remark he made to Lily about being a mudblood sincere or unintentional? If even Lily could not tame this beast, who could? Are you daring enough to join us at the Shrieking Shack, snot-nosed brat? If you dare to follow me, I will tell you where she resides. The boy, in the throes of puberty, spoke with a hint of arrogance, radiating the superiority of his affluent upbringing. You are deceiving me. Snape was not fooled at all. Are you afraid, coward? Take back your words. He enunciated each word clearly. What do you intend to use against me? A wind of the divine or a reverse spell? Snape remained silent. Have you made up your mind? Let us go. Snape acquiesced. What a fool he was, for it was a trap. Youth and beauty do not appeal to all men. Pomona, some seek different things. Dumbledore, clad in a ludicrous purple starry robe, was frightening for this very reason. You cannot discern whether he is genuinely guiding you or merely setting another trap, such as his saintly rhetoric about abandoning revenge during their stroll by the Black Lake. You are all the same. She took out a mirror, only to find a reflection that was not her own face. Men are not as superficial as you believe, especially after witnessing true beauty. He raised his dark right hand. Why do you not assist me? I wish to leave Hogwarts. Only your death will grant me freedom. Dumbledore pouted and nodded. Then you shall remain unaware of a secret. What secret? With so many ancient runes, why is it that Pien Pien is the rune of the Nini? Dumbledore sighed and lowered his hand. Oh, which? No. She regained her senses at the last moment, pushing away the kiss that had left her dizzy. The morning sun streamed through the window. This place was neither a dungeon nor a cave, for light could not penetrate such places. In any case, no one else had come. What are you afraid of? The old bat sniffed around her neck with his large nose, like a dog recognizing its master. You smell delightful, just like cookies. You emit an aroma reminiscent of potions. What concoction did you brew last night? I find myself famished. The master of potions whispered softly as he nibbled on her earlobe, suggesting, Shall we find a secluded spot away from prying eyes? Is 6 years of solitude not sufficient? Not enough. I desire eternity. She was taken aback. I awaited you the entire night, Pomona, he declared wearily. So, you spent the whole night engaging in legitimacy? Do you still harbor the charm that Lily used to protect Harry? Everyone believes the savior is Harry Potter, but had it not been for Lily's protection, he would have perished. It was Lily who rebounded the killing curse. Dumbledore referred to it as an ancient sacrificial magic. Was that knowledge imparted by you? Not by me. She grasped his hand firmly. I know it was not you. He buried his head against her neck. Why do you not feel jealousy towards Lily? Just because you confided in your closest friend that kind of self-sacrificial protection? I witnessed numerous women vying for Lucius's attention. At the time, I found their antics laughable. However, after a night of contemplation, I realized Lily's talent had been discovered by Slughorn, making her a frequent member of the Slug Club. I never imagined she was a spy for Dumbledore, placed there to surveil our movements. Pomona felt he was being overly cautious. If Dumbledore were to place an informant, he would likely choose a Ravenclaw or a Hufflepuff, as the Gryffindor girls are far too conspicuous. Hermione Granger, the only female among the trio of saviors, always raised her hand in class to draw my attention, much like Lily did before Slughorn. She even pretended to raise her hand in other classes to mask her intentions. Eventually, Slughorn revealed the secret of Horcruxes to Harry Potter, also because he possessed Lily's eyes. Were his eyes akin to those of a basilisk? Everyone seemed to turn to stone upon gazing into them, losing their capacity for thought. Pomona felt an urge to laugh, yet no sound escaped her lips. Lily would never endorse my quest for vengeance. Her nature was too benevolent, rendering her susceptible to exploitation. Remus Lupin was likewise affected, and so are you. Dumbledore consistently manipulates the innocent and kind-hearted to do his bidding. If it were me, I would never allow Draco to undertake such perilous tasks. I thought the troubles at school had concluded, yet it appears that the unbreakable vow I made with Narcissa binds that lad's entire future to it as well. Otherwise, I would be cursed by that wretched Bellatrix, remaining oblivious until my dying breath. How did you come to that conclusion? You are not a wretched creature, though in hindsight. Bella certainly exhibits some unbecoming traits. I cannot allow you to remain in Spinner's End indefinitely. Even employing the Muggle-repelling charm carries its own risks. How about I arrange for you to stay with Lucius? It seems she has no means to refuse, as she is indeed in a helpless state at present. With Dobby's departure, the Malfoy Manor is also in need of house elves. Take both Robbie and Honey with you. You shall depart together. Are you prepared to join Professor McGonagall and the others in battle? Yes, my dear. Wish me luck. How about that? He suddenly straightened up and, with a pop, uncorked the vial, gulping down a generous mouthful of potion. As he leaned closer, she caught the scent of peppermint. It was a euphoria potion, an invention of the Half-Blood Prince, which he claimed was of no use beyond mere frivolity. She recalled that the potion was a golden hue. After he tricked her into drinking it, she sang incessantly, and he pinched her nose to mitigate the potion's side effects. You are truly beautiful. You belong in paradise. He murmured after a daybreak kiss laced with the euphoria potion, yet his kiss failed to awaken the princess. I won't pursue Peter. It would be a waste of time. However, you should know that if I encounter him, I would cast the unforgivable curse. Just the thought of him writhing in agony on the ground, begging for death, brings me immense joy. I imagine that's how Bella felt while tormenting Frank. This is who I am. I shall never become one of those phoenixes who sacrifice themselves for a greater good. I will forever be a Death Eater, a disciple of Voldemort. Had he not gone mad after splitting his soul, I might have continued to follow him. But following such madness leads only to ruin. Therefore, I sought out Dumbledore, urging him to hide Lily. Truth be told, I desired his acceptance. I would have told any lie to survive. That is why Dumbledore always found me repulsive. He pressed his forehead against hers. But you are different. If there is no eternity, we must cherish the present, living each day as if it were our last. Until death parts us. Is this a proposal? Indeed, I am proposing. All right. Although her pronunciation was far from perfect, she exerted all her effort to respond, prompting him to leap up with exuberance, as if the side effects had taken hold. Did you see that, Tobias Snape? You are the real failure. Even at such a moment, he could not resist boasting to his father. Robbie, darling, please escort Mrs. Prince to Malfoy Manor. Yes, master, the two house elves chimed in unison. I must take my leave, my dear. After planting another kiss on her forehead, the Victorious Severus adjusted his black cloak, striding forward and slamming the door shut with a resounding bang, departing like a blaze of black flames from the room of his childhood. Why did you invent a useless potion like the Euphoria potion? Pomona found herself voicing. I wanted to make her happy, replied the now-altered Snape. Who is she? Eileen. My mother. He looked perplexed. What was that tone just now? Nothing, she retorted with a hint of acidity, for at that moment, she believed the her he referred to was Lily. Damn it, came the curses from outside the locked door, followed by an incantation she had never heard before, which promptly unlocked the door. Many students from the Muggle world found wizards laughable, needing to use the Alohomora spell just to open a simple door. Especially considering Hogwarts locks resembled basic medieval mechanisms that could be easily picked, even by non-professional thieves. Such Muggle thought patterns were difficult to shift, without the magical resistance of giants. One should be cautious of unfamiliar objects. The magical realm harbors many items that could curse one upon contact. Necklaces, earrings, rings, and even glasses could all pose threats. It is common knowledge to cast spells on doorknobs to prevent unwanted entry. The difficulty and effects of such spells vary by individual. Pomona was certain that was not something he had learned at school or from her. It was half a trick he had acquired from Voldemort's Death Eaters. As expected, when the office door swung open, in stormed the irate old bat. He entered just as two students passed by, slamming the door behind him with such force that it startled the objects on the desk. What were you thinking? He approached her like a wisp of black smoke, leaning over the desk to glare down at her. Did you receive my invitation, Severus? Pomona, at that moment, still bore the face of a Muggle woman. You call that an invitation? He replied incredulously. You showed up, did you not? She replied smugly. Did you bring the antidote for the polyjuice potion? He scrutinized her for a long moment, unsure of what to think, before silently placing a collection of vials on her desk. So, you can brew this? She picked up a vial and examined it. Then why did you say you couldn't when Dumbledore asked? He instructed me to test you, though the method of testing was my own idea. She uncorked the vial and downed its contents in one go. Aren't you afraid I might poison you? He observed her draining the vial. If I die, do you think Dumbledore and the members of the Order of the Phoenix would let you off the hook? She set the empty vial down, feeling quite at ease as she awaited the potion's effects. Do you like my gift? She asked, revealing a pair of white, lace-trimmed panties adorned with a small bow. He appeared utterly distracted. Beyond mere interests, desires could compel one to undertake actions they would otherwise avoid. The scent of the polyjuice potion from Mad-Eye Moody intensified with the passing days, becoming increasingly potent, despite his heavy perspiration failing to mask it. Some members of the society could brew the polyjuice potion antidote. The issue was that Dumbledore wished for Severus Snape to vacate the office for a time, allowing them to check whether Moody's pumpkin juice originated from Snape's cauldron, hence the current situation. Aren't you going to set up the venue? Most of the primary work is done. Now the students are wrapping things up. She felt an overwhelming wave of nausea. Is this typical for a polyjuice potion antidote? What about over at the greenhouse? He sneered as he watched her contort in discomfort. Much like he had observed Harry Potter endure the more unpleasant concoctions he had intentionally brewed. Moments later, she transformed back into the enchanting half-blood beauty, the tattered, dirt-laden witch's robe hanging loosely on her shoulders, far too large for her frame. The Hufflepuff common room resided partially in the basement, after all, as the lounge needed space for plants. Sunlight danced upon her skin, resembling a luminescent pearl. He fixed his gaze upon her, his Adam's apple bobbing, before he turned his attention back to her eyes. Neville is helping me keep watch. She slipped off her shoes, running her foot along his trouser leg. I have no classes this afternoon. How about you? A peculiar smile graced his lips as he retrieved a small wooden box wrapped in black velvet from his coat pocket. I have come to fulfill my promise, he stated, then pressed his hand down on the desk, as if anticipating some trick from her. Follow me. She stood, barefoot. From behind the desk, the plump witch's robe was not particularly lengthy. They were a set. You may show me here. He seemed reluctant to enter her private chamber. Strict noble etiquette not only maintained appearances but also prevented indiscreet glances, eavesdropping, or touching, avoiding any ancient curses hidden within dusty tomes. The learned Tom Riddle never anticipated that Lily Potter, a Muggle-born who had spent merely 7 years at Hogwarts, and whose husband hailed not from the ancient pureblood Potter family, would inadvertently create a rebounding curse, a careless misstep leading to her demise beneath her own want. You broke the door, she teased, grasping his hand with a smile. It would be quite unfortunate if someone were to catch us. He followed her with little resistance. Unlike before, his eyes were perfectly fine this time, not suffering from temporary blindness due to a unicorn's kick. Nevertheless, he obeyed her commands like a donkey with its eyes covered. Wait. She gestured for him to look at the plush box on the table and instructed him to take it. Without it, the set would be incomplete. A sinister smile spread across his face as he picked up the box and followed her. At that moment, his gaze was solely fixed on her, a gray-haired woodland nymph, the protagonist of A Midsummer Night's Dream. One could only wonder whether she held more beauty in his heart than the autumn or the daisies blooming by the riverside. Testing a person's loyalty is utterly unnecessary. Even if one starts off loyal, the mere knowledge of being suspected can breed discontent, ultimately leading them down the path of betrayal. Yet, one cannot help but yearn to know whom he truly harbors feelings for. You yearn for his loyalty, which he initially bestowed upon you, only to later offer it to another. This scenario bears no distinction from his initial fidelity to one person, later swayed by temptation to be loyal to another. As both actions reflect disloyalty, he has become a man of divided affections. The allure of beauty holds a fragile power over men, particularly when it is presented to them on a silver platter. On one occasion, while passing by a Muggle's home, she discovered an array of literature on the First and Second World Wars in a bookshelf, including numerous accounts of espionage. Women are not always the victims of war. Indeed, many battles have been decisively altered due to intelligence gathered by spies, a narrative that captivated her. Dumbledore harbored suspicions that Snape was a double agent, and being in such close proximity to a genuine spy stirred her curiosity. Unlike those concealed under various identities, he played a role that was intrinsically himself. In the darkest recesses of her mind, she found a thrill in this. Lily had married Potter, while Severus continued to love her earnestly. She was seducing a loyal man into moral decline. Perhaps her inner self was far less innocent than her reflection suggested. You are a wicked girl, Pomona, exceedingly wicked. Snape clearly relished this game. If his initial transgressions were merely impulsive or infatuated, subsequent actions were far more deliberate. In her bedroom, he indulged in freedom and excess, akin to Bellatrix. Will you keep me here, Professor? Her petite figure, clad in Hogwarts robes, resembled that of a student still enrolled in school. Snape, like a bat poised to strike, suddenly stiffened before launching a counterattack. You are an evil witch. He spat through clenched teeth, akin to those muggles who clamored for the witch's execution. You are not much better, Death Eater. They spiraled deeper into that hell until Dumbledore uncovered the truth. She could never have imagined that Cedric was the informant. Men excel in the art of deceit. Houses possess memories. She had believed the euphoria potion was intended for her, yet the first to consume it was Eileen. Her son shielded her, yet she felt no joy, for her husband had been slain by her child, her heart shattered, rendering her mute, a condition mirroring Pomona's present state. To lift her spirits, Snape concocted that potion, but her singing was merely a side effect. Once its efficacy waned, she returned to her former self. Perhaps it would have been kinder had she not smiled at all. Even a potion genius finds it premature to innovate a new potion in 5th year. His capacity lay in refinement. Coincidentally, at that moment, Lily had rekindled her friendship with him, while James Potter continued to pursue her, leading to that fateful scene. Neither the wind of the gods nor the hanging bell achieved the potency he sought, compelling him to unreservedly entangle himself with the Death Eaters of Slytherin. It seemed she had truly forgotten much. Perhaps prolonged residence within a single house dulls the mind, for she nearly transitioned into a housewife. With 2 sharp cracks, the house elves whisked her away, reappearing in the once opulent Malfoy Manor, now repeatedly searched by the Ministry of Magic. Neglected, it appeared somewhat dilapidated, lacking the allure of the Black family's ancestral home, devoid of charm and bustling life. In its prime, while the Blacks languished, the Malfoys hosted grand balls filled with elegantly attired guests. Now, not a single house elf remained. The peacocks vanished, and flowers were replaced by withered branches and unkempt thickets. Ding dong. Honey pressed the doorbell. Oh, the Malfoy family had installed a Muggle doorbell as a statement of their stance, a reminder that Tom had once considered this his stronghold. Who is outside? Came the voice of Narcissa Malfoy through the intercom. Esteemed madam, I am Honey, a house elf of the Prince family, she replied in a high-pitched voice. Prince? Narcissa inquired, puzzled. Let them in. I know who they are, mother. Draco's voice resonated from behind. Oh, that little rascal Draco, how he has matured. She felt a pang in her heart, wishing he would always remain that smooth-haired young Malfoy. Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco resided within the Malfoy ancestral estate, a vast manor occupied by just 3 individuals, rendering it exceedingly desolate. In the summer of 1992, the Ministry of Magic conducted several raids on their home in search of dark artifacts. To avert trouble, Lucius sold some of his less-than-legal possessions to Borgin and Burkes, While passing by Flourish and Blots, he encountered the Weasley family and Harry Potter. Tom had once entrusted the Malfoy family with a diary. Pomona was uncertain whether Lucius was under the influence of the Imperious Curse or controlled by a Horcrux, for he had slipped that diary into Ginny Weasley's cauldron, resulting in a tumultuous school year plagued by the basilisk. Absent the command of Parseltongue, the basilisk was merely a serpent preying on rats, although it nearly claimed Filch's life. Those employed at Hogwarts were always prepared for potential dangers. Alas, poor Mrs. Norris, merely seeking a rat, met her fate in petrification, without sufficient strength. One should not endure a summer at Hogwarts, for serpents are particularly active during this season. Draco, pursued relentlessly by the blood traitor, nearly collided with the basilisk, his godfather. Seizing him by the collar, turned him over to Dobby, who had transformed from a submissive house elf into one seeking freedom. In short, he had gone mad. Summer at Hogwarts symbolized liberty, and his spirit had been invigorated. Throughout history, countless rebel wizards have sought freedom. And to prevent a repeat of the war that occurred a millennium ago, this house elf required stringent oversight. Under immense pressure, Lucius, for the first time in his life, struck Draco. The taste of freedom is exquisite. Harry longed for liberation as well, wishing to escape life with Petunia. However, the protective charm cast by Lily, tethered to blood, rendered Harry unable to be entrusted to his maternal grandparents, whose memories had been erased. Petunia's household became the only viable option. After Lily chose to remain in the wizarding world, she severed ties with her Muggle roots. The bond between Petunia and Lily had long since eroded. Suddenly, an odd old man knocked at the door, proclaiming that her sister had perished and that she must care for her child. Petunia's expression resembled that of someone struck by lightning. She already had a son. The simultaneous cries of two infants felt like a nightmare. And Harry Potter evoked memories of her own troubled past. She had once written to Dumbledore, hoping to attend a magical school like Lily, yet she lacked the requisite talent. Later, she learned that the person who had brought Harry Potter to her door was the very individual to whom she had once penned a letter. Naturally, her concern for Harry paled in comparison to that for her own son. When encountering someone, even if they are not a direct adversary, the mind often conjures only unpleasant memories, making it difficult to foster any fondness. The negative emotions lingering from her time at Malfoy Manor evoked nothing but distressing recollections, particularly the haunting thought that, like Cedric Diggory, she too had been suspended in midair, feeling akin to a sacrificial offering destined for death. It was a grave mistake to have brought her to Malfoy Manor, a profoundly misguided decision. In times of health, one may not perceive the spectral emotions surrounding them. But now she could sense the multitude of souls that had perished there, both wizards and muggles, their wails echoing in her ears. The poltergeist Peeves feared the Bloodman. Barrow, for he could interact with the physical realm, unlike ordinary ghosts who merely passed through walls and could not grasp objects like Peeves did. Peeves harbored no fear of them. However, once Barrow regained his freedom, he could wield weapons from the material world, posing a significant threat to Peeves. The teachers at the school were all single, with no families accompanying them to work, as certain ancient summoning rituals required sexual energy to invoke spirits. The ancient Egyptians believed the body to be a vessel for the soul. A body without a soul was deemed a corpse, while a soul without a body was a ghost. Resurrecting the soul within the body was the goal, and the preservation of pharaohs' bodies was intended for this purpose. This contrasted sharply with Tom Riddle's creation of a body using potions and Harry's blood, which involved another forbidden art, human transmutation. Typically, a normal man would lose interest upon seeing Pomona Sprout's physique and appearance, yet the allure of the mermaids and Vila would compel men to risk their lives in pursuit of them. Humanity is indeed superficial. Tom's allure stemmed from his striking appearance, but the body crafted for him by Wormtail bore the visage of a serpent, stripping him of his enchanting power, forcing him to rule through terror instead. Rather than being a beautiful snake, he had become akin to a monstrous spider with 8 eyes, plagued by deep-seated paranoia, distrustful of all but Bellatrix, receiving no one's complete faith. Even Wormtail, who sacrificed a hand to resurrect him, was met with Tom's contempt. Gazing into the mirror reminded him of his repugnant, gaunt lineage. His mother having forsaken all for the beauty of his Muggle father, employing magic and potions. He had slain his uncle, and now his own body was incapable of producing heirs, leading to the extinction of the gaunt line with him. For pure-blood families, extinction was the most dreadful fate, prompting Tom to commit the atrocity of having Nagini devour Cedric Diggory at the dinner table. He had no reservations left. There was nothing he would not do. It was unlikely anyone could maintain an appetite at a table where cannibalism was the norm, yet the table remained untouched, merely occupied by a haggard-looking Lucius, who no longer resembled the platinum aristocrat he once was, his face covered in stubble, lost in thought. In contrast, Draco appeared dapper, albeit lacking the once arrogant smirk. "Put her down, on that sofa," Draco instructed. The two house elves complied, and upon feeling the soft fabric, Pomona sighed in relief, refraining from calling out for Severus as Cedric had done. Moments ago, she had experienced the desperate plight of Nancy Pevetier, trapped in the girls' lavatory, crying for help to no avail, nearly suffocating in despair. Narcissa's high heels clattered on the marble floor, seemingly waiting until Pomona was set down before she emerged, still perfumed, prompting a sigh of relief from Pomona that they had not fallen so low as to sell their possessions. "She is related to Prince Severus?" Narcissa remarked coldly, her demeanor maintaining a noble reserve. "No, she is his wife," Draco replied quietly, as if burdened by humiliation, devoid of the pride he once held in his school days. "I have arranged for her to stay in the guest room." Lucius remained silent throughout, as if everything around him no longer concerned him. "What is wrong with her?" Narcissa asked, placing a hand over her heart, her tone laced with concern. "Cruciatus curse, like Longbottom." Draco seemed reluctant to elaborate, turning to leave. "Robbie and Honey are at your service, madam," the two house elves chimed in unison, their vibrant voices injecting life into the opulent yet empty hall, even drawing Lucius's gaze. Suddenly, tears filled Narcissa's eyes, and she gently wiped her face. "Go take out the trash from the kitchen," she instructed. "Yes, madam." "Will Honey and Robbie be staying in the kitchen from now on?" "Yes. I wager the kitchen here is as grand as Hogwarts," Robbie remarked to Honey. And the two house elves vanished with a pop. "My godfather said darkness would return, but in another form," Draco said, his voice trembling as he looked at Lucius. "He urged us not to lose hope." Lucius averted his gaze, sipping from the silver goblet, remaining silent. "She is truly beautiful," Narcissa observed. Studying the sleeping beauty sprawled across the sofa, resembling an angel descended from the heavens. "She is Dumbledore's treasure. My godfather smuggled her out," Draco declared, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "That old fool overlooked a crucial detail. We still have a chance. You are the main architect of the labyrinth. All earth and plant magic was your design. Have you mentioned the defensive structures within to Severus Snape?" Dumbledore's gaze remained sharp, even behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. He had been duped and had spent time searching for answers, suddenly recalling this inquiry. "I have not," she retorted. "When awake, yes, but what about when you sleep? Surely, you cannot employ a mental blocking charm while slumbering." Dumbledore's words carried a deeper meaning, and she felt as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water. "What are you thinking, Pomona?" Dumbledore paced the office, excitement radiating from him. "I allowed you to get close to him for the intelligence within his mind. How did you end up revealing your own secrets to him? You are the head of Hufflepuff and should have protected Cedric. Now he lies lifeless. And his father demands answers from me throughout the wizarding world and in the Daily Prophet. How am I to explain this to him?" Her mind was a blank slate. "I am deeply disappointed in you. You will not teach at Hogwarts this year. You will depart for the Black family's ancestral home tonight. As long as there is Polyjuice potion available, anyone can assume that face and teach. After all, the knowledge imparted at Hogwarts is merely introductory. 7 years at Hogwarts is but a small fraction of life. To progress further, one must continue to strive after graduation. The once bullied snot-nosed Brad is now a recognized master of potions in the wizarding world, while you, Pomona, remain empty-handed. I do not wish to leave." Her voice turned hoarse, sounding as though it belonged to another. "Why should I stay? To continue bringing him into your chamber?" Dumbledore slammed his fist on the table with a resounding thud, exclaiming, "Fool." Immediately, she heard Bella's maniacal laughter, and with a roll of her eyes, she collapsed onto the grass. The elemental representation of Hufflepuff, akin to Earth, stands in stark contrast to the wind embodied by Ravenclaw, much like water and fire. The earth element may be perceived as the physical form of a person, while the wind element symbolizes the soul. The fusion of the two encapsulates the essence of humanity. The vessel for the soul need not necessarily be a human body. The diadem of Ravenclaw, the cup of Hufflepuff, the ring of Slytherin, and even the pendant box from the Black family can serve as soul containers. Any material object, even a mirror vase, could become a Horcrux. Though Tom Riddle's discerning taste would dismiss such mundane artifacts, the act of murder is a form of sacrificial offering. Aligning with Tom's long-standing philosophy, he is a priest, not merely a wizard riding a broomstick. The process of a woman bearing a child is akin to the alchemy of the human form, a subject of study among Muggles. Procreation is a natural law, yet it has been tainted by human desire, rendering it immoral. As echoed in that song, it embodies a sin, a transgression of virtue. Cohabiting without marriage is termed living in sin. Marriage is a significant commitment, not to be approached with the capriciousness of youth. In tarot divination, there exists a card known as the High Priestess, representing Virgo, while the card Patricia sent her depicted the Empress of Venus, symbolizing love and abundance. A stark contrast to the ascetic pursuit of knowledge represented by the High Priestess. Ultimately, one must return to the earth. The Grey Lady evades the materialized bloodline of Barlow, who, deprived of her affection, spirals into madness. The more repressed emotions are unleashed, the more terrifying they become. Children delight in mischief. Yet school rules and strict teachers impose limitations on them. As these suppressed feelings and desires accumulate, many conspire to play pranks, thereby manifesting the embodiment of mischief. Known as the troublesome poltergeist. "I want to go home. Peter, take me home," she implored. She longed to retreat to that secluded cabin in the wilderness, dwelling with Madame Sprout, never to emerge again. The highest praise a woman wishes to hear is the harmonious coexistence of beauty and intellect, while the least desired epithet is that of an ugly, superficial fool. After being insulted as a fool and repeatedly questioned about her thoughts, she realized she had pondered nothing. She merely acted upon her heart. Wherein lies her error? This time, she did not merely judge by appearances and chose someone unremarkable. Why, then, was she still cursed? Bella, you truly are a wretch. You are a married individual. Why do you still harbor an infatuation with the enigmatic stranger? You have brought shame upon the Black family. He desires that pendant box. Sirius gazed at the empty display stand, contemplating the entire Black lineage. Should I be disowned, Regulus would inherit. While Bella has continually sown discord between my mother and me, hoping to erase me from the family tree. Pomona observed the tapestry at the feet of the giant, where a gaping hole had been burned through the depiction of Sirius Black, seemingly fulfilling Bella's wishes. Do not fret. You shall restore the family's honor. She patted Sirius's arm, which had become significantly sturdier after more than a year of recuperation. He no longer appeared as gaunt as before. Furthermore, you must locate Regulus. And once Dumbledore clears your name, you will be able to re-enter society. Sirius turned to her. He was indeed striking, with long, curly hair that softened his angular features. And the passage of time had bestowed upon him a melancholic elegance. With such looks, coupled with his considerable wealth and distinguished lineage, he would undoubtedly marry a woman of equal standing. If only Draco had more than one son, a union could have been arranged. Do you truly believe that? Yes. Then, upon my return to the social scene, would you honor me as my partner for my first ball? Sirius gazed at her with eager anticipation. You may inquire with others. She withdrew her hand. I am currently asking you. Sirius continued. Are you dating anyone else? Professor Snape, exclaimed Hermione Granger, her voice a mixture of surprise and delight, as the snow-covered head of Slytherin strode past them, seemingly oblivious to everything that had transpired. A competitive smile spread across Sirius's face, his eyes flashing with a piercing cold light. Professor, may I pose a few questions? Hermione followed closely behind Snape, ever the diligent student, even more so than Lily. Yet even she could scarcely wield the ancient magic as Lily did. Such magic requires an utterly pure motivation. Sacrificing oneself to protect a child is an instinct of motherhood. Wholly unrelated to theory. I have often pondered why Lupin did not kill him back then. Sirius spoke softly as he regarded Snape's retreating figure. That wretched creature truly has a knack for survival. Do not refer to him in such a manner. What should I call him, dear? Sirius jested, though she found his humor lacking, particularly when he pronounced dear with undue emphasis. You may call him Snape, or Professor Snape. He is the head of Slytherin and deserving of your respect. Yet Sirius erupted into laughter as if she had delivered a monumental joke, striding out of the room filled with cabinets. After he left, she continued to gaze at his back. He had been as thin as a sapling when he first arrived, perhaps due to Tobias's inability to sustain a family. At Hogwarts, he had ample food and physical training, and now he stood tall and robust, having spent years among the nobility of Slytherin, his posture exuding gentlemanly charm. Gilderoy Lockhart, that superficial fool, presumed that being disliked by the head of Slytherin would enhance his popularity, yet he challenged a former Death Eater in the dueling chamber and was fortunate to emerge alive. Alas, during the duel between Draco and Harry, he performed miserably, bringing disgrace upon Slytherin. Pomona, come here for a moment. A voice called from the kitchen. Very well. I shall be there shortly. she replied, casting one last glance at the shadowy figure, her intuition whispering that it would be a long time before they would meet again. Henry had stated that a powerful desire was required to activate a time-turner. Hermione possessed an insatiable thirst for knowledge, prompting Minerva to entrust this device to her. She was the key to that experiment. Oh, everyone is fixated on Harry Potter, who conjured a Patronus and drove away the Dementors. How heroic he is. In truth, had Hermione failed to activate the time-turner and transport Sirius and Harry away, Sirius's direct lineage would have ended in that moment, marking the demise of yet another pure bloodline. Do you perceive me as so wicked? Dumbledore appeared once more, clad in his ludicrous starry robe. You have no idea how hurtful your words were back then. Yet I believe I made amends during Christmas. Do you recall what I gifted you? A large box of chocolates? Dumbledore shook his head comically. Though it aligns with my style, think again. Pomona remembered. It was the headmaster's decree allowing Hogwarts house elves to serve designated wizarding families. The number of house elves at Hogwarts had grown, yet there were few places for them to work. Dobby, the Malfoy family's elf, had gained such freedom after just a day at Hogwarts. While no one knew what transformations awaited the other house elves should they leave the kitchen and common room. As the ancient purebloods faded away, new nobility emerged, all of whom required house elves. Hermione Granger's idea of providing hats for the house elves inspired her to grant them a semblance of freedom. Can you forgive me? Dumbledore inquired. Forgive you for what, Professor? She unwrapped a gift containing toys sold by Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. For my words on that day in the office. Dumbledore was correct. She had indeed been rather foolish. Headmaster, could you assign Neville to Hufflepuff? Lily expressed the desire for individuals to transfer houses, and Pomona wished to ensure his safety while in her presence. I shall endeavor to do so, he assured her earnestly. And it was only then that she realized Dumbledore had aged, his movements becoming sluggish, lacking the vigor of his former self. Have you considered retirement, like Professor Slughorn? I have an oath to fulfill, Dumbledore remarked, holding the item from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, a relic from a long-ago friendship. Pomona contemplated whether it pertained to Grindelwald, but chose to remain silent. It was not a suitable question. How do you suppose Tom spent this Christmas? Pomona asked. You never referred to him as the Dark Lord? Dumbledore chuckled mischievously. He has a name. Why not use it? Pomona opened a small box, revealing an emerald bracelet. Its platinum crafted into an ivy design, distinctly Slytherin in appearance. Quite extravagant, Dumbledore remarked. Should you try it on first? Why should I return it? Are you intending to accept it? She began to unwrap it, eager to discern who had bestowed such an opulent gift. One cannot accept valuable items from another without intending to reciprocate, as it may lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Do you wish for it to have been sent by Severus? Dumbledore inquired at that moment. I suspect he is attending the Death Eater's Christmas gathering. He is no longer the half-blood Slytherin in need of your assistance. He now appears anything but pitiable, possessing his own social standing and accomplishments. He no longer requires her support. He loves Lily. Pomona, do not be foolish. For he made the wrong choice, something that cannot be attained regardless of effort. Dumbledore reached out, stroking her hair much like Tom and Eileen Prince did. Give me some time. She gazed at the emerald bracelet, tears streaming down her cheeks. Forgetting someone is a formidable challenge. Perhaps she could grant herself a complete oblivion. Ah. The piercing scream of the girl rejuvenated her spirit. Creature, look at the mess you've made. Ron's voice echoed down the corridor. She truly astonished me. Dumbledore remarked that Hermione was the pillar for Harry and Ron, while Ron was merely a burden to them. Yet he was also a pure-blood aristocrat. One of the 28 sacred families. An aristocrat reduced to such poverty, yet still unambitious. Fortunately, the twins possessed entrepreneurial spirit and had ventured out to support themselves early on. What talents do you perceive in Hermione Granger? Hermione worked diligently, nearly residing in the library daily, yet Pomona truly saw no exceptional gifts in her. She certainly had a knack for captivating attention. Pomona mused that perhaps she could become the Minister of Magic. Dumbledore was taken aback, his comical expression eliciting laughter from her. Last Christmas, a Durmstrang student asked her to dance a Victor Crumb, the Bulgarian Quidditch seeker. If I mentioned the stars of my era, you wouldn't recognize them either. Do you believe he is serious about Hermione? Dumbledore. Were it not for the white beard adorning his face, Pomona might have thought she was conversing with a Hufflepuff girl. Times have changed. In my day, Muggles and wizards were forbidden to marry. Now, Fleur, that half-blood from Beaux Batons, is pursued by so many suitors. Who knows if a pure-blood dark wizard from Durmstrang might marry a Muggle? At his words, Pomona realized she needn't conceal her half-blood status anymore. No one would harbor prejudice against her for not being entirely human. Even Remus Lupin, a werewolf, was warmly welcomed here, and he had recently started dating Tonks. We live in a splendid era. Thank you, Dumbledore. Pomona reached out to embrace the old wizard, acknowledging that his efforts had not been in vain. Thank you, Pomona. This is the finest Christmas gift I could receive. The old wizard returned her embrace, then added, perhaps Hermione could indeed become the Minister of Magic. As for Ron Weasley? He could stay home and raise the children. At this, Dumbledore burst into laughter. Breakfast is ready. Everyone come down. Mrs. Weasley shouted from the bottom of the stairs, her voice full of vigor. Pomona leaped up from the floor, turning back to pull Dumbledore along, only to find the old wizard had vanished, leaving behind the emerald necklace. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to adorn herself with it. A gentle power emanated from the chain, dispelling the heaviness and anxiety that had lingered in her heart. She exhaled a sigh of relief. How do you feel? She heard someone inquire from behind her, yet upon turning, she saw no one. Much better, she replied cautiously. She had heard that the old house was often haunted. Having uttered this, she hurriedly dashed out, as if she were but 11 years old. Oh my goodness, they've let that serpentine dragon loose again. As Pomona descended the staircase from the second floor to the first, the Daily Prophet was tossed in through the window by an owl. And Professor Sprout was engrossed in the front page news. What? It escaped again? Her grandson Peter, who had been eating oatmeal, could not help but exclaim upon hearing his grandmother's whisper, causing milk to spew from his mouth. Pomona remembered that dragon. Although Muggles preferred to call it the Loch Ness Monster, each year, countless tourists flocked from all over the globe to that remote, unremarkable locale to catch a glimpse. It thrived on attention and relished the astonished reactions of Muggles, often wandering into their world. The Ministry of Magic had to set traps near the lake. Yet they clearly proved ineffective, and the dragon reappeared. Is there no other news to report? Pomona lamented as she swiftly passed by Sprout, her flowing platinum hair glimmering like strands of gold. Oh dear, Mrs. Sprout exclaimed upon seeing her attire. You plan to go out dressed like that? Is there a problem? Pomona checked herself. With the dwindling of wizarding bloodlines, many Muggle-born wizards had entered the magical realm, resulting in an array of bizarre clothing styles. She was certain her outfit was not Muggle pajamas. It was merely that the design of her witch's robe revealed her calves, which would surely be unacceptable to a venerable witch like Mrs. Sprout. Your face, you forgot to use a charm. Pomona's good mood evaporated in an instant. She remained entrenched in the Dark Ages, but now her wrist bore an emerald bracelet that seemed to symbolize something, though she could not recall. Thank you, Narcissa. As the white light from the emerald bracelet flickered, Snape realized it was taking effect. Pomona's hands began to radiate warmth, and color returned to her cheeks. No need for thanks, Severus. Are you certain it was my sister who cursed her? Narcissa remained skeptical, covering her nose with a handkerchief. Where did that bracelet come from? My mother gave it to me at my wedding. A family heirloom from the Blacks? After a long pause, Narcissa remarked, she is past. How could she cast a curse? Death can be reversed. Who knows what the Dark Lord did to her? Snape grimaced, as though he had suddenly developed a cavity. If he could create a Horcrux for himself, why could he not teach Bella to do the same? The haunting past lingered, relentless, in exasperation. Snape undid the first button of his shirt, revealing a ghastly scar. I heard you were killed by the Dark Lord during the Battle of Hogwarts. How are you still alive? Narcissa examined the scars, continuing to shield her nose. It's complicated. Snape gazed at the sleeping beauty, as if fearing she might dissipate into mist at any moment. I shall check on the lunch preparations. Narcissa fabricated an excuse, leaving the space for the two, closing the door behind her. As the sound of her high heels faded away, Snape shifted from the chair by the bed to lie beside Pomona, fully clothed, and exhaled slowly. McGonagall wants me to return to Hogwarts as headmaster. Do you think I should accept? No one answered him, yet Snape seemed accustomed to the silence, continuing. She is a good assistant, but not suited for the position of headmaster. I've had enough of those students. Perhaps I should follow in the footsteps of Umbridge after Dumbledore, operating in the shadows. Such a position in the limelight is not fit for me. He grasped the hand of the person beside him, adding, before that half-blood beauty Fleur arrived at Hogwarts, I thought it immoral to develop feelings for you. She has opened the door to a new world for me. This time is no longer ours. Snape stared at the ceiling, taking a long time to say. Umbridge carved words into Harry Potter's hand as punishment for lying. I should not have lied. He murmured that the mirror of Eriste unveiled my deepest desires. The moment that impostor entered your office, I sensed she was not you. I approached Dumbledore, who confirmed your departure. Fortunately, Umbridge arrived later. Otherwise, Longbottom would have discovered the truth. I was aware of the curse the Dark Lord placed upon the defense against the dark arts position, ensuring no teacher could last more than a year. After Umbridge's exit, Dumbledore offered me the role, which I eagerly accepted. I strove to excel in my duties, hoping to earn his approval. I had never been so attentive even to Tobias. His hollow eyes gazed at the opulent ceiling of the Malfoy estate, as if peering through it to the enchanted ceiling of Hogwarts' Great Hall, adorned with floating candles. He was the sole keeper of all secrets. My knowledge paled in comparison to his. Do you think he would construct a chamber like Slytherin's to preserve those secrets for future generations? The Dark Lord uncovered Slytherin's chamber through Parseltongue during his studies, utilizing its knowledge to become Voldemort. When we found it, it was already emptied, save for a basilisk. I believe that within lay the true treasures Dumbledore sought. The Dark Lord entrusted me with many documents for safekeeping, primarily concerning potions. Do you recall the Secret Keeper charm? A secret is concealed within a living body. The Dark Lord, adept in soul magic, might have hidden certain knowledge within a person's soul. If we could locate that individual, the lost magic could be revived. Yet I fear such power would be misused once more, and history would repeat itself until humanity learns its lesson. I require your assistance. A mere bracelet could resolve this issue, yet I have resorted to such foolish methods. Why are there so few truly intelligent individuals in this world? Suddenly, Snape turned over. Resembling a bat poised to attack, pressing against the woman, his large nose sniffing about, as if attempting to absorb sustenance through this act, his hands exploring forbidden territories. The more something is prohibited, the more one desires to attempt it. Curiosity can kill 9 lives, but also serves as the driving force of humanity's progress, a paradoxical simplicity. To live or to die. To worship the goddess is not sinful. Guilt lies with those who pursue immortality. He lifted her garments, revealing a slight bulge of a belly. A testament to new life within, yet his gaze was one of disgust. I comprehend why Dumbledore harbors such disdain for me. Snape covered her with the cloth and sat up again, grappling with the haunting dynamics of father-son relationships. No wonder I felt guilt when I took his life. Patricide is a grave sin, and Severus Snape has committed it twice. He retrieved a cigarette, igniting it in a muggle manner, and then recalled something, extinguishing the ember on the luxurious furniture. Perhaps the effects are beginning to manifest. Upon arriving at Malfoy Manor, I felt a sense of relief. This place resonates with my essence. He surveyed his opulent surroundings, laughing with satisfaction. Malfoy taste gaining the Dark Lord's approval. They possess redeeming qualities. I shall ensure that the current Minister of Magic, hailing from the Order of the Phoenix, endures daily woes akin to those of the past fudge. While we stand on the side of justice, employing their own tactics against them. Patience is a virtue for vengeance, ha ha ha. The Dark Lord erupted in laughter. The Slytherin code of conduct. Maintain elegance at all times. Reject all forms of insult. Despite harsh realities, pain propels us forward. Do not trample the rules, but skillfully utilize them. Learn to tread the path of predecessors and exploit all resources at hand. Malfoy Manor is his fresh beginning. Robbie, he sprang to his feet. Agile as youth. Yes, master. The house elf appeared before him, holding a cloth. Clean this dreadful place. It resembles a graveyard. He gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the desolate scenery outside, feeling perturbed. That area was once inhabited by werewolves, who feasted on raw flesh. The stench lingered, evoking nausea. Shall we restore it to a garden? Robbie inquired. No, construct a greenhouse for magical plants. He adjusted his collar, appearing as if he had just risen. Vibrant with purpose, this was where she belonged. Yes, master. Robbie observed as Snape's dark silhouette vanished, noticing Pomona without a blanket. Cautiously, he leapt onto the bed and covered her. Young master, I wish you health and longevity. Robbie whispered to Pomona's belly before disappearing with a pop. After his departure, a raven appeared on the balcony outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, its eyes crimson, its claws tightly gripping the wrought-tan chair, exuding strength. A pale, gaunt youth with beast-like eyes occupied a high-backed chair. A witch in a floor-length green robe had just placed the sorting hat upon her head and shouted, Slytherin. The boy, with a prominent nose, appeared displeased, seemingly frustrated at not being sorted into his desired house. He trudged along with a sullen expression, indifferent to the applause surrounding him. Clearly, he was no nobleman, as he failed to grasp Slytherin's seating etiquette. The head boy and girl sat at the front, followed by a row of empty seats designated for newcomers. From the second year onward, seating was determined by family status, personal merit, and wealth, with positions of increasing prominence toward the front. The first seat after the head boy and girl was reserved for the most illustrious pureblood families. Yet, This ignorant half-blood had the audacity to sit down, leaving the other Slytherin newcomers stunned. Could he not see the seat was intentionally left empty? Welcome to Slytherin. Lucius Malfoy extended his hand, patting Severus Snape's back, finding this newcomer quite intriguing. Severus! Look. Karkaroff from Durmstrang rolled up his sleeve, revealing his Death Eater mark to Hogwarts Potions Master. The Triwizard Tournament was an international event, and very few privileged guests had the right to visit Hogwarts. Lucius Malfoy was among them, yet the scene was profoundly embarrassing for him. He couldn't articulate why, merely feeling humiliated, recalling how, in his youth, he had perceived pride in bearing that mark on his arm, akin to ink accidentally spilled from a quill, marring the overall pristine appearance. He longed to rewrite the page. Gentlemen. This way, please. Albus Dumbledore, seemingly oblivious to the commotion, smiled as he greeted officials from the Ministry of Magic. The Triwizard Tournament kept him busier than usual. Not only entertaining guests but also ensuring nothing went awry on his territory, this school was far from the secure haven it appeared. How long must you gaze at it? Lucius Malfoy shifted his attention from the dark mark on his arm to the far end of the table, where the tall, imposing Severus Snape sat in his flowing black robe, still possessing those beastly eyes. The bite mark left by Nagini peeked through his collar, resembling a collar itself. I heard Hogwarts has a three-headed hellhound. Is that what you were thinking earlier? Lucius remained silent. Snape leaned against the back of a chair. Do you know who once occupied this seat? Draco. Lucius Malfoy turned away, his cheeks puffing like a toad. I understand your feelings. Severus Snape traced his fingers over the Malfoy family crest on the back of the chair. A band of ruffians invaded your home, leaving chaos in their wake and even harming your child, yet you found yourself powerless to intervene. You were filled with shame at your own impotence. Worse still, the fools outside mistook you for one of their own. But, if I may say so, you are fortunate. After the Battle of Hogwarts, I lived with Pomona for 6 years. Had it not been for Wordtail invading my home, I might still be wandering in the wilderness with her. You have seen how she is now. In contrast, Narcissa and Draco are in good health. You have performed admirably, Lucius. Lucius Malfoy remained silent, staring at Snape. Do you remember my first year as a freshman? I was at the very bottom of Slytherin, ridiculed even by the girls. In those times, I learned 2 important lessons. First, seeking help is futile. One can rely only on oneself. Second, endurance is a means to revenge. The latter lesson was imparted to me by Pomona, who urged me to set aside my books and learn to fight. My first role model was you. But she claimed your methods were unsuitable for me. I began training in hand-to-hand combat like my father. The spell Harry Potter is most familiar with is the disarming charm, which rivals the killing curse in potency. However, the effectiveness of a spell only manifests upon striking its target. The killing curse, which cannot be aimed properly, may rebound. The Dark Lord seeks sheer power and magic, while I pursue precision, akin to your stiletto, wasting no excess magic, avoiding rebounds, and striking swiftly and accurately. Lucius Malfoy turned, astonished, to behold Snape. Your silence is not born of weakness, but a means to conserve your strength for when you must strike. Snape lifted his chin, parting his hair to the side. By the time I began to fight back, you had already graduated, so you did not anticipate that I possessed this talent beyond potions. Who taught you? Lucius asked, rising with the support of his cane. The woman lying within. If she knows these things, why was she so grievously harmed by Wormtail? She is pregnant. The child affects the mother's magic. Lucius fell silent once more. If you wish to inquire about my whereabouts during the incident, I can only say I did not perform as well as you. You are a more devoted father than I. I am a family man, Severus. So am I. And I am also the godfather of your son. Snape smiled, his wand somehow in hand. I promised Narcissa I would look after Draco. Should I fail in this vow, Bella would curse Pomona to death. She excels in tormenting others, knowing that inflicting pain upon her is far more agonizing than tormenting me directly. I do not know your plans for the future, Lucius. You are my only friend, and you have aided me greatly in the past. However, if you do not wish to change your circumstances, then surrender the family to those who do. I sheltered you, and you would steal my home? Lucius could hardly believe his ears. No, I would transfer the position of patriarch to Draco. Narcissa will assist him. Lucius Malfoy's eyes were filled with rage, bloodshot. As you said, I am also a family man. I would do anything to protect my family. After your death, I will care for Draco. No, Draco. Narcissa pulled the weeping young boy away, preventing him from approaching the dining room too closely. You will go to hell, Severus. Lucius drew his wand from his cane. I am already there, Snape replied, his smile fading, raising his voice. Draco, remember this lesson. Your kindness may not be rewarded, as exemplified by my wife and your father. You've lost your mind. Lucius Malfoy stepped into the open space by the dining table, raising his wand at Snape. I know you became the head of Slytherin not due to your lineage or appearance, but because you are a master duelist, Lucius. But do you truly understand what real combat entails? You may test it now. Once more, Lucius, you are my friend. I do not wish to destroy your family. We can still be as we once were. You are not my friend, Lucius Malfoy interrupted. Kill me if you can. Would you rather choose death than change? Snape scoffed. Lowering his head, suddenly, he raised his hand, unleashing a colorless orb aimed directly at Lucius Malfoy's face. The platinum aristocrat swiftly dodged, the orb grazing his long hair and striking the wall, creating a dent as though struck by an iron fist. Lucius appeared alarmed as Snape's spells began to rain down upon him. He barely managed to deflect them with a shield charm, while luxurious furnishings were reduced to splinters, wood shavings flying everywhere. No, stop. Draco was led to safety by Narcissa, away from the chaos unfolding in the living room. Do not cry, Draco. Snape's expression turned fierce. As Draco shouted, he momentarily lost focus, providing Lucius with an opportunity to strike. Just as he had previously stated, his strength and speed perfectly calibrated. If you do not wish for your father to die, pick up your wand. I will not harm you. How can I trust you? If you perish, Pomona will also die. You must resolve your own issues. No one can assist you, for you are a Slytherin. Those outside wish to eradicate us all. Draco was momentarily stunned, while his two fathers continued their battle. Some say that Cain killed Abel for the favor of God. As punishment, God condemned Cain to wander eternally, marking him to prevent others from slaying him. It sounds tragic, but conversely, Cain essentially sacrificed Abel to attain immortality, free from harm, able to roam wherever he pleased, much like he was free. The term pureblood family could alternatively be termed bloodline, albeit without achieving the level of immortality that Cain possessed. Tom Riddle was a man who dared to trespass into forbidden realms. Had he succeeded, he would have become the progenitor Cain, at which point progeny would be of no concern, for he could live forever, much like Yahweh. Alas, Wormtail's failed potion ruined that masterpiece, preventing Tom from regaining his handsome visage. Otherwise, the victor remains uncertain. The sensation of failure is profoundly infuriating, especially when those two feign camaraderie at a dining table. A scene that is revolting to even contemplate. Yet, this is the Death Eaters. There is no loyalty, only self-interest, for most of them are Slytherins. Have you considered that the wands produced by Ollivander are, in fact, organs? Pomona Sprout had changed out of her mud-stained witch's robes. Her gray hair adorned with a pearl hairpin, dressed in a fitted black gown, her back turned to him. Certain formal occasions necessitate the presence of a female companion. She must coordinate with him, for she is a member of the Order of the Phoenix. What did you say? Snape had just lost his train of thought. The boys at school were now vying to invite Fleur to the Christmas ball, as if it were a mark of honor. A transformation was underway. He sensed it would render him distinct from his former self. Have you forgotten the topic we discussed in your office last time? She turned her head and noticed a potted plant on the table before her, its magical foliage resembling an eclectic assembly of Muggle grafting techniques. This process, known as grafting, involves attaching a branch or bud of one plant to the stem or root of another, enabling an apple tree to bear sand fruits or a persimmon tree to yield black jujubes. The primary factor influencing the success of grafting is compatibility. Almost every young wizard who visits Ollivander's shop must wave their wands a few times and ponder whether they prefer their right or left hand. I have heard that the core of Furon's wand is made from the hair of Avila, inherited from her grandmother. She is inherently bonded to that wand due to their strong affinity. Yet, he absorbed not a single word she spoke. His mind was preoccupied with a singular thought. Was there something amiss with his eyes that had prevented him from noticing her beauty until now? Are you listening to me? Severus? Yes, he replied, lowering his gaze, distractedly fiddling with the leaves of the mandrake at the greenhouse entrance, which appeared remarkably healthy. Without wands, one might think we resemble muggles, but it is precisely through our wands that we can wield magic, akin to grafted branches. She continued to speak incessantly. Yet he wished for her silence. The topic she addressed, once captivating to him, now seemed devoid of interest. Why could she not comprehend this? This irritable sentiment lingered until they arrived at Malfoy Manor, where peacocks busily engaged in socializing, and candles floated in the courtyard, reminiscent of those in the Hogwarts dining hall. After all, the recent conversations among the aristocracy revolved around the Triwizard Tournament. Hi, Severus. A drunken Lucius Malfoy stumbled onto the second-floor balcony he occupied. Severus furrowed his brow. Intoxicated individuals often spoke nonsense, and this was an opportune moment for idle chatter, yet he found himself disinterested. Where did you find that beautiful creature accompanying you? That is none of your concern. Lucius, bleary-eyed from drink, scrutinized him. Are you a virgin? Severus had intended to indulge in alcohol, but now he yearned to pour the contents of his glass over Lucius Malfoy's head and then conjure a blazing fire. The Malfoy Manor is vast. If you wish to stay the night, I can arrange a room for you at any time. Lucius glanced at Severus's trousers with a hint of intrigue. Care to use your other magical wand? You are intoxicated. What was once a sacred topic had become distasteful under Lucius Malfoy's crude commentary. Severus felt pity for the women deceived by his classical beauty. Narcissa wants to leave me, Lucius said, rising unsteadily. We are now sleeping apart. Had it not been for the decline of the Black family, she would have left long ago. Does Draco know? I am truly grateful that Hogwarts is a boarding school. Aside from holidays, he rarely returns home. Lucius scoffed, casting a glance at Pomona, who was thoroughly engrossed in conversation with others. Why waste her talents? She could easily become the belle of the ball like Mrs. Zabini. Blaise Zabini, a student of Slytherin, had a mother of dubious parentage, yet he was undoubtedly pure-blooded. His status in Slytherin had shielded him from bullying, prompting Severus to drain his cup. She is taken. Lucius Malfoy withdrew his frivolous gaze, reassessing Severus as if encountering him for the first time. Who? Me. Lucius let out a mocking whistle. What for? Severus bared his teeth like a growling hellhound. There are many things in this world to share, yet two are strictly off-limits, your offspring and the woman with whom you are consorting. Why are you still standing here? Aren't you concerned someone else might take her away? We are not consorting. Severus, still eager for a drink, discovered his glass empty and, in a fit of frustration, hurled it off the balcony. But you would very much like to. Lucius Malfoy watched the glass shatter on the ground with a loud crash. You are certainly fired up. Severus, if you were to step inside, the temperature would rise. Why remain out here in the cold? Come inside with me. Yet Severus did not budge. Is it that obvious? He hesitated before questioning Lucius, whose expression had turned serious, whether from the chill or the alcohol. You are just like you were in your first year, Lucius remarked. Are you seeking my assistance? Severus refrained from answering the question posed by his housemate. In Slytherin, seeking help necessitated an exchange of equal value. Regrettably, the fledgling Severus had nothing to offer, resulting in Lucius's refusal when he sought aid. If you help me win back Narcissa, I will assist you. Lucius drained his glass, his expression unusually earnest. After deceiving her so many times, you still wish to win her back? Not for myself, but for Draco. He deserves a complete family. Severus contemplated for a moment and stated flatly, deal. Lucius continued to scrutinize him. What is it? Severus displayed a fierce demeanor, as if wishing to intimidate the aging peacock. Do you not think the size difference between you two is rather pronounced? Mind your own business. Severus turned to retreat to the lively interior. Your gaze, Severus. If I were to bring a match, could you ignite it from afar? Perhaps some might assume you had mastered wandless fire magic. Finally receiving the true teaching of Dumbledore after all these years at Hogwarts? I lack affinity for such uncontrollable flames. Severus tugged at his robe and turned away. I am a prince. But you possess a burning heart, Severus. Does it stem from your Muggle father? Lucius sneered. If you wish to ascend, shed that Muggle surname like Voldemort did, erasing your tainted past entirely. I see no purity within myself. Must I cast myself into the flames for the sake of status? Many students claim you resemble a vampire. Garlic merely deters it. Do you know how to destroy it? Lucius leaned languidly against the railing. That would be to place him alongside the Phoenix. Both are mortal beings, yet natural adversaries. Initially, being close to a Phoenix feels warm. But over time it becomes a torment akin to hell. Severus, do you have any advice? Severus inquired with a sly tone. Keep your distance. I recall someone once advising you to steer clear of the red-haired lily, but alas, you did not heed the warning, thus suffering the consequences. You mean James Potter? No. Lucius frowned, glancing at the woman who had accompanied Severus. What did that individual warn me about? Severus subtly shifted, blocking Lucius's line of sight. You are a Slytherin. Do not associate too closely with Gryffindors. Lucius regarded Severus with confusion, seemingly perplexed by his wand's direction toward him. You are intoxicated, Lucius. Sleep now. Snape spoke softly, watching as Lucius Malfoy gradually slid to the ground. Perhaps fearing he might injure himself, Snape reached out to assist Lucius. Once he was certain that Lucius was comfortably asleep in the shadows, he straightened up, stowed his wand away, and with a flick of his robes, re-entered the brightly lit ballroom. Before long, enthusiastic applause erupted within as the potion master who had invented the Wolf's Bane potion took center stage. And the whereabouts of the Malfoy estate's master were forgotten by all. Lucius Malfoy's wand had once been seized by the Dark Lord, only to be shattered by Harry Potter. Despite his wealth allowing him to purchase countless wands, the one that resonated with him, the one that could be likened to a fifth limb, was lost, leaving him significantly diminished in power. At least, this was how Snape perceived it. He no longer considered Lucius a worthy adversary. The Dark Lord pursued perfection in all things, believing that duels should not resemble the savage tearing of animals, but rather possess the elegance of a dance in the hall. Under his tutelage, Snape had learned to move with a grace akin to that of a waltz. The Dark Lord held a profound admiration for this Muggle dance, as it allowed a wizard's robes to flutter with elegance. However, such a dance of death was not easily mastered. The majority of Death Eaters remained ensnared in the revelry of wielding the killing curse with abandon. Those lost souls appeared pitiable, often described as tragically sad by the Dark Lord himself. He had once been extraordinarily graceful and captivating. Bellatrix fell deeply in love with him, forsaking all else, even her own husband, whenever the Dark Lord required her assistance. Marriage among the aristocracy differed vastly from that of ordinary folk. Many were political unions, and once their duties were fulfilled, spouses often strayed, engaging in infidelity and producing countless illegitimate offspring. Loyalty was a rare luxury, exceedingly difficult to find. Yet, within the Order of the Phoenix, under Dumbledore's leadership, such loyalty was taken for granted, leading many to mistakenly believe it was a common trait. The Order had been utilized by the hat-wearing hero to vanquish Voldemort, fulfilling his political ambitions and ascending to the position of Minister of Magic. Those who once stood for justice could easily turn to malevolence, as victors began to seize the properties and titles of the vanquished. They often drank to excess, celebrating their triumph over evil, much like the victors from Gryffindor who boasted of their bravery in the Battle of Hogwarts. As for Severus Snape, he had become a romantic figure in their tales, having loved Lily for a lifetime, only to be mournfully celebrated by a group of Gryffindors. What do you see? The inebriated wizards glared at him, mirroring Lucius Malfoy's current state. Do you remember how to fight, Lucius? Snape inquired, one hand clasped behind his back, his tone icy, feeling as though he were dancing with a cripple. The response from Lucius was a furious shout, as he thrust his wand forward like a rapier, launching an invisible dart. Snape promptly disapparated, and upon his reappearance, the dart exploded, reminiscent of Neville's disastrous first potion class, sending debris throughout the parlor, where Narcissa shielded Draco behind a pillar. Look. Picture a blade and cut through. A girl in a Hufflepuff uniform commanded, directing her wand at a giant. An invisible wind blade shot forth, striking the giant, but merely eliciting a minor scratch, causing it to continue its slumber. I will not teach you spells meant for wooden dummies, for only living targets can truly test the strength of your magic. Do you see the scar on Gagup's body? That was my doing. Yet that last attempt did not harm it. Do you know why? Because you controlled your power. Snape, clad in Slytherin robes, answered promptly. Good boy, just like that. She intended to ruffle Snape's hair, but, perhaps due to its oiliness, opted instead to pinch his nose. What reward do I receive for answering correctly? He asked, filled with anticipation. Here, take this, she said, surprisingly producing a cookie from her pocket. Why can't I receive points for Slytherin? Snape queried, eyeing the cookie. I lack the authority to award or deduct points. Why not? Aren't you a prefect? Don't you know the Hufflepuff prefect? You are so clever. How could you not be? This is difficult to explain. Then who are you? The Hufflepuff prefect smiled slightly, covering her lips. I shan't tell you. Look, the snotty little brat is eating a cookie. Did your mother, the snotty slug, bake that for you? With the promotion from James Potter and Sirius Black, this nickname spread throughout the school, becoming widely recognized. Yet he did not believe that the first-year Slytherin had the right to call him such. To gain status, one must tread upon the backs of others, clearly. The wealthy young scions could disregard the traditions of their houses and brazenly provoke others. Snape glanced around, noting that the upperclassmen were oblivious to the situation. As the dormitory supervisor, Pringle, played with his dog. There were 4 individuals, evidently from the same dormitory, seeking amusement. Do you dare to follow me into the Forbidden Forest? Snape taunted, eager to impart an unforgettable lesson to these arrogant aristocrats. What is there to fear? A handsome first-year across from him replied, his visage strikingly familiar. Who is Sirius Black to you? Snape inquired. He is my brother, but he is a traitor to the family, Another Black sneered, "Remember my name, Regulus Arcturus Black, the future head of the Black family. Do not presume that being in the same house places us on equal footing, you half-blood." After agreeing to the duel, Regulus departed with his entourage, his hair meticulously groomed, unlike his brother's disheveled appearance. "I wish to retrieve Regulus. Can you assist me, Severus?" The woman who had once baked cookies for him was now preparing his meal, yet the topics of discussion at the dinner table turned his stomach. "Why do you wish to bring him back? He is the last of the Black bloodline. Do not mention that name." He slammed his hand on the table, the resounding noise reverberating throughout the house, rendering him rigid with tension. The woman across from him stared in disbelief, her gaze unsettling him, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. "I need some air." He rose, leaving the house much like Tobias had. Though Tobias rode a motorcycle while Severus Snape disapparated. After confronting the Gryffindor drunks, he returned to find his home in ruins. From that moment forth, he existed in a burning hell, just as Lucius Malfoy had described. Some friends part ways along their journey, ultimately going their separate ways, yet sometimes reuniting for various reasons. Lily had made her choice. Although James Potter was insufferable, he was wealthy and unlike other aristocratic men, he did not indulge in debauchery, perhaps his only remaining virtue. He found James Potter repulsive, yet Snape was not yet at the point of wishing to kill him. However, he harbored a desire to eliminate Sirius Black, just as Sirius longed to do the same to him. In his youth, he had merely borrowed the hand of Remus Lupin. Even if he were truly torn apart by Lupin, Sirius possessed a talent for weaving tales of misdeeds, asserting that it was the clumsy fool who had followed him, having no connection to Sirius whatsoever. As they grew older, they diverged on their respective paths, only to reunite later within the ranks of the Order of the Phoenix. Albus Dumbledore, fully aware of their enmity, would invoke the protective charms of the Black family whenever they found themselves seated at the same table, lest the old Black residence be reduced to rubble. "Draco, lower the warts." Severus Snape's thunderous voice startled Draco, who was trembling in his mother's embrace, his panicked expression igniting Snape's fury. "This is your home. You must protect your family instead of relying on your mother for protection." In motion, Snape's dark robes billowed like flames, exuding an aura befitting a Dark Lord, while Lucius Malfoy, consumed by rage, had lost all sense of reason. Had Draco possessed other siblings, Snape could not fathom why she was so enamored with this spoiled Malfoy. Many sought his loyalty: Dumbledore, Voldemort, the Minister of Magic, pure-blood aristocrats, all offering him lavish inducements. Yet, one person believed in his loyalty to Lily, which compelled him to play his part in that charade. The more one desires yet cannot attain, the more fervently one will pursue it. He lured her into a trap and then absconded with Dumbledore's treasures, wishing to monopolize her affection. However, he gradually realized that matters were not unfolding as he had envisioned. Isolated from the outside world, she had become increasingly reliant on him, akin to how Eileen depended on Tobias. Once her mentor, the dynamics had shifted. He now overshadowed her in strength, and it was his turn to protect her. Yet, at the moment she needed him most, he found himself embroiled in conflict, much like James Potter. It is said that one inevitably becomes the embodiment of their former loathing. He had morphed into a hybrid of Tobias and James Potter, a transformation that repulsed him. "Draco, I need not slay your father. If I eliminate your mother, the unbreakable vow will be nullified. My oath to her was to care for you, not to spare her life. Once she is gone, I can dispose of you. Will you continue to stand idle?" The steps of their duel were linear. Snape calculated the distance and cast a silent obstruction spell in Lucius's path. As Lucius stumbled, he apparat beside Draco, seizing him by the collar. "Answer me. Are you willing to become the head of the Malfoy family?" Draco's eyes brimmed with tears, reminiscent of a young girl, leading Snape to nearly believe he had soiled himself. "Are you familiar with these two spells, you clumsy fool?" Sirius Black began inscribing them in his potion book without consent. James Potter, as ever, shadowed him, casting doubt upon their relationship, which appeared far too intimate. Yet, upon Sirius presenting the completed spells, a different fury surged within Snape, wishing to obliterate the pair before him. "How do you know her?" Sirius beamed. "I am dating her." "Do you not see who you are?" James sneered. "You resemble a witch from a fairy tale." In a fit of rage, Snape shoved Draco to the ground and turned his gaze toward Narcissa. If she perished, the unbreakable vow would dissolve, and Bella would have no further reason to pursue her. Stay away from her. Witnessing his defenseless wife threatened by the Dark Lord, Lucius summoned a flurry of spikes, but Snape swiftly apparat, the spikes embedding into the wall without exploding. Peacock feathers, typically concealed, unfurled only when displayed. This was an ancestral technique of the Malfoy family. After executing this maneuver, Lucius returned to battle with Snape, oblivious to the sudden change in Narcissa's demeanor. After being pushed down, Draco lay for a mere 2 seconds before rising with a fierce countenance. As he brandished his wand, intent on joining the fray alongside his father, he was suddenly distracted by the tantalizing aroma of food wafting from behind him. Turning, he discovered 2 house elves, prepared with a bountiful feast. Unable to set the table due to the chaos now placed in the corridor, "Master Malfoy, sweet treats await you," one elf said, trembling yet cautious. Draco's fierce expression gradually softened. Certainly, the Malfoy household was not limited to a single house elf named Dobby, yet the others had been devoured by werewolves. As they exclusively consumed raw meat, beasts devoid of reason, yet resembling humans. "No, Draco," Narcissa seized the moment to embrace him tightly. "Release me, mother," Draco replied coolly. "I must lower the wards." Narcissa refused to let go. "I am not your beloved. I shall marry another eventually." Draco retorted coldly. "You forget, I am betrothed to Greengrass." Narcissa froze, slowly loosening her grip. "You two, follow me," Draco commanded the house elves, rushing upstairs while the 2 men continued their struggle, leaving her standing helplessly aside. "Come here." Narcissa whispered a raspy voice from the darkened corridor, laden with food yet shrouded in shadows. "Did you hear what he said? She intends to kill you." Thereby allowing him to kill Draco. He has no intention of honoring the vow. "What should I do?" Narcissa asked, clutching her chest in distress. "Help me eliminate her." Bella's voice echoed as if from the depths of hell. "Remove the bracelet. I will handle the rest." Narcissa glanced back at her husband and Snape. Even she could see that Lucius stood no chance. "He will kill us," she said nervously, but Bella laughed maniacally. "No, he will perish. Once the laughter subsides, he will lose the will to live, all light will fade, and he will plunge into eternal darkness." "How can you be certain?" "A man does not love a woman forever," Narcissa queried. "He has shared his life with her. Such a bond is stronger than an unbreakable vow." "A bond?" "He vowed to keep her alive. At any cost, he sacrificed himself. The pact is in effect. If she dies, he dies. He is too powerful. I cannot curse him. But she can, for she is frail." "Is it because she is with child?" Narcissa asked. "Yes, she is with child." Bella urged, "Hurry, Narcissa. Quickly." Torn between choices, Narcissa ultimately moved towards the guest room from earlier. The sound of her high heels echoed ominously in the dark corridor. The unbreakable vow has its loopholes. Dumbledore and Grindelwald agreed not to harm one another, yet no stipulation restrained each other's freedom. How agonizing it is for one to lose their liberty. Inquire of every housewife who relies on her husband for sustenance, and they will tell you the truth. The once illustrious Black family has waned, with the stars having long since vanished from the sky, in the absence of a formidable maternal lineage. Even Lucius Malfoy's infidelity leaves Narcissa with no choice but to endure in silence, striving to maintain the faade of a united family for the sake of her son. This predicament is not uncommon among noble families. Although Arthur Weasley lives in poverty, his household brims with happiness. Molly, despite her hardships and the toll they have taken on her figure, often wears a smile, while Narcissa, who appears well-groomed, seems somewhat wooden. It is only when her son's life is threatened that she musters the courage to rush to Spinner's End with Bella, seeking Severus's aid. She harbors no trust in her husband. For the sake of her children, she would sacrifice everything. Yet he is equally precious and irreplaceable. That insufferable little scoundrel was nurtured under such circumstances. How delightful little Draco is, especially when recalling his infantile visage. He resembled a living doll, smiling at you daily. What mother could bear the thought of losing such a charming child? In stark contrast, the woman who intruded upon Malfoy Manor today, shattering their tranquil existence, is not so difficult to approach. Furthermore, the task Bella has assigned to Narcissa is not arduous. She merely needs to undo the bracelet on her wrist, which originally belonged to Narcissa. Women in love, whether witches or muggles, inevitably become foolish. Yet after enduring such folly, they learn their lesson. Men are untrustworthy, unable to resist temptation. The wise choose to work and be self-sufficient, dismissing the notion of marriage and motherhood as a fool's errand. Without the birth of new infants, the population will sharply decline, and upon losing diversity, they will face the peril of inbreeding. Many pureblood families share blood ties, leading to fewer offspring. This is common knowledge among any Muggle or even Muggle-born wizard, yet wizards remain oblivious, clinging to the notion of noble bloodlines while effectively condemning their own race to extinction. The woman lying in bed is beautiful, though not to the extent that she would stir envy in other women. However, her gray hair, illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, appears silvery, cascading over the green sheets, rendering the girl in white garb akin to a sacrificial offering. Narcissa feels as though she is making a profoundly bad decision, reminiscent of the choice she made when she married Lucius Malfoy. Stopping 4 or 5 paces from the bedside, a piercing agony wells up within her, bringing tears to her eyes. I did not make the wrong choice. It is all his fault. Narcissa is uncertain to whom this statement is directed, yet it encapsulates her long-held inner turmoil, and uttering it brings her a sense of relief. She closes her eyes, and in a daze, she imagines herself not in the opulent Malfoy estate, but in a random glade, with Bella leading the way, ever the boldest of the trio, followed closely by Andromeda, her sister, and finally, herself. Hurry, Narcissa, hurry. Bella urges with laughter, still a child in her white dress chosen by their mother. I wish I were a little girl, Narcissa sways, reflecting on why she has always indulged Draco. Adulthood is fraught with pain, especially when yearning for someone's affection, yet receiving none in return. Yes, I feel the same. Why? He has given his life for you. In his heart, there will always be another woman. Narcissa exhales heavily, slowly opening her eyes once more. She gazes again at the woman Bella declared would leave Severus unable to live should she perish. She is not particularly beautiful, at least not compared to the renowned and stunning red-haired Lily. It appears we have both fallen for the wrong man. Yours is already dead. Yet I still have countless living rivals. Narcissa approaches the bedside, grasping the hand of the woman said to be Pomona Sprout, precisely the one adorned with the bracelet. At times, I truly feel exhausted. Why persist? But when I think of Draco, I resolve to endure. During the Battle of Hogwarts, Lucius was utterly useless. My son nearly perished in the forest. The mere thought of his body being devoured by those beasts shatters my heart. I love Draco with all my being. Narcissa gently caresses the emerald bracelet. I hope you understand. It is the nature of a mother. For him, I would willingly die, yet should I perish, the unbreakable vow to protect him would dissolve. I merely wish to snuff out danger in its infancy. The Slytherin Code. Indeed, the Slytherin Code. How do you know this? Narcissa furrows her brow in confusion, for the girl had not spoken a word. I believe I have discerned your talent, Narcissa. You excel at listening. Do you recall what question you posed to Harry in the Forbidden Forest? I asked him if Draco was still alive. What was his response? He said yes. He is alive. Narcissa presses her finger against the clasp of Pomona's bracelet. I would do anything to ensure he lives. Yet Narcissa hesitates to unlock the hidden clasp. Hurry. Narcissa, hurry. Bella urges, still frolicking on the grass. Andromeda married a muggle, all because of you. Bella, Narcissa murmurs, you have made the entire black family a laughingstock. No wizarding family wishes to ally with us, save for the Malfoys. Why? Just some idle gossip. Narcissa retracts her hand, smoothing her disheveled hair. She appears much improved now. Narcissa raises her chin with the air of a Malfoy, somewhat haughty yet reserved, stating, even if you were initially attractive, neglecting your appearance will lead to a decline. Beauty alone cannot hold a man's heart. In this world, there are only lazy women, not ugly ones. I am not lazy. I have merely been in a deep sleep for quite some time. Oh, I had forgotten. Severus has been caring for you during this period. Narcissa laughs, covering her mouth. His hair remains unchanged. Have you never tried to persuade him to alter it? He claims it is his style. Ah, men never truly mature. Narcissa shakes her head in amusement, gazing out the window, inadvertently spotting the red-eyed raven on the balcony, which she shoos away like poultry. You must know, dear. Your Severus has many admirers now. If word spreads that he is alive, you will find yourself with numerous rivals, just as I have. Narcissa tucks the hand adorned with the bracelet beneath the thin coverlet. Every woman hopes her lover remains steadfast, yet they invariably waver. Love potions have become so popular. For young girls, handsome looks and a noble lineage can be beguiling. But at my age, one realizes that nothing is more vital than loyalty. I nearly fell under his spell myself. He is mine. I know, and I do not intend to betray Lucius in that regard. Besides, I could tell when the contract was drawn up that he already belonged to someone. He belongs to Lily. It seems that every couple grapples with their own issues. This is something to address once you awaken. In truth, being able to bicker daily brings a certain liveliness. Our home has always been eerily silent. As quiet as a grave. As soon as Narcissa's voice faded, a loud crash echoed through the restaurant, signaling the shattering of yet another object. Despite the incessant whispers surrounding our union, perhaps he is not as bad as he seems. With a smile, Narcissa remarked to Pomona that perhaps she could grant him another chance. As long as you are happy, she replied. Indeed, my happiness is paramount. With a deep sigh, Narcissa seemed to release years of pent-up grievances. I trust my judgment. Severus is a man of his word. If my discernment falters again, remarrying would only lead to the same misfortune, for I am no longer a mere girl. It is a pleasure to meet you, Narcissa, Pomona said warmly. The pleasure is mutual, dear, Narcissa responded, leaning down to kiss Pomona gently on the forehead. Sleep well. You must be exhausted. After saying this, Narcissa did not leave, but instead focused intently on the doll-like girl lying in bed, contemplating how best to adorn her. Hermione Granger carried a wondrous potion known as White Fresh, as her friend Harry Potter always seemed to be covered in blood. This potent remedy for bruises required merely 3 drops on a wound, releasing a plume of green smoke that dissipated, leaving the injury appearing as if it had healed over several days. This Muggle-born girl was remarkably attentive and astute. She deserved to be placed in Ravenclaw rather than Gryffindor, the house that desperately needed a caretaker. Sirius Black mentioned you had visited his dormitory. When did you become so familiar with him? Pomona was assisting Molly with washing dishes when Severus unexpectedly emerged, questioning her with a tone of incredulity. What? Is that why you allowed him to hide in the Hufflepuff common room? No. Just as her words concluded, a burst of laughter erupted from next door. Remus and Sirius were likely rolling on the floor in amusement. Goodness, the former Death Eater muttered, turning away and vanishing with a flicker of apparition. The Weasley twins had recently been mastering this skill, convinced that close-range apparition appeared quite impressive. This is precisely why I desire a daughter, dear. Molly sighed as she dried the dishes. Pomona departed from the dimly lit kitchen, feeling bewildered by the peculiarities of those around her. What do you think she looks like? Draco? Narcissa inquired cheerfully. She resembles a doll. I doubt Godfather would approve, Draco grimaced, disapproving of the excessive ribbons. This is why I wish for a daughter, Narcissa lamented, visibly displeased. Every time I attempt to dress you, you complain about this and that. I am not a toy. Your bow tie? Do not touch me. I can manage it myself, Draco exclaimed, rising to adjust his bow tie. Clad in evening attire, it appeared the Malfoy family was preparing for a soiree. Remember to be polite when visiting the Greengrass residence. This is your first re-entry into society, and you must make a good impression. Mother, I will be quite busy after I go to St. Mungo's and won't participate in social events frequently. You can accompany Father instead. Narcissa covered her face with a handkerchief, as if on the verge of tears. Too busy to return and see your old mother? Her performance was flawless, her voice quivering with emotion, and a couple of tears would have been the perfect touch. Feeling guilty, Draco approached and embraced his mother. I will do my best to find time to come back, he said with a lackluster tone. Narcissa, do restrain yourself. Impeding young love could summon divine retribution. Very well, dear, you may go. Narcissa gently pushed Draco away. Do not keep others waiting. Weren't we always the last to arrive? This is not the past. We are no longer the most esteemed guests. Narcissa's expression turned grave. You must learn to exercise patience. Understood. The haughty young Malfoy bowed his head. May I leave now? Go ahead. Narcissa released him, and Draco hurried away, as if fearing her reconsideration. Care for a spot of afternoon tea, Pomona? Narcissa gracefully settled into her seat opposite her. I knew you would come. Yes, thank you. Honey. Yes, Madame Malfoy. Honey appeared promptly with a gardener's shears in hand. Prepare us some tea and refreshments. Is there anything special you desire, Pomona? Honey looked at the two in confusion, and Narcissa, as if nothing had transpired, sent her on her way. Why has it suddenly grown quiet? Have you left? Your talent ought not to be known by others, not even by domesticated house elves. Can you tell me why? Grindelwald had a disciple who possessed the same gift of mind reading. For her, it was less a talent and more akin to a curse. No one desires for others to perceive their thoughts so clearly, feeling as though they are perpetually under scrutiny. Narcissa, with a glimmer of understanding, gazed at the sunlit courtyard, acknowledging that sometimes knowing too much about others' thoughts is not a boon. I feel much better, thanks to your bracelet. Severus returns to see you each night, for he and Lucius must come back daily. Narcissa smiled with a sense of vindication, a smile that seemed to say, I owe you my gratitude. Yet, I cannot feel his presence. They are currently researching a cure for the Cruciatus curse. Draco's visit to St. Mungo's was also for this purpose. Narcissa took her hand gently. Sweetling, and I finally comprehend why Severus holds you in such high regard. You bring solace to our lives, unlike my sister. In what capacity does he present himself in public? No, he remains with the Order of the Phoenix, collaborating with the ministry to address the issue of werewolves. The new school year is approaching, and I am truly glad that Draco has graduated. thus spared from the confines of that beast-ridden cage. Narcissa's tone was tinged with melancholy, yet her expression remained composed. Regardless of her experiences, she maintained her poise, undeniably more refined than many a girl of Muggle descent. What do you usually do at home? Shopping, or perhaps playing wizard's chess? Alone? In our more illustrious days, many would come to keep me company, but now I must oversee the household accounts. It has been this way for some time. Only by remaining occupied can I avoid dwelling on inconsequential matters. Clearly, idleness brings its own torment. Pomona reminisced about what they used to do during their seclusion. The memories flooded back, warming her cheeks, recalling how they, like Ron Weasley and his former girlfriend, could kiss wherever they went. Pomona now wished for a unicorn to knock her senseless, so Narcissa would be oblivious to her thoughts. Why is your face so flushed? Are you all right? You are unaware of the thoughts that crossed my mind just now, are you? What were you contemplating? It bears no relevance to Draco. Ah. Narcissa evidently showed little interest. At that moment, Honeydukes appeared with the afternoon tea, and she resumed arranging the table. Awakening requires a fervent will, akin to Neville's powerful instinct for survival when he was unceremoniously cast from the second floor by his relatives. What Narcissa yearned to uncover were tidings concerning Draco. Thus, matters unrelated to him were cast aside in her mind. Although her talents may not rival those of Grindelwald's disciples in utility, they undoubtedly bring greater joy. Knowing too much is not necessarily a blessing. At least, Dumbledore does not seem particularly elated. Struck by the killing curse, his fall from the observatory was not without a sense of liberation. Will you marry? Narcissa cradled her cup for warmth. And it was then Pomona realized how swiftly time had passed. Their last departure from St. Mungo's had been in summer. Perhaps. Narcissa remained unresponsive. Did you conceive Draco when you got married? Oh, of course, it was after the wedding. Narcissa chuckled, covering her face at the thought of an accidental slip before marriage. However, a more pressing question occupied Pomona's mind. Was her belly perhaps a tad small for a woman who had been pregnant for several months? Do not worry. There will be more to come. Narcissa grasped her hand. Severus had endured enough. Tears streamed down her cheeks, for she sensed that the reason for her loss was that it was a girl. Girls, it seemed, were more inclined towards family and love than the pursuit of power itself. Only men relentlessly chased the pinnacle of strength. This was why witches, despite their greater innate talent compared to wizards, often struggled to achieve great accomplishments. Lily had forsaken her gifts. In truth, she was on the brink of ruling the world. With her capabilities, she could have transformed all flora into magical plants, rendering the world inhospitable to muggles and feeble wizards. Alas, she relinquished that coveted opportunity for the sake of Harry Potter, leading to the unfortunate conclusion that witches were often deemed foolish by their male counterparts. What are you hanging that for? Severus remarked, noticing Pomona hanging a string of crystal wind chimes in the corridor, producing a tinkling sound as the wild breeze brushed against them. Blessings. She stood on a stool, hands on her hips, admiring her handiwork. Listening to the melodious chime, she felt as if she were still in Dumbledore's office, though his pet phoenix seemed to have vanished. A pair of large hands lifted her down from the stool. The boy who once barely reached her chest had now grown significantly taller, aging much faster than she. She had never regarded the awakening of her metamorphmagus powers as a blessing. Although it granted her beauty, it also demanded much in return, outwardly. No one would believe Severus was her junior. What are you thinking? He asked, his expression impassive. I wish to grow up alongside you, rather than remain forever at this height and appearance of 15 or 16. You have never shown me your transformed self. Why is that? Because I fear you might view me as a monster like Peter, and I do not wish to end up like Quirine, alone for a lifetime. You are growing so quickly, Severus. The bullied Slytherin has begun leading the Order of the Phoenix against werewolves. Do you think that is a good thing? She nodded. Then what is my reward? Cookies. He laughed softly, incredulously. Do you think I'm still a teenager? What then do you desire? I hope you can forgive me regarding the matter of the child. Her mind raced, pondering how to transform a boy in need of her protection into a man capable of giving her a child, as if the metamorphosis could be completed in an instant. May I enter your room tonight? This was a suggestion that adults would understand. Oh, you are so slow, red-haired Lily exclaimed, anxiously waving her fist while perched on the railing. Be bolder, Pomona. After speaking, she leaped from the railing, transforming into a wild hare and scampering away. The transformation of an animagus seemed linked to weight and character. Lily had appeared to be merely 11 years old moments ago. What is your answer? Yes, Professor. I am no longer a professor. When you call me that, I feel as if I am discussing love with a student. Do you want me to wear Hogwarts robes? He gazed at her expressionlessly. As the wind blew, she noticed his hair seemed freshly washed, looking quite fluffy, with fine, soft strands. You truly are an evil witch. At last, he could no longer maintain his facade of a romantic hero. Folding his arms, he began to banter with her. Do you know what consequences this may have? This is new training. Resisting temptation, she replied, her expression unyielding. Tom succumbed to the temptation of immortality and went mad. Lucius nearly lost Narcissa due to his inability to resist the allure of other women. Do you recall how Dumbledore met his end? He too could not withstand temptation. Donning the gaunt family's ring. If you wish to grow stronger, you must resist temptation. Were you not the one who tempted me back then? He narrowed his eyes, sneering. Because of your invitation, my potion storage was thoroughly ransacked, and I had to explain that it was stolen. Dumbledore even demanded I brew the antidote to the polyjuice potion. Do you know how furious I was? I heard about it. Little Barty Crouch's transformation was quite harrowing, she replied. It felt as though I had been struck by invisible fists. It was not I who revealed the maze's structure. Wormtail's animagus form is a rat. Perhaps he transformed into a rat and slipped through a gap. Pomona fell into contemplation. Indeed, that was a possibility. Do you not wish to know if the polyjuice potion was brewed by me? The polyjuice potion is hardly complex. Hermione mastered it in her first year. The ingredients are not rare. I could easily find everything in my greenhouse, and I cannot possibly count whether any leaves were missing. So, you believe Cedric's death has nothing to do with me? I do not know. You are far too suspicious. Mimicking his posture, she crossed her arms. Who told you that you do not resemble a good person? Dumbledore trusts me. He even allowed me to train Harry Potter in occlumency. To this day. Severus Snape's expression when mentioning Harry Potter remained akin to that of someone who had swallowed a fly. He is creating opportunities for Sirius Black. Believing that if I do not visit the Black residence, you would be with that foolish dog. It seemed that at that moment, Dumbledore felt Sirius's days were numbered, wishing to leave a trace of the Black lineage behind. Yet, with so many girls infatuated with Sirius, why had he chosen her? Damn Potter. It took so long to grasp the simplest entrance. Observing his mind requires no effort at all, let alone the soul-sucking spell cast by the Dark Lord. There was no need for him to study. If he hadn't ambushed me that day, how would I have fallen into his trap? He is just like his father, James Potter, winning in an entirely dishonorable manner. And so it began again. Pomona found a place to sit, brewing tea while listening to him pace back and forth, lamenting. Oh, in the boathouse, I told him to look at me, and he truly gazed, with such heartfelt longing, it was utterly nauseating. He has forgotten once more. After all the lessons and hardships endured, he still cannot remember that the Patronus charm requires eye contact. I am the potion's master, and even after witnessing my bloodshed, he did not bother to inquire whether I had any healing potions on hand, watching me die before his eyes. All those years at Hogwarts were in vain. So without Hermione, relying solely on Ron and Harry cannot save the world, she leisurely closed her eyes, sipping her tea, feeling warmth spreading from her stomach. I detest the Potter family. Why must my name be linked with James Potter's surname? Albus Severus Potter. Does he not find that name rather cumbersome? It seemed that Neville had recalled Harry intending to name his son that, but at the time, he had no energy to express his distaste. As Narcissa said, he has been through much. Some matters are best left alone. Severus, if you die before me, I shall become a widow. You must strive to survive. Let us discuss the topic of who dies first another time. I have investigated the wand left behind by Wormtail at the scene. It belonged to Tom Riddle during his studies. Where did he acquire that wand? A graveyard? Pomona inquired cautiously. I do not recall who buried him at that time. His body is said to be missing. Could it have been destroyed by the rebound of Avada Kedavra? The most captivating aspect of the Battle of Hogwarts was undoubtedly Voldemort's obliteration of defensive magic, a feat truly breathtaking in its magnitude. To hurl an object requires a certain force. A feeble throw may merely shatter glass, while a powerful one can devastate a wall. The strength of the spell correlates directly with the extent of destruction, and to witness an individual wield such formidable power is astonishing. Similarly, if the thrown object were to collide with a wall and rebound, the force would not diminish. However, the spell would not reduce flesh and blood to mere pulp. Had it been so catastrophic, Harry's nursery would have transformed into a pool of blood. Tom's corporeal form seemed to vanish as if it were obscured from existence. What were you contemplating? Just how formidable was Lily's protective enchantment that it could withstand a full-force strike from Voldemort at the zenith of his power? That barrier might surpass even Hogwarts' own defensive spells, a testament to the extraordinary prowess of that remarkable witch. Narcissa informed me that during my confrontation with Lucius, Bellatrix, that wretched woman, sought to curse you, claiming that we were bound by a pact, that if you were to perish, so too would I. Upon researching, Neville discovered that a life-sharing bond exists between mother and child. Do you recall how he used the Patronus charm to repel those Dementors? The second Patronus was significantly more potent than the first. Could it be that Lily's initial resistance to the Dark Lord's killing curse, facilitated through their life-sharing, enhanced the protective barrier's power upon its second manifestation, resulting in the spell's rebound? The mark upon Harry's forehead is not merely a sign of a Horcrux, but rather an inscription of their life-sharing covenant. To analyze the demise of one's beloved with such composure raises questions about whether he remains cold-hearted or if his affinity for magic eclipses his affection. Viewed from another angle, that scar resembles the rune sigil from ancient runes, symbolizing the sun's power, representing the triumph of divinity over evil, light over darkness, clarity over obscurity, a true emblem of victory. Do we bear such inscriptions upon ourselves? Her intuition proves invaluable. Studying ancient magical scripts is indeed beneficial. Snape's sinister smile emerged as darkness fell, obscuring the light. Seizing the moment, we shall return to the bedroom for an inspection. Scandalous. This is scholarly inquiry. How dare you entertain such thoughts? Someone proclaimed with righteous indignation, appearing remarkably virtuous. When a mother becomes pregnant, a life-sharing bond forms through the umbilical cord. The energy consumed by the mother is partially allocated to the child, uninterrupted throughout the 10 months of gestation, notwithstanding the considerable toll on the mother's body. It is impossible for one body to house two souls. Even soul magic merely transmits information into a living body, while a pregnant woman embodies two, one belonging to herself and the other to her child. Some children exhibit differing magical affinities from their mothers. In summary, a pregnant witch is exceedingly fragile, regaining some strength post-delivery, at which point the physical umbilical connection severs, yet the spiritual bond persists. Neville sensed Alice's torment, while Frank, who shared the same suffering, felt none of it. Despite their blood relation, the absence of a life-sharing connection rendered their experiences disparate. Upon the loss of her child, she quickly sensed the absence, for she could no longer detect that faint heartbeat. Yet, under the influence of the Cruciatus curse, continuing the pregnancy posed a peril to her life, sometimes necessitating relinquishment. When the curse, emblematic of despair, and the fetus, a symbol of hope, vanished simultaneously, the damage inflicted by Peter's Cruciatus curse diminished significantly. Wordtail was never particularly powerful, and given his health issues, had he not ambushed Pomona, he might not have stood a chance against a pregnant witch. Now, she had regained considerable strength, able to walk freely, having escaped the previous peril. Narcissa reiterated that Bellatrix spoke of a pact, not an oath. Oaths require no documentation, akin to the unbreakable vow she made with Severus. Merely a verbal agreement suffices, while a pact necessitates tangible evidence. Following the conclusion of the Battle of Hogwarts, the lightning scar on Harry's forehead vanished. Most believed it was due to the destruction of the Dark Lord's fragment of soul, yet in ancient runes, it signifies the victory of light over darkness. Did its disappearance signify that light indeed triumphed over darkness, or that the covenant had lapsed? This intricate question eludes Harry's comprehension, let alone that of his friend Ron Weasley. What affliction befell Hermione Granger that she found herself enamored with him? That arrogant narcissist, celebrated merely for winning a Quidditch match, garnered a fervent Gryffindor following. Rumors spread throughout the entire school. Those men who boast of their heroic exploits in taverns and public spaces are fundamentally no different from him. Hoping to captivate women with their supposed gallantry, their actions more contemptible than those wealthy men who use material means to entice women. The girls of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw disdain one another, but Ravenclaw girls hold an even deeper contempt for Gryffindor boys. Indeed, you are a damned hero. Must women prostrate themselves at your feet, pleading for your favor? Gryffindors, intoxicated by victory, are no superior to Slytherins, who are blinded by blood purity. Severus Snape was maliciously set up. After departing his office, someone tampered with his materials, transforming otherwise sound potions into problematic concoctions. He believed Dumbledore would not betray him, making it likely that the one responsible was the individual overseeing his storeroom, who better to fabricate evidence than an enforcer. With no way to defend himself, he could only assert that he had been robbed. Now, with Dumbledore dead, the one who could protect him venturing back to the Ministry where his accuser lurked would be suicidal. Even the Order of the Phoenix no longer provided safety. Few remained aware of his survival, and he continued to navigate the treacherous waters of multiple factions. akin to a double agent. Given his profound disdain for rodents, he became a cunning serpent. Turn around, Pomona, let me check your back. On a crisp autumn morning, the dewy roses remained untouched, and heavy velvet curtains blocked most of the light from the outside, allowing only a sliver to penetrate the bedroom. You've searched so many times, and yet nothing, she exclaimed, a hint of frustration evident. Severus firmly believed that, like Harry, they bore runes. Why must the light seek me out, and not you? Perhaps next time. I wish to ascertain if you bear any. With a certain assertiveness, he pushed her, positioning her to face away. As he lifted the blanket, the cold air sent shivers down her spine. A hand brushed aside her long, gray hair. She had encountered the three-headed hellhound of Hogwarts. They could not breathe fire, yet she now felt as if a Hungarian horntail lurked behind her. When will I meet Neville? After the battle at the Ministry, Sirius had perished, and Dumbledore summoned her back to Hogwarts under the pretext of safeguarding Neville. By then, Severus had ascended to the position of defense against the dark arts professor, drawing much attention, not only for being a Death Eater but also for the curiosity surrounding whether he would curse the position previously held by his master, now occupied by his disciple. We shall discuss this later, the dragon murmured, its words indistinct, as if it had lost the ability to articulate. Pomona lay despondently upon her pillow, realizing that her little savior was not a Quidditch player like Harry, unable to divert that monster, and perhaps would be engulfed in dragonfire instead. Do not harm me, Severus. She believed that the current Severus Snape could easily confront Jergorp alone. Even a giant would not pose a challenge for him, let alone a half-breed like her, whose stature was akin to that of a mere 15 or 16-year-old girl. Words were unnecessary. This clandestine relationship resembled an affair. Previously, they had engaged in such illicit activities within the walls of Hogwarts Castle, but now it unfolded at Malfoy Manor. Hidden within Pomona's being was a wicked girl, and at that moment, in his eyes and mind, there was only her, no pure lilies to distract him. I should not have opened the door for you, she remarked. You were luring me into darkness. Too late, he replied. To taint the sanctity feels like this. Do you enjoy it, Pomona? There was a tinge of guilt, a hint of unease, and a sliver of moral transgression, accompanied by a sense of filth. Knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door. Your student has arrived, she seemed dazed, as if still believing she was at the magical school. Ignore him. Knock, knock. The door was struck twice more, yet no response came from within. Moments later, the voice of the house elf, Robbie, resonated. Mistress, Mr. Malfoy has instructed me to inform you that the Ministry of Magic will arrive in 15 minutes. If you wish to leave, please do so promptly. Damn it, Snape cursed, springing to his feet. Pomona felt as though she had been doused with cold water. Her interest extinguished, more disheartening than being discovered by Dumbledore. The Malfoy estate had improved significantly over the past 2 years. The Ministry's visits were infrequent, thanks to old Malfoy's adept management and a few remaining friends who provided advance warnings. Should I leave as well? She inquired, eyeing her rapidly dressing lover. You may refer to yourself as Narcissa's friend. No one will recognize you. The more forbidden it was, the more enticing it became. Like snakes and rats, Hufflepuff and Slytherin thrived in the shadows beneath the earth. Pomona licked her lips, the figure before her evoking thoughts of a black forest cake, its exterior dark chocolate, reminiscent of bitter char, while the interior housed cream and cherry liqueur, capable of satisfying even the most discerning palates. Meet me at Westminster at 11. There will be no one at the base today. Before departing, he leaned in to bestow upon her a kiss, urging her to dress formally. What event will there be? No, I am taking you to meet someone. He hesitated, gazing at her smiling face. Who? I shall tell you when we arrive. With that, he vanished with a flicker of apparition. After he left, Pomona surveyed the encompassing darkness of the room, tracing the lingering heat on her back and the bittersweet taste entwined in the sheets. For a moment, she questioned whether she had dreamt a vivid reality. Many had declared Severus Snape to be utterly deceased, yet she remained steadfast in her belief that he still lived. Lucius Malfoy, one of Hogwarts' governors, was unlike Snape. A serpent slithering through the cracks, he was an albino snake parading brazenly in the courts and the Ministry. Following the Dark Lord's first downfall, he leveraged his connections to avoid incarceration in Azkaban, even sharing a box with Minister Cornelius Fudge at the Quidditch World Cup. It was during that event that Death Eaters unleashed the Dark Mark, inciting widespread panic. Rumor had it that he was eager to return and pledge allegiance to his master, Voldemort. As a devout Death Eater, he should have been obliterated like Bella after the Battle of Hogwarts, yet he resided in Malfoy Manor, his assets untouched, life unchanged. He had not even appeared in court. His friend's warnings were not born of camaraderie, but rather a desire to help him conceal any incriminating evidence to evade Auror's scrutiny. When Pomona stepped from the guest room to the dining area, she found many rummaging through boxes before old Malfoy. Lucius still occupied the seat once held by Tom Voldemort. Expressionless as he sipped his drink, while Narcissa lounged on the sofa, perusing a magazine. Several Aurors were familiar faces, members of the Dumbledore's army established by Harry, who believed their quest to bring the Platinum aristocrat to justice was noble. Their fierce expressions betrayed their determination as they searched, and Pomona could not help but feel pleased that Draco had been sent to St. Mungo's. Malfoy was a philanthropist. That box seat at the Quidditch World Cup had been secured through a generous donation to St. Mungo's, ensuring that even if little Draco did not meet their recruitment criteria, he could still receive training to avoid encountering former classmates. Who is she? An Auror rudely pointed at Pomona, addressing old Malfoy. Professor Sprout stared at him for a moment. Recalling him to be Dean Thomas, a former housemate of Harry's, who had once been imprisoned in Malfoy Manor and had witnessed a murder. Is that how you speak to a lady? She retorted, her voice dripping with haughty disdain and a French accent. I am a guest of the Malfoy family. If you wish to know me, you ought to request an introduction from Mrs. Malfoy. Dean gaped, perhaps astonished that any pure-blood aristocrat would dare to exhibit such audacity. And, after reprimanding Dean, Pomona flitted to Narcissa's side. Take me out to play. I have not had a proper adventure since arriving in England. Of course, my dear. Where would you like to go? Narcissa stifled a laugh, adopting the proud demeanor typical of a Malfoy. I have no clothes to wear. What woman would complain of having too many outfits? I yearn for some English Muggle attire. I believe their garments are not vastly different from those of France, my dear. Narcissa replied, also adopting a French accent. I don't care. She insisted, Draco is not here, and I am terribly bored with just Kristen. Oh, I see, Narcissa nodded. Turning to old Malfoy, darling, I shall accompany Kristen for some shopping. Will you be all right at home? Enjoy yourselves, my dear. Malfoy said with a smile that barely concealed his irritation as he raised his glass in acknowledgement. Do you mind? Narcissa inquired of Dean. I must consult my superior. Dean replied, visibly frustrated, yet he swallowed his anger. While you seek your superior's approval, would you mind if we prepared ourselves for departure? Perhaps change our attire? Narcissa continued. How long will you take? With good fortune, an hour. With less luck, can we be out by 10? Malfoy replied. Do you have somewhere to go, my dear? Narcissa maintained her elegant reserve, suppressing a smile. Malfoy gritted his teeth, taking a sip of wine. Then the timing is in our hands. Let us go, Kristen. Narcissa stood, taking Kristen's hand as they exited the dining room. As they departed, Kristen playfully stuck her tongue out at Dean, leaving him at a loss, unable to act against them. As the British ministry did not employ female Aurors. Once they reached Narcissa's bedroom and closed the door, they erupted into laughter. Oh, you should have seen their faces. Narcissa clutched her chest, relishing the moment of revenge, and after a brief pause, embraced Pomona. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Sometimes I am grateful that I appear so youthful. Pomona returned the embrace. Do you find that problematic? Narcissa asked, puzzled. What woman would resent looking young and beautiful? Can you tell that I am a few years older than Severus? Narcissa released her embrace and scrutinized Pomona from head to toe. Why is it like this? Pomona replied listlessly, magic. I wish I could have a figure like yours, Narcissa. You look fine on the outside, but once the clothes are off. Narcissa shook her head and pulled Pomona towards the wardrobe. Shall we try on some outfits this morning? I have a date at 11. Severus has asked me to dress formally, as he intends to introduce me to someone. Do you wish to wear my clothes? I have a few pieces you could certainly borrow. Thank you. No, my dear, the gratitude should be directed towards me, Narcissa said, as she opened the wardrobe, revealing it brimming with a variety of exquisite garments, each appearing exceedingly luxurious. I have always believed that while a magical wardrobe can hold countless items, it fails to allow one to appreciate such a sight. Narcissa placed her hands on her hips, gazing at the dresses with a sense of accomplishment, as though admiring masterpieces. What do you think? Indeed, Pomona replied without hesitation, suspecting that Narcissa might deliberately be avoiding that magical wardrobe. Draco had been coerced by Death Eaters to experiment with the twins' cabinet in the Room of Requirement, allowing Death Eaters access to Hogwarts, protecting Hufflepuff and other Muggle-born students. Along with Neville, had already exhausted her efforts. She simply could not support him at that time. Narcissa, do you still harbor disdain for Muggles? Narcissa remained silent, fixated on her spoils. Have you ever considered visiting Andromeda? She is your sister. Pomona added that she wished to check on Tonks and Lupin's children as well. How about this one? Narcissa selected a black and white ensemble, the skirt voluminous and resembling a formal gown. I would never doubt a Malfoy's taste. Pomona said as she accepted the dress. Where shall I change? How about right here? Narcissa suggested. I truly miss my youthful figure. Pomona touched her stomach, which had now regained its flatness, feeling nothing at all. If Draco does not inherit the family business, do you and Lucius plan to have another child? I would rather place my hopes on Miss Greengrass, Narcissa replied expressionlessly. The revival of the family will have to wait until my grandson's generation. At that moment, Pomona realized that she and Narcissa were of a similar age, yet Narcissa was already anticipating the arrival of grandchildren. She touched her stomach again, feeling an overwhelming sense of despondency. While old Malfoy sat idly at home dealing with Dean Thomas, Narcissa and Christine were out spending his money with great fervor. One can scarcely fathom the exquisite comfort of being a wealthy lady, particularly if one's husband is consistently unfaithful. Such a life is one that Pomona would not wish to endure. She finds greater joy in a life of freedom, where she can wander wherever her heart desires. Following the Battle of Hogwarts, she appointed Neville as the herbology professor and subsequently retreated into seclusion, relishing her newfound sense of liberation. No longer did she need to consume potions or cast spells to conceal her visage. She could embrace her beauty as freely as Fleur did. Unbeknownst to her, the girl had undergone significant transformations, perhaps influenced by the more liberated atmosphere of France, a stark contrast to the often gloomy disposition of England. You have a sister in France. If you wish to see her, we can arrange it, echoed Frank's words in her mind. Indeed, she could visit her sister. Bill Weasley was grievously scarred by a werewolf, his face nearly ruined, yet Fleur remained indifferent to his appearance. Perhaps she might even be his mother. Even Narcissa had come to recognize the superficiality of Lucius Malfoy. True beauty lies not in appearances, but in wisdom, a realization that Fleur embraced. Undeterred by the Weasley family's lack of wealth, she might be perceived as foolish by others, yet she knew precisely what she desired. As she tried on garments, she often caught glimpses of herself in mirrors, which reminded her of the Mirror of Erised. In Harry Potter's first year, Dumbledore devised a test of loyalty in the fourth-floor corridor, where each house head revealed their unique talents. Dumbledore had declared her his favorite student, yet entrusted the spell to awaken the gargoyle to Minerva. The stone chess pieces Ron Weasley commanded bore resemblance to the stone soldiers Minerva activated during the Battle of Hogwarts. One might ponder why Dumbledore did not bestow the spell upon Pomona Sprout of Hufflepuff. Perhaps he did not trust her as she believed. What do you think of this dress? Narcissa inquired from behind her, bringing Pomona back to the present, realizing that the mirror before her was merely an ordinary one. Not the Mirror of Erised. This one will suffice, thank you. Why purchase mourning attire? Narcissa shook her head. If I were as youthful as you, I would certainly don vibrant colors. Pomona recalled Umbridge's garish pink ensembles and immediately shook her head. Someone once told me that a black dress is never a misstep for any occasion. Who? Madame Chanel. And who is that? A master of fashion. Pomona replied with a smile. Come, let us procure some lipstick. Wearing only black is rather dreary. She reminisced about Lily, feeling an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to the red-haired witch. As the appointed time approached, she parted ways with Narcissa and apparat directly to an apartment building near Westminster, from which the Muggle government's parliament was visible. The once vigilant Order of the Phoenix had seen its leader, the once roguish Mad-Eye Moody, ascend to the position of Minister for Magic. This intelligence hub, once pivotal, had lost its significance, prompting her to take a circuitous route into a narrow, dimly lit alley. Puddles scattered about as if a recent rain had fallen. As she passed a vagrant seated beside a garbage bin, the figure holding a black umbrella rose and followed her into the deserted alley. Following Narcissa's advice, she wore high heels, their echo masking the footsteps of the follower, who trailed her like a shadow. Hagrid concealed his wand within the umbrella, despite his half-giant stature being conspicuous in the Muggle realm. Without his wand, Muggles would only marvel. While brandishing it would render him a madman. She rarely undertook missions alone, typically serving in a supporting role, and had never resorted to using magic for harm. She had believed peace had finally arrived, yet she was unprepared for the clandestine conflict that persisted. Clearing her throat, she exchanged a glance with the homeless man before hastening her steps, sensing in his gaze an unsettling intrigue, perhaps drawn by her elegant attire. When her life was at stake, she felt no remorse in wielding dark magic for self-defense. She refused to be bound and bullied by the weak, unlike Aaron. During the final battle, all adequately aged Hufflepuff students remained behind to do what was right simply because it was right. In her confrontation with Gregorovitch, She understood that without sufficient power to intimidate, the adversary would continue to provoke, escalating into violence. To tame a beast, one must wield the whip with authority. Only then would the creature comprehend the meaning of restraint. A man with strength ought not to assault a woman lacking it. A scorpion remains benign if left undisturbed. Yet provocation leads to dire consequences. She would never show mercy to those who sought to harm her, unlike Errant Prince. Just as she paused, intending to raise her wand against the two behind her, a shadow suddenly emerged from a nearby alley, enveloping her like a dark mist. This was the Dark Mark's apparition. Aurors typically targeted influential figures like Lucius before pursuing stragglers. She made no resistance. For the instant they captured her, they apparat away. Struggling at that moment could result in dismemberment, a tragic fate regardless of the loss of a limb or the splitting of her body. The eerie black smoke startled the homeless man, but failed to alarm the one following him. Tom Riddle had unearthed ancient spells from the Chamber of Secrets, exuding an air of enigmatic allure. In contrast, apparition merely involved spatial manipulation, akin to vanishing. Both techniques transferred one from one place to another, with apparition appearing at designated locations, while vanishing concealed something beneath the earth, awaiting excavation. Secrets buried within the earth surpass human imagination. Lockhart had opened the dueling chamber. The serpent Draco had conjured during his duel with Harry was not conjured from thin air, but transported from somewhere via spatial magic, the opposite of vanishing. One might wonder who had imparted such spells to him. When she materialized once more, she found herself in a cemetery. Recalling the wand that had cast the Cruciatus curse upon her, she feared she had been captured in Tom Riddle's graveyard. However, upon recognizing the person holding her hand, she felt a wave of relief. Severus! She rushed forward to embrace him, initially fearing that death had come for her. They were indeed in a cemetery. Yet it was not one that evoked dread. It was well kept, with a nearby church that radiated tranquility, a fitting place for eternal rest. It has been ages since we visited Lily, he murmured. I suspect Harry Potter is too occupied. Shall we tend to her grave? Yes, she replied without hesitation. And the child we never named, who rests here as well. Her headstone remains unmarked. What shall we call her? Lily, she declared decisively, bestowing upon her the surname of Tobias. Being together signifies Lilith Snape, as if he has buried a certain woman deep within his heart, leaving him a widower. Are you her mother, wishing to see her one last time before the burial? She evaded the notion with a firm refusal. Now, she feels an overwhelming sense of guilt, as though she has murdered the red-haired Lily and laid her to rest in a graveyard, the most fitting place to conceal a body. Those dwelling underground sometimes believe they reside in a tomb. The Slytherins remain composed in their pursuit of power, while Hufflepuffs dig holes to hide. Salazar Slytherin and Helga Hufflepuff are two distinctly different individuals. It is not merely a matter of differing opinions between men and women. The other three houses treat Hogwarts as their home, whereas Slytherin has strayed, and as Pomona reads the history of the school, she perceives Slytherin as a man who abandoned his family in relentless pursuit of power, a Slytherin she does not admire. Yet, because of the person beside her, she has gained a new perspective on Slytherin. Helga hopes for a world where no one harms another, while Slytherin seeks to protect those he deems worthy. Once recognized by Slytherin, they become sheltered under his wing. Dark magic is directed outward at a savage world, not towards his kin. Shouldn't having such a protector instill a sense of safety? How could anyone perceive him as a villain? Dumbledore never taught her dark magic. The invisible wind was intended to deal with Lupin, yet it inadvertently became a valuable lesson for Gregorovitch. Hagrid, with his kind heart, brought his abandoned brother to the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, but there are many young wizards outside the woods. He cannot roam freely like a unicorn. To ensure he learns his lesson, she used invisible wind as a whip, continuously applying it until the dim-witted giant grasped the importance of restraint. Gregorovitch listens to his stern mother, but he cannot comprehend the gentle words of his mother. Without imposing restrictions on his actions, he might harm human children. If the Ministry of Magic intervenes, it would not merely result in a whipping. To protect him, chastisement is necessary. Those who fear pain will never mature. Draco serves as the best comparison amongst his peers. That scoundrel has even become a doctor at St. Mungo's, his heart not hardened enough to partake in battle. In contrast, Harry, fueled by his disdain for evil, works in the perilous Auror department. Thus, viewing individuals through the lens of house bias is ill-advised. He stands beside her at the graves of Lily and James Potter, and it seems that remembrance extends beyond the two of them. A small bouquet of daisies rests on the ground, marking the approach of their death anniversary. It was around this time that Dumbledore took her to Lily's parents' home. asking her to help erase their memories. Therefore, it was likely not them who brought flowers to Lily. Do you think it could have been Petunia? Why do you ponder such a possibility? Lily always yearned for her sister's forgiveness. After deciding to remain in the wizarding world, Lily has been in tears, unable to part with her sister. Have you spoken to her? Severus's voice took on a melancholy tone. Not much was discussed. Although Mary from the dormitory has constantly influenced her. Severus suddenly scoffed, suggesting she marry a wealthy man, not a poor boy. It is precisely this mindset that led her to be taught a lesson by the Death Eaters. Why? Though they despised my half-blood status. The Death Eaters could not abide the humiliation inflicted upon them by Muggles. Ultimately, Lily chose the wealthy Potter over the precarious fate of a Death Eater. Do you remember how James would flaunt a golden snitch around school to attract girls? Pomona pulled out a newly purchased lipstick, applying it to her lips with striking vividness. Yes, I remember. Why? How could he be so foolish as to believe girls would be interested in Quidditch? Lazy, foolish, arrogant. Although it is inappropriate to speak ill of the dead at their gravesite, Severus appeared quite pleased, a broad smile gracing his face. We are here to honor Lily, James. I truly believe that the sport of chasing a ball on broomsticks is utterly foolish. She suddenly turned Severus's face towards her, asking, Do you think I am beautiful, or is Lily more so? Undoubtedly you are. He intended to express affection, but Slytherin's style is to intoxicate with sweet words. Look closely. He has triumphed. His wife surpasses yours in beauty, and he is celebrated as the illustrious protector of Hogwarts. Who are you? Merely a weakling incapable of safeguarding your own kin. Would you dare to confront him in a fair duel? Severus stood frozen, as if petrified. Oh, you wish to assert your wealth, believing it can buy love? Fortunately, you died young. Otherwise, you would eventually betray your spouse like Lucius Malfoy. You relish the attention of surrounding women. I have long perceived this, which is why I hold such disdain for you. Why did Lily wish to invite me to her wedding, yet you objected? Or did you simply forget to send me an invitation? Selfish wretch. That was Lily's wedding. Did you think it was merely a Gryffindor gathering? Why should others from different houses be excluded? Enough. As Pomona appeared ready to kick James Potter's gravestone, Severus swiftly embraced her. Slytherins are scoundrels, Hufflepuffs are fools. But what of Ravenclaw? You always assume Gryffindor is filled with heroes, yet who was it that betrayed you? Peter Pettigrew, your most trusted friend. A coward who spent 12 years hiding as a rat in the Weasley household, causing Sirius to waste 12 years of his youth in Azkaban alongside Dementors. He should have been marrying and starting a family, inheriting the Black family legacy, yet look at the good you have wrought. How could you transform a secret keeper into someone untrustworthy? She felt her kindness was wasted. She had taken in one in need, yet Peter had repaid her with betrayal. True snakes possess more conscience than Peter. Having vented her frustration, her spirits lifted. She grasped Severus's neck and pressed her lips against his, deliberately smearing her lipstick on him. During the kiss, she furtively glanced at Lily Potter's grave, a Hufflepuff girl's way of asserting dominance over her romantic rival. You are deceased, yet I remain alive, Lily. Sooner or later, I shall emerge victorious. She mused contentedly, just as she intended to deepen the kiss, only to be met with an even more tempestuous response. Two passing Muggles walking their dogs were taken aback. Who would engage in such fervent kissing in a graveyard? It was not until the sensation of suffocation enveloped her that Severus released her lips, exhaling deeply, a sound reminiscent of triumphant cheers. His complexion, as pale as that of a vampire, rendered him a ghastly figure, and the lipstick smudged across his mouth gave him an almost sinister allure. Severus, we have not graded assignments in over 6 years. Professor Pomona Sprout exclaimed with palpable impatience. Heaven knows that assignments are not merely burdens for students, but also torturous trials for teachers, with the exception of Hermione Granger, who relishes in completing them. While others may skimp on their work, Hermione's diligence demands thorough evaluation, even from the ancient bat who delights in marking students down. No cauldrons exploded in class. No one fainted. No one played tricks. No one broke their limbs. No one fell victim to curses. No one brewed love potions in the dormitories. I scarcely noticed that we were living in hell. Severus Snape wiped the lipstick from the corner of his mouth, gazing at his crimson-stained fingers and remarked, Indeed. It is a veritable hell of blood. Dumbledore was mistaken, utterly mistaken. Pomona murmured, managing a household with even one child is a daunting task, let alone managing a school as a home for thousands of minors. Molly Weasley is nearly driven mad by her 7 children, with Arthur Weasley offering no assistance, instead devolving into a child himself alongside his 6 offspring. Although I know it is rather untimely. Dear, you have yet to visit our Lily. Yet I yearn to complete what I left unfinished this morning. The tall, dark-clad vampire approached, obstructing the path of the similarly attired silver-haired temptress, with two sharp cracks. They both vanished, leaving the surroundings serene once more, as though nothing had transpired. Why does Draco wish to join the Death Eaters? According to Muggle sentiment, he finds them rather cool. Each year during the Quidditch Cup, the stands reflect this sentiment. Gryffindor fervently cheers, Ravenclaw busily attends to their own affairs. Hufflepuff engages in gossip regarding which athlete is most handsome, while Slytherin earnestly contends with Gryffindor. The rivalry between these two houses is the most intense and the most thrilling to behold, while the other houses seem somewhat lackadaisical, only improving after Cedric assumed the captaincy of Hufflepuff. For many Hufflepuff girls, dating a Slytherin boy is a matter of great pride, as many pureblood families align with Hufflepuff. In contrast to the bookish Ravenclaw, the most common cross-house couples are indeed Hufflepuff and Slytherin. Ravenclaw has always been rather self-absorbed. Pomona recalls a girl named Luna Lovegood who would often wander barefoot to observe the nocturnal creatures grazing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. When Dumbledore desired a long journey but wished to avoid apparition, he would utilize such creatures, which possess the unique trait of being invisible to those who have never encountered death, rendering them quite mystical. Some deem Luna eccentric. She frequently claims to see peculiar things. Yet Pomona suspects there may be truth in her assertions, as the ability to perceive what others cannot is a gift in its own right. As a responsible teacher, Pomona ought to guide her, maximizing the potential of her abilities. Yet she, like many other foolish Hufflepuff girls, desires only to be with her Slytherin boyfriend, dismissing all else. This time, Dumbledore did not scold her for her foolishness. She felt her intellect waning, fearing she might become utterly foolish if this continues. Love is a poison. The widespread allure of love potions stems from a woman's inability to resist its seduction, and yet love is never a solitary affair, ultimately dragging two souls into the abyss together. Just as the song proclaims, wise individuals ought to avoid entanglements of the heart, yet once such feelings arise, they cannot be halted, akin to a fall, dizzying and exhilarating. Severus employed forbidden arts for her sake, a blasphemous practice that would surely condemn him to hell. Therefore, she must accompany him, for fairness demands it. In the tarot, there exists a card named Strength, depicting a queen who commands a ferocious lion. The queen's tenderness and love soothe the beast in her embrace. It is through love and will that humanity overcomes adversity. What are you pondering? Severus inquired, taking a post-coital drag from his cigarette. Hermione Granger, she replied, resting her forehead against his shoulder. I wish for her to become the Minister of Magic. A woman as Minister of Magic? Is that not impossible? Pomona was displeased by the astonishment in his tone. There has never been a precedent. Neither was there a precedent for the founding of Durmstrang. Who could have predicted that the inaugural headmaster would be a witch? She refused to remain reclining and instead sat beside him at the head of the bed. What prompted this sudden notion? Have you observed a pride of lions? Male lions are arrogant and indolent, responsible for hunting, while it is the lionesses who rear the young. Remove the cap from that self-serving scoundrel and replace it with Hermione Granger. They're all Gryffindors. Let her reign over those unruly male lions. She is intimately involved in the entire plan, and you know her character. What is lacking? She is merely in her 20s. How could she possibly contend with those seasoned politicians? Yet you all stand behind her in support, or do you intend to endorse another Slytherin Minister of Magic? Which scenario do you deem more improbable? The crux of the matter now is to prevent the escalation of conflict. The war has ended, men may rest. If there is nothing to occupy themselves with, they should seek out some tasks. It is not as simple as you presume. Do not indulge in fanciful thinking. How many of the sacred 28 still remain? Do you recall Theodore Nott? His father is a Death Eater, yet he has not participated. He possesses remarkable talent in potion making. Yet he remains idle at home. Do you believe that fair? Pomona shook Severus Snape's shoulder. The master of potion making. Consider your own path. Were it not for Lucius providing you with opportunity, do you think you would have achieved your current standing? Theodore Nott is a clever and solitary boy. He often keeps to himself, lingering in the potions classroom long after others have departed, reminiscent of a younger Severus. Have you forgotten how he once mocked Hermione's lineage alongside Draco? After all she has endured, she would not be concerned. She is a broad-minded young woman. But she is currently dating Ron Weasley, and may even marry him. How do you expect her to assist Nott? I shall address her issues. You should have Draco invite Theodore to participate in developing the draft of Living Death. This is an opportunity. Is he not your favorite student? Indeed. Even the old bat has his favorites. that Theodore is as unsightly as he is. Pomona gazed at his gloomy countenance, pondering what she saw in him. I was terrified, Severus confessed, revealing a frail expression reminiscent of his youth. You nearly perished on several occasions. She embraced the 40-something man tightly, allowing him to weep freely. I employed every method imaginable, yet to no avail. In the end, I resorted to the unforgivable curses taught to me by the Dark Lord. They are beyond healing. But Harry forgave you. I do not require his forgiveness. Can you forgive me, Pomona? She was oblivious to his transgressions. I forgive you. Severus's perpetually tense shoulders relaxed. And in that moment, she noticed the dark mark on his arm, suddenly perceiving it as less glaring. I wish to teach Draco how to fight, yet he remains unwilling. Even when I threaten to kill his parents, I am uncertain which of us is more grotesque. The poor boy must be terrified of his own headmaster. You are different individuals, Severus. In what way? Your mother neglected you, while his mother provided him with the best of everything. He was raised in indulgence, while you grew independently, much like a greenhouse flower versus a wild one. Despite their identical appearance, their vitality diverges. Eileen offered her shirt to a boy, and Pomona sighed, pondering her maternal instincts. How did you notice me? Pomona began to reflect on how she first recognized this boy with the prominent nose. You treat everyone so kindly. Why am I not special? The previously vulnerable boy transformed into a feral creature, his primal instincts surging forth. Pomona delivered a sharp slap, an act that released his pent-up fury. I have never dallied with another man aside from you. How can you claim I am not special? Pomona, herself bewildered, felt her fragile emotions swell, and she covered her face, weeping uncontrollably. Oh heavens, why must you treat me this way? The more she pondered, the more sorrowful she became. I am not a saint. Why should I treat every student fairly? Being an equitable teacher is exhausting. Dumbledore, and you are clearly biased toward your own house. After all, Cedric was a rare gem, and yet he perished. When will Hufflepuff rise? You are just like Molly. Severus did not become angry, yet his words deepened her desolation. For Molly too often wept under the torment of the twins. Thus, her sobs grew louder. This is why I desire a daughter. This is the reason. In the recesses of her mind, she heard Molly's voice, and now Pomona harbored the same thoughts. The territorial instincts of male creatures are remarkably potent, as is their possessiveness. When Harry was at Ollivander's, he stirred quite a commotion. His disarming spell against Voldemort unleashed a brilliant crimson light. Severus, however, employed a more discreet approach. The invisibility of the spell he wielded, a refined version of a common enchantment designed for painless dissection, bore no evident signs, no beams of light, no sparks, no filaments, merely enhanced in Pomona's hands to increase its potency and depth, and in Severus's grasp, it became insidious, venomous, yet remarkably effective. Unlike the sweet Draco Malfoy, Severus was a killer, and he was undeniably astute, a lethal presence. Spells can be upgraded and transformed. This is Ravenclaw's forte. Professor Filius was her mentor. Following the Battle of Hogwarts, the school had not been effectively rebuilt. The faculty was scarce. After the Triwizard Tournament, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang expanded their influence within the British wizarding community, and many students had ceased their studies in England. Reconstructing the school requires intellect. If Pomona continued her entanglement with him, the weeds would surely flourish in Hogwarts. She longed to extricate herself, yet Severus would not permit her departure. During her recent illness, he had been starved for too long. Now that she was well, he intended to reclaim what he had missed, feeling entitled to act on his whims without the need for the restraint he once practiced. Patience belonged to the weak. In the past, when Slytherin was in power, they were arrogant. Now they could only endure. Once bullied and mocked, he had transformed into a hero, and Pomona inexplicably felt as though she had raised a Fenrir. In its youth, it was soft and endearing, but now it posed a threat, capable of devouring her at any moment. He had developed an aura, akin to powerful wizards who could intimidate with their mere presence. He increasingly resembled Tom Riddle, yet he was distinct from the Dark Lord. He did not suffocate others with oppressive force. Much like Pomona's intention to wield love as a means of control, he sought to instill in her an obsession akin to Bellatrix's fixation on the Dark Lord, yearning to conquer her spirit. Your mental barriers have improved, Severus remarked from across the sofa. Your soul extraction has also progressed. Pomona sipped her drink, retorting, Where are we now? She found herself transported to a dense forest, surrounded by boulders and rubble, with only the mansion they occupied illuminated in the darkness. This place was left by the Germans. It has its own generator. All who knew of its existence are long gone. We can continue to hide here. There is gold in the cellar sufficient for our sustenance. Severus, you cannot be so irresponsible. Only you members of the Order of the Phoenix would sacrifice for a greater good. Severus scoffed. This place would remain untouched even in a world war. What do those outside have to do with me? This was the stark contrast between Dumbledore and Tom Riddle. One was selfless, the other selfish. Did Dumbledore truly believe she could sway him? As long as the unbreakable vow between you and Narcissa exists, everything that transpired could repeat itself, Severus. Pomona spoke calmly. Bellatrix cannot curse you, but she can curse me. Do you wish for my demise? His dark eyes were like two unfeeling tunnels, clearly on guard against her mental magic. With great power comes great responsibility. Return and fulfill your mission. Is that why he placed you beside me? Severus laughed, revealing his white teeth. To sacrifice for a greater good? You have yet to properly care for Draco. You are his godfather, meant to guide him. Lucius and Narcissa no longer place their hopes in him. They rely on you. Are you not envious of Sissy? She is my friend. Pomona felt a surge of anger, wishing to distance herself from this controlling figure. No, you do not truly feel that way. He smiled as though he had seized a hold over her, arms crossed. You worry I might betray you, whoever it may be. You snatch me from Lily's grasp, and now fret about someone else taking me away. You wicked witch. Indeed, misdeeds warrant punishment. Pomona longed for Dumbledore, pondering her next move. I still have the forest to return to, Severus. I hail from there. I could devote my time to my friends. Pomona spoke with composure. It is precisely because Narcissa has nowhere to go that she endures Lucius's infidelity. In a world inhospitable to humanity, I face no such difficulties. You may be with whomever you desire, provided you do not lose control like Tom. Do you intend to leave me? I shall not suffer in silence unless you wish to become Tobias, treating me as Eileen, imposing conditions that render me defenseless. She twirled a lock of hair around her finger, then let it fall. I know you anticipate a retort. This is my response. It is now your turn. Severus shook his head. Your retort is rather unappealing. Aside from fleeing, do you possess any other skills? Threatening me with betrayal does not demonstrate your superiority. Do not presume that intimidation can dictate my existence. Do you believe I would refrain from causing you harm? This morning, I inquired whether you would inflict pain upon me, to which you responded that we would discuss it later. How about we converse now? Pomona was unyielding. Harming someone who loves and supports you makes you no different from Peter Pettigrew. Do not address me in such a manner. Pomona's words struck a nerve, yet this time, he refrained from slamming the table, showing slightly improved restraint compared to before. You ought to pursue something worthwhile. Dumbledore entrusted the resurrection stone to Harry within the golden snitch, along with the invisibility cloak, which was also a possession of his father. Do you not wish to know the entire story? What purpose does that serve? I did not use the resurrection stone to bring you back. Pomona gazed into Snape's eyes, which reflected bewilderment. It was evident he truly believed he had been resurrected by the stone. How much do you know about Grindelwald? Why are we discussing him? Under his command were two disciples, both possessing remarkable talents. One could read minds, while the other, her partner, could influence thoughts, which is distinct from brainwashing. Severus, Dumbledore once told me that patience is a means to revenge. But I suspect you may have forgotten that he urged me to relinquish hatred and to embody the kindness of someone like Lupin. Fortunately, I have come to my senses. I shall not be manipulated by anyone. However, that individual is different. There are two memories that remain hazy for me, one from 1971 and another concerning your resurrection. By the time you enrolled, I was already in my 4th year. It was impossible for us to be classmates. Could you share that memory with me? Then can you tell me how I was resurrected? Snape replied slickly. Look, there are so many unanswered questions, yet you wish to retreat. It is not yet your time to retire and enjoy tranquility. Snape shook his head, clearly affected by Dumbledore's influence. I am aware, yet his actions were justified. We now inhabit a different world. Today, I need not conceal anything and can walk in the sunlight with my own face. Those were truly the most beautiful times. Though regrettably, they may never return. Once you have resolved your affairs, should you wish to leave, I will not hinder you. However, I must return to Hogwarts. That is my home. You have made a grievous mistake, a profoundly erroneous choice. Pomona sat slumped in her chair, filled with regret, wishing fervently that she could turn back time and rectify her missteps. There exists a card in the tarot deck known as the Hanged Man, symbolizing that wisdom emerges from sacrifice. During a divination class with Patricia, Pomona drew this card, and an idea suddenly struck her. She promptly made her way to the office of the Ravenclaw head. Come in, came Professor Filius Flitwick's voice after she knocked. Pomona, what brings you here? Filius smiled warmly. Professor, I have a question to ask. Pomona took a seat across from him. Is it possible to use the levitation charm to suspend someone in midair? Phileas pondered for a moment, setting down his quill and leaning back in his chair. An intriguing thought. I believe it might be feasible. Do you really think so, Professor? Her face lit up with excitement. Pomona, what do you believe is the force that allows a feather to hover in the air? Wind? She replied cleverly. As Ravenclaw's element is indeed air. No, it is your wand. To be precise, the magical force emanating from it. Phileas continued. Could you recite the incantation for the levitation charm? Wingardium Leviosa. Precisely. The meaning of that phrase is the caster causes it to float. Do you believe you possess the power to lift a person? I must try, Pomona asserted. Not only that, a living being will struggle, unlike a feather, which remains still. Imagine holding a plate with a lively fish on it. Could you keep the plate steady? Not at all, Pomona admitted, feeling somewhat disheartened. It seemed her idea was too fanciful. Remus was growing taller and more wolf-like. Managing him was becoming increasingly strenuous, and his strength was formidable. She doubted she could succeed. Pomona, do not despair. Keeping something suspended horizontally is indeed challenging and requires cooperation from the object being levitated. However, you might consider the vertical approach. For instance, grasp the fish by its tail and suspend it upside down. Its struggles will be less vigorous. With sufficient strength and diligent practice, lifting a person upside down should pose no problem. But how could I possibly grasp someone by the ankle? Therein lies the intrigue, Phileas said with palpable excitement. You must devise your own incantation. I am delighted to find someone outside of Ravenclaw daring enough to create their own spell, yet be cautious. Crafting an original spell can lead to dire consequences. I have known many who perished in their experiments. Thank you for the warning, Pomona replied nonchalantly. As long as she could create this spell, it would spread throughout the school, empowering everyone to defend themselves against Remus. Pomona, how old are you? Phileas suddenly inquired as she stood to leave. 19, she answered. Is that so? I had thought you were still in your 4th year. Phileas gazed at her intently. Time passes swiftly. Have you returned to school to visit me after your graduation? I never truly left, Phileas. I am now a professor of herbology. Phileas looked astonished. If you could divert some of your attention from directing the choir, you might occasionally notice me in the guest seat. She smiled as she turned to open the door to his office, only to find a shadowy figure standing in the doorway. It was Severus Snape. Though he should have only been 14, the man before her appeared to be in his 40s. Did you enjoy your date with the younger me, Pomona? He said, his smile devoid of warmth. You truly relish being in control. She awoke with a start from a nightmare, only to find the older Snape still in her room. Leaning against a cabinet, wand in hand, arms casually crossed. Did you just use legilimency on me? She could hardly believe her eyes. You did not set any wards. I assumed it was an invitation, he replied lazily, though his gaze was rife with hostility. Why are you angry? Revenge, Pomona, not anger. Do you know what I experienced after I left your room and returned to the dungeon? He began pacing by her bedside. They want to imprison me in Azkaban, which is where I truly belong, for I was once a Death Eater. Are you referring to the Triwizard Tournament incident? Precisely. You think it was amusing after your little prank? They cannot imprison you for such trivial matters. It was merely a shortage of potion ingredients. No, they can. They accuse me of murdering old Barty Crouch. Snape shouted, his voice reverberating through the chamber like a curse. But old Crouch died after the second task. And your mischief occurred just before it. You allowed me to lower my guard and let Neville rummage through my stores. So I was completely unaware they had tampered with my supplies. I did not. She defended herself. You asked me to tell Neville about the gillyweed, which he then brought to Harry. That was your plan, to exploit my competitive nature. You succeeded. An international magical cooperation department director dies at Hogwarts. Who do you think Dumbledore will use as a scapegoat? He suddenly transformed into a cloud of smoke, overwhelming her as he pressed her down onto the bed. Are you in league with them, Pomona? Do you all wish to see me suffer, so you can revel in my misery? Pomona gazed into his eyes and saw the boy who had been bullied by everyone. Why didn't you help me when James Potter ambushed me, Senior? Did you find it humiliating to be with me? No, I didn't think that way. She reached out to caress his pale, gaunt face. I only believe that women should not interfere in men's conflicts. Every time Lily stood up for you, I thought she was meddling too much. A man's dignity must be upheld by himself. The malice and resentment in his eyes melted away like snow. You do not require a woman's protection, Severus. You are not like Draco, hiding in his mother's embrace. You stood in front of Eileen. It was you who protected her. They say killing muggles is a crime. Snape said, I am a sinner. No, Compared to your defense of Hogwarts, I believe the most remarkable thing you have done is this, she said. Feeling as though she had been struck by the Cruciatus curse, dizzy yet elated. Toby should have perished. Indeed, that is why the Dark Lord values me, he whispered, leaning closer to her lips. Because I, like him, killed my own Muggle father. With that, he kissed her, pressing his weight down upon her like a bat of the night, engulfing her entirely. Something was undeniably amiss. As Pomona washed the dishes, she pondered what Snape meant by mischief. Severus, no. She had barely begun to speak when the esteemed gentleman abruptly refused to engage with her. For the first time, she felt the animosity that Hogwarts students harbored towards the old bat. Neville had given gillyweed to Harry before Christmas. She remembered that day being particularly cold. She was concerned that the herbs from the Mediterranean would be ineffective in fresh water. I am at a loss regarding your statement. He sipped his coffee while perusing the newspaper. Do not feign ignorance. At that time, we were not together. The legendary death glare from Snape swept across the room. Pomona turned back to continue washing the dishes. She felt as though she had become a house elf. What news does the paper hold? No one paid her any heed. Am I confined? Yes, he replied without hesitation. For how long? As long as I say. May I write a letter to Narcissa? I fear she might worry. Worry about yourself first. The Hungarian horntail was still irate. Though it was not breathing fire like the previous night, smoke continued to billow from its nostrils. The scene from fifth year remained the most wretched memory of his life. By her age, she should have graduated, yet here she was still teaching at the school. Her outburst before James Potter would not evoke sympathy. He would likely recall the days when Lily protected him, who indeed killed old Barty Crouch. The false Mad Eye was preoccupied tutoring Harry, leaving him no time to murder old Barty Crouch. Silence. The oppressive magic surged from behind, causing the bowls on the table to tremble. She wisely resumed organizing the remnants of this fortress, the markings on the utensils reminding her that she was on the mainland, no longer on an island. The most mischievous act she committed before the second competition was encouraging the Hufflepuff students to isolate Harry Potter. Every academic year, there were one or two sycophants. With Hufflepuffs being the most numerous, coupled with the vigorous support of Slytherin, Harry was swiftly ostracized by the entire school. The old bat, witnessing his daily misery, wore a radiant smile, making Neville's tasks seem much easier. He still remembered how Neville had become that boggart's nemesis a year prior, last night. When he uttered the word revenge before her, she felt a chill of deathly threat. Advising him to return to the order would only be counterproductive. Aren't you adept at household magic? Why not use your wand? The old bat glanced at the newspaper without lifting his head. I believe my toil amuses you. The old bat chuckled in disdain, and she felt a pang of guilt, as if she had truly erred. He was a homebody. Yet she insisted on driving him to grand pursuits. If he were to pursue other young and beautiful women, it would be her own fault. Much like her decision to shelter Wormtail, her overflowing compassion could invite disaster, bringing misfortune upon herself and her family. Consider your daughter whom you have yet to meet, Pomona. She picked up her wand and, with a silent incantation, made the rag dance. Once the performance reached its peak, she lost interest in further exertion. I wish to see Lily, our Lily. She began negotiating with the old bat. Did you not say yesterday that you did not wish to see her? I have changed my mind. I have resolved matters. There is no need for you to make a special trip. She has never called me mother. Employing Narcissa's tactic against Draco, tears genuinely flowed as she lamented her own weakness in failing to protect her. She yearned for a red-haired daughter, reminiscent of Lily Evans. Yet alas, she could not conceive. I do not even know if I will be able to bear children in the future. Narcissa is already to become a grandmother. The more she pondered, the more desolate it became. If the old bat were to abandon her, she would face a woeful twilight alone in an apartment filled with cats, rather than becoming fertilizer in the forest, where she could bloom beautifully in the following year. What are you still doing here? Console me. Pomona cried for an eternity without solace, ultimately seeking comfort herself. I do not know how to console others, he replied cautiously. Just like Neville, embrace me. After a long while, Pomona finally received a stiff embrace. We should also pay a visit to Aaron. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, attempting to make the embrace feel more natural. She must be eager to see me, but I failed to protect her granddaughter. I am so sorry. That was not your fault. He caressed her hair. It should have been my duty to protect you. At least you are not absent due to inability like James. It makes no difference. I will not be like Tobias. My home and family are mine to safeguard, for I am a Slytherin. This is precisely why Hufflepuff girls are drawn to Slytherin boys, a strong yet family-oriented individual, much like Lucius Malfoy, who stood by Narcissa without abandoning her in critical moments. As long as they genuinely accepted one another, they were exceedingly reliable. Each day, I witnessed numerous Slytherin boys escorting their girlfriends back to the dormitory. I have never experienced love, and Dumbledore appointed me as the caretaker of everyone, while you and Dumbledore have been at odds since Harry's enrollment. It is merely a cup for the house cup. What harm is there in yielding it to him? This is where Pomona faltered. Why would a head of house challenge the headmaster? Snape deducted points for the most trivial matters, while Dumbledore awarded points to Gryffindor before the ceremony, resulting in Gryffindor's eternal cheers. Even Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw found it unjust. Perhaps my feelings are too complex for Snape to articulate after much contemplation. I hope he does not exhibit excessive favoritism. It is perplexing for a biased head to admonish others for bias. Perhaps Dumbledore merely sought to make Harry feel cherished. He had not fared well at Petunia's, as she always prioritized Dudley over him. And what of me? No one has ever favored me. Are you certain? Pomona's voice rose. Have you considered why Sirius consistently targets you? The potion's master appeared flustered. I have taught him only about animagi. I did not instruct him on how to change spells or engage in combat. He has always believed I favored you. The Black family excels in curses. His refraining from cursing you, merely allowing Lupin to discipline you, was already showing mercy. Adolescents often perceive adults as adversaries, preferring to associate with those slightly older, particularly during nocturnal escapades. You forged an unbreakable vow with the Black family and had Bella as a witness. What were you thinking? Pomona swung her fists, pounding him relentlessly. What of your caution? Your cunning? Why are you so foolish? It was a necessity of the situation. Draco is your godson. Do not think of abandoning him. At your age, how can you still be so headstrong, like a little hippie? Enough. Snape assumed a commanding presence, halting the frenzied Pomona. We depart in the afternoon. Grant me some peace now, and allow me a moment of solitude. Very well, Professor. Pomona gently kissed his cheek, humming a tune as she light-footedly descended into the basement, where it was rumored a substantial wine cellar awaited. If there were exquisite wines, she could bring some back to share with Narcissa. The isolation and relentless obstacles Harry faced during the period leading up to the Triwizard Tournament mirrored the predominant experiences of Severus Snape throughout his entire student life, where he was often met with disdain. In stark contrast, as an adult, he placed great emphasis on his masculine demeanor, striding purposefully with his robes billowing like a bat, frequently cursing, often speaking with a sharp and acerbic tone, striving to cultivate an image of being formidable and unapproachable. Yet, in an ironic twist, Remus provoked him, even compelling Neville to dress the boggart of Snape in Madame Longbottom's garments. Poor Neville lived on the edge of anxiety, at one point too frightened to enter the potions classroom, preferring instead to remain secluded in the greenhouse. At the same time, like all men, he reveled in boasting, particularly in areas of his expertise. The gillyweed was a rare find, obscure and elusive. The potions master had exhausted many avenues to procure it, ultimately delivering it to Harry Potter only at the last moment before the competition began. He took great pride in this acquisition, as if no challenge were insurmountable. The gillyweed required both fresh and salt water, yet he remained oblivious to which type it would thrive in, seemingly unconcerned that the savior might perish by drowning. The mere thought of witnessing Harry Potter's struggle seemed to render him incapable of rational thought or caution. Pomona suspected he had made a mistake in recalling their prior encounter, which had indeed occurred before the third task. Men often sought to assert their prowess in the presence of women. Thus, he magnanimously forgave Neville, removing the boy from his list of revenge targets. He dealt with anyone who disrupted his peace with simplicity, a straightforward individual indeed. Although the investigation revealed that young Barty Crouch had slain old Barty Crouch, Snape himself had been accused of falsehoods, evoking memories of his defenseless school days where he was constantly under scrutiny. Yet, to this day, Pomona remained unaware of this aspect of his past. He was adept at keeping secrets until his fury and madness erupted. Conflicts between boys could not simply be resolved by female intervention. Lily's attempts to defend Severus ultimately rendered him a coward hiding behind her skirts, a well-intentioned endeavor that backfired. Particularly as James Potter harbored feelings for her, he found Severus, a Slytherin, even more detestable. Benefiting from Slughorn's favoritism, Snape had early access to the Potions Club as a prodigy, reuniting with Lily there, which incited jealousy in the otherwise mediocre yet affluent James, leading him to contemplate ways to humiliate Snape. Consumed by thoughts of revenge, Snape neglected his studies, focusing instead on combat training to enhance his ability to defend against multiple attackers. Once he had sufficiently honed his skills, Pomona took him to the Forbidden Forest to practice against centaurs, a level of combat far superior to that of human wizards. In terms of fighting prowess, Sirius was no match for Severus. Their names might sound similar, yet they were starkly different individuals. Sirius learned rapidly but lacked specialization, preferring to frolic with James Potter. Unlike Severus, who dedicated himself to a singular purpose, exhibiting bravery despite his scattered focus. His talent was suited for becoming an animagus, yet Severus mocked him for the triviality of transforming into a dog. Ultimately, they were destined to make each other's lives miserable, akin to sworn enemies unable to coexist peacefully. The Black family possessed a two-way mirror, which Sirius had lent to Dumbledore before entering Azkaban. Pomona had utilized it for a time. The basilisk's gaze would not prove fatal if one refrained from direct eye contact. After the new caretaker, Filch, arrived, she lent him her mirror, allowing Severus to check for any lurking monsters. Unfortunately, Filch fell victim to the basilisk's petrifying stare, prompting Severus to concoct a potion to save his life. However, Pomona's beloved feline, Mrs. Norris, was heartlessly taken by Severus and given to Filch, who loathed the cat for its incessant hissing. Cats can discern a person's character and potential involvement in events, and Mrs. Norris saw through Snape's dubious nature. Initially, she assumed even a cat might harbor prejudice against Death Eaters. In Pomona's memories, he remained the boy continuously bullied, reliant on her protection. And any association with the Death Eaters likely stemmed from his past affiliations. He had once asked her, "Where has the sweetheart gone that my mother named me after? One who sincerely cherishes something?" Sirius Black, despite his lineage, was not as dark as Severus. Last night, scenes reminiscent of a Muggle horror film where vampires assaulted maidens flashed through her mind, inducing a chill that quickened her pulse. He was an unattractive yet undeniably charismatic man, far from the handsome yet lacking in masculine allure that Draco presented. With a decisive flick, she illuminated the cellar, revealing a dry space lined with several large wine racks. The aristocrats of the Junk family valued practicality, resulting in an unadorned cellar with a concrete floor. The atmosphere felt ominous, as if a tragedy had once unfolded here. Perhaps someone had taken their own life after a defeat. A single bullet could spell the end for a wizard, its velocity surpassing human reflexes. Even the ability to disapparate would be insufficient. The British had a penchant for spy films and novels, often depicting villains as the embodiments of evil. And here she found herself in the lair of a demon. Perhaps she was, as Severus suggested, a wicked witch, for she adored the sinister ambience of the cellar. Dating a Death Eater from Slytherin would certainly appear mad in the eyes of the average person. She yearned to extend compassion to the bullied boy, but found herself more drawn to the formidable potions master. If being a villain spared one from being tormented while being a good person resulted in betrayal, why not embrace the role of the rogue? After all, being a good person like Remus, who willingly tested potions for the sake of creating Wolfbane, hardly garnered genuine gratitude. He was indeed a good man, the only one among the marauders for whom Severus felt a flicker of sympathy. Yet, whenever she beheld his frail, lifeless smile, Pomona felt an overwhelming anger. The werewolf required fresh blood and flesh to sustain itself. Why would he choose to destroy his own body rather than consume raw meat? Was existence truly that enthralling? Accepting his identity as a werewolf and living more freely seemed a far better option. Tonks, too, faced similar hardships. With their parents gone, who would care for their child? The life of a war orphan was grim. "I know you are all those robbers who have taken from the good," she mused. "But I do not intend to return you to your original owners." Pomona declared that the wine she discovered was akin to living souls. Having found it, it was now hers, for she was no saint. The Hufflepuff Code required no strict adherence to fairness, yet Dumbledore hoped for her impartiality. With Slytherin and Gryffindor already biased, should Hufflepuff lean further, the house cup and school rules might as well be cast aside. The chaos of a disordered magical school was something Umbridge had experienced, a scene beyond mere disorder. She scrutinized the wine labels, speculating which region and vintage of champagne Narcissa Malfoy might favor. Cheers. Malfoy Manor, once the dining hall of Death Eaters, is now occupied by 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women. The table is adorned not with the corpse of a Muggle studies professor, but with exquisite French-style pan-seared lamb chops. The basil sprinkled before serving dissipates the lingering sin of blood within the room, bringing a semblance of a smile to the face of the host, Lucius Malfoy. Narcissa beams with joy, knowing Bella will not come to curse her, while Severus maintains the same impassive demeanor he had during their school days, leading the house elf to believe the dish is rather unpalatable. The clinking glasses belong to the 2 women. The melodious sound of crystal colliding evokes memories for Pomona of the crystal magical artifact resting on her bedside, a toy reminiscent of those hung above a baby's crib that produces delightful sounds. Narcissa, how long has it been since Malfoy Manor hosted a soiree? Perhaps 6 years, dear? Narcissa queries, raising her wine glass with a smile towards her husband. Lucius, chewing on the lamb chop, chuckles lightly before turning his face away to sip his champagne expressionlessly. I believe we could organize a charity gala, themed around caring for war orphans, encouraging donations to establish an organization akin to a Muggle orphanage. Narcissa's eyes widen in surprise as she looks to her husband for support. What prompted this idea, Pomona? Lucius inquires politely, adhering to noble etiquette. You see, the Dark Lord grew up in a Muggle orphanage, brought back to the wizarding world by Dumbledore. He was raised in an environment devoid of love and care, as Muggle parents, unlike wizards, often abandon their children like discarded pets on the streets. Orphanages are frequently overcrowded. How could such precious children be treated so carelessly? Oh, children are abandoned? Narcissa gasps, covering her mouth. How irresponsible. Pomona takes a bite of her tender lamb chop. So you believe establishing an orphanage for war orphans would be different? Lucius gazes at Severus with a smile, yet Severus seems indifferent to the topic. Certainly, especially as children from pure-blood families require special care. Pomona discreetly kicks Severus under the table, recalling a previous mention of Theodore Nott, one of the sacred 28 families, who possesses remarkable talent in potions and could assist Draco in seeking remedies for the effects of unforgivable curses. Indeed, Theodore Nott is quite gifted in potions, Severus replies dryly, prompting the two shining Malfoys to become more serious. But I recall that his father was a Death Eater. Narcissa places a hand over her heart, looking anxious. A father's debt should be repaid by the son. Those seeking redemption deserve forgiveness. It is a principle that a noble person ought to uphold. Well said, Lucius exclaims, a look of surprise crossing his face as he raises his glass in a toast to the idea of granting forgiveness to those seeking atonement. Have we not just toasted? Is it not a bit too soon for another, dear? Narcissa smiles triumphantly, compelling Lucius to bring the raised glass to his lips. Thus, the boy from the Nott family shall be the guest of honor at this event. And then there is Neville Longbottom from the Longbottom family. His parents were victims as well, and he is now the herbology professor at Hogwarts. I hear he is a Gryffindor. Indeed, but many who treated his parents are Slytherins. Lucius has donated a substantial sum to St. Mungo's. I trust he can invite the director, yes? Of course, Lucius promises immediately under Narcissa's watchful gaze. Look, after dinner. You shall be quite busy. I estimate you will need to prepare an extensive guest list. Indeed, can you assist me, Pomona? I'm not familiar with the nobility. You might as well ask Lucius for help since he is idle at home, Pomona replies, stuffing her mouth with lamb, and Narcissa's smile grows more genuine. You are quite right. Narcissa turns her gaze to old Malfoy. Perhaps you could take this opportunity to invite a few old friends. Ah, Severus. Will you attend the charity gala? Poor old Malfoy. Pomona shakes her head discreetly while continuing to savor her meal. If I were to show up at the gala, others would think a ghost had appeared. He refrains from uttering a single curse word, yet the atmosphere becomes awkwardly chilly. Narcissa and Lucius share knowing smiles, appearing quite affectionate. More intolerable than an aura search for Narcissa is old Malfoy's lack of initiative. He has been waiting, though for what, she knows not, and ultimately, she grows weary of waiting. Have you had enough to eat? Severus has finished his plate. I am satisfied, even with the food barely touched on her plate. Pomona no longer wishes to linger in the tense dining room. Thus, she takes Severus's hand, and they depart, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Madam, dessert. Honey presents a plate of cherry cake. Pomona takes one and walks towards the garden of Malfoy Manor, which is in full bloom with roses. The ancient family possesses powerful protective magic that activates at night, rendering the entrance imperceptible to outsiders. Severus, without any disguise, strolls through the deserted garden alongside the woman clad in a white dress. Such a scene would incite panic if it were to occur at Hogwarts or Diagon Alley. How long do you intend to torment Lucius? How would I know? Pomona responds dismissively. Do you remember how long the war between Hufflepuff and Slytherin lasted? You are all mad. Severus shakes his head. You have earned quite a bit yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to purchase that house in Spinner's End. Profiting from war is despicable, yet the money flows quickly, even without the support of the Board of Governors and the Ministry of Magic. Hogwarts has not compromised on financial matters to displace Dumbledore. He never anticipated that I could buy his house. Severus chuckles in vindication. He cast me out. And now it is my turn to send him away. This is where he diverges from Tom. Tom adorns himself with wealth, while Severus invests his resources in more practical endeavors, such as securing a home for Eileen to settle down in for the latter part of her life. He was merely 12 then, while Draco was frolicking in the summer, experiencing the joy of being the master of the castle at Hogwarts. Can you now tell me why the Philosopher's Stone is in Lily's vault? I gave it to her, Pomona states plainly. I needed a trustworthy individual to safeguard that precious object. That legendary stone reputedly crafted from countless lives to produce the elixir of life. Some muggles are truly insane. Indeed. Both mad and foolish, yet arrogant, Severus grits his teeth. They do not deserve to exist in this world. Why dwell on him? He ruined such a splendid evening. Pomona waves the half-eaten cake in front of Severus. See, Severus devoured the food from her hand, a cream-laden smile gracing his lips as he bestowed upon her a lengthy kiss, reminiscent of the Slytherin way. The Slytherin code consists of 11 rules, the Serpent King, sacred and inviolable. What transgression had the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets committed? It merely obeyed commands, typically a serpent that feasted on rodents. To satiate such a large creature, how many mice must be consumed? It was precisely due to its demise that Hogwarts' rodent population flourished. I have a gift for you, the Slytherin headmaster said with a smile after the French kiss had concluded. What is it? Close your eyes. Pomona complied, her eyes shutting in obedience. Do not peek. Taking her hand, he led her into the darkness, reminiscent of the time she had guided a boy, once kicked by a unicorn. The magical realm teemed with curiosities, many of which defied logic, yet beneath the surface lay discernible patterns. Generally, ones exhibit a degree of loyalty to their wielders, the Elder Wand, a legendary artifact capable of rendering its master invincible, possesses no understanding of emotions, focusing solely on power rather than loyalty. It is devoid of sentiment, merely following strength. The sensation of breaking free from all constraints is exhilarating, yet the emptiness that follows such liberation is profound. In pursuit of fulfillment, one resorts to various antics. The land before Pomona felt frenzied, filled with laughter that rang insincerely, as if everyone was laughing while concealing their own sorrow. Grasping Severus's hand, she expressed her reluctance to venture further. What troubles you? This place is dreadful. Many beings have perished here. Despite her protest, she continued, could you still guide me with my eyes closed? Perhaps a glance before we proceed. Open your eyes. Upon doing so, Pomona beheld a white greenhouse. Oh, Severus, she exclaimed, embracing him tightly. When did you construct this? I intended it as a surprise, but it seems you are not pleased. This was once a haven for werewolves. Snape rubbed his prominent nose, as if he too could detect the lingering foul odor of those savage creatures, monsters that the Dark Lord refused to encounter. Only meeting with their leader. How did you manage the werewolves? Pomona recalled Professor McGonagall's words. Fenrir Greyback's subordinates demanded the Ministry release their leader, or risk Hogwarts closure. Well, guess. Severus curled his lip, a smirk of triumph adorning his face, though he feigned nonchalance. What did you do? If I divulge that, what reward do I receive? With hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of arrogance and cunning. Oh, cursed Slytherin. I know not, she replied, her thoughts clouded. Are you suggesting anything? Pomona felt a twinge of unease at her agreement. I have given you everything, she declared, a blush creeping across her cheeks. No. There remains one thing you have yet to offer me. He caressed Pomona's hair. Could you spare a strand for research? Her instinct was one of displeasure. Did he truly consider her a magical specimen? There are plenty on my pillow each day. I shall not conduct research without your consent, Snape stated earnestly. I wish for you to understand that my intentions stem not from mere curiosity, but from a desire to know you better. When you were hospitalized, I informed St. Mungos of your half-blood status. They were hesitant to treat you due to their misunderstanding of your lineage. Very well, she acquiesced, ready to pluck her hair. No. Professor Snape warned, do not readily agree to others' conditions. You must assert your own terms. She found the process tedious. Only thus will others perceive you as not easily deceived. It prevents them from viewing you as foolish, understand? Hufflepuff. Yes. Pomona nodded vigorously. What then are your terms? I wish to indulge in moose cake shortly. Her Slytherin boyfriend regarded her with a peculiar expression. What occupies your thoughts? I did not have enough for dinner. Snape gazed upward at the starry sky, his demeanor cooling as he muttered, I summoned Aragog. Wow. Pomona's face lit up with admiration, akin to the other Hufflepuff girls who, while perhaps ignorant of Quidditch, found their boyfriend's sweaty appearances charming. However, Pomona possessed a slight edge. She knew who Aragog was. Within the Slytherin chamber lay more than a mere basilisk. After each shedding, house elves collected its skin, a valuable magical material, impervious to blades, capable of generating wealth. The basilisk slain by Harry in the chamber was to obtain its venomous fangs, thus destroying Tom's diary Horcrux, a premeditated act. Otherwise, how could Dumbledore's phoenix have serendipitously appeared right after Harry was bitten? Harry, in slumber, spoke Parseltongue, while members of the Order of the Phoenix recorded his voice, compiling a rudimentary dictionary, enabling communication with other basilisks. The largest among them was Aragog, whose offspring, after the demise of their eight-eyed spider king, lost control, wreaking havoc upon the Forbidden Forest's inhabitants. Spiders, upon encountering a basilisk, would flee in terror, and under Severus's guidance, Aragog drove the spiders from the Forbidden Forest, collaborating with other sentient beings to eliminate the overpopulated menace. He did not return to the Slytherin chamber but remained in the spider's lair, preventing the resurgence of the eight-eyed spiders. With the werewolves now roaming the Forbidden Forest, Pomona could almost envision their frightened exodus. Did you employ the Yulong to emerge? Indeed. He maintained his languid demeanor. Serpensortia is a spell cast by Draco, unleashed in Lockhart's dueling chamber, summoning a snake. Young Malfoy was oblivious to the prowess of his godfather's spell, unaware of his own limitations. The summoned snake was pitifully small, capable only of beckoning a basilisk. Any student meeting its gaze would meet death. Snape had intended to assist Harry, yet fate intervened as Harry inadvertently spoke Parseltongue, causing the snake to turn its attention toward the students. Pomona, witnessing this, felt her heart race in trepidation. Perhaps the basilisk was too weak, or other factors were at play. The student it had fixated upon was fortunate to escape unscathed. In the full view of all, returning the creature was impossible. Thus, Snape had to render it invisible. Theoretically, spatial magic does not permit the transportation of living beings. Apparition merely exploits loopholes with inherent risks of severance, especially when creating a permanent passage. The basilisk, a product of alchemy, lies outside conventional rules. Draco had experimented in the Room of Requirement alongside the Boggart twins, confirming that humans could traverse within the cabinet. However, once removed from the room, it was futile. That room remains Hogwarts' most enigmatic location, distinct from other spatial magics, allowing multiple living beings to enter. Serpent signifies a great snake, while Orchid denotes a ring, representing both the alchemical Ouroboros and the world snake. That little rascal Draco had reduced such a formidable spell to an act of childish mischief. Young Malfoy was surely on the path to exasperating his godfather. He had been raised in indulgence, and Snape had imparted a spell only comprehensible to the headmaster, yet his abilities fell short. Pomona felt as though she had been struck by the force of a powerful spell. The sight of Aragog sent her fleeing in fright, a testament to her perceived inadequacy. She held in contempt those werewolves who relied on their numbers. Should we relocate the greenhouse? I thought turning the soil would suffice. No problem, I quite enjoy it. She rose on her toes and placed a gentle kiss on her half-blood prince. Do you wish to establish a laboratory at Malfoy Manor? Perhaps later. Snape surveyed the opulent garden. I would like to study your hair first. Oh. She hesitated, contemplating whether to pluck a strand for him. Do you know why Slytherin chose a serpent coiled into as the emblem of the house? The Hufflepuff girl shook her head. It is both the first letter of Slytherin's name and the initial of a secret. I believe you ought to possess a piece of Slytherin jewelry. Severus Snape slid a serpentine ring onto her finger. If it were not for Sissy's bracelet protecting you, I would be loath to allow anything from the Black family to adorn you. Sirius once protected me during Lupin's transformation. Pomona twisted the ring on her middle finger. Even James was brave, always standing at the forefront. What good is bravery if the courageous perish, leaving behind only those who boast? Snape scoffed. You think of Dumbledore? How did you know? Intuition. Pomona smiled and added, I miss him too. With a picnic basket in hand, Pomona returned to the greenhouse, only to hear voices from behind. Following the sound, she discovered the Slytherin freshman who had just been humiliated in the dining hall. He was hurling stones down a slope, seemingly venting his frustrations. Since someone had tortured a house elf with an unforgivable curse in the greenhouse last semester, few had ventured there outside of class. Pomona pondered for a moment before approaching him, stopping a few steps away. May I sit here? The Slytherin boy with the prominent nose glanced at her. I picnic here every day. If you haven't eaten, you may join me. Go somewhere else. Don't bother me. The boy continued to throw stones. I have nowhere else to go, she lamented. This is the only place I could find. Do you expect me to allow you to stay? The Slytherin freshman sneered, seemingly unimpressed by the fourth-year student. Can't we share? Pomona lifted her picnic basket. You make room for me, and I will share my food. As soon as she spoke, his stomach growled. Please, Pomona continued. I feel lonely eating alone. Then why not go to the dining hall? He retorted coldly. It's too noisy. I am not adept at socializing. Faced with a sponge cake, the boy found it hard to maintain his indifference. Come over. Thank you. She walked over and sat on a stone not far from him, retrieving 2 large cookies from her basket and offering one to him. Here you go. Why are you doing this? The boy declined, seemingly perplexed by her actions. I always prepare an extra portion in case I encounter a friend. Seeing he had no intention of taking it, she placed the cookie on a clean stone and began to eat it herself. Aside from the sound of her chewing, she said nothing. Reminiscent of tending to a pet hamster. You are quite peculiar. The Slytherin boy frowned. The mountain breeze tousled his greasy hair, diminishing any allure. That is precisely why I do not dine in the hall, Pomona replied with a smile. I need not endure idle gossip. You know nothing. The freshman continued to hurl stones. What use is knowing so much? I only need to know what is necessary. Pomona closed her eyes, savoring the chocolate chip cookie. It was utterly delightful. What do I get in exchange? The Slytherin boy asked, seemingly incredulous that a mere piece of land could yield food. You protect me from being bullied. The Slytherin freshman shook his head disdainfully and began to eat the cookie. Are you a Muggleborn? I am half-blood. Half human and half Vila. Is that so? I am the same. The mixed blood boy remarked while chewing on the cookie. Many Slytherins are perceived as underhanded. Yet this boy exuded an air of solitude. Pomona mused about Dumbledore's desire to discern the true disposition of the new dark arts instructor. Why he would take on a position that, he knew, would see its occupant depart within a year for various reasons. With the Dark Lord's influence rising outside the school, Dumbledore would not allow his minions to infiltrate Hogwarts. Forming an alliance with this solitary Slytherin freshman could yield valuable intelligence. Was this your genuine intent when you approached me? A voice from behind startled Pomona, causing her to turn and discover Severus Snape, the 40-year-old Slytherin headmaster. In a wave of guilt, she awakened, feeling as though a beast was pressing down upon her. In her dream, he wore a full black ensemble, every button fastened, rendering him slender. Now, he wore nothing, revealing strong arms and a collar-like scar around his neck, evoking an unsettling sense of being prey beneath a hunting dog. Do not be angry, Severus. Please let me explain. Liar, he exclaimed with barely concealed excitement, as though he had caught a student in a grave misdeed. Pomona found herself at a loss for defense. She was indeed a deceiver, having exploited a young man's loneliness to forge a friendship and glean information. Her motives for approaching him were far from pure. How could you ambush me while I slept? Pomona could not suppress her complaint. Just as Dumbledore had said, she could not employ the mental block while asleep. Next time, I shall take advantage of his slumber. This is a lesson Harry Potter imparted to me. Like his father, he only knows how to ambush. He suppressed his fury, trembling with rage. He, like you, has been brainwashed by that old lunatic. Lily sacrificed herself to protect him, yet he bravely sacrificed himself. Aside from me, have you ever used your own body to gain information for him? No. Throughout history, there have been many beautiful spies. Mata Hari was the most renowned during World War II. Do not lie to me. Snape ground his teeth, enunciating each word. I rarely left Hogwarts. Any missions I undertook were alongside Dumbledore, as you well know. She cautiously shifted within the shadow he cast. Dawn had arrived, but the curtains remained partially drawn, revealing a garden blooming with roses. It was only you, Severus. Had Cedric not betrayed us, even Dumbledore would remain oblivious to what I was doing alone with you. He believed we were still discussing magic as we did in our youth. She reached out to caress the scars upon his body. He seemed to have endured numerous battles since their parting. He protected me well, just like a father. He would never allow me to become such a spy. Then why did you use me? Severus's tone grew somber, emanating as if from deep within his throat. In truth, she was akin to Ron Weasley's eccentric ex-girlfriend. Almost willingly sacrificial, only that girl had devoted herself to a hollow hero, while she offered herself to a double agent. I am uncertain, Severus. She attempted to push away the hound that was licking her neck, its fur as dark and soft as Sirius's animagus form, a large dog. When he focused intently on something, he became taciturn and appeared exceedingly serious. She wished for those piercing eyes to see only her, devoid of potions, devoid of Lily, only herself. Perhaps it was the instinct of a temptress, hunting this resolute man. Tell me what you are thinking now, he gasped. I wish to ensnare you, she replied. Yet he appeared dissatisfied. Am I still that child in your eyes? He remarked, shifting slightly. She blushed and shook her head, in such close proximity. She understood all too well the implications of his words. Even Lily's child, Harry, was married. How could he still be the boy satisfied with mere cookies? One day, I shall drive that foolish dog, Sirius Black, from your mind, Pomona. You shall think only of me. He is dead, and I am alive. Do not dwell on the deceased. So, will you forget Lily? She retorted, filled with indignation, wishing to shove the beast away and rise. Yet he forcefully pressed her back onto the soft bed. I have been told there are two things in this world that cannot be shared. One is your offspring, and the other is the woman with whom you are entangled. You are mine, Pomona. I shall not share you, and you are forbidden from attending such social gatherings. Oh, you gloomy old bat of Slytherin. Who else but you spends all day in the dungeons, either brewing potions or reciting spells? Aside from Lucius, do you have any friends? I refuse to be as reclusive and unsociable as you. Pomona pushed aside the Slytherin headmaster, who was glaring at her with a deathly gaze. And she conceded that Sirius was right. At times, he resembled an evil witch from a Muggle fairy tale. Why did you miss the Yule Ball during the Triwizard Tournament? He sat up, appearing quite disappointed. You failed to ask me out on 3 occasions. Have you forgotten? Remembering the lamentable attempts he had made to invite her. Pomona shook her head, uncertain who was more pitiable. You didn't secure a date, so you chose not to attend? Dumbledore said all faculty must participate. He spoke the truth, but she countered, do you have any idea how exhausting it is to set up such a grand venue? Aside from Phileas, no one assisted me. I felt like Hogwarts' house elf. Pomona glanced at the old bat once more. His power was utterly useless in this regard, less useful than Lucius. At least the aristocrat had refined taste. Surely, you do not believe Dumbledore mandated everyone's attendance just so you could dance with me at the ball? That year's Christmas theme was silver and white, and upon returning to the common room, the Hufflepuff girls described his appearance at the Yule Ball as if a black hole had emerged, absorbing all the light around him. My heavens, is that truly your thought? Professor Sprout scrutinized the expression of the Slytherin bat, who bared his teeth at her like a hound before turning to dress. Even Hagrid, the half-giant, had managed to secure a date that night. Pomona watched his retreating figure, shaking her head in resignation. No wonder he had knocked on her door in desperation that evening. If she had not opened the door, he would have been exceedingly unfortunate. Did I mention you looked quite handsome that night, Severus? You just did, he replied, a smile gracing his face. I heard Hermione Granger looked enchanting that evening, alongside Victor Crumb, like a prince and princess. Though she was the one who had arranged the venue, Pomona derived no pleasure from it. Yet, that did not diminish her imagination. I observed Ron Weasley and Harry Potter. Their partners had abandoned them. The old bat laughed maliciously, especially at the expense of Ron Weasley, who had donned his grandmother's dress robes. Did he think witnessing another's misfortune would somehow ease his own? Why would Hermione choose to be with Ron rather than Victor? This was the most perplexing thought for Pomona. What was wrong with her judgment? Ron Weasley. Perhaps it was because she had obliterated her parents' memories, rendering her unable to return to the Muggle world. With no other support nearby, Severus had finished dressing and turned to her, transforming once more into the lovesick figure of Lily S. Past. Do you wish to converse with her? Absolutely. Please arrange it as soon as possible. Pomona leaped to her feet, eager to rescue Hermione from that fiery pit. Not because the Weasleys were impoverished, but because her partner was Ron Weasley, universally recognized as a failure among Hufflepuff girls. She would not allow the tragedy that befell Lily to repeat itself. When did you learn that Neville Longbottom had embraced me? He inquired from behind her. How much of what I said did you hear? That day, Lily had not opened the door for him, but Pomona had. He claimed that was their greatest difference. I shan't tell you. She feigned mystery. Next time, you shall not ambush me while I am asleep. Oh, so we must sleep in separate rooms like Lucius and Narcissa? He began to complain incessantly. I can cast a spell on the door. You may try to break it. She approached, wrapping her arms around his neck. Smiling as she said, once it is undone, all my secrets will belong to you. You truly are a wicked witch, Severus remarked, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he leaned down to kiss her. No, merely a mischievous witch. She evaded his morning kiss. Could you kindly inform Professor McGonagall and send a few house elves over? Honey and Robbie will be overwhelmed. After this kiss, Severus gazed at the half-blood temptress in his arms, appearing as an ordinary man entranced by her. With my eyes closed, how did you employ the Patronus charm? She protested, alert, yet her resistance was futile. This member of the Order of the Phoenix was kissed by a Death Eater. Pomona, do you have a moment? As they dismantled the Black family's Christmas decorations, Sirius suddenly spoke to her. Very well. Returning the treetop ornament to the box, Pomona followed Sirius from the living room under Creature's resentful gaze. Could you return that two-way mirror to me? I wish to use it to keep in touch with Harry once school resumes. It is not with me at present. Do you have both mirrors? Pomona met Sirius's gaze, unsure of how to respond. Do not worry. You only need to return it to me before Harry starts school. Sirius replied good-naturedly. After all, you do not need it to contact anyone. His words bore evident malice, and she felt quite uncomfortable. However, that mirror originally belonged to the Blacks, so she truly had no right to claim it. I admire your new ring, Pomona. It appears very Slytherin. May I ask where it is from? While sipping tea in the garden, Narcissa Malfoy gazed at the serpent-patterned ring on Pomona's middle finger, a subtle smile gracing her lips, indicating she had already arrived at her conclusion. Severus, she whispered in response. Is that your engagement ring? Pomona inquired. That is inconsequential, Narcissa replied, her eyes drifting toward the wedding ring adorning Pomona's hand. I merely desire his loyalty. The smile on Narcissa's face became somewhat rigid. Narcissa, do you still love Lucius? Pomona asked gently. You may call me Sissy, just as Severus does. Covering her nose with a handkerchief, she pondered before speaking. I do not know. Pomona, we have endured so much together. How long has it been since someone embraced you, Sissy? Pomona softly questioned. It is a common ailment among women. When emotional needs go unfulfilled, they seek to compensate with material possessions. Narcissa's vast collection of clothing was, in fact, a sorrowful trophy. You deserve better. At the upcoming soiree, make an effort to meet new acquaintances rather than waiting to be chosen. I suppose that is the shared flaw between Lucius and me. We are always waiting, Narcissa remarked with a Malfoy-esque smile. Since you and Severus arrived. This place has been transformed daily. Do you enjoy these changes? I am adapting. There are moments when I truly cannot believe I am to become a grandmother. Narcissa paused. If more changes come, I fear I may lose control. Not everyone adapts to change, especially after 2 decades of marriage, Pomona mused, perhaps overstepping her bounds. Pomona, have you been invited to a ball? Of course. I mean, in your current state. Narcissa looked at her, a peculiar smile on her lips. I can hardly believe you and that Hufflepuff headmistress are one and the same. Pomona was also given the polyjuice potion by Dumbledore. While the muggle woman she had borrowed her visage from was short and stout, causing many men to shy away. Being invited to a gathering as the head of Hufflepuff was not particularly remarkable. Hufflepuff had always maintained neutrality. However, each time she attended a ball, she could hear whispers behind her back, especially from women, who seemed to regard her as a topic of gossip. The earth concealed too many secrets. She too wished to be like Hermione, one day shedding her disguise to become the center of attention, dancing in a splendid ballroom with her beloved. I heard Draco was once beaten by a girl in his 3rd year, a muggle-born girl, no less. Worse still, he reported it to Snape. Not only was Draco beaten, but he also received a scathing reprimand from his own headmaster. Since then, he has never dared to trouble Hermione again. I've heard of her. The girl from the Golden Trio. Narcissa's expression turned cold, revealing how deeply ingrained her prejudice against muggle-borns was. What plans does Lucius have? The same as always. Narcissa exaggeratedly rolled her eyes. Sissy, have you ever seen a nest of 8-eyed spiders? Their webs are intricately woven, one close to another. A mere whisper of wind sends them all into a flurry. Should food be scarce, they will devour the very kind that caused the disturbance. Pomona sipped her tea. Perhaps Lucius fears that causing a stir will lead to his own consumption by his kind. Narcissa's gaze flickered momentarily as she shared a sip of tea with Pomona. Do you recall the battle between Hufflepuff and Slytherin in 1971? Oh, I shall never forget. Narcissa set her teacup down. Since then, I have not touched lobster. At that time, due to the incident involving Nancy Pavadier, Hufflepuff boys intended to confront Slytherin boys during a Quidditch match. To prevent escalation, the head girl intervened. Just as it was men who determined how to replace the Minister of Magic. What you must change is the current perception that Slytherin is entirely on the defensive. At the very least, we must eradicate the notion that Slytherin is synonymous with villainy. If you require assistance, I can arrange for that short. Stout Professor Sprout to make an appearance. Well, I would like to see you dance with Severus, Narcissa said with an air of pride. Is that face borrowed from a muggle? Indeed. No wonder it looks so dreadful. Narcissa did not hide her disdain. I even wagered that Professor Sprout must be a muggle born. And what of me now? I have an entire wardrobe of gowns for you, dear, along with various styles of shoes and hairbands. Is there anything else you desire? You will spoil me, Sissy. Do you know how much effort Severus has expended to correct Draco's bad habits? I certainly know. That is precisely why I wish Lucius to appoint Severus as Draco's godfather. Narcissa beamed with delight. I can lavish my affections upon him without restraint, leaving the task of guiding him to adulthood to someone I find disagreeable. Draco will eventually enter Slytherin, And who better to protect him than its head? Draco is weak, spoiled, surrounded by sycophants yet devoid of true friends. Should this pampered lad lack the protection of the old bat, he would have faced more than just a punch from Hermione. You are an evil witch, sissy, Pomona said, incredulously regarding the housewife who was laughing heartily. Do you know how many times Severus has cursed you and Lucius for your irresponsibility in my presence? Do you like Draco, Pomona? Narcissa asked, her gaze sharp like a calculating serpent. If you were to marry Severus, you would become Draco's godmother. What do you intend? I have always adored the atmosphere of Hufflepuff. Your badgers are quite lively. Every time Lucius and I visited in our capacity as governors, I thought you were a splendid teacher. Narcissa grasped her hand. I wish you to help Draco become a gentle and humble person. His choice to go to St. Mungo's signifies his abandonment of the family legacy. Lucius can sustain it for decades. Perhaps we will find someone among his children to inherit it. Do you not wish for him to excel? No, dear, I do not. Narcissa shook her head vehemently. Especially after leaving the Forbidden Forest, all I desire is for him to live a peaceful and happy life, free of turmoil. My heart cannot bear to shatter again. Pomona, you must vow to protect Harry's life. Otherwise, I shall never forgive you. Upon learning that Pomona had concealed her parents' memories, Lily's smile vanished. I can hardly believe you did so without my consent. But at least they can live, Lily. She did not reveal that she had acted on Dumbledore's instructions, as he already had many who despised him. It was only then that she realized her bond with Dumbledore resembled that of a father and daughter more than that of teacher and student. He had always shielded her, just as he had protected Ariana. He wished for her to make better choices, to avoid the errors that Tom perpetually made, while in his eyes. Severus Snape paled in comparison to Sirius Black, a Gryffindor adept in transfiguration. He truly was, as Snape's curse suggested, a biased old fool. I will do my utmost. But I will not forsake other students for him. She promised Narcissa that boy from the Norton family requires assistance even more. I believe having Severus is sufficient. No, you do not understand. Men are all fools, utterly unreliable at crucial moments. Wasn't Lucius a testament to that? Narcissa paused momentarily, expressionless as she lifted her teacup without taking a sip. You are right. Men are indeed foolish, she replied, shaking her head with a bitter smile. That is precisely why I hope Draco remains a boy forever, so he will never become one of them. Boys can find satisfaction in sweets, while men yearn for power. Pomona also longs for the days when that Slytherin lad was content with mere cookies as rewards. Why must people grow up? Pomona sighed, taking another sip of the increasingly bitter tea. Severus, what a ridiculous name. Sirius Black, who was perpetually by James's side, remarked with acerbity. It sounds more fitting for a snotty brat. With such a pointed mention from the heir of the Black family, it was nearly impossible for Severus Snape to remain anonymous. He trudged through the school corridors, his strides long and eager, appearing as if he were fleeing. Such a sight was truly tragic. Hey, snotty brat. James Potter and his cronies intercepted the solitary Snape. At that moment, a red-haired girl suddenly dashed out, positioning herself between James and Severus. Stay away from him. Lily Evans, fierce as a protective lioness, declared. Pomona felt a pang of disquiet. Despite Lily's good intentions, Severus Snape was a boy, and his dignity was something he must uphold himself. Furthermore, she sought information on the dark arts class and knew he could not continue hiding. Otherwise, he would inevitably face expulsion. The anger and resentment within her were growing. But from where did such feelings arise? Run, Bellatrix is coming. Her Hufflepuff classmates began to scatter in alarm. From a distance, Pomona spotted the audacious Slytherin prefect in the courtyard, and she too began to flee. In that fleeting moment, she caught sight of a seemingly gentle face among the Death Eaters. It belonged to Narcissa Black. But wasn't she supposed to be on a date with Malfoy? How could she be with Bella? Gasping for breath, Pomona awakened abruptly. Severus Snape, sitting on the balcony lost in thought, found her sudden awakening rather peculiar. Severus, I believe I have been cursed, she exclaimed, her heart racing as the overwhelming sensation returned. Are you jesting? I just dreamed of Bella and Narcissa. Pomona quickly regained her composure. Women can profess friendship while simultaneously plotting your demise. Such scenarios unfolded regularly in Hufflepuff, and after witnessing them for over 20 years, one cannot help but become familiar. So, you believe you were cursed? Faced with his utterly bewildered expression, Pomona silently lamented. Narcissa, though outwardly cheerful, was not as blissful in her marriage as it appeared. The esteemed Severus Snape had eclipsed her platinum Malfoy, and the formerly despised, short, and stout Pomona Sprout had blossomed into a youthful beauty, inciting even more ire within her. What protected Pomona was Sissy's bracelet, which, while not yet at the point of wishing harm upon her, had diminished in its protective capacity, especially with that wretched Bella reappearing. Happy wife, happy life. If others cannot have happiness, neither shall I, she mused. Female friendships are not enduring, starkly contrasting with the lifelong bonds men share. I suspect that your training in occlumency with Harry might have inadvertently led to memory theft, Pomona cautiously suggested. Sirius cursed you. Curse me with what? The more misfortune, the better, much like when you enjoy Harry's folly. Did you feel particularly fatigued or anxious during that time? Damn it, Snape gritted his teeth, evidently struck by her words. I recall Voldemort gifted a cursed necklace to Dumbledore. Did you come into contact with it? Severus cast Pomona a deathly glare. Do I appear to be that kind of fool? You appear to embody the very essence of foolishness, destined to suffer alongside the likes of a sycophant. As if cursed for eternity, Pomona mused silently, wary of provoking him with a single misstep. Why are you at home during the day, just like Lucius? I am deep in contemplation. Severus poured her a glass of wine. Do you recall the enchanted Ford car that Harry Potter and Ron Weasley abandoned in the Forbidden Forest? Indeed, Pomona replied, that vehicle collided directly with the Whomping Willow, rousing the slumbering tree. Those so-called heroes exhibited a peculiar fascination with muggles, employing methods they deemed protective. Yet Arthur Weasley drafted the Muggle Protection Act riddled with loopholes. Ironically, the Ministry of Magic's bureaucrats exploited these very gaps, seizing Muggle assets once they were discovered to be enchanted. Severus handed her a small glass of whiskey, noting that, after the magic had dissipated, those items were not returned to their rightful owners, but instead were sold to Muggles through black market dealers. How could they be so avaricious? Pomona questioned, incredulous that Dumbledore would collaborate with such greedy individuals. Any organization requires funding to function, Severus replied, his disdain palpable. I've heard that the entrance for ordinary staff is through a toilet stall, utterly revolting. Complaints had long been lodged. Yet successive ministers of magic showed no intent to allocate funds for renovations, deeming the endeavor too costly. It was a significant undertaking that, once completed, could not only enhance the ministry's reputation but also win public favor, a truly advantageous venture. Slytherins excel not only in alchemy, but also in spatial magic. Serpents inherently thrive in exploiting loopholes. The exact location of his hidden chamber remains a mystery, with only its entrance known. Accessible via a lengthy passage akin to the ministry's entrance, serving as a long-standing spatial conduit. Should the magical world be exposed, the ramifications would be unimaginable. Muggles require no protection. If they did, powerful wizards would not need to retreat to the secluded depths of the wilderness. Historically, the dark medieval era saw numerous instances of Muggles slaughtering wizards. What could Arthur Weasley be contemplating? Pomona took a sip of her drink, feeling somewhat revitalized. Do not forget, he too is a pure-blood aristocrat. Severus scoffed, his arrogance evident, as he believed Muggles were in need of safeguarding. Overflowing with maternal affection, Pomona embraced Severus, who surely recalled the torment inflicted by his Muggle father, Tobias, upon Eileen. The Muggle Protection Act resembled the rules of a game where Tobias forbade Eileen from using her wand during their contests, allowing Muggles, with their overwhelming numbers, to exploit every loophole. Wizards would endure a miserable existence akin to Eileen, shackled despite possessing power yet unable to wield it. Most wizards fail to recognize this. Muggles adhere to the law while wizards rely on strength. To Muggles, poisoning is a crime, whereas wizards may dismiss it as mere mischief as long as no one perishes. I believe this is why Dumbledore wishes for you to inherit the Order of the Phoenix, Severus. You possess a deeper understanding of the perils faced by both Muggles and wizards. He has never expressed such sentiments to me. However, I am aware that he places more faith in you than in me. He never allowed me to tackle those convoluted dilemmas. Even as a professor and head, I remained shielded, treated as though I were fragile. He did not even include me when interrogating young Barty Crouch. It was not an interrogation, Pomona. Dumbledore and Minerva entrusted me with young Barty Crouch, the accused murderer of his father. He spoke in a voice audible to both, asserting that he would inevitably end up in Azkaban, and that bearing the title of patricide would have no bearing on him. Pomona stiffened. At Hogwarts, there exists a spell known only to the headmaster, which he imparted to me, aware of my desires. But do you know what crossed my mind while perched on the windowsill of the headmaster's office? He traced his finger down Pomona's face. And I yearned for his treasures. The headmaster's office housed the pensive, along with countless vials of memories. I should have known. Are you researching memory magic? Who, besides me, serves as the subject? Severus offered no reply to her inquiry, and she felt her eyelids grow heavy. gradually succumbing to darkness. I am truly sorry, Hermione Granger, for involving you in this. At least Lily had someone else to intervene, while you erased your own parents' memories. By the riverside, adorned with autumn hues, two young girls frolicked, one presenting a daisy to the other, its petals unfolding and closing like a barnacle. The vibrant red hair, a hallmark of the esteemed Weasley family, had previously escaped her notice. Lily, stop. Mother instructed you not to do that. The brown-haired girl swatted away the redhead's hand before dashing off. Just then, a boy clad in a garish floral shirt emerged from behind an ancient tree, his gaze filled with astonishment as he regarded the red-haired girl. I know who you are. You are a witch. This was hardly a compliment. The redhead felt insulted. No, you are a witch. I've been observing you for quite some time. It's no matter. My mother is a witch, and I am a wizard. Pomona scrutinized his expression when she first encountered the memory. She believed it was mere childhood delight at the sight of another of their kind. Yet now, it appeared as fervor, nearly akin to the fervent proclamations of pure blood superiority echoed by Death Eaters. He was a Death Eater, his hatred for his father, Tobias, extending to Muggles. Had he not encountered that subsequent incident, he might have descended into madness like Bella. Yet Lupin had enlightened him to the dangers posed by magical creatures, rendering his original plans to trample Muggles obsolete. Rather than love for Lily, it was her identity as a witch that captivated him, dismissing her family entirely. Pomona felt a twinge of regret. She should have inquired about Mrs. Evans' surname prior to her marriage before erasing the memories of the two Muggles. Erasing the memories of two Muggles did not necessitate Dumbledore's intervention. Pomona was entirely capable of accomplishing it herself. However, if Mrs. Evans were indeed a witch, the situation would be different. There were far too many uncertainties for Dumbledore to undertake such a journey. Lily Evans could very well be a half-blood, akin to the half-blood prince, simply lacking the animosity towards her Muggle parents that Severus Snape exhibited, who maintained a stark distinction between the two extremes. The Hufflepuff Code. Article 59. You are not a saint. Fairness is not a requirement. Yet Dumbledore compelled her to act as a just educator, which she found profoundly unjust. Do you know what spell I cast upon you just now? Back in the greenhouse, at that familiar spot, she directed her wand at Severus, whose face betrayed a flicker of terror. This spell is called legilimency. Its principle parallels that of the unforgivable curse, the killing curse. However, the killing curse is deemed unforgivable. Encountering legilimency necessitates the use of mental occlusion, a rather obscure spell practiced only by the heirs of ancient pure-blood families. Her intention was to establish her authority, to demonstrate her prowess, yet Severus appeared to have misinterpreted her. Only those of illustrious lineage, like Black, would learn such spells. Indeed. Can you teach me? Certainly. But I have one condition. Speak. Patience is not a means to evade suffering, but rather a strategy for vengeance. Do not cower like a coward. Her eyes blazing with hatred, she admonished him. You are a Slytherin. You must embody the essence of your house. Have you attended the dark arts classes? Snape hesitated before nodding. How does it feel? She pressed. I am vastly inferior to them, especially those from pure-blood families. Slytherins must vie for their positions based on merit. They may have begun their training long ago. Did your mother, a witch, teach you any spells? No. I can instruct you. You must catch up to, and even surpass, your peers. Only with formidable power can you seek retribution. Retribution? Do my words slip from your memory so easily? Patience is for vengeance. Repeat it back to me. Patience is for vengeance, Snape murmured, almost hesitant to engrave the phrase in his heart. I cannot hear you. Say it again. Patience is for vengeance. This time, his voice was louder, yet still lacked conviction. He remained, at his core, a timorous opportunist. Do you understand the meaning of this incantation? Pomona wrote a line in the air with her wand. Occult omens. What does it mean? He asked, his curiosity piqued. Occulto means to conceal, and mens refers to the mind. Before you possess sufficient strength, you must learn to hide your true feelings. You may project weakness, but you must not genuinely be weak. Much like pretending to be foolish when you are not, correct, senior sister? Before she could finish, he interrupted, revealing himself to be another clever fool. Yet this was advantageous. She could use his training and mental shielding to gather information. A senior's wisdom stems from the paths they have traversed. Respecting them is beneficial for learning. What if I surpass you? He asked, gazing up at her. I shall reveal my name to you, but until that day arrives, you may only address me as senior sister. Very well, senior sister. What shall we do next? Meet me by the Forbidden Forest tonight, and do not share our affairs with anyone else. Is it because this is our secret? Yes, she snapped, turning to leave. Why are you always alone? I see other girls in pairs. He called after her as she walked away. I have told you. I am not adept at dealing with humans. Humans? Are you not human? Why use such a term? He replied, sneering as if he had caught her in a trap. None of your concern. She retorted with distaste, having let slip more than she intended. But what did it matter? Why did you summon me, Severus? She heard Narcissa's voice. Why is Pomona asleep again? It is Bellatrix's curse, Sissy, Severus replied languidly. Your bracelet appears to have lost its efficacy. Could it not be that my sister's curse has simply grown stronger? Sissy, I have told you, once I kill you, the unbreakable vow will be nullified. At that point, even if I disregard Draco, it will not affect her. However, I feel you have not taken my words to heart. Lucius has already made concessions. How long will you continue to pressure him? You can free yourself and everyone else. Why must you persist in making things difficult for others, just like your sister? I do not comprehend what you are saying. You are envious of her, Snape asserted, each word deliberate. I fail to see what I could possibly envy. You possess far more than she does. She told you, did she not? You have never been skilled at interacting with women. And what of it? Then you should understand. A woman's jealousy burns like the fires of hell, threatening to consume the world. This is our issue. Do not interfere. Yet your emotions have already rendered the protective charm ineffective. What conditions can we negotiate? My sole condition is that you do not meddle. You are my guest. Please do not compel me to act rudely. I suspect you are unaware of the agreement I have reached with Lucius. That is a matter for you men to resolve. Narcissa began to leave, her heels clicking on the floor. If she dies, I will kill Draco, Sissy. Narcissa halted in her tracks. In that case, we shall keep each other company in hell. Well, it seems you are not as handsome as the legends suggest, Severus. If I were to see you every day, I might find myself ill. Allocate a space for us, much like when the Dark Lord visited my home. But be cautious, the next time the Aurors come to search. Perhaps no one will remind you. With that, Narcissa departed. Thus, men are foolish, believing they can control women by exploiting their weaknesses. Pomona wished to avoid the stake. Despite the passage of years, Muggles still feared witches. That day, Tobias returned home with the intent of capturing and burning Aaron. According to Muggle law, Aaron's house would revert to Tobias's name. Although they no longer lived together, they remained nominally married. Snape loathed him to the point of madness, ultimately stabbing his father to death with a knife from the kitchen. In Muggle detective novels, it is often the husband who kills the wife, not out of love, but for money. Snape had naively misjudged certain matters. Threats had no effect on Narcissa, who had risen from the ashes. She needed to clarify to Narcissa that there was nothing shameful about a Malfoy heir becoming a doctor. However, her own body felt heavy, and she lacked the strength. Why should he bear the consequences of the vow he had taken? Was it because she had been complicit in his patricide? Pomona longed to slap some sense into this self-satisfied fool. Vows should not be made lightly, especially not unbreakable ones. Had he lost his mind? Binding himself to the blacks with such a vow? Pomona Sprout, with the visage of a Muggle woman, wanted to scream yet refrained. The atmosphere at school was tense, as if something monumental was about to transpire. I had no other choice. Snape gazed out through the greenhouse window, his pallor unchanged. You certainly had a choice. You could simply walk away. Has your head been kicked by a unicorn? Do not speak of this matter, woman, Snape warned. Oh, it is not as if I were the one caressing magical creatures while waiting for someone. They only wish to engage with those of pure heart. Were you not innocent and kind at 11, Severus? I have no time to banter with you. I made 3 vows with them. Help me clarify my thoughts. The first, when Draco attempts to fulfill the Dark Lord's wishes, I shall watch over him. The second, I will do everything in my power to protect him from harm. The third, if Draco is on the brink of failure, I shall see the Dark Lord's task through to its conclusion. What of it? Seeing Pomona shake her head, Snape could not help but speak. The second, you must protect him to the best of your ability for his entire life, dear. Pomona softly replied. As for the first and third, their duration depends on what the Dark Lord requires of him. This is why even marriage does not necessitate an unbreakable vow. You have entangled yourself in a great dilemma. Is there a way to break it? Sprout pointed her wand at the watering can, allowing it to water the plants autonomously. Grindelwald had once forged an unbreakable vow with Dumbledore, pledging not to harm one another. However, Dumbledore subsequently imprisoned Grindelwald. While he did not inflict physical injury, he caused psychological harm. Thus, unless explicitly stated otherwise, the vow prioritizes physical over mental harm, and likewise, protection is rooted in the physical before the mental. If one contemplates in this manner, one can discern how to act based on the Dark Lord's commands. I can assist you only to this extent. Thank you. He turned to depart. Are you leaving just like that? Pomona's voice carried a hint of melancholy. We haven't seen each other in months. He glanced back at the face of the Muggle woman, his gaze crystal clear, devoid of any trace of affection. I have matters to attend to. I shall visit you next time. He said this almost dismissively, exiting the greenhouse that had once captivated him. At times, a man's infatuation is not with a woman, but with the dreams residing in his mind. Even the enchantress from A Midsummer Night's Dream merely serves as a vessel for such fantasies. They pursue perfection, not women. For perfection is unattainable in humanity. This results in their inability to find the desired illusions in women, leading them to collect fragments of their aspirations from numerous women, piecing together the life they yearn for. Yet, there are always a few clever women who cannot resist temptation, ultimately ensnaring themselves. The love potion becomes their final means to retain a man. Dumbledore's decision to have Pomona drink the potion was a wise choice. Her countenance, though amiable, could not inspire infatuation. Tom Riddle, despite his poor character, garnered followers purely due to his looks, for humanity is a visual species, believing only what their eyes perceive. Muggles, even when witnessing magic firsthand, refuse to accept its existence, bound by their limited understanding. Copernicus's heliocentric theory faced stringent prohibition from the Church as it surpassed common knowledge. Muggles will eternally remain Muggles. They cannot comprehend the words of wizards, rendering their expressions foolish, much like the Dursleys. Penny ultimately wed Finner, although not wealthy like Potter. He could provide for a family. To Penny, her sister resembled those girls entwined with hippies, bearing children out of wedlock, ultimately meeting tragic ends on the streets. It was only in her desperation that she sought Penny's assistance in caring for Harry, whom she considered fortunate. The happiness of ordinary women contrasts starkly with that of witches. Initially, Lily chose the latter but ultimately could not persevere, becoming a Potter housewife. She relinquished her talents and gifts, settling into the mediocrity of a domestic life in the magical realm. If all were merely housewives, why must one reside in the magical world? Guided by instinct, Lily ventured into the forbidden forest, yet missteps at every turn led her life astray. Choices outweigh effort. Pomona, observing the man who bid her farewell with indifference, realized her own folly. Dumbledore had orchestrated the best plan for her, yet she defied his will, resulting in her being cursed by the Black family. After Sirius's death, it was Harry who inherited his estate. Pomona was uncertain whether Ginny Weasley had accessed those funds, yet she knew they were not rightfully Harry's. Sirius was Harry's godfather, while Severus Snape served as Draco's. Sirius would die for Harry, whereas Severus aimed to harm Draco. In choices, she had erred, much like Narcissa. She intended to reclaim Regulus, ensuring he inherited the Black family legacy, returning Harry's inheritance from the young wolf, thereby completing her mission before departing the human world to return to the forest. Magical creatures lack such intricate schemes and betrayals. It was Grindelwald who initiated the hybridization plan for the future of wizards, akin to the actions of the Germans during World War II. Hagrid, she, and Phileas had scarcely changed over the decades, whereas humans aged rapidly. Severus Snape, once a youth appearing even younger than her, now seemed old enough to be her father. Fleur resembled an ordinary girl, perhaps even taller, yet her golden hair contrasted with Pomona's gray. The change in hair color signifies aging. For magical creatures, it marks maturity. Once matured, magical beings cease to age. Even those of mixed blood. Eternal youth and beauty evoke envy in countless women. Yet who desires to bear the burden of misfortune? Like Queenie, she too was cursed. Queenie fell for a muggle, while she loved a wizard. In essence, they were both men, indistinguishable in their nature. Narcissa spoke truthfully, without beauty. Men seldom contemplate a woman's inner virtue, for their shallowness knows no bounds. Narcissa, I find it utterly unworthy to turn against each other for the sake of men. I share your sentiment, dear. Narcissa's voice suddenly emerged. Are you prepared to visit St. Mungo's? Off to the hospital once more. I refuse to remain in this prison. I must find Draco. Will you accompany me? Of course, let us go. Severus, Pomona is here. Do you have anything to say to her? No one responded. I perceive you possess a quality that surpasses the Dark Lord, the ability to let go, unwilling to coerce loyalty from others. He resorts to murder and threats, compelling us to submit to fear. Regardless of your and Lucius's future endeavors, they are of no concern to us. I wish you both happiness with your future wife. Why do you do this? Lucius inquired. Use your brain, dear. I no longer wish to be the peacock's wife. Narcissa laughed haughtily as she instructed the house elf to carry the sleeping woman away, vanishing from Malfoy Manor. Mother, how did she become like this? Draco's voice echoed, indicating they had arrived at St. Mungo's. She has always been this way, dear, Narcissa replied patiently. No, she is different, Draco exclaimed in terror. Her hair. It is merely a hairstyle. If you grow your hair long, you could style it similarly. Do not deceive him, sissy. Pomona found the situation tedious. She had indeed transformed. And worse still, Severus had witnessed it. Ah, you've arrived, my dear. How do you feel? Quite well. She was surrounded by those who would not harm her, no longer needing to return to the Pettigrew residence. Mother, who are you speaking to? Your godmother, Miss Pomona Sprout. Sprout? That muddy, plump woman. Narcissa slapped Draco. Well done. Sissy. Draco, you should not judge a person by their appearance. Do you remember Voldemort? Yes, mother. He was exceedingly handsome in his youth. And your Aunt Bella was madly infatuated with him. Yet, I know not what he did to her, leaving her unable to find peace. Now I must ask you, what did he compel you to do back then? It has been so many years. Why bring this up now? It is crucial, Draco. I need you to be strong, to show a semblance of manhood. Do not press him, Cece, and at this moment, I am not inclined to hear such things. She desires to discard everything related to that individual. Do you know why Bloodman Barlow relentlessly pursues you, Draco? Narcissa inquired. Have you been hunted by Bloodman Barlow? Yes. How do you know? He believes you to be Helena's lover, the reason he cannot attain her affection. Narcissa chuckled. He was merely 12 at the time. How could he be Barlow's rival in love? The realm perceived by ghosts is distinct from ours, Sissy, and Barlow has succumbed to madness. He nearly terrified nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor. I had thought the Gryffindor ghost to be valiant, Narcissa retorted. Barlow desires the Grey Lady's love, yet she remains indecisive. Do you know Hermione Granger? You have mentioned her. She is a remarkably gifted girl, akin to Lily Evans, yet she now aspires to be Ron Weasley's wife. She has conformed to the mundane. Relinquishing her thirst for knowledge, she shall lead a most unhappy life. So you wish to assist her? Indeed. Even if it means Draco must break off his engagement with Greengrass to pursue her, I cannot allow her to marry Ron Weasley, that fool who protected Wurtail for 12 years. He is a simpleton. I cannot permit Hermione to squander her life on him. My dear, please visit the Weasley household and invite Hermione Granger here, Narcissa instructed Draco. Very well, mother, Draco replied. Be cautious. Understood, dear. As the door closed, Narcissa let out a deep sigh. So my son is forever entangled with Severus? Yes, he shall always be Draco's godfather. I regret my former judgments based solely on appearances. Pomona, it is of no consequence now. How did the ball transpire? Very successfully. The boys from the Norton and Longbottom families even embraced. And the Daily Prophet featured it on the front page. Neville is a good lad. Better than Draco? He is courageous. In that regard, he surpasses Draco. Narcissa sighed again. I never envisioned raising him to be a coward. Sissy, no one is without flaws. Perhaps he inherited that from his father, a peacock of mere facade. Does he not possess redeeming qualities, having married you despite the gossip? Oh, dear, compared to the scandals he generated, the trivialities of my family are insignificant. Narcissa responded with a smile. I am now a Black, Narcissa Black. Do you wish to revitalize your family legacy? I can assist you in reclaiming the inheritance left by Sirius from the hands of Harry Potter. I am uncertain, as pureblood families have never had a female matriarch. You may as well give it a try. It is better than doing nothing at all. Now I comprehend your rationale for inviting Hermione Granger, Narcissa remarked. Do you wish for her to intervene in resolving matters with Harry Potter? Not entirely. What other reasons might there be? I require a pillar. The original one has crumbled. And I seek a replacement. A pillar? She is remarkably strong and courageous, yet lacks direction. She is nicknamed Miss Know-It-All. It is impossible for a person to possess omniscience. She needs a specialization. Much like Severus, he is a prodigy in spatial magic and potions. Should he uncover the records left by Slytherin, he would ascend to legendary status. And Lily, Narcissa scoffed, stating that someone ought to pen a book about him. Can we discuss something else? Such as, how are you adapting to your new life? The beginning was rather tumultuous, but thankfully, Honey helped. Is Robbie not present? He has returned to Malfoy Manor to attend to those elderly gentlemen. Narcissa expressed her annoyance. They still refer to me as Mrs. Malfoy. That is your demeanor, Sissy. You have become indistinguishable from a Malfoy. Then I ought to learn how to revert to being a Black. Adaptation is conquest. You are a conqueror, Narcissa. Oh, where did you acquire such wisdom? It is inscribed within the code of conduct of the Academy. If you read it earnestly, you would uncover the wisdom of our forebears. You should be a Ravenclaw. How did you end up as a Hufflepuff? One falls from the tower to become a Hufflepuff, yet rises from the ground to embody a Ravenclaw. The Grey Lady is perpetually engaged in this cycle. For what did she fall? Love. For what does she rise? The pursuit of knowledge and wisdom. Narcissa was taken aback, regaining her voice after a prolonged silence. May I share this with other women? If you wish to listen, do so. I have had enough. Have you resolved to cease your falls? I once heard a song during Draco's 4th-year Christmas that allowed someone to enter my home. Look at the predicament I find myself in now. I long to return and shut the door, thus liberating everyone. What is the name of that song? Why do you inquire about that? I wish to know what melody could lead even an astute individual like you to folly. I cannot. That is my private matter. Well, I understand. The song still holds power, does it not? No. Do not be foolish, Pomona. Severus is not like my husband. He is disinterested in women, while Lucius pursues whatever piques his curiosity. If you disregard him, he will remain in his dreary basement conducting research for eternity. Power is happiness. Then he seems exceedingly unhappy now. He has not unraveled my sister's curse and relies on my bracelet to protect you. I do not wish to see him. Do not be so childish. Grow up. Narcissa, mirroring Molly's intensity, shouted, You yourself said that no one is perfect. Even Dumbledore has erred at times. Pomona exhaled deeply, the pent-up frustration dissipating. You continue to sleep, wasting your life away. The Longbottoms do not even recognize Neville. Who does this serve? Do not emulate my sister, Pomona. She has ruined many lives. My current actions are a means of atonement for her transgressions. Are you a nurse at St. Mungo's? No, I am merely here to assist. They provide me with lodging and 3 meals a day as compensation. That is Lucius's donation. I suppose that is his only redeeming quality, albeit for the sake of Quidditch tickets. After speaking, Narcissa opened the door and stepped out. Soon, she sensed a presence beside her, a figure whose robe brushed against her hand like gossamer. In the tales of Ptolemy, the one who ultimately evaded death's pursuit and best chose to depart this world alongside death was the master of the invisibility cloak. When confronted with formidable power, the weak must wield their wits to conceal themselves. Those who are both feeble and foolish enough to challenge death are exceedingly naive. The first master of the Elder Wand was incredibly arrogant, believing himself invincible, only to have his throat slit by a thief while he slumbered. While the spirit of challenge is commendable, daring to confront the unconquerable is a path to self-destruction. Harry spoke of Severus Snape as a courageous man, particularly because the Elder Wand proved ineffective in Voldemort's hands. Yet, she now felt the Miracle Maker trembling, as if she were a terrifying monster. The transformation of the uncontrolled marrow was frightful, akin to the mythological Medusa, and worse still, her face would be marred by scales. Far more hideous than Hermione's appearance when she drank the Polyjuice potion and became a cat-headed creature. At St. Mungo's, many animagi could not revert to their original forms, condemned to live a half-beast existence for life, such as the price of challenging boundaries. During Harry's first year, Dumbledore arranged a challenge for him, with the first trial being the Devil's Snare. This vine-like plant, when mature, could extend serpent-like tendrils to ensnare those who approached, resulting in injury or death. It thrived in dark, damp environments, with light and warmth being its natural foes. In some instances, the Devil's Snare would even camouflage itself, transforming into a crabapple. While ordinary girls favored roses and lilies, Pomona had an affinity for this perilous plant. Of course, one could not keep a Devil's Snare at St. Mungo's. Yet a pot of crabapple adorned her bedside. Lily had mentioned that its floral language signified good fortune. She felt that after enduring such misfortune for so long, it was time for a change in luck. What else could she think? He had seen her at her most unappealing. Bella, you truly are a wretch. With Hogwarts in ruins, reconstruction was necessary. The Blood Man, Barlow, would become increasingly troublesome once he materialized. Perhaps next time she could ensnare him with the Devil's Snare. She sensed a surge of rejuvenated strength as the chains on her wrist began to stir, flowing down to her fingertips like ivy curtains parting for a new arrival. Ivy, a common plant, breathes in oxygen and exhales carbon dioxide in the absence of sunlight at night, a lesson imparted by Lily, the muggle-born witch who taught her much. Yet, she could not suppress her envy toward Lily, even as she sincerely wished to be her friend. At least Pomona never contemplated harming her. May I inquire why I have been punished this time? Severus asked. You even attacked me with your hair. I do not recall. Can you feel it? The ivy is rejoicing at your arrival, even in this darkness. Quentin Trelawney practiced spells using wooden figures, yet you chose giants as your targets, even then. I found you impressive. Here, I could genuinely learn. Moreover, during dark arts classes, those pureblood boys often sought me as a practice opponent, viewing me as a mere target. Thus, I seldom attended those classes. Oh, poor Severus. After James Potter's performance in the dining hall, the Slytherins collectively felt humiliated by Gryffindor. The upperclassmen would not interfere with the lower years, but they could incite the younger snakes to teach that half-blood a lesson. Much like Harry, he often found himself injured, prompting Pomona to carry white fresh herbs like Hermione. Children are not always innocent and kind. They can be just as malicious. He gritted his teeth and endured for a year, and when his strength grew sufficient the following year, he sought revenge in dark arts class for all the humiliations he had suffered, thereby gaining the attention of the new teacher and preserving his status in Slytherin, at least ensuring he was not directly sent home on the train. It was he who barred platform 9 3/4, maliciously envisioning the scene of the Savior Potter and Ron Weasley colliding with the brick wall, wishing he could witness it personally. He derived pleasure from Harry Potter's misfortunes. He was that kind of resentful person. Unfortunately, no one anticipated that Arthur Weasley had secretly acquired a flying Ford car, witnessed by Muggles, driven by the son of the very legislator responsible for Muggle protection. This behavior was akin to a wealthy Muggle heir causing an accident. Dumbledore, leveraging his relationship with the Hat of the Hero, managed to spare Arthur Weasley from investigation, although his position was not revoked. A fine was unavoidable. 50 galleons was no insignificant sum for him. Desperate and penniless, Arthur Weasley resorted to clandestine gambling, and fortune smiled upon him, yielding considerable winnings. However, he chose to seize the moment and traveled to Egypt with his family instead of saving the money for investment, which fundamentally explained the Weasley family's ongoing poverty. They prioritized immediate pleasure over long-term development. Were it not for Narcissa's reminder, Pomona would have remained ensnared in her own dead-end thoughts. Feeling insulted that he showed no interest in her when she presented herself in that manner, he should regard her inner beauty over her exterior. Yet, Pomona's sprout-stout and squat appearance was merely a fade, one she herself disliked, just as she disdained his cowardly pretense. "My fault," she said, pulling on his sleeve, her voice a whisper. "Forgive me. Is it because the power is uncontrollable and it spiraled out of control?" He generously remarked, akin to Remus Lupin. She nodded. Even Arthur could lie at times, and a small falsehood should not invoke divine retribution. "You are still growing. Why have you stopped?" The gray-haired adult Fleur was indeed golden-haired. The boy dancing with her seemed unaffected. "After dancing with you, I felt dizzy. How could I have suspected you had drugged me?" Severus wore a look of disdain, as if embarrassed by his own foolishness. "Neville, it's fine. By the way, you taught Longbottom how to dance. But I heard he was still dancing with his partner in the dormitory, even late at night. Your power, regardless of whether the other party is underage, affects all males. Who taught you to dance, Minerva?" "Dumbledore." At the mere mention of his name, Severus clicked his tongue in distaste, as if he had lost a fraction of himself. He is a great wizard. Alas, although he could resist most temptations, he could not refrain from donning the Gaunt family's ring in a futile attempt to resurrect Ariana. "Who taught you to dance?" "The Dark Lord," Severus replied coldly, stating that he had provided guidance, with Bella as his partner. "He taught you much?" "Do not speak. You appear fatigued." "It is not Cece. Her bracelet is useful. It is your oath that has faltered elsewhere." She grasped his hand firmly. "Be good to Draco. He cannot be as brave as you. He is not cut out to be a warrior, just like Regulus, who only knows how to flee." Bringing him to St. Mungo's was to shield him from the filthy people and affairs at Malfoy Manor. If you wish for him to remain a boy for life, then let him. Severus was exceedingly displeased. He had never cared for Draco's pampered demeanor, likening him to a doll in the hands of a girl. "I hold a fondness for Hermione Granger. Do not allow her to wed Ron Weasley. Dumbledore, after all, seeks to separate us. Do you believe he has succeeded? I detest Ron. So do I. Yet that does not alter the situation. What is meant to transpire will occur, regardless of your attempts to thwart it." He sighed heavily, taking her hand, suggesting they should visit that foolish dog and express his gratitude. She thought Sirius could hardly desire the gratitude of a snot-nosed brat. "Why?" "He protected you in the presence of a werewolf, during a time when I could scarcely protect myself." Severus, with a tinge of melancholy, pondered why humanity progresses so slowly. "Do you harbor even a slight affection for Sirius?" "Ha ha ha, dear, that just is truly amusing." Snape laughed acerbically, and soon a knock echoed at the door. "Mother." "I have brought Hermione Granger," Draco announced from outside. Severus was poised to vanish from sight. "Come in," Pomona responded, suddenly recalling that her face might frighten Hermione. "You need not conceal yourself, Pomona. You are beautiful as you are," Severus said, gazing at her ghastly visage with an enchanted expression. The door swung open, and Draco entered, followed closely by a tall woman. Why have you neglected your hair, Miss Granger? Pomona frowned at Hermione's unruly curls, recalling how lovely she looked descending the stairs during the Christmas ball. Was it Ron who made her suffer so? Who are you? Do you remember me? Severus regarded Hermione with his vampire-like pallor. Professor, Hermione exclaimed, astonished, covering her mouth. Answer me this, Granger. If you encountered someone with a severe wound, bleeding profusely, how would you treat it? Pomona inquired. Is the wound from a werewolf bite? Hermione asked. No, it is merely from a common creature. First, apply a white ointment. Then use a blood-replenishing potion. So why did you not employ the same method to save Professor Snape when you saw him bitten at the dock? Hermione's mouth fell agape in shock. She was not there. Snape retorted slickly, only Harry Potter was present, busy weeping. Would you not agree, Hermione Granger? He did not weep. Hermione insisted, fervently defending her friend, asserting that he believed the snake's bite bore dark magic. He never even attempted to try. How could he know? Pomona was also incensed, remarking that Harry was indeed careless, just like his father, and was either killing or practicing dark magic. The real dark magic is what I am experiencing now. Are you referring to your face? Hermione asked, looking at Pomona with both sympathy and trepidation. No, this is my true visage. I, like Fleur, am a half-blooded beauty. And perhaps we share a familial bond. Please, take a seat. We have much to discuss. Draco, step outside and guard the door. Do not allow anyone to enter. Yes, Godmother, Draco replied before turning to leave. Hermione cast a wary glance at the old bat of Slytherin, holding her hand. She is my wife, Severus declared with pride. I heard that Ron Weasley soiled himself upon inviting Fleur Delacour to the ball. He did not soil himself, Hermione defended Ron once more, witnessing her struggle to suppress her fury. Severus laughed heartily, envisioning Ron Weasley's unfortunate expression when questioned by his wife. Do you now reside with Fleur? Pomona inquired. Hermione did not respond, and Severus laughed even louder. A happy wife leads to a joyful life. Conversely, a miserable existence. He took delight in seeing Ron and Harry suffer. Perhaps this was his greatest pleasure during his tenure at Hogwarts. If Fleur made her realize she existed in a different era, unburdened by the opinions of others, and could freely showcase her beauty, then Hermione represented another dream for her. Pomona yearned to be like her, to adorn herself splendidly, don the most exquisite dress, and walk down the ancient staircase towards the one awaiting her, to dance together in the ballroom. That dream invigorated her. Not even Bella's curse could deter her. She wished to assist this human girl, not for any particular reason, but simply because she was both intelligent and beautiful. Victor had keen insight. She was indeed unlike those foolish girls chasing after Quidditch players, yet envy rendered women irrational, blindly believing Rita Skeeter's reports that truly portrayed Hermione as an ambitious, scheming girl. What exactly do you see in Ron Weasley? Pomona couldn't help but ask. Do you recall how he invited you to the ball? That day, the entire school was confined to the dining hall for self-study, supervised by the heads of other houses. Snape had been circling behind the three of them. Everyone knew the ball was imminent, and Harry Potter and Ron still lacked partners. The stakes were who would secure a date, with Cho Chang first, and Pomona emerged victorious. Watching Harry's despondent expression, she felt no particular joy. It was not as he claimed, that winning or losing made no difference to him. He was genuinely curious about what Ron and Harry would do next. Thus the old bat continued to hover around their vicinity, eavesdropping on their conversation. How do you know? Hermione inquired, a hint of suspicion in her tone. He told me. Pomona pointed at Snape. You know how adept he is at eavesdropping. Ron actually told Hermione. You are a girl, which was far more infuriating than Snape's remark of not wasting time. And what do you see in Professor Snape? Hermione was adamantly resistant to this topic, her expression and tone brimming with aggression. Indeed, dear, what do you find appealing about me? Snape asked, grinning with pride, as if he were a victor. You are quite the romantic, dear. Do you still love Harry's mother? Pomona chuckled, playfully pinching his cheek, though his skin felt less soft than in childhood. Do you wish for me to apply the torment I inflicted on Lucius to you? Snape turned to Hermione with hollow eyes, delivering a death stare that instantly extinguished her laughter. I believe you are already aware of his connection with Lily. I met Harry's mother through him. She was an exceptionally gifted witch, and you ought not to squander your own talents. Talents? I see you often clutching books, earning the title of Miss Know-It-All from others, yet I sense those tomes do not provide the answers to your true inquiries. In the magical realm, two types of powers exist, one that everyone can master, and another that only a unique individual can command. What is learned in school is accessible to all, while talent requires discovery and guidance. I hope you do not become like Harry's mother, wasting your potential by becoming a mere housewife. Who are you? Hermione Granger. When you turn the time turner given to you by Minerva, what do you think? To seize time and acquire more knowledge. I refer to this desire as a thirst for knowledge, an essential force behind human advancement. It seems that the entire curiosity of Gryffindor may have been absorbed by you. To be fair, Harry and Ron are rather indolent. Do you not agree? Should I remind you of how many times they have copied your homework, Granger? At this moment, Snape interjected. Hermione remained silent. This was the extent of her ability to defend her friends. When the Dark Lord was hunting down the Potter family, in order to prevent them from discovering clues, I obscured the memories of Lily's parents, much like you have obscured your own parents' memories. Lily was furious upon learning this. She reproached me for taking matters into my own hands. I believe this is why Dumbledore insists you take action yourself. Decisions must be made by you, rather than let others, under the guise of goodwill, dictate your choices. The feeling of being independent is rather disheartening. Could this be the reason you cling to Ron? I do not cling to him. Hermione shook her head. I simply do not know what to do next. Have you married? Yes. Have you had children? Not yet. Are you interested in becoming the Minister of Magic? Hermione was taken aback. Have you ever seen a handgun, Hermione? Yes. Do you think it could kill a wizard? Yes. Do you believe muggles should be protected like magical creatures? I do not know. Hermione shook her head. Professor Snape opined that muggles are quite cunning, adept at exploiting legal loopholes to the detriment of wizards. Thus, he disapproves of full interaction between the magical and muggle worlds. Many wizards share this sentiment. And in recent years, the Ministry has done little beyond confiscating assets from noble Slytherin families, aside from renovating toilets. The former head of Slytherin coldly remarked upon hearing that he intended to adorn toilets with gold. While at school, you organized a vomiting event, though aside from Dobby. No house elf heeded your call. The free Dobby has indeed gone mad. Snape ordered him to close the platform passage, and he still complied. Yet his aggressive behavior toward his former master, Lucius Malfoy, is concerning. Household chores will always be done. If the elves perform them so joyfully, why disturb them? I truly do not understand why they show no concern for their rights, Hermione lamented, as this matter seemed to weigh heavily on her heart. In 1970, 2 Death Eaters infiltrated Hogwarts, accompanied by 2 new Slytherins, practicing the Cruciatus curse on a house elf in the greenhouse. They threatened the elf, promising him a piece of clothing if he did not obey their commands. Since then, Hogwarts house elves have refused to heed student orders to leave the castle, only responding to teachers instead. No matter how hard you try, it is futile. Oh, Hermione understood. So my good intentions resulted in negative consequences? No, you revealed your talent to me. You excel at capturing attention, raising your hand to answer questions in every class. Yet Professor Snape does not appreciate this. May I inquire why, Professor? Hermione boldly asked Snape, seemingly unafraid of him. You remind him of Lily. She, too, sought to attract Professor Slughorn's attention by any means necessary. Pomona interjected, pinching the infamous heartthrob's arm. No, I do not wish to draw attention, Hermione insisted. You merely wish to do so because you possess the capability, you know the answers. A Minister of Magic must answer numerous questions from the press. Hermione flushed, appearing somewhat bashful. After a moment, she replied, Thank you, regardless of who you are, but I believe your words are unattainable. Why? Is it due to a lack of confidence? I have always thought you should be more self-assured. Victor Crumb is quite admirable. Why did you choose Weasley? You truly do not care for Ron at all, do you? Hermione smiled maturely, as if she found Pomona rather childish. You deserve better, Pomona sincerely believed. Even Draco Malfoy is unworthy of her, let alone Ron, who is often seen smooching with Hermione in public. Perhaps there are better options, but they feel too distant. Ron, however, has always been there. Hermione seemed to recall sweet memories, her smile radiating beauty. I think those who share experiences can understand me better. You astonish me, Hermione. Pomona never anticipated being enlightened by someone younger than herself. You do, too, Hermione replied fearlessly, gazing at Pomona's formidable visage. I am pleased to have come here with Malfoy today. I believe we shall become friends, Hermione Granger. If we are friends, why not introduce yourself? Once your abilities sufficiently prove your worth, she will reveal herself to you, will she not? My lady, Snape remarked with a sardonic grin, prompting Pomona to nod immediately. Now, depart. You have disturbed the patient's rest. The old bat resumed his authoritative tone, reminiscent of the times when Harry was recuperating in the hospital wing, shouting at visitors. Almost as if he held a mysterious vial of potion with an odd scent and color. Very well, Professor, Hermione smiled as she stood, wishing him a swift recovery. If you find yourself troubled, You may send a letter with Draco. He will relay it to me. Why the secrecy? Because neither I nor he can disclose our existence. Not even Duran. This is your first test. To keep a secret, for the Minister of Magic will involve many confidential matters. Are you familiar with the art of mental defense? I have heard from Harry that it is quite challenging. Hermione cautiously regarded Snape. I can teach you. There are certain secrets in a girl's mind that are not suitable for a man's eyes. Do you not agree? You are far more intelligent than Harry Potter and exceedingly focused. The old bat surprisingly complimented her, to the point that it caught everyone off guard when he brusquely ushered a lady out of the hospital room. However, as he turned back, he appeared elated and rushed to Pomona's bedside. Why did you pinch me? Were you jealous? Go away. She attempted to bury her face in the sheets, but he pulled her out again. Gazing at her not-so-pleasant visage, Pomona felt inexplicably heartbroken. She perceived a striking resemblance between them and Ron Weasley and Lavender Brown kissing after exchanging just a few words. How disappointed Dumbledore must be upon learning of this. Speaking of which, that girl seems to have been bitten by Fenrir. What kind of life is she living now? In truth, she is not entirely at fault. She merely expresses affection through her body, yet she is so unfortunate to be cursed as a werewolf, even when consuming Wolfsbane potion. Transforming under the full moon is not guaranteed. In Harry's third year, at the exit of the Shrieking Shack, Lupin suddenly transformed, losing all reason, and even attempted to attack the Gryffindor trio. It was Severus Snape who shielded them. Perhaps he is not as dreadful as I imagined. Dumbledore, recalling the scene from Lupin's memories, smiled at Pomona through his half-moon spectacles. He has triumphed over his fears. Although the old bat in the pensive was visibly frightened, he nonetheless positioned himself protectively in front of the three students, causing Pomona's face to flush crimson. During a previous visit to the Shrieking Shack with Sirius, he had been utterly demoralized, even while wielding his wand. Now, unarmed, he clung to his responsibility, shielding the children behind him. Despite his lack of striking looks and heroic demeanor, even forgetting his spells, his actions revealed his truest essence. Did he move your heart, Pomona? Dumbledore, with his usual jest, noted her irritation, prompting her to wish to leave the headmaster's office. You cannot act this way, Pomona exclaimed, withdrawing her wayward hand from the patient's cloak. We are in a hospital, not a tavern. Severus, resembling a scrawny dog starved for ages, continued to explore her, seemingly inviting her to join him in losing their senses. At that moment, she remained in her transformed state, which was not only unappealing but also quite terrifying. As he removed the cloak, a pair of wings, reminiscent of a fairy's but covered in scales for flight, emerged from beneath. Please stop, she pleaded, her voice tinged with tears. For this transformed state was the last thing she wished him to witness. Who would want their beloved to be a monster? You haven't helped, Pomona, Severus shivered, gritting his teeth. Do not speak to me in that tone. He closed his eyes and ceased his actions, yet the fairy became intrigued by this human wizard. His soul seemed delectable. Feeling famished, she began to siphon his memories as one would drink butterbeer through a straw. These memories, both sweet and bitter, tantalized her, and she yearned to uncover more tales about him, desiring everything he possessed. Once more, she found herself in the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore stood with his back to Severus, gazing into the pensive. You called for me, headmaster, Severus stated, maintaining a noble posture with his hands clasped behind his back. Yes, Severus, Dumbledore slowly turned, a smile gracing his features. Did you enjoy your summer? You know, the usual social galas and such. He spoke in a manner befitting the aristocracy. The Minister of Magic mentioned you. He was quite impressed. The youngest potions master, inventor of the Wolfbane potion, and the youngest head of Slytherin in history. However, he cannot fathom why you remain unmarried. Can you enlighten this old fool as to why you have not chosen a noble lady to settle down with? Headmaster, as you said, the Dark Lord will return. Given my past experiences, I believe it unwise to marry so soon. And did you not ask me to keep an eye on Harry Potter? What is the sentiment among the aristocrats regarding Harry? The vast majority disbelieve, thinking he lies for attention, especially since he has returned to the wizarding world for 4 years without incident. I believe you have more reliable channels for such information than I do, Headmaster. Indeed, as you say. However, there is a party to which neither my friends nor I have been invited, and only you can attend. The information there is of utmost urgency to me. Do you know which party I speak of, Severus? Dumbledore's gaze remained sharp, even through his half-moon spectacles. Severus understood but refrained from voicing that this was the very reason he had been brought into the school for this day. I recognized your talent, Severus. You will become a master of potions. I have a greenhouse abundant with herbs. Why waste it? Now that Lupin is no longer at the school, you need not sacrifice your own time to brew potions for him. As before, until a new defense against the dark arts teacher is found, you will take over his classes. How do you wish to spend your remaining time? What is your next goal? I am still searching. Do not cease your pursuit of truth, Severus, especially with your considerable talent. If you choose not to marry, focus your energies on teaching and research. Perhaps one day you will occupy my position and become the youngest headmaster of Hogwarts. Thank you for your recognition, headmaster. Return home now, Severus. It is quite late. Severus turned to leave. Do not do anything foolish, Severus. Witches are often bewitched by love. Remain clear-headed. The reason this potion bears its name is due to its enchanting and alluring effects. Do not let your will succumb to them, wizard. After hearing Dumbledore's parting words, Severus exited the headmaster's office, while Pomona, wishing to avoid detection, hastily departed. As shadows danced before her, she returned to St. Mungo's. Are you truly intent on taking my life, Pomona? Severus Snape slumped in a chair, appearing to both weep and laugh. Did you cast a soul-draining curse on me? I did not, Pomona replied, pulling the blanket around her. The warmth of the light streaming through the window enveloped her, and her wings unfurled completely. Her previously fearsome visage gradually softened, revealing the beauty of her half-blooded Fey heritage, forever youthful at 16, with cascading gray hair and shimmering aquamarine eyes. She appeared pure and dreamlike, almost too wondrous to believe. I finally understand why Dumbledore sought to conceal you, Severus remarked, his gaze unwavering. My fairy, who is more beautiful, Lily or I? Why do you care? After all, it was not your beauty that ensnared me. The Slytherin head rose, plucking a strand of her hair. The gray hair glimmered like unicorn mane. Severus, are you not afraid of misfortune? Pomona touched her head where he had plucked her hair. Even if misfortune befalls me, I accept it. He retrieved a vial from his bag, placing her hair inside, admiring it slowly, a smile curling at his lips. Are you not concerned it will lose potency as swiftly as Finrar's blood? She leaned closer to inspect the hair that had once belonged to her. No worries. I have a sense for these things. You, like the unicorn, are a creature of purity. Do you forget? I nearly consumed your soul just now. The more beautiful, the more perilous. Given the considerable risk I have taken, grant me a reward, dear senior. He leaned closer. Do not do this. We are in a hospital. What is there to fear? Draco is on watch. As their voices faded within the room, sounds from the corridor grew clearer. Draco, having eavesdropped outside, scoffed. I knew there was something between them. Longbottom didn't he believe me? What a fool. He found a secluded spot away from the door, pulled out a book, and began to read, knowing that as long as he concentrated, he could drown out any noise, provided the speakers were not too loud. Even if he overheard something, he would simply pretend he had heard nothing. I have my own life, Dumbledore. You cannot expect this of me. Snape's voice resonated like the growl of some feral beast. I understand, Severus, that you now possess fame and status, which starkly contrasts with your youth. But have you ever pondered that those whose lives were extinguished by you and your Death Eater comrades also shared aspirations and dreams akin to your own? Dumbledore, ever calm, remarked that he could discern your remorse, which is precisely why he would shield you, allowing young Barty Crouch to assume the burdens of your accusations. Barty is destined for Azkaban. An additional charge of patricide will not expedite his release, but you, Professor, your reputation cannot withstand such scandal. Do you recall the time you requested my assistance in concealing Lily? To extend a helping hand, one must offer something in return, and that is what I seek. I shall not retreat. Dumbledore. Snape vehemently rejected, asserting that one should not presume to coerce him. You believe yourself to have matured, Severus. That even in leaving Hogwarts you can stand firm. Many in this world prioritize ability over virtue, like your companion Malfoy. Yet there exists something you cannot possess without my consent. Dumbledore placed a vibrantly colored tropical fruit upon the table. Would you care to sample it, Severus? What do you mean? The divine warned Adam that he could consume the fruits of all trees in Eden, save for one. Have you contemplated the significance of her name? Dumbledore gazed at Severus through his crescent-shaped spectacles. Pomona is the goddess of fruit trees. You cannot control your cravings, can you? Even when warned that it is poisonous. Snape's hollow eyes widened. You exploited her? No, I sought to protect her. I had hoped you could govern your own impulses, yet look at what you have wrought. This current Pomona is not the same as the original, is she? Severus, suppressing a sob, inquired. Indeed, she has departed. Replaced by a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Snape scoffed at Dumbledore. Do you truly believe a woman could control me? Do not forget Harry. He is Lily's child, and you pledged to safeguard him. Snape and Dumbledore locked gazes for an extended moment. You may possess a sharp intellect, Dumbledore. Yet your heart is colder than ice. I truly wonder how you wield such formidable fire magic. Do you now feel that I have harmed you, Severus? Who truly harmed whom first? Dumbledore shouted at Snape, knowing full well the latter's strength, but age had left indelible marks upon him. He no longer exuded the same aura of intimidation before the robust Slytherin head. You have no life, Albus Dumbledore. No, Severus, it was you who crossed that line first. Dumbledore gestured for Snape to take the tropical fruit away. Snape cast a look of revulsion at the fruit before turning to leave the office, slamming the door with a resounding thud. That old fool's victories, acquired at great sacrifice, have been tarnished by the hat of heroes. Pomona. He has failed multiple times in his bids for Minister of Magic, resorting to a different tactic. The Death Eaters became his laurels, for he seeks the annihilation of Slytherin. Severus mused while smoking, gazing at the ceiling. He is about to cross that line. Pomona absorbed the memories she had just witnessed. What are you contemplating? Severus inquired. He instructs me to maintain frugality. The only time I defied him was at his funeral. He is no longer alive. Surely you wouldn't hold such trivial matters against me. Why must he be interred at Hogwarts when all previous headmasters rest beyond its borders? I believe he belongs to that land. She buried her face in his chest. Severus. If Dumbledore were to resurrect, would you slay him once more? Snape stiffened. Your unbreakable vow to fulfill Draco's task is dictated by the Dark Lord to kill Dumbledore. Pomona. Tears streaming down her face, lamented, why did you keep everything from me? This is a matter for men. Just as Sissy maintains that women should not interfere in their affairs, you were never meant to know. Pomona felt a surge of frustration. Ultimately, those who ascend to the pinnacle of power are predominantly male wizards, modern figures like Grindelwald, Voldemort, and Dumbledore, alongside ancient Merlin, all male. The path to power is not barred to women, yet few choose to tread it. Harry is the chosen boy, narrowly defeating Tom through clever manipulation of rules in the Deathly Hallows, and even then, he nearly perished once. Next time, he may not be so fortunate. Sissy aspires to revive the Black family. Do you think she has a chance to become the matriarch? Almost none, for those pure-blood families are more obstinate than you imagine. Even the seemingly progressive Weasley family harbors disdain for Muggles, which birthed the Muggle Protection Act. Pomona sat up resolutely. I shall rebuild the school, she resolved, determined to succeed. I know. Even when Minerva proposed closing the school, you were the sole one to persist. Snape appeared weary, almost lifeless. Are you cursed? Pomona's concern grew. Her health had restored, yet it seemed to decline. That wretched Bellatrix. Snape cursed under his breath before donning his garments. Sissy claimed she could only curse the weaker of us. Have you been taking care of yourself? Take care of yourself, and do not concern yourself with me. Pomona scrutinized the fatigue etched upon his face. I am sorry, Severus. It was not my intention. I know you cannot restrain yourself, Lupin. Fully aware that the potion I concocted may be toxic, drank it without hesitation. At times, I feel he wished to end his own life through this means. It was better that he did not mention it. The mere thought of him sent Pomona into tears. Lupin's life was indeed fraught with suffering. Yet, did he not ultimately find Tonks? I believe he was quite fortunate. I am glad you did not attempt to broker peace between me and Sirius like other women. But sometimes you truly act foolishly. Why do you heed Dumbledore in everything? To him, I am like a father, and I am merely the rogue who absconded with his daughter. Snape scoffed. He despises me. He trusts you. You see, therein lies our dilemma. We harbor mutual hatred, yet trust each other, and once I truly slay him, I shall feel no joy, for he regards my soul as inconsequential, willing to sacrifice even himself for his grand cause. Do you intend to assume the headmaster's role? No. Snape replied without hesitation. I have just emerged from that hell, and I will not return. But I shall return, Pomona declared firmly, crossing her arms. If you wish to find me, come to Hogwarts. Damn it, why can no one grant me a peaceful existence? Do me a favor, I need to locate someone. Who? Regulus? Lavender Brown. Lupin once infiltrated the Order as a spy, persuading werewolves to side with Dumbledore. I intend to, no, Snape shouted. I will not cast a girl into the wolf's den to act as a spy. What about the boy? Pomona, sacrifice is not my style. Do not impose the methods of the Order of the Phoenix upon me. You remain just as before, tending to the children while leaving the matters of battle to me. Do you look down upon me? War can resolve those who create problems, yet it cannot resolve the problems themselves. Use your intellect. I require it now. As he departed, he kissed her cheek and entrusted Draco to you, along with that unbreakable vow. Having spoken, the Dark Lord, clad in black, vanished without a trace. There is not a girl in this world who does not yearn to wear beautiful clothes and skirts, yet Dumbledore forbade her from expending her energy on adornment. Thus, She resisted further, opting instead for tattered clothing, patched in various places. Just as Dumbledore would hand out sweets to everyone, Severus seemed intent on indulging in smoking, altogether aiming to make him uncomfortable. Young Master Malfoy experienced little in the way of rebellion. Even Harry had his moments of defiance. When punished by Umbridge, he refrained from informing any adults, only seeking help from the old bat after Dumbledore's army was discovered. Oh, Dolores Umbridge, that hideous pink toad. How she managed to wear pink in such a greasy manner is truly remarkable. A teacher resorting to the Cruciatus curse on a student, she must have lost her mind. The sight of the porcelain dish filled with cats behind her conjured in Pomona's mind a tragic life, that of a woman who, deprived of emotional fulfillment, channeled all her energy into work. She longed for feminine allure, yet reality proved contrary. After her ostensible loyalty to Cornelius Fudge faltered, she did not depart the ministry. Evidently skilled in navigating political matters, she attended Dumbledore's funeral, feigning sorrow with remarkable finesse. Pomona mused that perhaps her absence would have been more beneficial. After Hermione tricked her into the Forbidden Forest, the centaurs captured her. They did not harm her, but rather made her experience a primitive way of life devoid of modern comforts, such as toilets or afternoon tea. Each day bore no trace of human civilization, rendering it a veritable hell for her. The centaurs, natural astrologers and seers, shared tales of human history that proved quite fascinating. She found herself particularly fond of Ference, who was far more approachable than his cousin, Dorian. Due to Dorian's son being bitten by a werewolf in his youth, he harbored no fondness for either humans or werewolves. As for the endeavor of venturing into centaur territory to rescue a human, Pomona, being a half-blood, lacked the standing to participate. Disputes can only be resolved based on one's credibility. Her charms proved ineffective with the centaurs, who viewed her as no more than a moth, posing no threat. Only Dumbledore possessed the stature to compel the centaurs to release individuals. Young Master Malfoy needed to face some hardship. His parents indulged him excessively. Severus's method of raising men was even less commendable. Draco was a sly little rascal. Aside from the incident where Hermione bested him, and he sought his godfather's counsel, resulting in a scolding, he had yet to learn any valuable lessons. What does young Master Malfoy enjoy? He relishes being cool, willingly seeking peril by joining the Death Eaters. Their first task for him involved a vanishing cabinet, until he realized the gravity of associating with dangerous individuals, leading to regret. Narcissa entrusted her son to her, requesting that his godmother return him as a respectable boy. He focused on his studies at St. Mungo's, buoyed by the fact that his father was a wealthy benefactor. In such a liberal environment, he grew increasingly arrogant, as if the hardships of previous years had faded from his memory. After tidying herself, Pomona emerged from the ward and spotted the favored one conversing with Zabini in the courtyard garden. Her re-entry into the social sphere, a means of atonement, transformed St. Mungo's into a refuge for the wealthy wishing to shelter their children. After all, monetary donations could afford them a relatively free lifestyle. Why not indulge? Draco, she called from afar, waving. What is it, godmother? You address her as godmother? Zabini appeared incredulous, as Pomona appeared younger than them. Would you like to play a game? Pomona smiled warmly. What game? Draco approached, finding St. Mungo's devoid of Quidditch decidedly dull. Have you ventured to the deepest part of the Forbidden Forest? Draco's eyes lit up. Are you going to take me there? Better than that. Pomona glanced around. Do you desire a new pet? What of it? My father can procure anything. Oh. Dear little rascal, do you realize that such a statement invites someone to take advantage of you? Your father can obtain legal pets. I speak of those not quite lawful, such as a hippogriff. If you win this game, I shall grant you one. What say you? Draco's smile faded. Will I get into trouble for this? That depends on what you seek. Pomona silently rejoiced. He seemed to recall a lesson. Beside them stood the magical fountain, fish swimming within. Draco hesitated before saying, I want a mermaid. Can you acquire one? Should I procure one? Where would you keep it? Of course, in a fishbowl. Draco winced at a small cut on his hand. I recall your godfather mentioning that during 6th year, you nearly met your end at the hands of Harry, due to a curse that left your skin bleeding as though sliced by a knife. Do you remember? Draco nodded rapidly. It originated as a severing charm, initially intended for the tails of the tail-wagging dogs. It evolved into the version Harry employed. Just like the scratch you received, you merely broke the skin, while Harry almost severed your bone. Do you know what caused this? He hates me. No, Draco, Harry, like you, is a good boy. He merely struggles to control his strength in battle. Moreover, I believe he was unaware of the curse's purpose, as it only reacts to living beings. Pomona took the little dragon's hand, applying a healing ointment that swiftly remedied the wound. Do you recall the sensation of lying in the water? Was it not uncomfortable? If I were to procure a mermaid, you must provide her a comfortable environment. Should you abuse or neglect her, the entire merfolk community would despise you. The danger posed by mermaids is akin to that of centaurs. Do not presume that distance from water renders you safe. Magic will always find its way. Who could have anticipated the defensive vulnerabilities at Hogwarts? Yet, did not the vanishing cabinet you discovered in the Room of Requirement create one? Therefore, consider carefully, do you still wish for a mermaid as a new pet? No, too troublesome, Draco replied, a look of distaste on his face. Beautiful creatures require extensive care. Just think of your mother and the time she spends on her appearance. Pomona touched young Master Malfoy's delicate hand, smiling. I have heard that Dumbledore's army practices on wooden dummies in the Room of Requirement. Yes, godmother. Do you not find that rather? Pomona contemplated how to articulate that word. Subpar. Draco employed a term entirely beyond Pomona's comprehension. As you mentioned, you aspire to be a healer, needing to cast spells on humans rather than wooden dummies. You must learn to control your magic with such precision that none can surpass you. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, godmother, Draco replied, his expression solemn, evidently feeling the weight of expectation. Now, let us discuss your reward. Caring for a mermaid is burdensome. Have you heard of the lemur fish? What is that? A certain fish from the Indian Ocean possesses extraordinary magical abilities. However, it is a protected species, rendering its capture illegal. Headmistress, why do you continually encourage me to engage in unlawful activities? Draco inquired. What are the 75 tenets of Slytherin's code of conduct? One must learn to view matters from another's perspective and respond judiciously, he replied. Do you truly believe the Ministry of Magic would apprehend your father for purchasing a prohibited fish? After a moment's contemplation, Draco shook his head. Good boy. Just as I thought. You must become a magical little fish, gliding through this pond like your father. She took Draco's hand and led him away from the courtyard. Reminiscent of the time she had pulled Severus away, disregarding Zabini entirely. In the midst of the clamor, a profound sense of solitude enveloped Pomona. A chilling sensation known only to her. Think of Lily, Severus, Dumbledore's voice echoed behind her. You do not wish to meet an untimely demise. I do not implore you to take a life, but rather to discern where they intend to perpetrate slaughter and to prevent them from claiming more innocent souls like Lily. Do the right thing simply because it is right. When may I withdraw? Severus inquired, his demeanor less defiant than before. At any time, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Though Pomona sensed insincerity in his words, only a fool would take him at his word. Headmistress, noticing her distraction, Draco promptly roused her. They had departed the infirmary and were now en route to the tea room on the 6th floor of the main building. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries had once been a quaint red brick department store, where muggles could only glimpse a sign indicating renovations. For wizards, a simple explanation to a hideous doll in the window granted them entry through a broken window, revealing the bustling hospital filled with patients afflicted by a myriad of bizarre magical ailments. The first floor housed the waiting area in the Department of Magical Accidents. The second floor was dedicated to the Department of Biological Injuries, where Arthur Weasley had once been gravely injured by Nagini. And the intern Augustus Pye had attempted to mend Arthur's wounds using Muggle methods. Severus's neck scar, though less grotesque than Arthur's, still bore the marks of Nagini's fangs. I recall my godfather used a counter curse to save me. Why did you use a healing herb? Because I believe a few scars enhance a man's allure, dear, Pomona replied, adopting Narcissus' tone. Had we possessed enough healers after the Battle of Hogwarts, fewer lives would have been lost. Both sides suffered tremendous casualties and other races are becoming restless. Even if you do not engage directly in battle, you ought to offer aid to others. If you cannot even do that, what else can you accomplish? Draco glanced at his hand, now scarred from the healing herb, and quickened his pace. Perhaps she should find a moment to inquire about the treatment for snake bites. As they passed the second floor, she took note of the names on the consulting rooms before ascending to the third. Cough, cough, cough. The third floor was occupied by the Department of Exotic Infectious Diseases, where patients afflicted with dragon pox appeared most unsettling. Draco regarded them with distaste, imagining a Malfoy marred by such blemishes, and one could hardly blame him for wishing to avoid such a sight. The fourth floor housed the Department of Potions and Plant Poisoning, where Theodore Knott was interning. He exchanged a high five with Draco as they passed, momentarily recapturing the spirit of their school days. The fifth floor was home to the Department of Spell Damage, where the superficial Gilderoy Lockhart resided, Pomona's least favorite archetype of man. A charlatan. Though Severus also had a penchant for deception, He differed from Lockhart. Severus did not flaunt his pearly whites while encouraging girls to send him love letters. Pomona found it perplexing that Severus had agreed to Lockhart's dual invitation, yet she felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing Lockhart being flung away by a disarming spell. While Harry could only strike at his opponent's hand with such a spell, Severus sent an adult flying across the room, as if struck by a rampaging bull, showcasing the sheer power of his magical prowess. The Slytherin head had evolved beyond recognition. From humble beginnings, he had risen to stand alongside her and now surpassed her. His growth rapid and impressive. It was evident that not all individuals possess an unwavering desire for self-improvement. Many are content to remain stagnant. Lockhart's fabricated tales might amuse housewives, but anyone with a modicum of common sense could discern the truth. The magical world was in a precarious state, a dangerous signal of decline, exacerbated by the relentless battles and the lackadaisical approach to the dark arts curriculum, resulting in a dwindling pool of talent. Whether it was still possible to cultivate new talent remained uncertain. "Why don't we take the elevator?" Draco queried. "I prefer to walk," Pomona replied, her expression impassive. Even as a striking beauty, her aloof demeanor deterred approach. They soon found Narcissa arranging tables on the 6th floor. She had adapted to her new surroundings and wore a smile, no longer the woman who concealed her expressions behind a handkerchief. She appeared liberated and joyful. Provided all the tea room staff recognized her as Mrs. Malfoy, sparing her from menial tasks, she remained protected. "Narcissa." Upon hearing her name, Narcissa turned, surprise lighting her features. "What brings you here? Could you arrange a private room for Draco and me?" Pomona gestured toward the somewhat disgruntled young Malfoy. "Certainly. Dinner service has concluded." Narcissa assessed Pomona before leading them to a cozy corner room adorned with soft sofas and cushions, exuding a sense of homeliness. "Make use of this space. Call for me if you need anything." "Very well, Narcissa." Once the door closed, Pomona motioned for Draco to take a seat across from her, maintaining her stoic demeanor. Draco Malfoy complied without hesitation. "Every Hogwarts student receives career counseling. Although you have graduated, I must inquire about your future plans. Do you intend to remain in the UK? Do I have any other options?" Draco's impatience was palpable. Being a Malfoy, employment concerns seemed trivial. "Of course, you could relocate to France or even Scandinavia. You must prepare to leave the UK with your mother when the domestic situation becomes untenable. Have you considered a country where you might settle? Is it truly that dire?" Draco exhibited little surprise. Fortunately, he still possessed a basic sense of political awareness. Slytherin is home to many aristocrats, who not only possess substantial wealth but also harbor numerous secrets. Your godfather's invention of the Wolfsbane potion piqued the ministry's interest, attempting to entice him with lofty titles. Ancient families possess even more extraordinary formulas, not to mention spells and magical tools. Now, they seek to seize what rightfully belongs to Slytherin because they are the victors. Consider how your father would fare if his assets were confiscated. You would no longer enjoy this leisurely existence at St. Mungo's. You would need to earn your own living. Or else your mother might find herself performing menial tasks to support you. Do you wish to become such a failure? Draco was deeply discontented. Yet he uttered not a single word. A melancholic aura enveloped him, his brow furrowed, devoid of the former arrogance that once defined him. "I'm sorry, Draco. I wish you could remain a child forever," Pomona lamented. "Didn't you say we were here to play a game? Why do you wear that foolish expression?" Draco reclined on the sofa, his legs draped over the armrest, as if he were the master of this private chamber. "Pray tell me how this game is played. Is this how you address your godmother?" He retorted, resembling my sister so closely that I would never dare to call him that in a public setting. Draco appeared lost in thought, regret etched upon his face. "Are you worried about Zabini spilling secrets? How did you know? Next time you encounter him, just say it was a jest, that I am an infatuated fool enamored with your godfather." Pomona laughed heartily. "Ah, the love-struck Snape. That unicorn can rest now, after all. It has been kicking Severus's head for 20 years. You are truly cruel, Pomona," he replied. "Kristen, the name Pomona evokes many memories. I am your cousin from France. As I told Dean Thomas." Pomona placed her hands on the table, her interest piqued. "This is the game's rule, to conceal secrets. Have you practiced the art of mental occlusion, Draco?" "Greetings, Mr. Malfoy. Long time no see," Dean Thomas observed haughtily, regarding Draco as though he were an insect. Dressed in the same attire he wore during the raid on Malfoy Manor, it was evident he had risen to the rank of an Auror in the Ministry of Magic. "Where is Harry Potter? Isn't he an Auror now?" Draco inquired. "Ah, therein lies the awkwardness. He once saved your life. My superior suspects he might shield you. Hence my presence." Dean Thomas produced a notebook and a pen from his coat pocket. I shall pose a question, and you shall provide an answer. I hope you respond truthfully. Although we lack the extensive dungeons of your family, the Ministry does possess interrogation facilities. Let us avoid escalating matters to that extent, shall we? Fury painted Draco's face as he glanced at his parents. Lucius Malfoy sat expressionless at the dining table, while Narcissa stood by the window, her face concealed in her hands, gazing outside. I surmise you no longer have your parents' protection this time, Thomas chuckled. And what of your lackey Crab? I've heard he perished from his own fiend fire. Is that correct? Though he was slightly better than Guile, he was still quite foolish. Is this what Slytherin champions? Pure blood? Draco appeared on the verge of tears, prompting Pomona to rush over and embrace him. The platinum-haired boy wept profusely in her arms. It's all right, dear. Pomona consoled, placing her wand aside and gently patting Draco's back. Once, he had been so proud, and now he was subjected to such bullying. I wish you were dead, Draco cried, his voice trembling. Not only did he humiliate me, but he also shamed my parents. That filthy mudblood. Pomona refrained from punishing him for uttering that term. She seemed to have uncovered the source of the curse's potency. Severus and Narcissa had established an unbreakable vow. The first tenet being that when Draco endeavored to fulfill the Dark Lord's wishes, Severus must be willing to watch over him. By the 7th year, the Ministry had fallen under Voldemort's dominion, and the Muggle investigation decree compelled Dean to wander away from Hogwarts like other Muggle-born wizards. It was during this time that he was imprisoned in Malfoy Manor, only to be rescued later by Harry at Shell Cottage. This marked the inception of everything. Draco sought to restore Voldemort's pureblood supremacy, a desire that echoed not only Voldemort's but also Draco's, and indeed the aspirations of many oppressed Slytherin nobles. When a cornered beast is driven to desperation, it will fight fiercely. The tightening grip of the hatred cap will incite those serpents to launch reckless counterattacks. Just as Tom once declared, even in death, one must die like a noble. Those who participated in the war and achieved glory required rewards, while the vanquished would lose everything, a reflection of the lion's typical nature. When a stray lion defeats a lion of the pride, it will slaughter the previous king's offspring, ensuring that the lionesses bear its progeny. The human heart is indeed so vile, particularly in the male of the species. She truly should not have compelled Draco to mature so swiftly. Draco, are you a noble? Pomona queried once he had calmed. Of course, he insisted. Then do you comprehend what noble etiquette entails? Pomona cupped his face, gazing intently into his eyes. As long as they are not declared enemies, one may smile graciously. That is courtesy. I cannot muster a smile in the presence of Dean Thomas's foolish visage. Who said you must genuinely smile at him? You must learn to conceal your true emotions. You are Slytherin. Do you recall what the 6th tenet of Slytherin behavior is? To avoid the outward display of emotions and to master the art of smiling. Precisely. Pomona plopped down across from him, the sofa so plush it nearly propelled her upwards. I wager you think all Hufflepuffs are daft. You never pay attention in my class. Draco averted his gaze, feeling guilty. Do you remember Cedric? He was the finest student at Hogwarts. Have you ever pondered what made him exceptional? He was quite adept at Quidditch, Draco remarked. Pomona felt the urge to strike him. What nonsense flitted through the minds of boys? No, it was his capacity to feign ignorance when necessary. Is that why he always wore that foolish grin? Was it all an act? Pomona's mind screamed. Why did others perceive the Hufflepuffs as genuinely simple? Poor Cedric, burdened with the hope of revitalizing Hufflepuff. Pomona had spent more time with him than anyone else, and now he was gone, a thought that brought her to tears. Why are you crying? The former head of Slytherin inquired, visibly perturbed. It's complicated, Pomona replied, wiping her tears. Are you hungry? Draco Malfoy regarded her with a perplexed expression. Your mother is due for a rest. Shall we join her for dinner? You girls are all mad, Draco replied, seemingly traumatized, unable to meet Pomona's gaze. After arriving at St. Mungo's, you typically dine with your friends, don't you, Draco? For one must maintain table etiquette in front of your mother. I've observed you dining at school. You behave no better than those muggle-born children, utterly lacking in decorum. Pomona dried her tears and coldly remarked. How can you disdain them while behaving just like them? Draco glanced at her. Am I not to reprimand you for your use of mudblood? Draco. Do you not perceive that the entire Slytherin house has already been punished for that term? The pure-blooded nobility that has lost everything and the newly risen mudbloods have exchanged their identities. Who now truly lies in the mire? Pomona was uncertain what thoughts plagued Draco's mind. Perhaps it was hatred or a lesson learned. This was a pivotal moment in his life, and she allowed him the space to contemplate his choices. Choices outweigh effort. A wrong decision can lead one to perdition. Theodore once laughed with me at Hermione's lineage. Draco remarked after a long pause that his father, like mine, was a Death Eater. So what? I am currently dating a Death Eater, too. Pomona picked up her wand and urged him to reveal his dark mark. Draco immediately shielded his arm. What do you intend to do? Destroy it. That is impossible. Draco's expression turned melancholic. I have tried. Are you envious of Theodore for not being a Death Eater? Pomona inquired again. Do you not think he is far less handsome than you? What does looks matter? If Voldemort possessed a handsome visage, he would be an entirely different individual, capable of commanding his followers through charm rather than terror. Would you be entranced by his serpentine face? Ugh. Draco made a disgusted face. You possess your own talent, Draco, which is beauty. You must regard yourself as a true noble. When you exude enough elegance, even as a rogue, followers will still be drawn to you. I hope you can control the noble offspring now sent to St. Mungo S, compelling them to obey your commands. What is the 16th rule of Slytherin's code of conduct? Though harsh, reality spurs us onward. And the 18th? Dignity, strength, wisdom, and knowledge are indispensable. I assign you a task. Have everyone transcribe those 2 rules 50 times until they are etched into your minds. Even after graduation, learning must never cease. Slytherins pursue power. Look at what you have become. This time, Draco dutifully sat upright on the sofa. Are you not the head of Hufflepuff? Why are you so familiar with Slytherin's code? Because I am dating your head of house. Pomona stood, extending her hand to Draco. Come, tonight we shall dine with your mother. Draco, looking lackluster, took Christine's hand and rose, exiting the small booth, obedient as a young Severus Snape. No champagne, no exquisite cutlery. Mrs. Malfoy's dinner consisted of a salad and unappetizing roasted potatoes and fish. Yet she remained cheerful, for her son was dining with her that day. Just as Pomona had anticipated, Draco typically dined with his former friends and had never considered sharing a meal with his mother. The tea house appeared rather desolate post-dinner, with only a few doctors and families present. How lonely it must be for Narcissa to dine in such an environment. How do you usually keep in touch with Severus? Narcissa asked Pomona. We used to have 2-way mirrors, but I returned them to Sirius. Pomona took a bite of the fish. While it looked dreadful, it tasted acceptable. What do you usually talk about? Narcissa inquired curiously. Pomona began to reminisce. He would mention what materials he lacked, so I could prepare in advance. And what else? He would borrow house elves from me. Pomona stabbed the potato vigorously with her fork, treating it as if it were someone's face. What does he need house elves for? To prepare potion ingredients, he must manage 7 years' worth of work alongside his own experiments, which is utterly overwhelming. So he employs house elves to assist him? Narcissa asked, astonished. No, Mother, have you forgotten how much our godfather enjoys keeping students under tight control? Draco sighed, revealing that our purpose was to act as house elves. Narcissa burst into laughter. Professor Slughorn was adept at manipulating those students, often getting them to work for him for free. When Severus succeeded him as potions master, lacking support from Slytherin, he had to rely on himself. I felt pity for him, so I allowed the house elves to assist him for a time. Thus, he would borrow house elves from me whenever he had the chance. Did he not use coercion to get others to work for him? The motives differ. Students working for Slughorn hope to gain his favor, while those working for Severus perceive coercion as a form of torment, opting to take shortcuts whenever possible. Would you not agree, Draco? I often help our godfather with his tasks, Draco promptly replied, and Theodore too. That boy appears quite lonely. He is always by himself. Narcissa placed a hand on her chest, expressing that she often saw him dining alone in the tea house. Why not invite him along next time, Draco? After all, you are his prefect, Pomona suggested. Should I bring him, Mother? Draco queried Narcissa. You should extend an invitation for him to join us for dinner, Narcissa said, gently patting the small dragon's head as if he were still a child. If we are to invite a guest, this dreadful dinner simply will not do. Pomona glanced at the plate of food. Perhaps we can come up with something. Do you have any ideas, dear? Narcissa lifted her glass and took a sip of water, her poise graceful as if she were drinking champagne. That is your suggestion, Sissy. You mentioned that you undertake all this to atone for your sister. I hope you can spread this notion, encouraging more individuals to join you. Narcissa smiled sweetly. Do you believe my actions are just? That they are not impulsive folly? Yes. Sissy, because of you, I wish for Draco to become a leader rather than an ordinary person. After all, he is a Malfoy. What were you doing in the booth just now? Practicing mental defense. Has Lucius never taught Draco? He seldom returns home. Narcissa took a bite of salad, gazing into the dim corners of the tea house. Almost forgot. One cannot expect his peacock-like intellect to grasp that spell. Pomona stabbed the roasted potato with vigor, as if it were someone else's face. My father never learned, so why should I? Draco immediately complained. Do you want the lemur fish? I do not want it. That fish is not cool. Draco grimaced at the fried fish on his plate. Then what do you desire? Surprise me, Pomona. Draco said haughtily. How about a rinspore? I believe your godfather might have a way to acquire one. I have heard of that creature. Severus used its egg to awaken you. Did he not? Narcissa remarked. Does anyone in the hospital know he is still alive? Pomona became wary. No, just someone mentioned a lovesick wizard who, in his desperation to awaken his wife, exhausted every means until he discovered that the runespore's egg could counteract the effects of the unforgivable curse, Narcissa said with a smile. However, such snakes do not have a long lifespan, as their 3 heads tend to attack one another. Draco, if you can somehow stop the heads from fighting, they could produce more eggs, which you could present to the doctors, thus preventing anyone from reporting your possession of a forbidden creature. How might I achieve that? Draco clearly became intrigued, as such a snake would be a far cooler pet than a ferret. First, you must learn Parseltongue, like how Harry Potter speaks. Draco perked up instantly. No, it is akin to how Voldemort speaks, Pomona corrected. It is the language used to control basilisks. Do you recall the blunder you made at Lockhart's dueling club? Oh, that was back in 2nd year. Draco wore a face of deep vexation, clearly reluctant to reminisce about that awkward duel. You did not heed my words. I recall how you often had Guile and Crabbe fight your battles for you at school. You treated the basilisk as if it were they, thus safeguarding yourself even in perilous situations. Draco fell into a contemplative silence. Just like Salazar Slytherin? Indeed, precisely like him. Pomona pinched his nose playfully across the table. Do you remember the assignment I gave you? Yes. Recite it. Despite the harsh truth, pain propels us forward. Dignity, strength, wisdom, and knowledge are indispensable. Everyone must transcribe these 2 phrases 50 times. I have not specified a deadline, but I expect all the little wizards at St. Mungo's to submit their assignments when you do. Now, off you go to play with your friends. Yes, godmother. Draco, with an air of aristocracy, turned to his mother. May I leave first, mother? Of course, dear. Narcissa smiled with pride, as if hosting a lavish banquet. Once Draco departed, Narcissa sighed deeply. I knew my years were not in vain. My discernment has indeed evolved. Darling, may I inquire about something? Does the Black family possess any spare 2-way mirrors? Pomona asked. Her cheeks flushed. Even if we do, I currently lack control over the Black estate. What? Missing him already after such a brief separation? Narcissa teased with a knowing smile. I miss him dearly, Pomona admitted, a sweet smile inadvertently gracing her lips. It feels like an eternity since we last met. Since the day you were sent to the hospital, you have been asleep for over half a year, my dear. Your condition was far more perilous than that of the Longbottoms, with numerous life-threatening crises. The doctors were at their wits' end. Charlotte believed she would never see you again. Narcissa patted Pomona's hand. You have aided me immensely. I think it is time I assist you. Come, let us venture out. After all, we are not patients. Where to? Pomona stood up, following Narcissa. Shopping. Narcissa laughed, relishing the moment. While everyone assumes I am now Mrs. Malfoy, I intend to empty Lucius's vault. Oh, sissy. You are a wicked witch, Pomona exclaimed, feigning righteous indignation, though her excitement was palpable. Narcissa laughed heartily, her voice echoing with a striking resemblance to Bellatrix. Borgin and Burke's, located in Nocturne Alley, had always been a den of iniquity, and its business had consistently been lackluster. Even when occasional customers ventured in, their intentions were often dubious. During Harry's 6th year, the Death Eaters infiltrated Hogwarts through the vanishing cabinets located within this very establishment, and given the current regime's stance against dark magic, this place ought to have been shut down. Yet, it still stood crookedly in its old spot, with the owner unchanged. The items within were irresistibly alluring, each concealing potentially perilous powers, and the prices were astonishingly steep. Narcissa's claim to empty the Malfoy vault was no exaggeration. Pomona's guilt had dissipated long ago upon learning of Draco's infidelity and deceit. She even felt a twinge of greed to purchase a couple of extra items. Cloaked in rainproof capes, she and Narcissa stealthily navigated the shadows of Nocturne Alley, a thrill of adventure coursing through them. Before that fateful night, she had never known her mischievous side, daring to knock on the old bat's door in the dead of night, her heart fluttering with the same glee as now. Had the Hufflepuff girls discovered years ago that their headmistress was entangled with the morose potions professor from Slytherin, they would have surely pitied them, for their appearances were indeed of the unappealing sort. However, were they to learn of it now, gasps of shock would ensue, followed by frenzied screams. In a certain light, Hufflepuff truly were blissful fools. Preferences for scents vary from person to person. Perhaps before decisively knocking on the door, he had sought to lift his spirits through other means, finding a secluded spot to indulge in a dose of joy potion. Yet, The elation derived from such potions is fleeting, akin to the effects of a love potion. After Tom's mother ceased using the love potion, his muggle father ceased to love her, yet the lingering effects of the potion remained. The girl from the Gaunt family arrived at Knockturn Alley, selling Slytherin's locket to Borgin for a bit of money to survive. Madame Sprout generously provided that wanderer with a hearty meal, believing he would depart once satiated. However, in a twist of fate, she inexplicably turned on the radio. And upon the music playing, he seized the opportunity to invite her to dance. As they twirled, their breaths drew closer, the scent of peppermint intensifying. This herb was discovered by Severus Snape during his studies. The world harbors countless plants, of which humanity knows but a fraction. Upon its discovery, it was employed not only as a potion ingredient but also as a fragrance component. At that time, he preferred to be known as Prince of Half-Blood descent. Upon reaching adulthood, he became Snape, yet he possessed as much as a true prince. The maid, tasked with arranging the ball, dreamily imagined herself dancing with a prince, thus envisioning her fairy tale dream of becoming a princess, though she would likely never share the spotlight as Hermione Granger did with Victor Crumb. She felt akin to a mistress. While his heart belonged to Lily, seducing him without scruples, the feeling of infidelity more exquisite than she had anticipated, much like dark magic drawing one into the abyss. "You are a wicked girl, Pomona, exceedingly wicked." He evidently relished this game, as a smile of enjoyment broke through his typically morose demeanor. Being the villain was far more pleasurable than being virtuous. Although their faces were equally pale, he was decidedly healthier than Remus. After being discovered as a werewolf, Lupin was expelled from school and found it difficult to maintain any job for long. When they encountered him again years later, he was destitute, much like Sirius. While the boy they once bullied had transformed into a respectable figure. In every aspect, Snape felt victorious, save for one: women. Even with Sirius plastered on wanted posters everywhere, he was still deemed more handsome. Why is this photograph still here? Narcissa noticed the poster of Sirius Black on the wall, his furious visage as if he still lived. "There is a reason this street suffers from poor business," Pomona remarked, surveying the grimy alley, ill-suited for young witches and wizards. "Sirius is dead. Regulus may still be alive," Narcissa murmured, gazing at the photograph. "My sister intervened for her master even against his heir. This is why our later sisters struggle to marry." Pomona was taken aback. "Is it not due to reputation?" "My dear, infidelity is not uncommon in high society," Narcissa retorted with a scoff. "What people criticize is Bella inciting war among brothers. And not just any brothers. Regulus was once a charming boy, yet Bella's instigation ignited his ambition for the family title. Sirius was rebellious by nature, and his relationship with his aunt was already strained. Bella worsened it, leading to his family's downfall. He loathed my sister to the point of wishing her dead. I always believed Sirius acted to uphold the honor of the Black family." Pomona whispered softly, "After all, it is quite disgraceful for a married woman to be involved with her own mentor. He must eliminate Bella to become the head of the Black family, for she has challenged the position of Sirius, thus preserving the family's honor." Narcissa, turning away from the photograph, led Pomona through the back entrance of Borgin and Burke's. This shop fulfilled the muggle's imagination of all things related to dark magic. A withered human hand lay upon a cushion, encased in glass, a candle flickering atop it. It was the glorious hand, and Draco was fervently urging Lucius to purchase it. As they passed by the fireplace, Narcissa suddenly gazed at that ghastly object and said with a tinge of sadness, "I have heard that Dean Thomas's boggart is a crawling severed hand." Pomona laughed heartily. "Ah, Dean Thomas, the auror who frequently visits my home." Narcissa burst into laughter, recalling how dealing with boggarts was something Draco had faced in his third year. "How do you still remember that?" "Neville Longbottom." Pomona stifled a laugh, finding it quite a struggle. "His boggart is Severus." "And then?" Narcissa seemed unaware of this tale, puzzled. "Remus had him imagine Severus in Mrs. Longbottom's clothing. He took refuge in my greenhouse for half a semester, and during our chats, he mentioned how long it took him to defeat that severed hand." Although Neville had indeed suffered greatly at that time, Pomona could hardly contain her laughter. For the sinister old bat seemed intent on darkening Neville's life further, and Pomona believed he might not have conquered his fear but rather grown more afraid of Snape. "How did the Longbottom boy earn Severus's forgiveness?" Narcissa asked, her face filled with shock. "He squeezed leech juice for a month," Pomona added. "And let us not forget how Harry Potter was ostracized by the entire school, but I want to divulge that, as I was the mastermind behind Harry's isolation. I truly am a kind witch," Pomona mused as she bent down to inspect the cobweb-covered fireplace. Harry had mistakenly ended up in Knockturn Alley instead of Diagon Alley while attempting to travel with Floo powder from the Weasley residence. And it seemed that the seemingly innocent Weasley family harbored their own secrets. being so closely linked to a dark magic shop, their flu network intertwined. Pomona, because of you. I still believe he possesses some humanity. Do you know he almost killed Draco? I know. I'm sorry, Sissy. Pomona quickly embraced Narcissa. Please forgive that madman. I am terrified. Narcissa cried. I know. Pomona gently patted her shoulder. Let it out, Sissy. It's all behind you now. You have left that manor and are out here with Draco. Aren't you afraid he might become like the Dark Lord? Narcissa choked out. He will not, Pomona asserted with utmost confidence. She believed in Severus Snape, who stood protectively before the children when facing a werewolf, forgetting even his ability to summon a basilisk. To a werewolf, the basilisk was nothing. How can you be so certain? Because he is a brave coward. How can a coward be brave? See, that is what makes him intriguing. Do you remember his behavior at the Death Eaters' gathering? His twisted, peculiar nature was cultivated over time, Narcissa mused after a moment of silence. Endurance is for vengeance, Sissy. Pomona released Narcissa. One must learn to disguise oneself until they possess sufficient strength. Just like Regulus, Narcissa sighed. Was it he who dealt with that locket? How do you know? It seems we both harbor our secrets, Pomona. How did you come to know Sirius? Pomona's breath caught. Do not lie to me. I would rather not hear it. Lucius often plays this game with me. Sissy, that vanishing cabinet at Hogwarts was burned to ashes. You can let yourself off the hook. Easier said than done, Narcissa sobbed. My poor Draco. Severus took his place and killed Dumbledore. I know, Narcissa nodded. He cared for Draco and fulfilled the Dark Lord's mission. Why then am I still cursed by my sister? You have known for a long time, Sissy, Pomona said calmly, recognizing the facade before her. Do you think I can change Draco? He is a good boy, Narcissa cried, her heart breaking. He willingly joined the Death Eaters. Pomona gazed at the glorious hand before her, realizing that the task of teasing Dean Thomas could not be entrusted to Draco. The question remained. To whom could it be assigned? Do you think people have the chance for redemption? Narcissa asked, her voice catching. One must first recognize the need for repentance, otherwise. Even if given the opportunity, it would merely squander another's goodwill, Pomona replied coldly. I almost perished due to my own misguided kindness. Opportunities are fleeting. Only those who dare to seize them can grasp them, while those who merely wait will miss out. I am sorry, Lily, your prince is now mine. For you listened to that fool Mary. Pomona thought, instinctively touching her abdomen, tears flowing down alongside Narcissa's. The locket from Slytherin was ultimately destroyed by Ron Weasley with Gryffindor's sword. Pomona surveyed the filthy, long-unused fireplace. The last to emerge from there was Harry Potter. And that was 12 years ago. The traces he left were nearly imperceptible, indicating that this fireplace had not been utilized in quite some time. The Flu Network is managed by the Department of Magical Transportation's Flu Management Office. To connect a fireplace to the Flu Network requires permission. Hogwarts fireplaces typically do not link to the Flu Network, although certain fireplaces can connect privately. Pomona was almost certain that evidence of this Borgin and Burke's fireplace being linked to the Weasley residence would be impossible to find. If one were to investigate carelessly, it would alert them to danger. A simple spell could sever the connection to the Flu Network, akin to dancing upon a spider's web, where one misstep could summon a swarm of eight-eyed spiders. She did not wish to ponder the entanglements between the Weasley family and the Black family, both of which were part of the Sacred 28. She simply wished to relay the information she had obtained to him. Presently, she had no control over his whereabouts. Just as Narcissa lacked knowledge of where Lucius spent his nights as long as he did not return home. Men are said to be members of the family. Yet most of the time they seem absent, leaving only women and children at home. As Draco matured, he too would grow into a man who would leave the family. Narcissa had always indulged and spoiled him, preventing him from truly growing up. Yet men must fight. They need to push this beloved boy onto the battlefield, embodying some semblance of manhood, for they are currently in need of hands. He promised Lily that he would ensure Harry's survival, as Harry had already faced death once before. This time, another child born in July, as foretold by the prophecy, must bear the burden. However, to place him in peril, it was essential to convince his grandmother, who would never allow the Lombard lineage to perish under her watch. Apart from the private dance in her office, which only they knew of, their only public dance occurred during the Malfoy family's soiree. The Prince family, an ancient lineage of potion masters, had historically contributed numerous potion discoveries. Their library rivaled that of Rowena Ravenclaw. However, with the last pureblood heir, Eileen Prince, marrying a Muggle, the Prince family lost its pureblood legacy. Following the donation of their estate and library, the Ministry of Magic established the Prince Award in recognition of their contributions to the magical community. serving as the highest honor in the field of potion-making, a coveted accolade for every potion master. Severus Snape was nominated for his work with Wolfsbane potion. Meanwhile, Lucius, ever the Peacock, hosted a grand party at his estate to enhance his international influence, necessitating Severus to bring a female companion. Exceptional individuals always attract admirers. She believed many women awaited an invitation from the Slytherin head. The scene would resemble that of Hermione Granger with Victor Crumb, and she doubted fortune would favor her until Dumbledore gifted her a simple black gown. "I believe you will find it useful," Dumbledore said, noting that evenings would grow chilly as autumn approached. "Wearing it over your dress will keep you warm." She marveled at the elegant black garment on the desk, filled with mixed emotions. "I've always advised you to restrain yourself and not expend your energy on attire, but I suppose indulging occasionally is permissible." The old fool feigned nonchalance, admitting he was uncertain what dance attire would suit her, leaving the choice to her discretion. "But I haven't he received an invitation from him," Pomona said, regaining her composure. "Do not overestimate your importance, dear girl. You are not exceptional. That is of no concern. It was Professor Snape who requested I arrange for a female student to accompany him," Dumbledore replied calmly, reminding her of the many former Death Eater acquaintances present at the party. Oh, a wave of disappointment washed over her. Even if he hadn't mentioned it, "I would have requested it, Pomona." Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his crescent-shaped spectacles glinting as he smiled. "I fear I am indeed a biased old man. I wish for your happiness. What is my task? Engage in conversation, enjoy drinks, dance. I will temporarily activate the flu network in the Transfiguration classroom for you. By the way, Pomona, can you dance?" She shook her head. "If you permit, I would be delighted to teach you," Dumbledore graciously offered. "Very well, Headmaster." Pomona curtsied and began to dance within the confines of the office. After a few steps, she recalled her heritage as a half-blood Vila and worried about the potential influence on Dumbledore. "Do not fear, Pomona. Remember the steps and learn to control yourself," Dumbledore whispered. "Lupin has learned to remain conscious while transforming. It is a promising start." "Is it due to Severus's Wolfsbane potion?" Pomona corrected him. "Do you truly admire him? Or is it merely because he is the only young man in your proximity?" Dumbledore inquired. "Sirius has returned. The Black residence will become a new base. I recall the Blacks were once closely allied with the Malfoys. Perhaps you could dine there? What do you think would happen if Severus and Sirius crossed paths, Dumbledore?" Pomona questioned skeptically, envisioning them dismantling the crumbling old estate together. "Leave that for me to ponder," Dumbledore said solemnly before breaking into a smile. "Do not dwell on such thoughts. Twirl, Pomona." Under the guidance of an excellent mentor, she quickly mastered the art of dance, managing not to disgrace herself at the formal gathering. Elation filled her, as it seemed to be one of the finest memories of her life. "I remember who you are now." After shedding tears, Narcissa unexpectedly spotted the cursed opal necklace on the shelf. "You were the one who accompanied Severus. Did you admire the dress I wore that day?" Pomona smiled, recalling the silver gown that glimmered like moonlight, which Madame Malkin had said complimented her eyes beautifully. "Quite lovely. And the Christmas ball was splendidly decorated." Narcissa pressed her hand to her chest. "I wish I could dance in such a setting. Not as enchanting as you." "I remember the theme was moonlight." Narcissa coldly interrupted Pomona, covering her face with a handkerchief in disdain. That was the only beautiful thing associated with werewolves. Yet Pomona felt there was more to it than that. She sensed pure friendship and relentless dedication. Severus spent over a decade developing the Wolfsbane potion and ultimately utilized dark magic entrusted to him by the Dark Lord, extracting power from Fenrir's blood. Once Fenrir perished, the potion would lose its efficacy. No wonder the students likened him to a vampire. His fame was derived from blood. "I have always thought you lacked a necklace," Narcissa remarked, gazing longingly at the opal necklace. "I recall you possessing a pearl hairpin, correct? How do you remember?" "That was many years ago," Pomona replied, surprised. Narcissa laughed. "You have no idea how beautiful you are. Many have inquired about your identity, unable to believe Severus knows such an exquisite woman." Recalling the cobweb-covered fireplace in Snape's abode and his perpetually greasy hair, Pomona dismissed the notion of the glittering prince name, which she had discarded in the trash. Upon returning to school, he remained as unapproachable as ever, seemingly younger by a few years, yet his intellect resembled that of a pubescent boy. Believing that courting a half-blood Vila marked the pinnacle of his life. "Pomona, do you recall what Severus wore that day?" Narcissa asked. "A robe," she evasively answered. "You never once gazed at him directly," Narcissa chastised her sternly. "Did you not sense anything?" "The Cruciatus curse requires eye contact. I thought he intended to curse you." I believed Severus would inevitably suffer heartbreak, as he devoted his heart to a woman who did not love him. Now it appears I was correct. Lily Potter is long deceased, so do not let that specter disturb your peace. That is easy for you to say, Narcissa, as you just stated. He has endured enough suffering. Even Charlotte, the bystander, cannot bear to watch. How can you lack any compassion? He requires no pity, Pomona retorted coldly. That would be the greatest insult to him. Narcissa was taken aback. Tears belong to the weak. He walks the path of the strong. Do you not see how he is transformed from a bullied victim into a figure you fear? I truly do not comprehend your perspective. Nor do I. Pomona sighed deeply, reflecting on the man who could drive others to madness. Tobias Snape's son, a mere muggle. Narcissa wore a look of disdain. Yet, even the captain of the Quidditch team was enchanted by him. Such was the allure of that father and son duo. Do not entangle yourself, Narcissa. Although Malfoy is unfaithful, he will not drag you into the abyss, but he could. Tears mingled with laughter as Pomona lamented. For him, I have drained my maternal love to its dregs. I have always thought it irresponsible of Eileen to overlook Severus, yet now, with my own daughter gone, I find no sorrow. Instead, I frolic with him joyously. Do you not perceive how grotesque I appear? She wept uncontrollably in Narcissa's embrace, echoing Dumbledore's words. She felt foolish. A foolish headmistress could only produce foolish students. Cedric's death was her fault. She should have safeguarded him, for that is the duty of a teacher, yet she had forgotten entirely. She felt profound disappointment in herself. Lily's defense of Harry stemmed from maternal love. She yearned to protect Harry Potter, a boy with whom she had never exchanged a word, whose very name was uttered with ambiguity by his own mother. To protect Draco, Narcissa dared to lie to the very Voldemort and Death Eaters she feared, claiming that Harry Potter was dead. Where then did your maternal love vanish, Pomona Sprout? Where is the promise you made to Lily? You stood by, watching Harry perish, while you remained behind with the students to defend Hogwarts. It sounds noble, yet deep down, you know that betraying your oath and conscience is all too easy. Much like Peter Pettigrew, the traitor who earns honor until the day the truth cannot be concealed any longer. Humanity is divided into spirit and flesh. Severus and Lily shared a love of pure spirit, devoid of carnal desire, a love that was innocent. Yet, as individuals mature, such pure spiritual affection fails to satisfy a man's desires. Many young couples at school indulged in forbidden fruit. Even Draco had entangled himself with Pansy Parkinson. The old bat, utterly blind to the dynamics between men and women, could not see the truth. The potion's master was indeed a fool. Such is the nature of a godfather. Impulsiveness led him to become a Death Eater in his youth, and so it was that his godson followed suit, driven by a moment's folly. The Dark Mark was a means to pinpoint the location of Death Eaters, facilitating the Dark Lord's apparition to that very spot. Coupled with Harry's frequent nightmares, he had scarcely visited the Black family estate since Christmas. Sirius had reclaimed the two-way mirror, severing the last thread of connection. All returned to tranquility, akin to a forest laid waste by flames, leaving only charred earth. What she held dear, her purity, mattered little in the eyes of wizards. Yet she remained oblivious. Thus, she disregarded Sirius's advances, believing herself unworthy of him. Had she relaxed her standards then, perhaps a bloodline could have been preserved in the Black family, preventing its fragmentation akin to the Prince family. Bloodlines are everything. Wizards, once at odds with the Church, converted due to the prohibition of abortion. In the face of graver survival issues, faith became inconsequential. Harry was unaware of these truths. He never pondered why the Weasley family's Floo network connected with Borgin and Burkes. Had he not encountered Hagrid, he might have met an untimely fate in Knockturn Alley. It was during a visit to Hagrid's that Pomona learned of these matters. Arthur Weasley was notoriously strapped for cash, a well-known fact in the magical community. The Muggle Protection Act had inherent loopholes, and now Pomona had uncovered evidence at Borgin and Burkes. Beside a strand of opal jewelry lay a card. Do not touch. 19 Muggles perished for possessing this item. This implied the object was likely acquired from Muggles, having passed through Arthur Weasley's hands before being sold at Borgin and Burkes. Once sold, he would reap the profits, and the claim of destruction would obscure any trace. Pomona had heard from Lily that many Muggles believed certain jewels and antiques possessed magical properties, all of which were invariably valuable. It seemed that aside from the route discovered by the men, Pomona had unearthed another means of illicit trade. This necklace might not have been placed by Arthur. Yet it could not be guaranteed he and T left other items at Borgin and Burkes for consignment, thus justifying the existence of that Floo network. Where is Borgin and Burkes? Pomona inquired of Narcissa, her mind racing at the thought of a potential murder occurring at such a time. Unless there are special circumstances. He should not be in the shop at this hour. Narcissa regained her composure, clearly aware of what those special circumstances entailed. We shall return to purchase more items. I have pressing matters to discuss with Severus. How will you inform him? Shoo, Pomona hushed, hearing the chime of a bell ahead as she pulled Narcissa from Borgin and Burke's. They ran until they reached a secluded place, relatively safe. It was not far from an inn, where many were drinking on the first floor, the noise raucous, while outside, tranquility reigned. A narrow alley lay outside the tavern. Beneath the glow of the street lamp, she glanced at the ring on her right hand, its Slytherin aesthetic far from the romantic shape of a wedding band. Resembling more of a magical ring, Dumbledore possessed a similar one. Each ring bore a fixed charm, generally not potent. She searched the ring's face in vain for clues, ultimately deciding to remove it. The inner band bore the Latin word for mischievous, reflecting on that 11-year-old Severus, kicked in the head by a unicorn. She found him pure and endearing. How amusing it was that he could later make such shameless jokes. What troubles you? Narcissa asked. Pomona drew her wand. The dark mark, at first glance, appeared as a figure formed of goblins, but in reality it was a colossal skull, from which a large serpent emerged, resembling a tongue. Upon its emergence, it would ascend, enveloped in a brilliant green mist, casting a radiant glow against the pitch-black sky, akin to a new constellation. The image was fearsome. The serpent's emergence from the skull's mouth quite repulsive. Goblins, being more intelligent than fairies yet more benevolent than imps or pixies, were mischievous in nature. Given the inscription of mischievous, it likely signified goblins rather than a terrifying skull. Those marked by it bore a lifelong stain. Norton lacked such a mark, which could summon the Dark Lord or be summoned by him, provided one knew how to wield it. The incantation for the mark's manifestation was Morsmordra. Mors signifies death, while Mordre refers to Mordred, the knight of King Arthur's Round Table. By this reasoning, the latter half of the incantation must relate to the goblin, leprechaun. What then might the first half be? Cecily, did Severus ever watch Quidditch with Lucius? What? Narcissa, previously on guard, paused at Pomona's inquiry. I have never seen him watch a Quidditch match seriously at school, Pomona replied, yet he appears at every game. I have never seen him ride a broom. If he did, he would probably laugh and call it ridiculous. Sometimes, provided there is a box, Narcissa conceded. Indeed, he is a significant figure. Not knowing how to play does not preclude him from watching. Summers are free. Aside from mandatory appearances, everyone does as they please. Felix continues to pen songs. Minerva tends to her nails, and Pomona's pastime is sleeping. Do not disturb her unless it's the end of the world. Which match did Lucius donate money for to obtain tickets for the Quidditch World Cup? Which teams were competing? The match between the Irish team and the Bulgarian team? Do you not read the newspapers? It was indeed that occasion when the dark magic emblem was revealed, correct? Yes. The mascot of the Irish team is a dancing leprechaun, while Bulgaria's is a captivating enchantress, her skin shimmering like moonlight, her platinum hair billowing without a breeze, possessing an innate charm that leaves the opposite sex utterly mesmerized, lost in blissful oblivion. He seeks to ease her burden in his own way. She longed to dance. The little sprite, yet paused in her thoughts. Amora leprechaun. She pointed her wand at the ring and spoke the incantation, and a cloud of green smoke emanated from it, undeniably reminiscent of Slytherin's essence. Moments later, the alley echoed with two sharp sounds, and Severus Snape materialized within. Next time you summon me, do not choose such architecturally dense locations. Severus trembled. I might perish. Pomona was at a loss for a response. Amors or mors signifies love or death, but it does not imply that the absence of love equates to death. Rather, it reflects the heartache of loving someone who does not reciprocate, waiting in anguish and disappointment. For he truly loves her, willing to cherish her for eternity, and should his affections go unanswered, he would descend into madness. Akin to the Blood Prince and the Grey Lady. How did you know I could guess? Intuition in you? I too relied on instinct. She returned the ring to her finger. I am sorry. Why apologize? I slept for too long, long enough for the boundary between life and death to blur, causing pain to those who wait. But we still have Amore, our next daughter. We shall name her thus. Amore signifies hope in French. Pomona dashed forward and kissed the half-blood wizard. He had endured enough suffering, and granting him a moment of reprieve was an act of compassion. The silent spell is cast without utterance, merely by internal recitation, yet with mastery. Even this mental whisper can be rendered unnecessary, a crucial factor in the outcome of duels. Allowing one to strike preemptively. Spells are not compulsory. Their purpose is twofold: to facilitate understanding of the principles and to evoke emotional resonance. Invoking a protective spirit requires joyful memories, as the exuberance can counteract the negative emotions brought forth by dementors. When casting spells, the practitioner must concentrate. For if one does not channel their power and emotions, the incantation, irrespective of its articulation, will bear no effect. Furthermore, to maintain secrecy, one may alter a character or two, rendering the spell incomprehensible to others. Slytherin harbors a hidden chamber brimming with secrets. And Serpensortia was encoded, T became S, augmented by the small serpent conjured by Draco, leading many to underestimate Slytherin. The force opposing death is hope, and for someone, it is more fitting to be a jester like Leprechaun than a Knight of the Round Table. Oh, how the brooding, greasy old bat would jest. Harry and Ron would never believe it. Yet the Weasley twins found great amusement in Snape, enjoying their time together. The Weasley joke shops sold skiving snack boxes, laden with potions. And at that time, Umbridge was particularly loathed at school, issuing decree after decree forbidding various activities. This, of course, irked Severus to no end, having skipped class. He sought only solitude to contemplate how to glean intelligence at Death Eater gatherings. Spending time with the jesting Gryffindors, even the snot-nosed brat would begin to joke. After all, adversaries often serve as the finest catalysts for personal growth, more effective than friends. Every man carries within him an eternal boy, and deciphering their camaraderie can be perplexing for girls. Why did you accept Lockhart's duel invitation? During a pause for breath, Pomona inquired of her half-blood prince, feeling increasingly akin to Lavender Brown, kissing Ron wherever they went. I believe you wish to teach him a lesson. The dark wizard Snape restrained himself. And I desire for you to know my strength. His reasoning, though juvenile, brought her joy, for he was courting her affection, a privilege once reserved solely for Lily. They found themselves in a quaint inn, seated on the floor, entwined in each other's embrace, yet neither acknowledged the bed behind them. They had spent the entire afternoon in each other's company, and to continue would risk indulgence. Moreover, such intimate conversations, devoid of boundaries, felt profoundly comforting. Tom's taste was impeccable, influencing Severus in much the same way that Gryffindor's jesting had. His flowing black robes resembled those worn by priests, ethereal and soft, moving as if animated by an unseen force, now enveloping her and carrying the warmth of his presence, imparting a sensation akin to bathing at night, comforting and secure, devoid of terror. You have truly impressed me, Severus.